Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance. Lance is the king, okay, and Dell with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, Restaurant Week, by the way, we're in the middle of Houston Restaurant Week, which is actually a month. And got word from Ryan Lashane. He wanted to know when you were going to be in. I said Monday, so he's going to come on Friday to bring me and Dell burgers and fries.
That's nice.
Butter burgers, and he said, make sure you tell that scumbag I'm bringing lots of French fries. I said, okay.
Is that why you got the Burger King?
Scumbag.
That's why you got the Burger King hat on today?
I just saw it and just liked it.
You saw it and liked it?
Cal said he doesn't have time for this anymore.
You're the new Cal?
Cal
You're
said,
the Cal
maybe
of the
didn't
show?
hear, I don't hand out burgers anymore.
I don't know if you heard. Yes, he does. He still
I don't know
does.
if you heard.
He better not stop. That brand can't stop. The people love that side of him.
Well,
that's what we want him to keep doing, okay?
Not the
Handing
train
out
conductor
burgers.
meme, though.
We need him to keep flipping burgers for the people at the out at the practice. We don't need him making any major decisions for the team. Just flip some burgers, shotgun some beers, okay? That's what we need.
Yeah,
throw up the H.
That's just throw up the Just keep doing what you're doing right now.
Okay,
let
so
D'Amico do his thing.
Special show today in that it's me, you, and Dell, but Abigail is here today.
Yeah.
Abigail is with us. And
formerly
she's
an intern. She's no longer an intern. Maybe you didn't hear. She's all grown up.
Well,
she
I didn't call her an intern. You
things.
did.
I said
you
former.
said intern. And there she is.
I said former.
For all you Twitchers, okay, so you can get the word out. I don't know how you guys put your perv Batman
Abigail,
signal out there.
I'm so sorry for what he does.
It's okay. He already warned me.
Yeah. That's
okay.
Who he is a
you
person.
guys put your perv signal out there. I don't know what it is.
How about people just appreciate the job she's doing on the board?
Well, that's fine.
Thanks, Lance.
Look at, dang girl, Abigail. Yeah, everybody's all excited. Abigail's here.
Dang girl, Abigail.
Yeah. Bing, bing, bing.
At least he's
Dang,
not calling
girl.
me Jezebel.
Jezebel. Well,
yeah,
that was early on. Okay, people, it's hard to remember people's names.
She
Jezebel,
got her hair. She looks.
What else
good.
did I call you?
Compared to me and you, she looks good. She's all looks like a good person instead of bad people like you and I.
Well, everybody looks like that though. Anybody that comes in looks going to look like. But at least Twitch doesn't have to look at Dell. Okay, so.
Well, he's still in the background, unfortunately.
Yeah. No.
Well, he is off for a week.
Yeah, he's going to be off coming up.
When is he off?
Wait a minute. You're not off Monday, Dell. It's in 2 weeks, right? Yeah, in 2 weeks he's going to be off. So she's learning. She's going to be. I assume she's going to do some of the producing for us. I don't know if all 5 days, but.
When are you? What are you doing now? Abigail, Annabelle. Well, I called
Abigail,
you so many.
just call her by her
I
real
just
name.
called her so many things.
Abigail, show some respect. You're
Abigail.
so disrespectful in the first 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
What have you been doing at the station?
So I've been working with the Space Cowboys.
Oh, you've been doing those games?
Most of nights, yeah.
Yeah? How boring is that?
It's honestly pretty fun. I went to my first game on Saturday and met Garrett and Gerald.
Garrett Green, who does the PR stuff.
Yeah.
He's the one I get the emails from. Then they just had, I think it was yesterday, where Forrest Whitley, or maybe day before, just struck out the side in a relief appearance, which I believe he's relief appearance, which was good. So
yeah, and Verlander pitched as well.
Yeah, did you go to the Verlander game?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, you were at the Verlander game. Was it full? Did people know that he was were the crowds full? They used to make a really big deal when there was going to be an appearance in Sugarland. You used to know in advance. I didn't even realize. Now I'd been out of town, but was the whole stands, were they packed?
Yeah, it was pretty packed. I went Saturday and Sunday was not packed at all. But whenever Verlander pitched, it was packed.
That was
Saturday.
good. That's good. Now, I didn't mean that they're boring games. I'm just saying I don't know how much you paid attention to Sugarland games before you started doing that job. That's
she does the job now.
Yeah,
and they're on our air.
No, I know. So it can't be more exciting.
Oh, you listen to this boring game.
That's what I meant.
Oh, you mean our partnership with them?
What I meant was it can't be more exciting.
Johnny
That's
Wood
what
is
I meant.
The worst.
Right. So anyway, but how about our Astros? We do have there's a problem developing, and I think we all know what that problem is. And it's going to be, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like when we get to the postseason and we get to the 8th inning and they bring in Ryan Presley. This is 4 straight outings now where he's given up an earned run.
How are you saying problem developing? I mean, it's been a problem literally the entire year.
Well, he did have, before this run now, he did have 15 straight outings where he did not give up a run.
Well, before recently, because he did just the other day, yeah.
But in 5 of his last 7, he's given up a run. His ERA has gone up now to 3.86. When you give up a run in an inning, that in 4 straight games, he went from 3.38 to 3.86.
It's just one inning. Like, how do you 5 of 7 times you give up one? You give up at least a run in an inning. How does this happen? And even when he hasn't, he's given up base hits and 2 men on, and he's just been like, man. The thing that I always come back to in 2022 is when you won the World Series, you had an historic bullpen effort. Now, it wasn't that way the whole year, but it was pretty good the whole year. Montero was better than he had ever been. Neris had a good, solid season. Maton came in and did his job. Of course, you had Presley. If I remember correct, isn't that the year that Presley came in studio? But isn't that the year he came in? He was really good, came in studio, struggled, but then got it back at the end of the year. Was that the year that we tried to jinx him?
Maybe. I think it was that year.
Or was it last year that we jinxed him?
No. It was the year before.
Okay, and who else? I'm missing. Brian Abreu.
Brian Abreu was awesome.
Yeah,
he was unhittable. Montero was good.
Yeah,
I mean, that was when Montero wasn't still on the team.
And now this was supposed to be Presley, Abreu, Hader. Good luck. I mean, good luck beating the Astros when all the starters have to do is basically go 6 and you're done. But that just hasn't been the case this year.
No, Maton. Remember Maton?
Yeah, I mentioned Maton.
Yeah, I mean, this is well. I'll tell you this: if you want to go by, if we're going to do it, if we're going to have a meritocracy, Taylor Scott should be in the last 3 innings. Taylor Scott should be in. Forget the back of his baseball card, because you know what? I've forgotten the back of Yusei Kikuchi's baseball card. You know what we need to do instead of looking? Hey, go look at the back of the baseball card when we look at Jose Abreu and we look at Montero. We're looking at the back of the baseball card and we think that they're going to come through. Well, guess what? Look at the back of the baseball card of Kikuchi, and then tell me why this guy is since he's come over here, is one of the best pitchers in baseball. And then tell me about Taylor Scott. Look at the back of his baseball card. Did you say Kikuchi? I say Kikuchi. Del won't do it. Lance had to do it.
Because he's in the other room, so I can get away with it. Look at this, Del. Look what's happening on your watch.
So
Pop Kikuchi is a new Sonny. Get on that. SMU Sonny, get on that.
Kikuchi?
What?
Yeah.
Here comes.
He better wait till if he makes
it.
it.
Dad's here.
He better. Oh, yeah, okay. He better wait till August 25th to get it played. Maybe Abigail will play it for him because it won't get played when I'm here.
Why?
Because it's stupid.
Pop Kikuchi, and his name is Kikuchi.
I understand what his name is. You don't have to.
It's a play on words. You don't have
Dad. Yeah, I get it. You don't have to explain it to me.
That's Cap, Dad.
See, he doesn't want you listening to that kind of stuff. That's what dads do.
No, because if we allow this, then he thinks he has free run to do anything he wants.
Super Dad.
And we can't have that.
Up, Del.
Stop it. We're not doing it.
Gee, Dad.
Okay, Dad. Okay,
matter.
Steve. He's like our stepdad. Okay, Steve.
No, Steve's the worst. Okay, Jeff.
I'm just like Jeff.
You're stepdad, Jeff.
I'm just like Jeff.
Oh, Jeff is the worst.
I'll lay the wood to your mom. You're right. I'll lay the wood to your mom, then walk out the door. You're right. I'm just like Jeff.
Lay the wood to your mom
and wave
Abigail,
goodbye.
You're going to have to go to HR on this.
Abigail with those
lay
with her
the
ears.
wood to your mom in the first segment.
Well, you said Jeff.
In the first segment of a Hall of Fame radio show?
You set the precedent. You played that song.
That's what got us that's what got us in the fame. That's what got us in the hall, brother.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know.
Cooch, and then you're here running around jeffing out.
I'm just like your stepdad. I don't care about you. I'm there for your mom. That's all.
Some people are saying you're scared.
That is true about every stepdad.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's what's happening.
Yeah. He didn't marry the kids, that's for sure.
No.
That is for sure. Anyway, so
he didn't marry Listen, for all of you in the first segment who have a stepdad or a stepmom, just want to let you know we
Sorry.
didn't mean to offend you in the first 9.5 minutes of the show by saying
No.
that your step-parents didn't love you. But
Sorry.
that happens sometimes.
happens. That's
when
what
you're on
happens.
a win streak, we can
Yeah.
say
God, you
whatever we
can't-
want.
They tolerate you, just so you know.
That's it. Dad came for the he came for the mom, okay?
And you happen to be an inconvenience.
And that song that Lance was playing.
Yeah, which
so,
is ridiculous.
So 2 starts against Tampa Bay. He pitched 5 2/3 both
We're
times.
talking about Kikuchi.
11 strikeouts and then 5 and no walks. So 16 strikeouts, 3 walks in 11 and a third. I mean, the dude has been just fantastic for this team. And 8 strikeouts in his other start against Texas. And it's not like they're giving him. They scored 3 twice. He beat Tampa 3-2 and 3-2. So I mean, they had to keep the runs down, and unfortunately for him, it was Presley made it a lot closer than it should have been.
Yeah.
But Alex Bregman is stupid right now. It's stupid how
Yeah,
good
this
Alex
is
Bregman
costing
is
us
right
a
now.
bunch of. This is costing. I mean, Crane. Let's make sure we find another third baseman because Bregman's gone.
Yeah. No.
I like that little. Where he was trailing off, and I thought we could keep him under the radar and maybe get him back. We're not getting him back. Bregman was player of the month he's player of the week along with Jordan. Or was it month or week? I think it's week along with Jordan. And Bregman, another homer. You had Pena with a home run. I always like seeing him hit home runs because I feel like he should be I feel like he's a big, strong guy. I feel like he should be a 25 home run guy. He's not. But it feels like he should develop into that. And, Jose Altuve wasn't when his career started, and he became that.
Yeah.
But both of those guys had bombs. Yiner, this is just such a great year for Yiner. The bats, something doesn't feel right. Like, why are we going so good right now?
Well, because the bats have they woke up after the All-Star break. Let's not forget they went 10 days that they were being compared to the White Sox, and then all of a sudden they got Boston, and it just exploded for them. And now it's awesome. I mean, they scored 3 runs. Let's not get crazy. They scored 3 runs.
Well, right.
I mean, but Yiner just keeps coming through. His first at bat, he looked so bad. And then he comes through first pitch. He just turns on that pitch, that inside pitch, and sends it out there. Mm-hmm. And then he looks really bad again. And then he shoots one to right field for another hit.
I mean, he goes all fields. This is year 2, and Yiner will take an outside pitch. He'll take a slider away and deposit it in the right field. That's not a problem for him. And as you mentioned, he can get his hands around and get that handle inside the inside pitch and turn on it. And he's hitting 301 right now with 12 bombs, 67 RBIs, and his OPS continues to creep up. He's at 778 right now. But John, just looking at his splits, Yiner Diaz splits, when the runners are on base right now, Yiner's hitting 324 with an 807 OPS. When they're in scoring position, ready for this? When you've got men in scoring position, Yiner's hitting 361 with a 933 OPS.
Wow.
361. And when there's scoring position and 2 outs, 321 with a 987.
That's awesome.
So, I mean, he's got, in 53 at-bats, he's got 17 hits and 5 doubles and 4 home runs when men are in scoring position and 2 outs. That's how you win. Like, 2-out RBIs is one of those sacred stats where look, this is a team that can win at a high level. If you can sneak those 2-out RBIs, because the Astros, God forbid, I mean, the left-on-base numbers early in the year were astonishing. And, well, I shouldn't say that because they weren't always putting guys on base. But Yiner Diaz, every single clutch stat you want to look at, hitting stat, when there's men on base, he's so much better. And it hasn't been great with the bases loaded, but everything else looks really good when there are men on base.
Yeah, that's funny. They said it last night. The Astros don't have a grand slam this year. They don't have a grand slam. That's a wild stat. Nobody's come through.
And
with bases loaded.
by the way, hitting fourth, Yiner Diaz, who most of the time he jumped into the 4 hole relatively early. He's 335. He's hitting 335 with an 834 OPS in the 4-hole. In the 5-hole, it goes down to 271 with a 744. But he just has found, I never thought he would be a 4-hole hitter. Never.
Yeah. Well, how much did you like him at first base last night too? I didn't love it when one hopper got by him. Pena's error was. I didn't love it. I think guys would have gotten off the base and gotten that ball.
Yeah, he'll come around.
But you know what? I still love him at first base. If you're going to save his career,
That's
this offseason he takes 1,000 balls a day at first base.
That's the future right there. I mean, 12 home runs. He's going to be a 20-plus home run guy when he gets out from under catcher. He's going to be 20-plus. I think we could be looking at a guy who just can maybe take over, maybe not all of it, but a lot of the production of Kyle Tucker. We may end up seeing it as Yainer Diaz at some point, or maybe taking over the production of what we're going to lose from Alex Bregman.
We'll see. Well, I think you got to replace that. We'll see. You got to replace that.
Oh no! Does Jim Crane ever? Well, I guess it'll be a 2-year deal for somebody who's in their 30s. I guess.
We'll see. Right now, though, what about Vanderford?
Vanderford Air. Speaking of replacing and setting things up for you, it's the air conditioning system. And man, yesterday was a terrible day. And then I looked at the weather report. Oh, don't worry, we got 6 straight 100-degree days coming later in the week and into next week. So what are you going to do from there? Well, you're just going to have to make sure that your air conditioning system is working the way it's supposed to. And if it's not, listen, call Vanderford Air today, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL. They'll come out and they'll take a look at the system. They'll find out exactly what's going on if it's not cooling properly. It might be that you don't have enough system for your home. That could be a builder cut corners to make it cheaper, and they threw a low efficiency unit in. Hopefully that's not the case, but you also might have an older unit that simply needs some repairs to be done, and Vanderford Air is going to come in there, diagnose it, give you fair prices, fair work, and you don't last as long as they have without having a good reputation. You can read the Google reviews. They're a company you can trust. I wouldn't tell you about them if I didn't trust them and if I didn't use them myself. They're my air conditioning company, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to have them come out for a tune-up. It's not really a tune-up. My AC is working great, but I want them to clean out all the drains and everything, and I want them just to take a look at it since we're getting ready to go into a brutal August, or we're in the midst of a brutal August. So for any AC needs, whether you need a new one or you just need repairs, replacements, or just a diagnosis, it's Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
What the hell? You people are not good. Wondering if Presley is going to be a problem in the playoffs in the 8th inning is like wondering if Ted Bundy could be a problem at a sorority house. That's not the analogy you want for Presley, okay? Ted Bundy. That's not what we're talking about. The Astros don't have a grand slam because every single time the Astros load the bases, Jake Myers is at the plate. That is kind of true. It seems like that happens every single time. No, Art, we're not talking about Abigail like that. It's not Abby Gale, it's Abigail. Okay, get her name right. It's important to get people's names right. Let's go.
That's crazy.
Isn't it? Oh, John, Lance, Annabelle, and Dell with you here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Okay, Lance, let me ask you this question. With Hollywood Brown being out 4 to 6 weeks, the Texans are the perfect trade partner for them. You are going to – okay, so you got 8 guys for 5 spots, right?
Yeah.
You got 8 guys for 5 spots.
At wide receiver?
At wide receiver.
Maybe 6.
Maybe 6. Let's say maybe 6.
I'll take a look at what they did last year, but because they go so much 3 wide receiver, they may
go 6. So you know it's going to be Stephon Diggs. It's going to be Nico Collins. It's going to be Tank Dell. I think Noah Brown is a lock, right?
I would say so, yeah.
I would say Noah Brown is a lock.
I think Mechie is probably going to make the team, but, you know, he had a drop the other day. I mean, it's not – Xavier Hutchinson, I think, makes the team. I'm looking at wide receiver
size.
Xavier will make the team, I think, because they also love – he had a good run the other day again. They just love running him on the jet sweep.
I know.
For some reason. Robert Woods could still have his hands full because of how much he makes. Steven Sims is a return man. So, and the guy has a touchdown in the postseason for the Texans. So, he may not be going anywhere. I mean, Quintez
That's 9
Cephas,
because you got Skoranek as well.
Yeah, Quintez Cephas and Johnny Johnson are not going to make this team at the back end. And then I think Robert Woods will have a hard time because of how much he makes. It will just be a matter of saving some money. Last year at this time, wow, the Texans had 6 receivers.
Okay, so let's say
position.
6, but if
Steven
Sims is one of them, you got Diggs, Collins, Dell, Brown, Hutchinson, and Sims. That's Mechie, Woods, and Skoranek are out on the street.
It's tricky. Is Noah Brown a lock?
I think Noah Brown is probably a lock. I know he got injured, but he –
I mean, he could be an injury settlement. He could be an IR. Diggs tank.
Well, he got injured last year. I mean, I think
Diggs tank, and then are they going to part with Xavier Hutchinson? Are they going to keep both Xavier Hutchinsons and Noah Brown? If they do keep them both, Ben Skoranek is going to have to be considered. I mean, a fullback along with Andrew Beck because Beck's not going anywhere.
No,
are you going to keep 2 fullbacks or a tight end full? I don't know how
I like the weapon the Skoranek that gives you, but because he can't block. Here's a question to you. Okay, no matter who it is, if Mechie's on the street, Woods is on the street, Hutchins is on the street, Skoranek's on the street, do you trade with them and try to get something, a 6th or a 7th rounder? Mechie might bring you a 6th rounder. I don't think Woods would, probably 7th rounder. Hutchinson probably be, I don't know, maybe a 7th rounder.
Trade with the
Chiefs. Do you make them better? See, here's the problem.
I mean, if they'll take one of these guys instead of cutting them, sure.
Well, but here's the deal: is why would you make the Chiefs better? Why not?
Are you really making them better with Xavier Hutchinson?
Well, you are because if they pick up Xavier Hutchinson, they want Xavier Hutchinson, and Xavier Hutchinson will help them.
He's depth. I'm looking at their roster. They still have Kadarius Toney, Mecole Hardman, Sky Moore, Justin Watson, who they love, Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice. They can't. I mean, Montreal, Washington, there's no way that anyone can make the team. They're not going to. None of our guys can make their team. They're too loaded with wide receivers.
I don't know. I think Mechie could make that team. Woods might be able to make that
What
team.
position? He's a slot. They already have Mecole Hardman. They got Kadarius Toney. They got Sky Moore. Like, they traded for Toney. Sky Moore is a second-round pick. Mecole they just traded for again. There's 3 guys, and none of those guys even start. I can't see the Texans having any value. I don't know that Xavier Hutchinson has any more value than Montreal Washington, who's coming over from Tennessee. I don't know that, Cornell Powell, who was their 5th-round pick in 2021, I don't know that Mechie has more value than him, since he already knows that. So I don't think they give you anything based on this. They've got right now, good Lord, they've got 15 wide receivers on their roster.
Yeah.
I mean, they're carrying a ton in camp.
Yeah, but just like the Texans, they're gonna be cutting. They're gonna be cutting.
Are they interested in Robert Woods?
That's a question. I mean, if you could get anything for Robert Woods right now, you grab it.
Could I interest you in this aging, overpriced receiver?
Well, and the question was, do you trade with you trade with the Chiefs at all anyway? Because that's the team that allegedly, you're climbing up the pole to try to catch.
If they want to give me a draft pick for Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson or whatever, I'm taking it. I'm assuming they're not going to come back to beat me. I'm not worried as much about those guys as I am a defensive player.
You never know. Okay, stop. You don't trade with the team with your arch rival. Okay, because the Chiefs are the Texans' arch rival now.
Arch rival status now.
Yeah. I know. When was the last time we played them?
I take them. I take that seriously. I have since the end of last year. I mentioned it, and I wasn't joking. You guys thought I was joking. The Texans are going to, and I feel even more strongly about it now, the Texans are a serious contender. I think they may jump ahead of the Ravens quickly. I'm not worried about Joe Burrow because I don't think he'll make it through a season. I mean, Buffalo is taking a big step back. The dangerous team to me in the AFC, the wild card, are the Jets. Because if Aaron Rodgers is dialed in physically, he's one of the all-time greats. Yeah. And, he's done a lot more with a lot less. You look at what the Jets have. The Jets have some weapons. The Jets actually have some players. And if Aaron Rodgers is healthy, I thought they've got a good defense. Here's his wide receivers. Mike Williams, he's older, but he knows how to play, and Aaron Rodgers knows how to get him the ball. You got Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, who he loves. It's not a great offense. Now, I will say, he's got Malachi Corley, the rookie from Western Kentucky. If you haven't seen him, he plays a lot like Deebo Samuel. He is a bruiser. But this is not a great – now, this is a team where I could see a guy like Robert Woods helping. Robert Woods could step on this team.
But did he ever play in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers?
No, but he's a veteran,
Then he can't. Then forget it.
Yeah. I mean, Irvin Charles. Right now, Irvin Charles is the number 2 receiver on that depth chart.
Huh.
Malik Taylor, Lance McCutcheon. I don't even know who those guys are. I like Jason Brownlee. I don't know if they like him now. Isaiah Winstead, Brandon Smith. I mean, Tyler Harrell. These are guys the Jets, the Texans should be talking about, but no one's going to trade. Probably not going to trade you.
How do they feel about the vaccine?
I don't know. Doesn't matter anymore.
They ain't playing with Rodgers.
Doesn't matter anymore. Listen,
they ain't playing with Aaron Rodgers if they believe in the vaccine.
I'll take a 6 for Allen. I'll take for Robert Woods. I'll take a 6th. They'll give you a 7th, a conditional 7th. That's fine because he's getting cut. He can't make this much money and be a backup on the Texans. I don't see it. You want to have a little cap.
I don't know that you want to make any of the guys better. You know what? Those guys, well, the Jets are up there on the waiver wire, but the Chiefs are last in the waiver wire. So if you cut them, they don't get to good teams, quite possibly. So I don't know that you want to make the Jets better. And you know what? Robert Woods might make the Jets better. I don't know that you want to do that.
You're going to cut. Then that's fine. You'll cut him and let him pick him up because no one's picking him up at that salary anyway. And he'll get he can't be picked up. He's going to get a chance since he'll be a free agent. He'll be able to decide where he wants to go. So that's what's going to happen. If you just cut him, he'll still end up potentially at a team like the Jets because as a a veteran, he'll just decide where he wants to go. So would you rather just let him do that or get something for him?
Well, if they're not going to pick up that 10.
So by the way,
they're not going to trade for Robert Woods and give him $10 million.
No, well, that's the problem. None of this is going to happen.
Yeah, nobody's doing that.
But he is actually, he is a $3 million. I think he's a $3 million dead cap hit this year if they get rid of him.
Regardless, we're gonna try to be on time with our breaks today. It's not going to happen, but we're going to try. Right now, we're going to talk about ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com is the best goal that has ever been ever in the history of goals. I don't even know that it's arguable. What they put into it, the quality of the backboard, the tempered glass, the unbreakable rim, the kids can hang on it all day. Now, instead of when you raise and lower the goal, instead of with a crank, now you got a drill. And it just zzz, and it goes up, it goes down, and the kids love it. The kids want it mostly down, Dad, because they want to dunk. They want to have some fun, especially the young kids. You want them outside playing? Yeah. You want them developing some shooting skills? Listen, there's money in them, their heels, college money for somebody who can shoot. Not shoot, who can make, okay? And if they get a sharp eye, you never know. But the best thing is they're outside playing. Okay, as opposed to sitting in the house playing Xbox. Listen, this is the perfect goal because the kids will actually use it. Your wife will love it because of the curb appeal, and you're going to love it because everybody is happy. But you got to go to ProDunk.com. Go see for yourself. All the kids dunking on it. They love it. Love this goal. It's the best goal ever. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Did you see Jordan broke the scoreboard?
Yeah. Did you see Brian McTaggart was asking about that, and Jordan's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, he was like, I saw you're pointing at where you're pointing. What? No, there's no pictures there. What are you talking about? Jordan was playing clever. I was looking at the last 20 games, John. The Astros are only 11-9 in their last 20. Only 11-9. The A's are the best team in this division at 12-8 in their last 20. However, from a hitting standpoint, Jordan's hitting .378 in his last 20, which is fifth best in the American League. Yainer Diaz is .342. But then Jordan pops in just about one of the lowest is Mauricio Dubon, only hitting .122. Well, Joey Loperfito's the worst. 109 in his last 20 games. And then Mauricio Dubon is at 122. But every category you look at, well, except RBIs. Jordan he's not in the top 20 in RBIs for some reason. Either is really no Astros are in there in the last 20 games, surprisingly. But home runs, there's Bregman checking in with 6 home runs in his last 20 games. He's the top 8. There's 5 players with 8. Hits, you've got Jordan at 28, is 5th best in the American League. Yiner's got 27 hits in his last 20 games.
That's great.
Doubles, you've got Jordan sitting there at 6, tied for 5th, I should say, with 7 doubles. Devers has 12 doubles in his last 20 games.
Devers is a problem.
No, Astros are not in the stolen bases, although Victor Robles from the Mariners has 8 stolen bases in the last 20. I like that stolen bases are back.
That's great. Keep losing.
Yeah,
steal all those bases and lose games. That's fine.
Well, they're around us. It's not like they're going away. Slugging percentage, Jordan, not surprisingly, is 5th best slugging percentage, 743 over the last 20 games. On base percentage, Jordan is 3rd in the American League in his last 20 games. So we've got some things. We got some things happening here. Fromber's tops 4-0 wins, tops in the American League in the last 20 games from the Astros. So Astros have some. I mean, it's turning around. It's funny that there was so much pressure on. I mean, I guess it really does speak to the fact that we do a daily sports talk show. Mm-hmm. We've got to react daily. Does it speak ill of us or anyone else? Or, I mean, I don't feel like it. I feel like at the beginning of this, I feel like it was real. I feel like the issue with the Astros and then having Joe Espada in his first year and everything was going wrong, it felt like Espada could be in some trouble if this thing cratered the way that it was moving for much of the first half of the season. It felt like Joe Espada could be in a lot of trouble. And now you look at it and I mean, man, Espada has, if you want to be fair about it, you say Espada, did he ever seem panicked? No. Did he ever seem to lose his cool or get snippy with media at any point? No. Joe Espada seemed like he handled everything really, really well. And granted, the Astros aren't several games over 500 right now, but the turnaround they made, the comeback they've made, and the way that he has been even keel, I think speaks really well of Joe Espada.
Oh, Joe Espada, listen, he's not gonna win it, but he's moving into. Listen, when you have 6 pitchers, 6 that for the most part, 5 guys who will not pitch all year. And then a 6th that's one of the best pitchers of all time that missed this big a chunk of the season, and you're in first place. By the way, their lead now is a game and a half. That's not the smallest lead in the American League. The Yankees over the Orioles is the smallest lead in the American League. So what has happened and how crappy they started to where they are now? Joe Espada should get Manager of the Year consideration. I'm not even joking. How many teams could survive 5 starting pitchers, legitimate starting pitchers, out for the season?
Well, I don't count. I mean, we already knew that 2 of them were not coming back for a certain amount of time. So I count like.
Yeah, but we thought that they would come back. We thought that McCullers would be here after the All-Star break. And Garcia, too.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't count them as 5 pitchers out. I mean, you started the season with what you started. You knew you had it. I mean, I count the unforeseen stuff, right? Christian, Javier, and
J.P. France was unforeseen too.
Yeah, J.P. France, Christian, Javier, and to a lesser extent, I guess, Urquidy. So those are 3.
What about
but then
Verlander?
Justin
How much
Verlander
time he's missed?
Missing.
How about Verlander?
Yeah, Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Time missed. So, yeah, these are all things. I mean, Kyle Tucker being gone should have put you 5 games behind. You should be 5 games out with Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander gone that long. On paper, you should have been out. Now, some of it is the Mariners didn't play well, but on paper, Tucker gone that long and Verlander gone that long, you should be 5 games behind the leader, behind the Mariners in that division. Instead, the Astros are in first place, and those guys still haven't come back. They still haven't come back. That's really impressive. I don't know that Espada is going to get any, honestly, if he'll get any votes for Manager of the Year, but he's really done a nice job this year. And there was a time I thought he was really going to be on the hot seat, and he may have been. But this is why I guess a lot of people talk about baseball being a long season. It is a long season, but at some point you have to play like the Astros did to turn it around. And they did. They got it turned around, and that's been good. Against all odds, by the way. It's been turned around with Ronel Blanco having a really good season to this point. It's been turned around with Hunter Brown. Literally, I mean, the demon Hunter Brown was exorcised, and good Hunter Brown came back, which frankly was a bit of a long shot based on how long we had seen yucky Hunter Brown. And then you had, Yiner woke up offensively. Jeremy Pena's having a much better season this year. There's just been a lot of reasons for it, but I just wanted to make sure that we gave attention and some flowers to Joe Espada, who never wavered, never seemed shaken, and does deserve a mention for Manager of the Year. Even if he doesn't get it, it's been a nice run for him this year.
It's been great. And if they continue to play the way that they're playing right now and, possibly run away with the division, it's a real possibility that it's not even up for debate in the final couple of week of the season. Then Joe Espada definitely needs to be talked about as far as Manager of the Year. What he's gone through with the injuries that they've had to major cogs in the lineup and in the rotation, it's just unbelievable. And a bullpen that was awful as well early on in the season. What you were referring to with Jordan, here's the quote from Jordan. "You're trying to get me in trouble. You're the one who posted that picture. There wasn't a video showing that it was me. I don't know how it was. I'm not paying that bill." That scoreboard is screwed up, bro. Jordan hit that ball into that scoreboard. Oh my God! Is there anybody more powerful than this dude?
Ohtani is the only guy I can think of, because Ohtani hits him,
and Judge.
But what about Jordan's home run the other day that got out in about 2.5 seconds?
Yeah,
it was it was a 117 mile an hour home run. It was a rocket to center field that barely cleared the fence, but it was also hit on a rope.
It was the second hardest ball he's ever hit.
Yeah,
second hardest ball he's ever hit. That's how he hit. That's how hard he hit that. And when you're talking about Jordan hitting the ball hard, that's the second hardest. Holy crap! I don't want to be on the other side of that one. That's for sure.
And what John, if you didn't see it, what John's referring to is a home run that he hit in batting practice, where he just absolutely, he turns on it so fast, and you can tell that sucker is gone. And he hit the scoreboard, and everything goes. And not like you're thinking, oh, you mean the scoreboard where they hang numbers up? No, a giant ass scoreboard. The ball hit it, and the whole thing just went bonkers.
It's over, and it's over. Yeah, that's fun. And that stadium, just get a new score, just tear it down.
Yeah.
Jordan, maybe Jordan. That's the last straw for that stadium. Tear the stadium down.
But
build
it didn't work yesterday during the game. It didn't work.
No. It didn't work. No. It was broken. It was broken because of Jordan.
Bro,
Jordan said it wasn't him. There's no video evidence that it was him. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number. What about a little tequila?
How about a little tequila? Why don't you throw that in your coffee? That's not what you should do. You shouldn't put tequila in your coffee, but if you do, I can't stop you. It's a free country. I just want you to make it Maestro Nobel if that's what you're doing, but hopefully you're already at the office and you're settled in and and you own your own company. Then that's okay, I suppose. I just know that you need to make it Maestro Nobel. Maestro Nobel is the tequila that has been, 11 generations have been working on this tequila over the years, and they've perfected it now. They've perfected it for quite some time. The process of distilling and aging is and the barrels they use and everything about it. I talked to Mallory, and she came and did a tasting the very first time I was experiencing Maestro Bell because I wanted to make sure that I liked it before I spoke for him, and I was blown away. And one of the things that really got me was the Cristalino. Two things: the Añejo and the Cristalino. The Cristalino was a category that Maestro Bell created with 3 different tequilas that they charcoal filter for clarity, and then they distill it and age it properly so that you get a very distinct flavor. It's got a little hint of sweetness on the back end. No sip that you take from Maestro Bell is ever going to be harsh. It's always very smooth, very delicious, and I promise you that when it comes to Maestro Bell, you are going to experience a top-flight tequila at a very reasonable price. Maestro Bell, wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro Bell.
My man, Kent Jones. That's my guy, okay? He is awesome. He is saving he works his ass off, okay? He is going to save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. And are you on the fence about getting a mortgage? Well, here's the deal. Is you're like, well, the interest rates are too high. This is the time to buy, people. You can always refi that, okay? When the interest rates come down, you refi, and Kent will do that for you as well. But this is time to buy because the interest rates are so high, people are going to have to come down on the price of their houses. If you're renting, if you're on your way to work and you're renting right now, it's silly to do that. You're giving someone else wealth, okay? And there are so many incentives by the government for first-time buyers. If you've never bought a home before, this is the time for you to go and take advantage. And Kent will get all of that stuff for you. He does all that stuff. He's had over 1,400 career closings. He knows everything about this business. He's been doing this for 30 years. Dude knows how to save you money and get you the best mortgage for you. And he's going to do that every time. Tell him that you heard it right here. He's going to, I'm telling you, he loves the show and he's been a listener to the show and he's going to do a great job for you. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay. Well, Twitch, you don't have to be here now because Dell is on the screen and not Annabelle. So
Abigail.
That's not her name. And she can come
Abigail.
back. I just had to
That's what
make
I
sure
said.
the Kent Jones thing played because it's very important. But I'll step aside. If they must stare at a woman they won't ever have a chance with.
Hey, my wife was once a listener.
Yeah, that's
okay?
the one example.
So you never know. Abigail could find
My wife is a listener
husband.
too.
She may. Yeah, your wife was a listener.
Yeah,
well,
that's different. Your wife
yeah,
was
you
a
were
listener.
already married when you did radio.
Yeah.
That's
But
different,
She's
though.
a listener.
Your wife was a listener. It doesn't really happen the opposite, where there's a guy sitting and watching, and the girl's like, you know what? I'm interested in that guy.
I'm going to say that if there's 200 people watching, there might be one that Abigail might be interested in.
It all
If there's
depends.
200
So you're
people.
saying there's a chance.
Well,
I'm
he is.
saying there's
She's
a
not.
chance.
Okay.
But remember, you're in a position of power, Abigail, so you can say beat it, scrubs, like that also.
Yeah.
And just basically ignore everybody and just do your job.
Because they're below
That's the
you,
best thing to
Abigail.
do. Yeah.
How does one who is
What are you still doing on the video?
drooling over her on Twitch approach her and not seem like a weird coward or creep?
They have to.
That's
They have to
impossible.
say things like, "Oh, what do you do? Have you seen any good movies? Are you doing anything for Houston Restaurant Week?"
Okay. No, well, let's ask Abigail. What's a good line, an opening line? I mean, you two don't know any opening lines.
Okay, well, Joe made it clear, or told me that some of the Twitch stream found my Instagram.
That's not
Oh,
great.
that's creepy.
So kind of.
Are you private or no?
What?
Are you set on private? Oh, she didn't have her headphones. Are you set on private?
Well, I was for like 2 weeks, and then I was
Okay.
whatever.
So that's funny because an OnlyFans model, I had a story yesterday. And
Abigail's on the stream now, so you can go to X.
okay.
You can go to Twitter or X or whatever. Look on the right and look up ESPN, and
Right.
you can
But she's
see
not
that.
on
Or go to
OnlyFans.
YouTube, ESPN YouTube, or you can go to Twitch. But then you're gonna have to see.
Well, I don't want to speak for her. You're not on OnlyFans, right, Abigail?
Oh my
No.
God,
What?
why do you
John,
say
what?
that?
No.
Don't. Please don't hold this
but
against
there
me.
was a story yesterday of an OnlyFans model who was a guy took a picture of her at the gym and sent it to her, and she was like, "Oh my God, this is creepy now." And you feel like that would be creepy that they know where you're working out?
Maybe a little bit, but also like, I feel like a lot of people do that nowadays. It's the 20. Like,
Really?
yeah.
Do what? What do you mean? Explain
They're
this.
creepy. I mean, I had an instance where I was at the gym and we had a huge bodybuilding competition called Summer Shredding, and a guy came down from Dallas just to meet me, and I had no idea. And like, yeah.
That's
So,
curious.
Well, what did he look like?
tall brown hair.
Well,
Was
was he good looking? Was he?
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
if he was
he was
okay, if he was good looking, you'd have been like, "What? Yes, this
That's a
dude came
commitment.
all the way
That's
from
pretty
Dallas."
good. Yeah.
Okay, but it's different
also-
if they're not good looking.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
also.
that's-
See,
You
there's the
see-
truth. See, there's
Okay,
the
the
truth
truth
that women.
came out.
Yeah, that we all. There's like, oh, he was like.
Yeah,
That's the
if he
truth.
wasn't
Is
gross, Abigail, you'd have been like,
I don't like
"Sweet."
this attention unless you look good.
But
And
it's
then-
also like if Lance's wife like came up to him and was like not the best looking. Lance,
Yeah.
would you?
Well, I would have just said, oh, thanks for listening. I mean, I've done that before, and just being a listener doesn't mean you want to get with me or anything back in the day. But she was, luckily, within 4 or 5 days, we had a big date where we watched 2 movies together. It was like a 7-hour date. But yeah, it helped that. Yeah, I wouldn't have gone out with her unless there was some attraction.
That should have been a precursor, though, because 6 of the 7 hours you weren't even talking to each other.
Yeah, y'all were watching the movie.
You're watching a movie.
Yeah, and it was Chocolat
Or that we know
and
of.
Crouching Tiger, Crouching.
Oh
Tiger
man,
Hidden
two
Dragon.
I don't even
opposite
remember
movies.
I'm trying to think of the name, but yeah, it was a really, really good day. It was literally our best date ever, and that was day 1. No, we get along great, but I'm just saying that was a really, really good first date. But so, what's the creepiest thing, if you don't mind us asking? Is there anything like, what are some creepy things that are a no-go for you? Sending you pictures. Well, you said that
Yeah,
happens
that
to me.
would be a
Sent you
little weird.
pictures?
Sending pictures of yourself
Yeah.
to yourself, like.
Somebody sends pictures, to you of you working out. Like, I just want you to know I know you are working
no,
out.
don't do that.
Well,
That's
I used to
really
work at a
creepy.
coffee shop, and somebody would do that. Like, would send me a picture making their coffee and be like, "Thank you." Like, that's weird, right?
That's super weird.
That's so weird.
Thank you. I just want to show you that
I
that's
drank it
super
all.
weird. Dell, have you ever done that? That feels like something you
I
might
feel
do.
like Dylan would do something.
Undercover creep.
Oh, I feel like Dell would send pictures of himself, and you know what?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
that's
gee, look,
creepy.
our viewership went up 250 viewers.
Imagine that.
Oh,
Whoa.
here they go down.
No, she's still in frame.
She's still in frame.
She is.
Just stay scooted up.
So what
Abigail.
was the accusation you made about me?
Well, John made a comment that it felt like you would do something like take pictures of somebody like an Abigail making
No,
coffee.
I didn't say it. Abigail said it. I feel
No,
like Dell
what
would
if you
do
made
it.
the suggestion?
It was-
She,
I'm pretty
and she
sure it was
chimed in
John.
and was like, yeah, maybe Dell would do it.
I'm pretty sure it was John, and it was actually
No.
me. It was actually me.
It was you, I think.
But see how easy it is to gaslight you? So John said, that feels like something Dell would do. Take a picture of you making coffee and send it to you.
Actually, she said that, but that's okay. So
No, she
so,
agreed with the suggestion. I remember.
But she didn't. But she didn't give us an opening line for guys, though. She didn't. What I mean, she got to give an opening.
What's an opening
what's a
line
good
for
opening
someone
line?
Oh,
on
yeah.
Twitch or someone who
Okay.
drove down from Dallas?
That's fair. That's fair. See, we're so far out of the game, except for
Right.
Dell, and he won't tell us anything anyway. If he's got business, he won't tell us. So, what is a good way to approach? Are you're like Gen Z, right? I would think so. So, what's a good way for our listeners who are younger listeners who are in their 20s to approach a girl now? What's the right way to do it? I'm assuming it's not sending pics, the ugly pics.
No.
That's not a good opening line, right? It seems like there's an aggressive group of people too that do some aggressive things in your age group.
Wait, so would they DM you or would they like ask you for your number first?
Well, I don't know. You tell us. What is the appropriate way for someone to not necessarily you, but someone like you? Like, what's the right way to approach a girl in 2024?
Probably just DM the person if you haven't met them and then like ask them for their number. A lot of guys ask them for their Snapchat and that's just super weird.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay.
I don't know. Do y'all have Snapchat?
My sons are Snapchatting just pictures of them
I have
like
Snapchat.
smiling.
Oh, John has Snapchat.
I have Snapchat. It's
Do y'all not Snapchat each other or anything?
It immediately lost all of its value because I have it.
But when you don't use it,
Did
no,
you
I've
add
never
Dell?
used it.
You've
I
never
use
used it.
I don't use Instagram or anything. No.
Okay.
so DM phone number, but not Snapchat. They don't want to
No,
ask you Snap
that's
because all they're going
red
to do
flag.
is send you a picture or you send them pictures. Not
So you'd rather give them your phone number than your Snapchat?
Do you want to get pictures from
Yeah.
random people?
Yeah, John, do you have
John?
any idea of what kind of pictures you're about to get if you give a Snapchat? What are you asking her? Yes.
Yeah, that's.
I mean,
guess-
they could just text you those same pictures, though, Abigail.
Yeah, that.
True,
Well, but then
but it's
it's
less
around
likely.
forever. Then it's around forever.
Oh, is that great?
Well, Snapchat, it goes away
Yeah.
within like 10
Yeah,
seconds. So you have
Snapchat,
no
they
idea.
can't- there's
you have
no
no
proof.
See?
So then it's like you're sexually harassed, and then there's no proof.
It's
You
like-
know what?
Exactly. You have proof on
You
Well,
that.
can't you can't go to the police.
No, you can, and they can retrieve it, but it's a big process.
Actually?
But
How do you know all this?
Yeah.
because
Creepo?
Mister, I don't know. I don't use Snapchat anymore.
Well,
don't use
Snapchat.
Snapchat.
Actually,
oh
they
my
can.
gosh.
Can
But-
they really retrieve it?
listen, they can find anything.
Yeah, that feels true. Like
That
the
is-
forensics in
Yes.
cases, they go back
But,
and
but
find
no,
everything.
it better be worth it for them. Otherwise, they're not going to. But here's the deal: is so you give strange guys your number.
You can also block them. That's an
Well,
option.
hold on, John. Did you ever meet a girl in Green Bay somewhere? One of those hotties that you used to hook up with in Green Bay. Did you ever meet them and say, "Hey, you're a strange person. Here's my phone number"? No, you didn't think they were strange people. Now, of course, you had met them first.
Hottie and Green Bay, first of all, don't go together.
No, that's why I was
Okay.
throwing that out there ironically.
And then, secondly, yeah, back in the day, I guess you give. But now, today, with all the social media, I'm surprised you still give out phone numbers. That's a little bit surprising.
They could
I don't
just
know.
could just reach you through. Honestly, they could just reach you through
Facebook,
Instagram. They could just keep. Abigail's not a Facebooker.
You're not.
She's in her 20s. She's not gonna be a Facebooker.
No, I just have it for extended family, but I don't look at it usually.
See,
Yeah.
she's not trying to be on Facebook,
No. Well, whatever.
but on Instagram they
Snapchat,
could continue to. But
Insta, yeah, whatever.
so, have you ever met somebody that you dated through who did what they reached out to you through direct message?
Yeah,
Okay,
a couple people.
Yeah,
actually.
see?
Yeah, so it works.
see.
You see?
But don't do it in a creepy way by sending photos.
Not-
Yeah,
Not
don't
creepy.
don't start with pics, guys. We're not doing that. And leave our young Abigail alone. She's still learning how to run the board, and I don't want her distracted while she's trying to do our show in 2 weeks when Dell's gone. All right?
All right, we got to break it
All
here.
right, thank you, Abigail, for telling us all of that stuff. Yeah.
That's our how to pick up a girl segment. Okay?
Or what not to do, really, it turned into.
Right, that's more. So right now, though, you got John Daspit to talk about.
Yeah, John Daspit is a guy who, if you are doing something like that you shouldn't be doing with somebody and you hurt them, then John Daspit's going to come and sue you, and you're going to be in big trouble. He's a personal injury lawyer. John Daspit is a winner. When he gets the case, it's a wrap for you. You do not want to go to court against John Daspit. These companies who have in huge settlements, he had one that was a refinery blast. He's going to have one soon with the Astro World case where there was loss of life and there was injuries and hospitalizations. And, John has to go through all those. If there's anyone who's not honest about what happened, boom, he gets rid of them. He's not going to take that person on at all. He wants to make sure that you have legitimate injuries, you have legitimate issues that would include, that may include hospital stays, hospitalization, doctor bills, things that need to be recovered. That's his thing, is his recovery, and he's going to recover that. He's going to recover any time missed from work for you financially. He's going to make sure that you get compensated for your pain and suffering. These are all things that are very, very important if you are injured. And if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to be intimidated, and the lawyers on the other side are going to get you to take a quick settlement. And in most cases, it's well below what you are entitled to based on your pain and suffering and all the bills that you are going to sustain over time. And John Daspit's a guy to fight for you. His law firm has about 70 people, so they're ready to roll in 12 different cities. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776. Our Astros won again, 7 in a row now. Bregman is homered in 4 straight games. Yiner with another RBI leads the team. Kikuchi was awesome, 5 2/3. It just gave up the 1 run. and then Presley came in and gave up another. This team is on a roll. This team is looking good. This team is once again, and it looks like Verlander makes one more start and then gets back into the rotation. They play. I think I started the show by saying good Thursday morning. Today's Wednesday. They play today, and then they have a day off, and then they don't get another one until September 3rd. So Verlander pitching Thursday, tomorrow, in Sugarland, and then getting back into this rotation. They'll go, I would imagine they're going 6-man rotation. Even if Verlander doesn't like it, oh well. He is actually taking 5 days off, right? He's pitching Thursday or Friday? Is he pitching Friday?
It's Friday. No, it's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Yeah,
and then he pitched Saturday.
Yeah.
So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He only took 4 days off. Maybe they move Verlander. I don't know. But would you pitch Verlander every 5th day, even if he puts up a stink about pitching every 6th day? Do you put him in? Yeah. Do you change up the rotation for him?
Yeah, I would. He has to get back to where he knows his body. He knows his throwing.
He's been out for so long.
I know. He's got to get back. Now, you're saying, would you throw him if he's ineffective?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
I don't think you're going to. How are you going to know? I mean, until.
Well, he's got to get some starts. But are you saying he's been out? So if he's been out so long, he's got to get back into pitching shape. So wouldn't that make sense to throw more?
I guess.
But you're also, I mean,
you're risking the neck thing again, though.
Well, not really. I think he's past that. That's like saying somebody risked. I mean, I think he's past that. He's been out for 2 months or whatever it is. I mean, I'm assuming that thing is all healed up and all gone. But I'm a little bit more concerned if he's ready to, like, I just don't think you can bring him back to the big team until his velocity's back where it needs to be. And his spin rates are good. It needs to be at least close.
Up there. He was up there 93. I think he averaged 93.8 the other day.
Was he?
Yeah.
I guess that's enough. He usually can pop it higher than that, though.
Yeah.
What does he work at? I'll see where he works. But I would do, as long as it's reasonable, I would do whatever Justin needs to be in his best self, because you're going to need him. But at the same time, what gets scary is it's still a close race between you and the Mariners, and it's still second place at this point is not getting into the playoffs. So you do need to do what's best for the team also. And Justin he's not going to be back next year unless the Astros give him a deal.
Yeah.
Because he's not vesting. He's not hitting
No. And you know what? It's so funny. To choose between Kikuchi, who you would like to bring back. Kikuchi's going to be a lot cheaper, that's for sure. And the way that he's throwing now that he's gotten over here, listen. I'm just going to admit I didn't watch a lot of Kikuchi before this. I think I've seen obviously.
I said when he pitched,
we've seen him. Yeah, we've seen him start before. But this Kikuchi looks a lot different. This Kikuchi is different than the 4.75 ERA Kikuchi that the Astros acquired. So anybody who's, you don't know what you're talking about. Kikuchi was meh at best. At best, he was meh. Since he's gotten here, and that's something that we've got to remember going forward, whoever the Astros – I remember when the Astros got Charlie Morton, my buddy was like, I hate Charlie Morton. I bet on him when he was at Pittsburgh, and he screwed me so bad, and Charlie Morton turned into a superhero here. You know why? Because of the magic sauce. The magic sauce is still here. So whatever pitcher that the Astros acquire and whatever Met pitcher, he ain't Met no more because he's with the Astros organization. And something happens. There's something that happens about the way that they go about it. Yeah.
Pop Kikuchi. That's what the kids have been saying in the
what
streets.
You think of?
That's what everyone's been saying.
Young Abigail is here, and this is what you're playing?
She knows it's a bop.
Do you know that song, Abigail?
She knows it's a bop. That's all she knows.
I've actually never heard that song before.
You shouldn't have. I'm glad. You don't need to know 2 Live Crew.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to know it hits so. I mean, it is.
That's
if they're not playing that when he comes into games, they're not doing their jobs.
Okay.
Everyone likes to act like on social media. The social media accounts have all this edge, right? Oh, the Astros social media, all these social media accounts have a lot of edge, Right? I think that's true. We all know that. They're very clever. They're very out. But you get a song like Pop Kikuchi, and you don't play that. Okay, it's Pop that Coochie, but it's Pop Kikuchi is what you could say, and you don't play that headed into the game, then what are you? You don't have any edge then.
Yeah, what are you doing with your life?
What are you doing? You're just basic. Play it, Astros. Stop being chicken. Play it. Have some edge. You're the bad guys. 7 years of LCS. People hate you because they ain't you. Play that song. Do it.
Okay. I'm not sure.
If Dell doesn't like to do it, that's a good sign that you need to do it. Yeah, but you say Kikuchi.
No, I know, but they don't. You say it.
You can always. There's probably somebody who can do a clever edit.
Well, Chance can do it.
I think we're gonna get Chance. Isn't really Chance type of music, so we may have to get somebody else to do it.
Well, the guy who wrote the Yao Ming song, yeah, he kind of is. It kind of is. He got up to around 96, but he averaged 93.8.
Oh, he did get up to 96, so that's good.
Yeah, but he averaged right around 94, right in that neighborhood. Who is it? Abigail? Sean? Sean's on the line?
Yeah, let's get Sean in here.
All right. What's up, Sean?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, first off, congratulations on your Hall of Fame.
Thank
man.
you. Yeah, it was very deserved.
So in my history of Houston sports, I can't remember a time when the big, let's say big three, because I know Comets had a good run. The what was it called? What's the soccer team? The Galaxy?
The Dynamo.
Dynamo.
Oh, them too. Yeah, they had a good run for a minute. But I can't remember any time when the Astros, Rockets, and Texans had championship teams. I think 2017 was our closest time. We had just come off the World Series, and that's when Deshaun went down, and then everything else happened after that. So I'm going to give up the Astros season this year for the Texans.
I would be.
Let me know what you think.
I would be willing to also just to experience it, but I'll go even further back as someone who was, who grew up here my entire sports life. I don't remember a time where it all aligned, where baseball, basketball, and football all aligned. The closest you can get, man, was like 80-ish, and that's way back when I was a kid. So
we know absolutely.
you had Rockets.
The Oilers weren't that.
Well, 81 they weren't very good. That's when the
81,
Rockets went to
you had the Rockets and the Astros.
86 Rockets went to the finals, but 86 Astros I don't believe were very good.
86 Astros were great. What are you talking about?
86 Astros were great, but I don't believe 86 Astros and Rockets were good, but Oilers weren't. Oilers were terrible. I think that's when we were in the middle of going Hugh Campbell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you have to go to just one team. When was one team good? And we know that the Rockets, 93, 94, Astros in that era had a good team around 92, 93, 93, 94. We know it. But unfortunately, the 94 season was stopped. But the Oilers were literally moving away. There was nothing. In 94, they were playing in front of 25,000 people here at the Astrodome, and they were moving away. You have to go. This is the closest I've ever. There was another year, I guess 18 would have been it, when you had the Rockets all-time wins. They broke their record for most wins in a season. You had the Texans, I believe, won a division then, and then you had but the Rockets, then Texans, Astros, Texans. Yeah, I guess about 2018 would have been about the closest. And then we know the Rockets went to toilet.
I know they were leaving, but I think 94 was probably.
Why? 94, the Oilers, no one even watched them. No one would even go to those games. We can't say that one.
Well, okay, 93, because
93 was the closest, but the Astros weren't quite there yet.
They were, but they were good.
And the Rockets were on the verge.
And we're not sure what this Rockets team is right now. Although we do have some news about the Rockets that we're good too on the other side.
Is it good news?
It is good. We'll decide whether or not it's good news.
Okay.
On the other side, 8:15, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about Hogue Landscape Services. If you have a business and you need some really awesome detailing for your outside, because that's what they do. They detail. They're not just we're not just cutting the lawn. We're not just trimming the hedges. We're not just doing that. We're paying attention to everything. Hogue Landscape Services, it's real what they do now. And what they do for you and your home, incredible. The outdoor kitchens, the AV setup with your televisions, the pool that they would put in, the fire pit that they would put in, the basketball court, the pickleball court, the putting greens, the bocce ball. They're going to make this as you can make it a man cave outside, or you can have it as, you could have it as bourgeois, as bougie as you want. I mean, it's incredible what these guys, what they do, and how they fix up your backyard. The putting green is the coolest thing, guys. If you're a golfer and you want that putting green in the backyard, there's no maintenance on it at all, and it's just perfect. But listen, these are the guys that do it, and these are the guys that do it right, and they're going to make your backyard a place where everybody will want to be. Hogue Landscape Services, HOGUE, HogueLS.com, 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 713-360-6924. Tell them you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Quick, Lance. Who won the NBA Cup last year?
The Lakers.
Thank you.
Because they've got a whole banner of it.
Did they put a banner up?
Feel like it's
didn't.
Yeah, no, they did. They did.
No, they didn't. No, they
Yes,
didn't.
they did. Yes,
have
they did.
27 titles, and they put up a banner on the NBA Cup. That's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself.
NBA Cup, Lakers banner, unless that was something AI but I don't think so. Nope. They had a banner, first ever NBA Cup. They had a banner. They brought it out December 18th as their unveiling.
Apparently, the NBA made them do it.
Oh, did they?
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
That's their excuse.
Yeah.
Look, whoever wins one, the NBA is going to want you to acknowledge it and put it up.
NBA Cup banner. And maybe it will be cool in the future. Like, it feels good when Everton's always competing for FA Cups and things like that, and all these fake cups that I can pretend like it's not fake cups. It means a lot to them. I have to pretend it means a lot to me so that I have something else to cheer for, since my team isn't going to actually be any good ever.
Yeah.
Since I picked the Texans. Well, I can't say that anymore. I used to say I picked the Texans of the Premier League, but I feel like I didn't. I feel like the Texans are now Man City.
Okay, so I thought, we were in the division we were in the bracket with Denver and New Orleans and somebody else,
Yeah.
and a couple other teams, whatever. I thought that was going to be our bracket, but it's not. This year we've got the Clippers. We start with the Clippers.
Okay.
On November 15th, and they're not going to be as good. They lose Paul George.
Okay.
Right? And Kawhi's going to be out probably. So November 15th, we got the Clippers. Then we got the Trailblazers at home. Both those first two games are at home. Then the Rockets go on November 26th, they go to the Timberwolves. And then on December 3rd, they play the Kings at the Kings. So the Blazers, the Kings, the T-Wolves, and the Clippers. This is winnable.
Yeah.
This bracket is winnable.
Oh, yeah. No, this is I didn't know that was going to be the info you came with. I think that so I looked at 18. 18 was easily the best that Houston's ever been. 11-5 in football. You had first place in baseball. You had 103 wins. You got beat by the Red Sox in that series, but you had 103 wins that year, and you broke your record for most wins in a regular season by the Houston Rockets. Now, it ended in some disappointment for the Rockets and Astros and Texans, obviously, but that was the best regular season. I didn't recall that 11 wins for the Texans. You had 65 wins.
It just didn't seem
and 103
that great
wins
because O'Brien was here.
I know, but the Rockets but you let your personal vendettas against James Harden.
The whole city did. They didn't even show up for Monday night games. Remember?
No,
nobody
they did.
was there
It was
when they
sold
won.
out.
When
It
they
was
won
sold out,
11,
John.
they
It was
won
sold
9
out.
straight games, and nobody was there for a big Monday night
John,
game.
it was football time in Houston. Okay, let's just stop with what you're saying.
Okay, it was an embarrassing time to be a Texan fan. It was awful. To Bill O'Brien, it was.
Well, that wasn't. It sucked to have Bill O'Brien there, but I don't think it was an embarrassing time to be a Texan. They were in the middle of winning division titles. It was an embarrassing time to be a Texan fan afterwards, from 20 on until last year. Now we don't shine shoes no more.
Yeah. Well, we got us a CJ. No, we got us a CJ.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, Del, you got this. Apparently, DeForest Buckner had some. Now, it's in there. Talking a little bit now. You got the Colts in game 1, right?
Yeah.
And now we're going to start. There's going to be a little bit of talk going on. And who was it, the linebacker that was talking about CJ and
EJ?
Well, there are multiple ones.
That was Zaire Franklin.
And EJ Speed had words.
Yeah.
I thought EJ said something nice.
Well, he said
in a separate
No,
one.
they said he said I didn't make any plays, and they showed a clip of him sacking CJ. So there's a play I made right there. So it's been multiple Colts linebackers, and now DeForest Buckner too.
Careful.
And DeForest Buckner had this to say about CJ.
Rivalry in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me, or do you consider it a top rivalry? Is it real? You were part of some big ones in San Francisco, of course. How real is this rivalry? What exists there?
No, I definitely think there's some bad blood between the two teams for sure. You know what I mean? Especially, CJ's been talking a little bit in the offseason. Zaire's been talking a little bit in the offseason. And, we at the end of the day, we split. You know what I mean? We won the first one, they won the second one. Obviously, the second one was bigger to get them to the playoffs. And there's definitely some bad blood in the water. So, it's definitely one of those rivalries you got to look out for.
Okay.
You know what? It's kind of we're in a weird time where these guys are sort of friends, like they don't hate each other. I get the feeling that C.J. Stroud will get along with most of the players in the NFL, and there will be rivalries, but it's not going to be like I hate that guy type of thing. I think a lot of people are going to have a lot of respect for C.J. Stroud, and they already do. I've already heard E.J. Speed and Zaire Franklin talking about, in season that he made some throws that were incredible. They were very complimentary. Now it's going to turn up a little bit, and they'll get a little rivalry thing going. The Colts have, if Anthony Richardson plays well, the Colts have the ability to be a factor this year. If he doesn't play well, which I'm not convinced he's going to play well, honestly, I guess you're looking. I almost feel like Jacksonville is always going to be hanging around, but Jacksonville never gets appreciably better. I just don't see them get much better, and some of that's on their quarterback, and some of it is on their, I guess, on their roster build. I don't believe in Will Levis with the Titans. I think that'll be the worst team in the division. I think the division could be Derrick Henry's gone. Will Levis is there. I don't see the Titans as a factor. I mean, Jacksonville's the one that's kind of the wild card to me.
So Pro Football Network has its playoff predictor out.
Yeah.
I don't know that they did how many models they did or whatever. They've got the Chiefs is the top seed, the Texans is the second, the Bills the third, the Ravens the fourth, the Bengals, Cleveland, and Tennessee as the wild card teams.
Okay.
The Bengals, Cleveland, and Tennessee. I think Tennessee is going to be better.
Tennessee?
Yeah, I do. I think Tennessee is going to be better than people think.
Why do you think that?
There's no logical reason for it.
Okay.
Really.
I didn't know if you had because I can't see it. Like, I don't see the running game. They were built on a running game and passing off the running game, and I don't see the running game there. And if Will Levis is going to be asked to take.
Well, I don't know.
I'm not sure. I think he's the guy that pulls you in.
Pollard and Ty J might be okay.
I mean, not better than Derrick Henry.
Well,
not all those
Derrick
years.
Henry last year was.
Well, the offensive line sucked too.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't get going. His yards before contact was terrible, which is directly related to offensive line play. So I don't know. I mean, I think more is going to be asked of Will Levis, and I don't think he's ready to produce. Same way the Colts are going to have to really run the ball well, because I don't think. There he is, as advertised. Won't play Pop Kikuchi, but we'll play that terrible Colts song.
Don't you think with a healthy Jeffrey Simmons, the addition of L'Jarius Sneed?
I like him defensively fine, but my whole focus is on how are you going to score with C.J. Stroud. I mean, you're going to have an offense to win these games. I don't know what to expect from Jacksonville until Trevor Lawrence turns into the quarterback I thought he was going to be. I have a hard time taking him seriously, I just don't take the Jaguars seriously.
No.
I'm awfully lippy for a team that's had one good year in 4, but I feel like it's pretty much over for everyone else. We've turned the corner, and now we are.
Yeah.
The Texans, we are the best.
And it's something that you deserve.
Yeah. Well, it's something I've been craving for years, and I'm like, okay, now this is finally happening for me.
Yeah. Well,
first the Hall of Fame and radio, and now, the best team in pro football. It's like it's coming into it's rounding into shape. I think that this year's a comeuppance for. Remember who said this? This year will be a comeuppance for the Chiefs. Their tight ends fading away. Their quarterback, at some point, these scraggly group of wide receivers is going to get you. This is the year that you got defensive players who aren't happy. This is the year that Kansas City starts to fall off. And there's new come-up teams. And you know who might be one of them, honestly? It won't happen this year. I would not bet against Jim Harbaugh in the long term with the
no, in the long term,
Chargers.
He ain't got it. He can't. Hey,
you don't think he's
it wouldn't
in the
shock me
long
if they made the playoffs this year, but he's got to get some weapons.
Oh yeah, no, in the long term, not now.
Yeah.
They're not.
Right.
They're not ready yet. But in the long term, I think that is a team. That's
it wouldn't shock me
factor.
if they made the playoffs this year as a wild card. It wouldn't shock me at all.
I think the biggest wild cards in pro football this year are going to be potentially the Chargers. I think for sure the Jets, and I don't know what to think about the AFC North. I don't know what to think about the Bengals. I don't think a Deshaun-led team is going to do anything. The Steelers, I just can't see it with the Steelers. I don't think there's enough there on offense with the Steelers. And, Lamar Jackson in Baltimore is Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. They're always near the top, so it's hard not to default to them in the division, even if you want to be clever and say the Bengals, the Bengals are up and down. The Ravens are always there.
Did you see Will Levis's Parfum de Mayonnaise?
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. What is he doing? Honestly. What are we doing, Will?
Hellman's paid him. That's what we're doing.
What are we doing, Will?
That's what we're doing. We're getting paid. That's what we're doing. So, and you know what? I'm all about it. It's all good. 713-780-3776 to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, let's talk a little tequila.
Let's talk about tequila. Let's talk about Maestro Dobel. This is my tequila of choice, and it's very, very simple. It's my tequila of choice because I know that they are going to have a great sip. Every single time out, I'm going to get a sip that is absolutely delicious. And you should too. You should have Maestro Dobel in your glass because Maestro Dobel gives you an opportunity to have a bottle on your shelf that is going to be a sophisticated tequila, whether it's, and you look, if you want silver or smoked silver, those are great for margaritas, frozen or on the rocks. But Maestro Dobel gives you a chance to have those sipping tequilas like Cristalino, Reposado, the Añejo. They're sitting there. If you want to go big time, their Cristalino, what's it called? Their Añejo Extra Cristalino, which comes in a very specific bottle, is a baller tequila. It's going to be a little more expensive, but I promise you, it might end up being, just like for me, the best tequila I've ever tasted. And that includes the big names that you guys may or may not know. If you haven't had this one, this bottle is incredible. You might want to pick up a bottle and say, you know what, we're going to have this for a special occasion. I'm going to do this for a big birthday party I'm have coming up. We're going to do this at our fantasy football draft because we're hitting some kind of landmark. I don't care what it is. For those special occasions, make sure you grab yourself a bottle of that Añejo Extra Cristalino from my good friends over at Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here with us, hang out with us here on the show. The Astros won. That was nice. That is one of the main stories from yesterday. 7 straight games. Kikuchi looked good again. You got today where you go to the mound. I think Blanco's on the mound today.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got a day off, which is very badly needed. Verlander will throw tomorrow.
Verlander's on the mound tomorrow.
Tomorrow for Sugarland, and then he comes back, and he'll get it back into the rotation where you really need him, as you have 18 straight games with no days off.
Woo!
So that is it's the longest stretch of the year. So, and it'll be interesting to see because you come back home and you come back home and you start with the White Sox. So that's awfully nice, right? That'll be nice to start with the White Sox here. You don't have to worry about the streak continuing to go. You don't want to break the streak.
Right.
I forget who did. Who did they lose to? Who did they beat, rather, to end the streak at 21? Whatever. That was a worry that you might have caught the White Sox in a 25-game losing streak, and you would have been the record holder and lost and actually lost to them. But you got the White Sox here, you got the Red Sox here, at Baltimore for 4, at Philadelphia. You want to talk about a road trip? 4 at Baltimore and 4 at Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, you got Boston at home, and then Kansas City, who's been a pain in the ass too. You got Kansas City at home for 4, and then then you end up finally getting a day off. For whatever reason, you play Cincinnati on Monday. And then you have a day off Tuesday in Cincinnati, and then you play Cincinnati Wednesday and Thursday. That doesn't make any sense. I've never seen that before. I've never seen where you start a series, except opening day. That's the only time this happens. But you start a series against the team, then have a day off, and then you play 2 games. That doesn't make any sense at all.
I'll take it for the Astros, though. I'll take any days off you can get at this point because some of our better – well, I mean, Jose Altuve's getting a little bit older. Obviously, it's not an old team, though. I mean, you're young at first, short. You're not young at third base, but Bregman is hot right now. Bregman's in his prime still. You're young in the outfield, so I guess I'll just take a day off for Jose Altuve.
So I've never seen this before. I'm telling you, this is about as odd as it gets. But you can only play so many games in a row. And then you have to have a day off. And I think they've probably figured, and instead of giving you after the you're at home for Kansas City, and instead of giving you the Monday off before Cincinnati, because that's a travel day, that you would have still been traveling as opposed to just having a day off, that they actually gave you a day off on Tuesday. I don't believe I've ever seen a Tuesday off for a baseball team. Mondays and Thursday, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday are your days off.
Mm-hmm.
Tuesday is weird. That's really weird. Unless you, maybe I have seen it. Maybe I've seen it before in that you could have a Friday through Monday series on Labor Day, and then you get the Tuesday off. But
I don't know why they're doing that.
You do not see it. It's a weird. This is a quirk of this schedule this year, and for whatever reason, it intrigues me. And bores everybody else.
That feels accurate.
Yeah, right.
That feels accurate.
Right.
Way to read the room.
I did. Let me ask you a question and see if you agree with this. Dove Kleiman. You know Dove.
Yeah, he's the aggregator. He sold his account. Somebody else has it.
Oh, somebody else has it?
Yeah, he sold his account. People hate that guy.
Oh, well, put out the best athletes by decade in the big 4 sports. See if you agree. In the 2020s, Shohei, Mahomes, Jokic, and Connor McDavid.
So he's just seeing the best players.
The best in each
He says
sport
athletes,
of the
which
decade.
means players.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, are we really already putting Shohei ahead of Aaron Judge?
Well, in the 2020s, we would, yes.
Oh, in the 20s, yeah.
Yes.
Well, would we?
Yeah.
I mean, Aaron Judge has been pretty damn skippy in the 2020s.
Yeah, but so is Shohei. I mean,
Shohei, when he's been healthy, he has been. Let me just remind you about Aaron Judge in the 20s, okay? Let's see here. We've got, well, we're not going to count 20, but let's see, 39 home runs, 98 RBIs. Then we go 62 home runs, 131 RBIs with a 1,111 OPS in 22. In 23, he only played in 106 games, still had 37 home runs, 75 RBIs. Last year, 42 home runs, 107 RBIs. He has won, well, I guess just one MVP during that time. Shohei's been incredible. Has he been better than Judge?
Well, not his offensive numbers. He has 100 RBI season. That was 2021. He had 95, 95, and 86 last year in 117 games, that's pretty good in 117 games.
It's been good.
86.
It's been,
yeah.
I mean, it's been good.
Okay, now,
well, actually, he's won 2 MVPs, where Aaron Judge has won 1 during that time.
And what about the pitching too?
Yeah, I mean, when he's been able to pitch, he's been good.
Well, for the most part, throughout the 20s, he has been able to pitch.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's good. He's pitched better than Aaron Judge has.
Well, he was Babe Ruth, remember? Remember everybody was putting Babe Ruth on him?
Aaron has not pitched as well at all with the Yankees.
No. So he was 9-2, 15-9, and 10-5 from 21 to 23.
Yeah, it's got to be Shohei just because.
It's Shohei.
I mean, his home run numbers, they're still good. They're not 62. But, I mean, Shohei's numbers are still 46, 34, 44, 37. I mean, and that's 37 this year. Those are still big, big numbers. And he's won MVPs twice.
Yeah. The 2010s.
How about the MVPs? Think about this, John. Trout, 3. 2 for Shohei Ohtani. The Angels have won 5 MVPs dating back to like 14, and they have been nothing in the playoffs.
Zero.
Zero. A zero in the playoffs with 5 MVP awards there. Right. Just how piss poor is that team run?
Piss poor. Trout, Brady, LeBron, and Alex Ovechkin in the 2010s. I don't think you can argue. That's hard to argue.
Yeah.
2000s, Alex Rodriguez, Peyton Manning, Dirk Nowitzki, and Nicholas Lindstrom. That is arguable. Mm-hmm. Was Peyton Manning the best player of the 2000s? Better than Brady?
Yeah.
Brady started his run in 2001.
Not really. I mean, it was a drop off. At 2001, he wasn't even a great player. That was a Tuck Rule season. That was Vinatieri. That was not a great year for him.
And
Peyton
Dirk was the best player of the 2000s?
Maybe. I mean, if you want to put him over Kobe, I guess. And LeBron had a good run, and Tim Duncan had a good run. There's a few, but I mean, yeah, it was probably him. But I would say no. Remember, Tom Brady was behind Peyton Manning for much of his career, and then it went back and forth, and then it became Brady all the way. And Brady overtook him, and that's all it was. But man, Peyton Manning was putting up some numbers now for quite a while in the 2000s, more so than Tom Brady. Tom Brady his numbers didn't even pop up until Randy Moss got there, which was 07 with the 08 Super Bowl. So he didn't even start to post big numbers until then. And Peyton had been posting them.
You could almost say, I don't know, we'll have to look at Barry Bonds' numbers against Alex Rodriguez in the 2000s. But it's certainly, in the 90s, they've got Barry Bonds. They don't have one guy going from dominating 2 decades. They got Magic in the 80s and Michael in the 90s.
Yep.
And Lawrence Taylor.
I would argue you might be able to put LeBron there for 2000s and 2010s.
Yeah, LeBron might have
as close as you can get.
And what about Jordan for the 80s? But I guess Magic would have to be it.
I guess, Magic won a lot more. Yeah. Jordan didn't win anything in the 80s.
He didn't win anything in the 80s, but we're still talking about the best player.
You know, we think about, do you know that it took Jordan, 5 years to get through the first round of the playoffs, I believe it was? Not until they I heard Mike Greenberg talking about it, where he was, Jordan, when he beat Cleveland, that was his first time out of the first round. It took 5 years.
And
if somebody took that long now, we would just
a final second shot in Game 5 to do it.
We would bash them if it took that long. And he became the greatest player ever. And it took him a while
Yeah.
to get there.
Yep. Different time.
Well, different team building, and it took you a little bit longer to build teams up a lot of times.
Yep. And especially when Michael was trying to build them because he sucked at it. He wanted Walter Davis.
Yeah, but he had already been around by that time.
Right. All right. Got to talk about Chastain right now. That Tuesday off does follow Labor Day. That's Labor Day weekend. It's the second. That's right. That they're playing on Labor Day, which is smart, and then they're going to get the day off on the day after Labor Day. I got you. Okay, so maybe that makes a little bit more sense. That does make more sense. I forgot that's Labor Day. Hey, I want to talk right now about Chastain Ford, and I want to talk about the 2024 Ford Bronco Sport, just $299 a month. People, $299 a month on a 36-month lease. This is a great starter car. This is a great so you want and it's sporty, it's great. You want to get into something I don't know that it gets more affordable in a brand new car world. 36-month lease on a $299 a month. You cannot find. I'm telling you, that is fantastic. But that's not the only deal that they got going on right now. Chastain Ford, they got the Explorer and the F-150 Lightning, 0% APR, nothing down. Then you skip the payments for 90 days. Plus, on those, you're going to enjoy complimentary maintenance with Ford Pass Rewards. It's crazy. $4,500 summer cash on the F-150 XLT and the Expedition at Chastain Ford. It's crazy what they're doing. This is summertime. Summertime means savings, and Chastain Ford is going to pass those along to you. No add-ons, no markups, and the best service you're going to possibly get. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck. I got one place for you to go, and that's it. ChastainFord.com on Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang with us here. 713-780-3776.
We got some callers if you want to jump in.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's get some calls in here.
All right, Abigail, I'm going to let you
Somebody made a point, though, before we get to them, that we've dominated here for decades, multiple decades.
Yeah.
Which is how you get into the into the hall.
Probably 3-decade domination. That's right.
Yeah, 3
You know, we
decades
haven't
dominating.
been there that long in the
Yeah,
90s.
sports
but
talk.
still.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
That's a
that.
good point. We are the. Are you okay saying you're the LeBron of radio?
No,
Okay.
Michael.
Okay.
Okay.
Just making sure.
Michael.
All right, 713-780-3776. Let's jump in. Anything that's on your mind, jump in with. I do have I do want to mention here that number 4, Texas suffered its second season-ending injury at running back Monday when true freshman Christian Clark tore an Achilles in practice. That was 6 days after announcing that C.J. Baxter, who was last year's starter, will undergo season-ending surgery. So Reuben Owens from A&M is out for the year at Texas A&M, one of their top running backs. 2 of Texas running backs are gone for the year due to injury. Man, this is a rough run for the state of Texas at running back.
Don't we have Mike
so far.
Elko today, like 50 minutes ago? Wasn't he supposed to be on?
No, it's tomorrow, I think.
I thought
Nope,
he said
it's
Wednesday.
next week, Dell says.
Oh, next week, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not even.
All right.
It's August 28th.
Okay, yeah.
Well, something like that.
Yeah, you'll be gone.
Who'll be gone? What do you mean?
Dell will. 713-780-3776. He'll be on vacation. Who is this, Joe? I didn't see. No, it's Dre, isn't it?
It's D.
Oh, it's D. What's up, D?
Hey, what's up? Hey, I just had a quick rebuttal about the eras conversation y'all were having. Y'all said LeBron should be in there for the 2000s. Kobe won 3 championships and 8 times first team All-NBA in that span. So.
That's
Yeah,
the
I
2000s. That was Dirk. Dirk was in there, not LeBron. Oh yeah, we said maybe LeBron should be in there.
Well, I did mention Kobe at the
yeah,
beginning.
you did.
Because
you said Kobe, right?
I know Kobe. That was his prime.
Yeah, Kobe. Yeah, I mean it should have been. It should have been Kobe.
You
It
think
should have
so?
been. As opposed to Dirk, yeah.
I mean, he was MVP once during that time frame. He was MVP once, but he was in the top 3
How many titles did they win?
2, 3, 4, 5 times. 5 times he was in the top 3. That's pretty damn good. Titles, did they win 3? Did he win 3 during that time inside that time frame?
Yeah, he won or more because he had Powell and he had Shaq. How many did he win? All 5? In the 2000s?
5-time NBA champ. So, he's a 5-time NBA champ. That's more than Dirk.
Right. No, Dirk has won. And when did he win them?
Well, he won it against the Miami Super
No,
Team.
what years?
Well, he won it. I got to check and see, but Dirk was MVP. You know what? It's actually not even. If you just use MVP, no. Dirk won MVP once.
Right.
He was top 3 times.
Kobe won in 2000, 2001, 2002, 2009, and 2010. I don't think it's arguable. It was
No, it's
Kobe.
really not arguable.
I mean,
It's not even arguable. Like, that's
Yeah.
clearly Kobe.
yeah. I mean, that's
I wonder if that was a troll post, because this is clearly Kobe.
yeah. Thanks for slinging it, D. Let's get who's in there. Who's next?
Nobody, thankfully,
Oh, okay.
after you said that. But I do have some other topics I want to get to. J.J. McCarthy is going to undergo knee surgery for a tear in his meniscus. That's one of those things that doesn't take a super long time to come back from.
Oh, whoa.
No,
What's
he's a
up?
Viking.
Oh. Well, it's the Vikings,
Oh,
so
that's
that's
a
the
Viking
original.
thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that
the
is a
original,
Viking.
and it's an update.
Yeah. But
Wasn't
what if he was a Colt, Del?
Okay, this is
What
also.
if he was on the Colts? Then what?
Well, we'll
I
find
mean,
out.
It's supposed to be impromptu.
Yeah.
You can't be leading me into
We'll
that.
find out. But I've got another Minnesota note. Ex-Houston Rocket Royce White won
Yep.
the GOP Senate primary in Minnesota. You may remember Royce, bit of a baby, and I say that not
how's he-
because he
How's
had.
he going to get to Washington from there?
Yeah,
He's
no, he
gonna
can't
drive.
fly. Royce, when I found out how big of a pain in the ass Royce was behind the scenes in Houston, I was like, I loved him at Iowa State. I loved
Yeah.
Royce White. I was excited about the draft pick. And then this is when Royce White, there was no real issues with him at Iowa State, and he was afraid to fly and all that. Okay, I get it. I mean, you could take some Xanax, but you have your own issues. That's fine. I get it. So the Rockets were accommodating. They were trying to, okay, we'll do this and that. He's like, nah, I don't want to do that. And it became obvious. I think Royce was just trying to operate the sleeping bag where he gets to collect paychecks and not have to do anything. Royce, I fully recognize his mental health and all that stuff. That's fine. But the Rockets accommodated, and he still wouldn't do what he needed to do. And then all of a sudden he got to some other teams and he didn't have the same issues. And then he tried to be an MMA, got beat in his first fight. Then he got beat and then he said, oh, let me see about politics then. So then he tried politics, got beat in 2022, but he did win this time, but he's going to get blown out by Amy Klobuchar in Minnesota when he goes up against a Democrat. But Royce White, the chameleon, you never know what he's going to be or who he's going to be, is in politics now, which I already knew that, but he won yesterday. So
I never realized Minnesota was that Democrat. Holy crap. Mike Walls, the stuff that he got through there in Minnesota.
Mike Walls.
Yeah. The
Tim.
presidential, or Tim Walls.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was
Tim
like,
Walls,
who?
Tim Walls, the vice presidential candidate.
Right.
Holy crap. His policies. I never realized Minnesota was that Democrat.
What did he get through?
Abortion right up until birth, he got through. It's amazing some of the stuff the legislation that he had. But what? Dell's standing up and he's pissed off. What, Dell?
Abortion up till birth.
Up till birth.
Do you think that's
Yes. You want to take a look at it?
8 months he got that
Yes.
through?
Yes. Do you want to take a look at it? Go.
Sure.
Go.
Are there circumstances, or is it a healthy baby 8 months? You can go.
You go. Whatever you feel like. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You want to see his abortion stance?
You've brought
don't send
certain
a-
facts to the show
don't
before
send an
that have been
X post.
quickly debunked.
Huh?
You have said certain things, not just about this, but other things. And hey, did butt crack sports get John again? Is there butt crack politics that got John this time?
every post is butt crack politics and Twitter. You didn't know? You can send anything out you want to. I'm looking through this just to see if John is right. So this is not what the sports talk show should be, but I'm just going to look through this to settle this between the two of you. Because
Okay.
John said you got butt crack politicked.
I don't have butt crack politics. But we'll do it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, it's underdog time.
It's underdog fantasy time, and football's back. I can't believe this. We got football season right around the corner. Right now is a great time for you to get involved with your best ball fantasy football, where you draft your team for the entire year, and then whoever has the highest score for you at that position is who your starter is. It's a chance to win big money at the end of the year. You're following your team the entire year. Oh, maybe you love, daily fantasy. You can set that up for your fantasy, for a Sunday game, the early games on Sunday, the late games on Sunday. There's a separate draft for that. Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football. There's one for all of Sunday, the afternoon and the early afternoon and the late afternoon games. Those are all available. But what has a lot of people talking is the Pick'em Challenge. Did you know that on the Pick'em Challenge, and this is the first time they're doing this, and by the way, you need to use the deposit. When you deposit, you need to use the promo code Lance, because they're going to give you a heavily discounted pick that allows you basically a gimme first pick on your high and low. You have to pick between 2 and 5 players. You're going to make your first deposit. You're going to put in Lance. They're going to give you a deposit offer and a gimme first pick. So you get started with basically a win right off the bat, and you have to pick between 2 and 5 players. But did you know this year they're going 325 times your money? They're allowing you to go up to 325 times your money is what you could win just by picking higher or lower on your favorite stats available for all of the players. It's truly incredible. Do your homework, because you can win real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't want to get into the politics of it, but let's just say that Minnesota has by far, or Minnesota has far-reaching abortion laws that are not even close to other states. So I don't want to get into the politics of it, but I do want to get into our Houston Texans. Our Texans this week. What do we see? How much do we see CJ this week? A little bit more?
Ooh.
Second to last game.
How much did he end up playing? He was out before the first quarter was over, wasn't he?
He only
No.
played two series.
Yeah, he was. I think we'll see him a full quarter. I don't think we're going over that. I don't think we're going. Maybe we get into the second quarter, but
And then
is
not
it
at all.
necessary? No, he won't play in the fourth one.
In the fourth game, not at all against the Rams. But you will see him. I think you're going to see him the first quarter. I think at least you see him for a quarter at least. I don't know if you break and then come back for a second quarter. I mean, sometimes in the third game they used to go halftime and they wanted the quarterback to go through halftime and then come back out and get that experience before. But we're coming down to the wire here. We only got two preseason games left. And listen, how many guys did in former Texans cuts after training camp? Very few guys made other football teams. There are going to be guys. There are going to be a few players, more than a few players, that make rosters on other NFL teams that are cut by the Texans.
Yeah, for sure. When you look at some of the players that you have, I mean, the most likely, and some of them may, some of them may not be. They'll be at the back of the roster, but still, that wasn't happening. I think some of those guys could potentially be, Woods, Mechie, Skowronek, Hutchinson. If there are any of those guys gone, I think all of them will have a chance of getting picked up. Every single one of those guys. Off the offensive line, I don't think there's no one who's going to be cut that would be picked up. I don't think. Unless Charlie Heck for some reason.
Yeah, what about a Charlie Heck?
Charlie Heck would be. I think Charlie Heck would be picked up. Blake Fisher, if they're comfortable with Blake Fisher at the as a swing tackle. I think from a defensive standpoint, absolutely, you could see Kurt Heinisch or McTelvin Agim could be picked up. Tim Settle, if he were to get cut, I don't think he's going to get cut. But if he did, for sure he would get picked up.
He hasn't been around.
For sure he would get picked up. I don't think any of the linebackers would get picked up. Maybe Jacob Phillips, Jamal Hill. I think the Texans would.
Well,
you'd rather if you were going to cut him and try to sneak him through the practice squad, you'd rather just IR
if Jake Hansen doesn't make the team, or if
Jake. But I'm assuming both Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen make the team. I can't see a scenario where they don't make the team. I mean, absolutely. Either one of those guys get picked up, but I don't see them not making the team. Honestly, maybe a C.J. Henderson would get picked up. Maybe Miles Bryant if he didn't make it.
Mike Ford would probably get picked up. Yeah, I mean, those are Ford and Bryant have special teams qualities. I kind of like Mike Ford. At safety, MJ Stewart could if he didn't make this team. Eric Murray probably would if he didn't make the team. Lonnie Johnson probably out of football. Just my personal opinion. Eric Murray would get picked up. No, those are all guys who would get picked up. And I think that's that's mostly on the defensive side. Running back, if they cut Damian Pierce, he would get picked up by somebody. Agumbawale would, Cam Akers would. So yes, you're right. There are going to be. I would pick up Tegan Katoriano. Brevin Jordan or Tegan Katoriano. If Jordan will make the team, they're going to keep 3 tight ends. But Dalton Keene and Tegan Katoriano both could get a look from a team. So yeah, the Texans have a big boy roster now. It's not. We're getting close to being as. I think the Texans are pretty close to being as good as you need to be to compete for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I don't see. I mean, every team could get better at a position. But in terms of just the fundamental build-out of a roster and depth and things like that, their special teams unit, something that's not often discussed. Tommy Townsend and Fairbairn are both – this is a plus special teams unit. You have some special teams cover guys
on this team as well. I think the big advantage could be if you find yourself a really good return man on kickoffs, because that's kind of the X factor we really don't know a lot about now. Can they create run lanes? In preseason, we have not seen it be an issue. It's just not enough time to, I think, there's not enough time down the field where you can manipulate kick return lanes and things like that. So I'm not sure that's going to be a big factor as big kick returns, but that's even better, because if you can get an advantage of 5 to 6 yards more on kick returns, then that's an even bigger advantage than before if everyone else is average. So punt returns, kick returns. I already like our punt team, our field goal team, obviously. So that's, you got a chance to win in 3 phases now. Defensively, I would have said it was hit or miss last year, but you throw Danielle Hunter out there, you throw a middle linebacker like we have in Shire. This is and then a second year for Will Anderson. I mean, you're competing with the very best teams in the AFC, and it's because of the roster build. Yeah, it's because of quarterback, and I get all that, but really the job that Nick and D'Amico and those guys have done at building out the roster, it's legit. It's legit. And the best way you can tell that is exactly what you mentioned, John. Do people care when you make cuts?
Yep.
Because they never did for years.
So I'm just scrolling through Twitter, and I came upon this guy named Max Toscano, and he says, I watched every snap taken by every single tight end in the NFL from 2023. And he said this is who I feel, this is the list, and here's how I rank them. The number 1 tight end, Kittle. He's the most explosive tight end, blocker, nobody better, blah, blah, blah. He says Kelsey. He says, I was a little bit surprised that Kelsey still has a fastball as a blocker. He's incredibly soft. This makes him less valuable, but he's still better than 90% of the wide receivers out there. Number 3, he's got Njoku. I thought Njoku was great last year. Njoku was a monster last year. He finally came into his own. And with Deshaun, Njoku's sneaky. He's going to be a sneaky pick in fantasy. Dallas Goedert he's got next. Hawkinson next. He's got Dalton Schultz 6th as the 6th best tight end.
No, that's good.
Probably the most underrated member on the list. Schultz is weakness-free, can play everywhere while being much more flashy in the pass game than he is given credit for. I was surprised to see how good he is on the outside. Shocked by his juice as a mover. We all know that he's smooth and plays the role of chain, moving safety blanket well, both in tight end and in the slot. He has the ability to stop and start, can snap off routes, change direction well, move with a lot of pace. Schultz being a credible threat outside allows Houston to create mismatches in the slot. I think he's pretty dead on this. Dalton Schultz is a we keep on talking about the big 3 and the wide receivers. I think you talk of Schultz and Joe Mixon out of the backfield. I mean, I think that's really highly undervalued. What we've been talking about.
I think it's just a level of consistency from Mixon too. I'm not sure Mixon is going to look that much better, honestly, than Singletary did on any single runs. I thought Devin did a great job of creating for himself. But there's something about the consistency of having one guy who can go 20 carries, who can get 4 catches out of the backfield. Like, I'm not sure Mixon has all this juice and is going to impress everyone based on what people in Cincinnati have said about him. But I do know that the consistency of the running game should be better. And Dalton Schultz, remember, John, we kind of thought Dalton would be gone. That is a really under-the-radar re-signing for the Houston Texans. Because he was a huge part of what CJ liked to do.
And, it'll be interesting to see, how much you can get Cade Stover on the field. But I think Stover, and I think D'Amico, the way he talks about him, and when you're out there and you're a rookie and he talks about your consistency day in, he's been one of the most consistent players day in, day out. Coaches love that. Love that. And he's going to have to get on the field some. I think this is this spells disaster for both Catoriano and for Brevin Jordan. Although Brevin Jordan has had some nice catches here. Brevin Jordan, let's not forget, CJ looked to him a few times for as little as he played. Brevin Jordan made some contributions. That's a big dude, and we saw some speed out of Brevin Jordan. Remember that run up the sideline?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It was like, whoa.
Yeah.
That's Brevin Jordan running like that? Holy crap.
How do you see one of the things? So I had a interview with I did a radio show the other day with like Cannell and Dusty Dvorak, and they were talking about CJ. And Cannell kind of has some reservations basically about everyone's talking about the Texans, everyone's talking about CJ Stroud. Is it too much hype right now? Is there too many people on the train? Kind of if everyone goes one way, then you feel like you need to go the other. And I said, no, it's, CJ's the real deal. And I said, I get it. CJ's the real deal. D'Amico Ryan's the real deal. But I did mention this, though, John. It's easy when things aren't expected of you. It's easier when you are in the middle of a year because expectations don't, ultimately change early in the year. I am curious to see what CJ does, what D'Amico does, how this team responds when they're the hunted, not the hunter, they're the hunted, and they go through some adversity. And this year, with the schedule being the way it is, you do have opportunities for adversity. And adversity, there's no real adversity when you're coming off of, when you were in the middle of last year. I mean, it was whatever you did was whatever you did. This year, you're the favorite to win the division. You're the hot team in the AFC. CJ Stroud's being talked about for MVP. What happens if this team goes through a 5-game funk where they're 1-4? Like, how does D'Amico respond? How does the team respond? How does CJ Stroud respond? I think that's going to be very telling because we can talk about when the Patriots have had issues and they came back and won. I can go through the Chiefs, and the Chiefs had their issues and they still ended up winning Super Bowls. They were still, they weathered the difficult times. I think that's a really good test for the Houston Texans. I would say the Ravens have gone through that. It's a really good test for the Houston Texans to go through some true adversity where they're favored. They're favored to win. They're one of the best teams in the AFC, and see how they come out of it. Do they start arguing? Is there yapping on the field? Does D'Amico start getting snippy? Do we start seeing things from the Texans that we haven't seen before? You don't really know until you go through it.
Well, they started the season with 2 losses and then didn't have a 2-game losing streak again. They won 2, lost 1, won 1, lost 1, won 3, lost 1, won 1, lost 1, won 1, lost 1, won 2. So, they didn't really have that. They started the season, they didn't look great at Baltimore. And, this is what it is. And then the Colts came. This is same old. And then it wasn't the same old anymore. And they didn't have that adversity that you're talking about right now. Of course, they didn't play the schedule that they have this year. So it will be interesting to see how they react if, in fact, they do have a rough stretch over a month period of time. You're right. Whether or not, how they if they stay together or if there is some, there's some guys in the locker room now that we'll see if they don't.
Yeah. How do you handle adversity? I mean, that's ultimately, everything can't be great all the time. How do you handle adversity? Well, and the Astros, we can look at the Astros. The Rockets didn't always handle adversity well over the years with James there, with Darryl there. They didn't always handle adversity well. I mean, they came out winning games, but adversity sometimes would strike them, and James would, they'd have issues in the middle of the season. Some of it was unreported. The Astros have handled their adversity well. They've handled adversity this year. They're not fazed by adversity. I think it gets right into the locker room. It's always been about having guys like, Carlos and Bregman and Altuve and Verlander and, Dusty and A.J. Hinch and now Espada. The one thing you can point to with the Astros is they're built with a core of good dudes, of solid, of people who have high baseball character and a love of each other and, a communion of brotherhood. So they've never really gotten down too bad, even when things have gotten tough for them. We forget that things, in the length of a baseball season, you go through adversity, and it's never bothered them. I get a little nervous. I get a little nervous with with obviously Stephon Diggs. How will Tank Dell deal with what happens if Tank Dell's not a major factor? I think he will be, but how does Tank deal with that in year two when he's got all this shine and all this excitement? Can you keep all three of the wide receivers happy? I don't know if I can think of any other issues where you'd have people, locker room issues. But does CJ end up getting into it with guys on the field? I mean, these are things to keep an eye on. I don't think it's going to happen, but you don't know who a team is. You don't know how mentally tough they are until they go through tough times.
Okay, we got to break it. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. I'm talking about HR&P right now. I'm talking about a locally owned and operated company. I'm talking about a guy who's a Coug, Mike Holly. You got Chris Fisher, who's an ag. It doesn't matter what college you went to, though. It's just the HR&P is here for any. Doesn't matter what race, religion, creed, college, high school, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. They're going to help your business. That's the bottom line. You want your business to be run as efficiently as possible. Do you want to get your payroll to your people at a better price? Do you want to get it technologically perfect every time? It doesn't matter how many states you're in, how many branches you have. It doesn't matter what your pay scale is, be it your hourly or salary or commission or whatever, because they'll do a perfect job every time. Their technology is second to none. It's proprietary technology that people are trying to get a hold of, and Mike Holly is saying, "Nope, I'm holding on to this, and we're gonna continue to serve our customers the way that in a perfect way." And that's what they do with us, and that's what they'll do with you. Saving money on your because listen, you're in business. The bottom line is how much money are you making, and you know what? How much money are you spending on payroll that's going to the bottom line, and HR, and how are you doing your taxes? Are they perfect? Is your taxes as easy as ours are? Because it's really easy when you're with HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525, or HRP.net. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Dell, get in on this. I know Abigail's on the board.
She is, but I'm here.
College Football Alerts puts out its list of best quarterbacks in the country. They got Shador number 1. They got Jackson Dart number 2. Jackson Dart is really good. I don't think he's a pro quarterback. He's too small. But Jackson Dart is really good. He might be one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the country. Carson Beck, Jalen Milroe, Quinn Ewers. What issues do you have with that list?
It's not a outlandish one. Nothing really jumps out. I'm not sure Shador Sanders should be the undisputed number 1 quarterback in the country. I know what a lot of that has to do with, and you put that list out there, you put him out there for attention. He's a good quarterback. I'm not sure what he did last year stakes him to that claim.
No, it's going to be tricky with him because he's got some really good traits. Like, I think he's got a chance to get drafted high, but it really, he may not realize this, and his dad may not, and it's going to cause people on Twitter to have fights and arguments and challenges of racism and all kinds of dumb stuff. But what he does, how he very much feels like a me and not a we guy. And the last thing that teams want out of a face of the franchise to have someone who's not on board with the team. And I think it hurts him. I think what the way that he conducts himself, the way Dion treats him, I think in general, NFL evaluators are going to have a real hard time with believing that he is somebody who can rally guys. And don't tell me that his teammates like him and all this stuff. It doesn't. I mean, he he blasted his whole offensive line on a live stream and made them look bad. It's the exact opposite. Quarterbacks are supposed to handle anything they have. They handle it behind the scenes, and you protect your players. You make them look good.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to have that, but he does have talent. Now he has a lot of talent. So, and I think Milroe's not really going to be a big time. I could be wrong. When I look at the tape, I'll find out. I'm not really a big believer in Milroe, the NFL.
If you
NFL
believe
talent.
in Anthony Richardson, then you should believe in Milroe.
I didn't. I had Anthony Richardson as a second-round pick based on traits.
Wow, your boy.
Well, I mean, it's just true. I mean,
Took him
and
fourth
I had
overall.
I had a low second-round grade on him and Will Levis.
Wow.
And I just don't think that
so who's
level
the best?
of inaccuracy.
Who's the number 1 pick in this?
Well, easy. Carson Beck.
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck will be the number 1 pick, but Carson Beck won't be the number 1 college quarterback because I don't think his stats are going to look like that. The guy you need to watch for is going to be Will Howard out of Ohio State. And then who went to Oregon? Who's Oregon's quarterback now?
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel is a weak-armed quarterback. He's not, like, to me, he's not an NFL, but he is going to rack up the yardage.
Yeah, but
Will
he's
Howard,
second or
Dylan
third
Gabriel
round.
are 2 guys that you need to be keeping an eye on. Will Howard in that, like, I looked at his Heisman odds, and I was thinking, man, this is the action right here is a Will Howard because
I like
Ohio
Will
State offense quarterbacks just crank it up, and he's got really good wide receivers too.
Yeah. No, Will Howard is – I love that pickup by Ohio State. I think they're going to – I think he's got a chance to – well, they'll certainly be in the playoff. He's got a chance to win it all with that.
Oh,
with that
I love them. I think they're going to be hard
Will
to
Howard
beat.
is just solid. He's just solid.
Yeah, he's good college quarterback.
Yes.
Good college quarterback. I think, Quinn Ewers, as much as I have some questions about his pro potential, Quinn Ewers also has a chance to have a really big offensive year from a stat standpoint. I'm looking at
he's got arm talent.
Yeah, he does. Cam Ward is plus 1,500. Will Howard is plus 1,600. How about former Aggie Connor Weigman is 1,600. He's in the top 10. Connor Weigman is.
He's considered – okay, so Dylan Gabriel was 6, Cam Ward, Salter Fafita. They have Drew Allard is the 10th best quarterback in the country.
Good luck.
This is where I have a problem.
He's better get a whole lot better than last year. Your boy Jalen Daniels is plus 2,700.
Well, he's 11th here, and then Will Howard, and then Riley Leonard. I think we forget a little bit about Riley Leonard.
Wait, where do you see Drew Allard? Here, what I'm looking at is plus 3,000. He's like 15th on the list.
Yeah, I trust that more than I trust this list now. Riley Leonard, who's at Notre Dame. Riley Leonard's going to make some noise at Notre Dame.
Yes.
Connor Wegman is 16th on this list. Cam Rising is 19th. And what does Mapes feel about that?
Do you want me to tell you who I think is the best long shot on the board at about 35-1? Miller Moss out of ESPN. Yeah. He's going to be a Riley. Okay, so he is a Lincoln Riley quarterback. Last year in the regular season, he had 7 touch. Well, I don't know if it was regular season. I have to look at the see if that included the postseason. But he had 6. Yeah, it included postseasons. Against Louisville last year, he threw for 372 yards with 6 touchdowns and an interception. He's in Lincoln Riley's offense. Miller Moss from USC is the guy that I would keep an eye on. Is a long shot potential Heisman Trophy winner. That's one of the guys. This is so. Aaron, I was on my Joe Moore Award at the offensive line award that we give out to the best offensive line in college football. We had our big meeting yesterday. This is like the 3rd time I've heard this comment. I heard it on ESPN radio, and I thought, okay, this is just the hype that they want to do to promote the college football season. I had 2 other college football analysts on the call yesterday who are part of the Joe Moore Awards who both said they think this is going to be one of the most exciting college football seasons in recent memory. This is now like the 3rd or 4th time I've heard different people say this. Is this – I mean, I hadn't really thought of it that way. I think every college football season is exciting. I get excited about every year college football starts. Is this what we're looking at? I mean, you got Texas going to the SEC. You've got Milroe and Alabama's back. There's no Nick Saban this year, so I think that's an interesting storyline. And I guess you have all the movement from the Pac, some of the movement from the Pac-12 over to the Big Ten. Maybe that's what we're talking about as part of it, but part of the excitement. Do you see that? Do you guys see this as one of the most exciting, most anticipated college football seasons in years? Does that make sense to you guys? I'm always excited about it. So I don't. What's different?
The playoff. I think it adds. Yeah. I think it adds a ton of excitement because there's a lot of teams that would have been out of it in week 6 and 7 that with 2 losses and then they're still in it. And now you're still fighting and you still got something to play for as opposed to 2 losses before and your season's over and everybody and your fan base is pissed and it's just, now we're just playing out the season. Now, USC and UCLA could be a big game because one of them is a Big Ten schedule and has 2 losses and they got a possibility of getting in. I think there's going to be a lot of arguments about that. The 9th, 10th, 11th teams, 12 teams in the tournament. I think it's going to be a lot more interesting this year. That whole thought that it waters down the more playoff teams waters down the regular season. It's the exact opposite. It actually makes the regular season a lot more interesting. It makes it a lot more. There's a lot more to play for in the regular season, as opposed to you lose a couple of games and you're done. It used to be with 2 teams, you lose 1 game and you're done. Now you can lose a couple games and you're still in it, and so your games at the end of the season mean something. You're going to see in the late November. There's going to be a lot more games that we have a lot more interest in because they play a role in the playoff. That's how it's going to come. Del, what do we know about? Here's a guy that, and we don't see this out of freshmen too much. Nico Iamaleava.
Well, he's a redshirt freshman, but I get what you're saying. He was on Tennessee's roster last year, 5-star recruit. Didn't play mostly because Joe Milton was there. He's talented, man. It took a lot to get him there, and normally we could joke about what that means, but it's pretty clear. NIL. There's a lot of NIL money went into getting Nico on that Tennessee roster. Everybody wanted him. He's supposed to be the next one. Now, does that show up in his first year full-time starting? I don't know, but Tennessee looks like they have a good one. One of those guys who, at this point, they may only get 2 years out of him because he's been around the program for a year, waiting. He should be. The projection is 3 and out for him.
Well, we've seen redshirt freshmen play really, really well. So
yeah, I'm not ruling it out. I'm just saying we don't know what he is other than the projections. And he's in a system that should be quarterback friendly. They stretch the field horizontally with even their formation. So a lot of RPO, some glance routes. He should fit there. He can move a little bit. He's not super athletic, but he's not a statue there either.
No, that's somebody, Lance, that you might, because if Tennessee makes noise, if Tennessee is a playoff team,
yeah,
he's going to get a lot of love.
Yeah, and it's a good team. I mean, they're well coached. I like what Heupel does. I like what he does offensively.
And he was, I believe, the Citrus Bowl MVP. So when he got the start, he showed out in that start in the bowl game.
Riley Leonard really is a good name, though, because he was there was a lot of attention given to him last year, and then he was injured. But he is a good quarterback. He's got some run. He's got some pass. And now that he's at Notre Dame, he's going to have all the hype. So let's break it right here. When we come back, we got two calls we got to get to. Our boy Anthony from New York and Chris wants to talk Houston Texans. So we will get to the callers. If you guys want to jump in, we'll make it an all-caller segment, 713-780-3776.
Okay. Do you need a roof? Did you have any damage? If you did, if you haven't been able to get anybody out there, or somebody came out there, if they knocked on your door and you're not sure about it, listen, Brinkman quality is the way to go. Brinkman has been around for 50 years. Jason has got it now, and you want to talk about a guy who is knowledgeable, went in and talked to him about roofing. I mean, nobody knows more about roofing. Tile, slate, metal, flat. Do you want to repair, maintain? Do you want solar shingles? Because guess what? That's the future. It's not solar panels. It's solar shingles, and those look so much better. And by the way, they're going to say your roof pays for itself. So if you're replacing a roof, definitely look into solar shingles. It costs a little bit more, but it pays for itself over the long haul with the electricity. There is no question, though, that when you're talking about your roof, protecting your home, do it with someone who's reputable, been around forever, will be around forever, and is going to stand up and make sure, and they're going to back their work. 281-480-7663, 281-480-7663, or Brinkman, Brinkmann, 2 N's at the end, brinkmanquality.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get it, but you better get in quickly. All right, Abigail, what did we miss so far? What did we miss today?
I should get headphones
I'm explaining
on. Just a
to
second.
her what you're talking about. John is asking you, is there any story that they didn't get to that they should have?
I'm not completely sure what you're.
Abigail, you listen to the show, right? Or are you like Dell and you don't listen to the show even?
Don't
Right.
kind of listen to the show. He kind of like.
No, he's on his phone. We can see him.
Okay, that's true. That's true. You are on your phone most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time he's on his phone. He doesn't keep
You said you're
care.
boring.
Yeah. So, but you listen to the show because you care and you're an excellent
Yeah, I'm an
producer.
avid listener.
Yes, you're
So
an avid
what-
listener. So,
Did we miss anything of
is there
We
importance?
missed
anything
callers.
that
I
you-
thought we were gonna do a segment on all the callers.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
thank you. This is what a good producer does. Let's get Chris in here. What's up, Chris? He wants to talk Texans.
Hey guys, good morning. Love the show. Hey Lance, yesterday you mentioned that what's our offensive coordinator's name? The guy again?
Bob Slowick?
That he's only going to be around this year. And I was going to ask, how does a head coach like D'Amico coach behind the scenes with the gut feeling that he's going to be leaving, especially with some of the underlings underneath Slowick and underneath D'Amico? Usually, when a guy like that leaves, some people follow him. And then how does a GM, do his GM duties with the gut feeling that that guy's going to leave? I was just kind of wondering. It's like walking around the office, knowing that somebody's going to be leaving after a year. I just didn't know how he would coach, and maybe does he have side conversations with some of the wide receiver coaches and running back coaches that he wants to keep around?
No.
And I was thinking about that after you mentioned that.
Yeah,
I'll give a listen.
it's
Thanks,
funny
guys.
you say that because when you're in the coaching world, it is only about today. It is only about D'Amico's number one focus right now is getting ready for week 1. That's all he's thinking. He's not thinking about week 5. He's not thinking about winning the division. He's thinking about keeping the guys aligned under a certain message and going and having his team ready to play in week 1. There's no thought to Bobby Slowick's replacement right now. None. Not from Nick, not from anybody. You can't until the year is over. You don't even know what's happening.
No, but you could be grooming Gerard Johnson, and that's probably the guy who takes over.
He could. I think Gerard got offered.
Yeah, well, that's why if Bobby leaves, then Gerard Johnson is here, and
Yeah, I think Gerard was offered a job somewhere else, I believe, last year that he turned down. So it could very well be that he is.
He knows
that he
it's-
stays here. So yeah, I mean that's why. But that has nothing to do with D'Amico. D'Amico doesn't know the offense. That's Bobby. He just needs to keep learning under Bobby Slowick, and so they got a guy there that they might be willing to go to. So no need to.
Yeah, and
No need to-
apparently the quarterbacks love Gerard.
You're not going to change how you coach. You're not if you're Nick Caserio, you're probably not going to change how you analyze talent. Although it would, if you went to somebody who ran a different style of offense, you might make some changes. But at this point, you're already set up for a certain type of offense. So you hire somebody who runs this type of offense.
Does the name Nate Rohner ring a bell for you?
It does not.
It should.
Nate Rohner?
Nate Rohner.
Is he a Hall of Famer along with us?
Well, no, but he's a national champion in roofball.
Oh, I saw the video of roofball. Me and Johnny Harris, my brother, when we got bored, we would throw a basketball up there, and basically it's like a rebound drill. They're not doing these things. I can't believe that sport. I was so excited. I thought we did that like growing up. We invented roofball.
Yeah.
And they had a championship.
No,
where you
it's
try
since
to
1999. They got a trophy.
You try to hit, you throw, and you try to hit a like there was something sticking
It's a
out of
pipe.
a roof,
It's
some
a
pipe,
pipe. Yeah,
and then
yeah.
when it comes down, there's just like you don't complete. You have to catch the football as it tumbles down the down.
Well,
somebody made that up and like some dudes got together. They were drinking beer, playing it in a neighborhood. I mean, I could totally.
But
I'm just gonna be honest. I could win roofball.
They got a. Oh, I know.
I could be a champ at roofball. There's no question in my mind. I could go out today, and compete at the highest level of roofball.
I agree with that. No. I agree with that.
I think any of us could.
Well, it depends. If the ball took a funky bounce, I mean, you could miss it. I mean,
No.
there's no.
The only big difference is you got to have some accuracy as a passer.
Oh yeah, you absolutely do. If you're going to hit
Josh
the pipe.
Allen, Anthony Richardson, these guys are not. I don't think they're winning roof ball.
Yeah.
I could probably compete against Lamar Jackson in roof ball.
This is where the show.
No,
really.
this is. I'm being honest.
So
I'm being
I
honest. I would not be able to beat Joe Burrow in roof ball. I don't think I'd be able to beat Tua in roof ball. I do think I could beat Anthony Richardson. Josh Allen would have a hard time against me. Who are some inaccurate quarterbacks? No, Will Levis. I'd ruin Will Levis in some roof ball.
Okay. So a quarter of Britons think they could qualify for the 2028 Olympics. I think that Lance thinks Lance might be British.
Yeah,
a quarter of Britons think they could qualify for the 2028 Olympics.
But not me, because what event would I qualify in? Unless it's roof ball.
And we know he's not British.
Ich bin davon Klon und Unsteinteig. Oh, yeah, you got to play your little German thing that you do.
Sorry, it's not pop that Kikuchi. Sorry, we're not doing that.
We already have a listener who actually fixed it to where it is pop Kikuchi. He's actually tightened it up so we can start playing it.
Great, that's awesome. What could he qualify for? Could you qualify for curling?
Not archery.
In
not
the
curling.
Winter Olympics?
Nah, I'd fall.
What about
ice.
shooting? That's what they think. That they the Turkish shooter Yusuf Diket.
The guy who just looked like he.
Yeah, he just came out the street. He had a polo shirt on and jeans, and he just started shooting and winning a medal.
So breakdancing's out.
Yeah, I don't see you.
I don't see myself competing for any. I don't think I could.
Is there a center
qualify.
position in flag football where you don't have to run routes? You can just snap the ball?
Man,
yeah, but I don't want to do that.
Well, you might be able to qualify, though.
Shooting, if you just started shooting, you might be able to.
I don't think I would.
It takes no athleticism. You could do it.
Nah, I need roof ball or
roof ball Olympics.
I wouldn't do disc golf.
Do you think you could be a goalie in women's lacrosse?
I'm always. Yes, I actually do.
I know you do.
Now that you mentioned that,
yeah,
yes,
but
I think
you
I could.
wouldn't. Yeah, but you wouldn't win. You wouldn't win a medal. You could be the goalie.
I mean, if we got a good offense, if we score a lot,
you'd have to have a really, really.
Hey, there have been some bad defenses that have won championships before. Could I win a medal in women's lacrosse as a goalie? Maybe.
Your reflexes?
You don't know.
No, I do know. Your reflexes. And, oh, by the way, you'd be like, oh,
okay.
Ow!
That hurts. Women's softball. I could play first base women's softball.
No way.
Yeah, I could.
No chance.
I don't want to hit it. Oh, but it's not slow pitch.
No, it isn't slow pitch. That might be a problem for you.
I could slap the ball. I could just choke up and slap it the other way. Yeah.
No chance. You'd be so fearful of that ball. They're closer to you. That wind up, you are freaking out. You're
not freaking out.
You're a coward in the box.
I'm not a coward in the box. I'll hit with an open stance, and all I'm going to do is slap it the other way.
Not a
Bing,
chance.
another base hit.
Not a chance.
Bing, bang, boom.
That's a better question. Could Lance get a hit off an Oklahoma pitcher?
No, zero chance.
Not right-handed, but I could left-handed.
Zero.
Well, you're
chance.
a switch-hitting softballer?
Huh? On everything, I am.
No
chance.
No chance.
No, 100% I would.
No.
Not like one for
Would
one
you even
necessarily.
would you even make contact?
I need to get a look at I have to get used to the speed.
Yeah.
I have to get used to them bearing down on that heater coming from about 30 feet away.
Well, I said, how long would that take?
Yeah, I mean, could I just make contact? Oh, I'll just play pepper. I'll just slap it down the left side.
You're not slapping.
And give me my money.
He's not slapping anything down the left side.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to stop.
You started
this
it. You got
conversation.
Anthony from New York. Can he at least say hi to you?
Yeah, quickly, Anthony. What's going on?
Sorry, guys. I don't want to interrupt this great show, but I found the after shirt that I wore the day that he no-hit the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. And when I come down here in 9 days, I want my Hall of Fame friends to sign it for me.
Done. As soon as we find some Hall of Famers. Okay. I know we're not.
I thought I was talking to two guys.
We're not in yet.
Two guys.
Okay, just not. We've We haven't been inducted yet, but yeah, we will definitely sign it.
There's still time to get kicked out.
We'll see you when you get here.
Listen,
9
you guys
days.
were inducted in the Hall of Fame a long time ago. My
Yeah,
book.
you're right.
Appreciate
you're right
that.
about that, Anthony. Thank you, Anthony.
The Astro train keeps rolling, but I just want to let you know they didn't cover the spread last night, so I'm a little pissed off. Ooh, can I say that?
Yeah. -1.5.
Yeah, every night they lay 1.5.
I know. Yeah. Well, you
Every
can
night.
you can change the odds though. You could go money line and just give odds as opposed to the 1.5.
But
don't-
it doesn't pay as much.
Well, no, it just costs you more if you lose. That's all.
You know, by the way, I got to
Correct.
clean this up, Anthony. I said Connor Weigman, former Aggie quarterback. No, he's their starter this year. He's
Wegman. His name's Wegman.
Well, okay. Who knows more German, me or you? It's Connor Weigman is how it should be. E-I. It's the second vowel, the long vowel. So it should be Connor Weigman, number one. First and
Well,
foremost,
it's Wegman.
let's
but
get that
okay.
straight. And he probably comes from some Czech area. He's from Cypress, Texas. Who was it that left A&M? Who was the quarterback that left
No,
A&M?
he was their quarterback last year.
No, I know, but who am I thinking of? The quarterback
Max Johnson.
No. The other quarterback that left A&M. There was another one that left and went to the
Yeah,
SEC.
he went to Hayes.
Hayes King. That's what I was
Hayes
thinking
King.
of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Connor
he's been gone for
Weigman.
2 years now.
Yeah, but I've been in a funk for about 2 years. I've been a little bit of a haze. So sorry I gave your Aggie quarterback away. Aggies, I'm sorry I gave Connor Weigman, should be Weigman, away. I'm not really sure how they expect him to win a Heisman this year, but that's fine.
He might. You never know. You don't know. You don't know if the Aggies are going to kick ass this year. You don't know.
Why is he considered Why is he considered plus 1,500?
I don't know. He was a big time recruit. It's
Yeah,
a lot has to do with that. He played okay
This is
before he
his
got
third
hurt.
year.
Yes.
I mean, he had 8 touchdowns last year.
He
That's-
got hurt in
Yeah, but he got
6
hurt.
games.
Oh my God.
Jackie says, "Oh, y'all mispronounced it on purpose and pretended to think he left A&M. Man, I fell for it."
No, you just.
I did. I got him confused
all
with
right.
Hayes King. I let you know that I'm
That's
not.
all right. We still had Drew Gilbert on the Astros. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we got Jacob
Time for me to
Melton.
talk about my man Derek over at Houston Safe and Lock. And I talk about this, and listen, it's something that you got to listen to. If you own a business, there's no job that is too big or too small for them, okay? If it's residential and you need to change your locks, you need to do it. And you know what? Then something bad might have happened. Or you just feel like, no, these locks aren't good enough. Okay, go to Houston Safe and Lock because they got the selection. They got the best selection that you're going to find. It's called Houston Safe and Lock, okay? There's nothing that they can't do. But they got the best brand in the market. It's called Medico. And Medico is the best lock you can have for your residents because nobody can make a duplicate key. Okay, so that's kind of a big deal. But if you have a business and you've got lock repair or installation or rekeying or master key or access control system or a smart lock system, they do it all. You need a fob or key card or PIN code, whatever it is that you want to do with your business, talk to the experts about it, and they're going to tell you how to go about it, especially you businesses that have more. If you have a warehouse and you have more than one entrance, and you're not knowing who's coming and going. You got to know who's coming and going. And Houston Safe and Lock and King Safe and Lock are going to get that for you. They're awesome. You will love it, and you'll love what they do for you. Talk to Derek DeSola about this. 713-522-5555, 713-522-5555, or 975safe.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97. Is Abigail, are you on the headsets?
She is.
All right, Abigail, you're on the headsets for News of the Weird?
Yes.
You happy about this?
Yes.
Let's go.
A woman discovered that her boyfriend was cheating after he left receipts laying on the counter. Abigail, you feel like he wanted to get caught?
I feel like he was
to break
asking
this.
for it.
Pardon me?
I feel like he was asking for it.
Yeah, he didn't want to be in a relationship
Yeah.
anymore, right? And
Exactly.
She dumb. I mean, she dumb. A survey says average American needs 60 lazy days a year. How many lazy days? I know how many Dell needs.
Wow.
Dell needs
300.
No, I feel like that's a really accurate number.
You need 60 lazy days a year. Lance, you like that number?
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's a good number.
Abigail?
She does stuff.
I honestly work a lot, so I mean, I don't really need it.
She works like 3 jobs.
I do
works
work
out. She's not the right one to ask.
Yeah, don't ask me. Dell?
Dell says he needs 300.
Let everyone know. I don't know how long Abigail works, but as far as the 3 people who are normally on the show, I work more than the both of you.
Okay.
Just by the hours.
Okay, and then you have lazy days every day after that. Okay,
You work 3.
I work my ass
to be honest,
off.
John works about 2.5. He checks out about 9:30. Lance is about at 3, and I'm at 5.
All right. A survey says Gen Zers would give up sex to own a home.
Don't ask, John.
I don't want to know.
Don't ask, John, because you 100% are going to get us fired.
What? Gen Zers would give up sex to own a home.
Next.
Next question. You're a Gen Zer.
I believe that might be true because home ownership is basically impossible for Gen Z now. The prices of homes are so outlandish relative to what you make now.
Oh, you could still buy a small starter home.
Where?
Yeah,
You
for
can't.
how much?
In Kansas, you could.
Yeah. No, but here's the deal: and you got to be making some money. There's no
Yeah,
question.
In
that's the
Alabama?
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
No,
got
it's
to move to a different state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different
Students,
city, small town.
Students are divided after returning to schools. Kids are returning to schools now with Confederate names restored. I'm looking at Stonewall Jackson High School. How do you feel about going back to Stonewall Jackson High School?
I had a feeling some of those names are going to make a little comeback.
They are. Yeah. And I don't know. I don't know if I'd like going back, especially if I was a young African-American kid. I'm not sure I want to go to Stonewall Jackson. I'm not sure. A car plowed through her Manassas property. She says the driver offered $50,000 not to call the police. Would you call the police if you got the $50,000 from the guy who drove into your property?
So what do you mean drove into my property?
Yeah, what is the damage?
Yeah.
It smashed through her fence all the way through her above-ground pool and into her deck.
Ooh, man.
I feel
Now,
like
I still think you could get. Still think you could make money on that.
Yeah.
oh, wait a minute. You get the $50,000, you let the guy go, and then you go, I got home and look what happened. And the insurance company pays.
Well,
Plus you got the 50.
That's true, but you also have to pay. Well, what is he going to give? Is this person going to give you 50 there? Or you're going to take his word for it. That's the
Well,
problem.
no.
Who's got
I need to
50,000
He's gonna
on
cash
that
up.
person?
I need you to call Harvey Keitel and get over here with the money,
Exactly.
right? Yeah, I'm going to need it now. And then I'll let you go. Otherwise, sorry, I'm not doing it. But you could have made
theory,
both.
yeah, in theory, I would take that as long as my deck wasn't as long as my deck was easier to replace. You make money on that deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
So you
all
can
right,
answer that one. See,
we're done.
You didn't ask the Gen Z house question.
I know.
Abigail, you can answer that question. Yeah,
it's
you're
a
good.
simple question.
Yeah.
You get the 50 large, and you get the insurance, Abigail.
Yeah,
I mean,
perfect.
But Abigail, what if you could get a house if see? That's
I'd
how
take
you
the
do it.
house. I'd take the house.
Me too. I take the house now.
Abigail, are you done? Are you going to come back
What, today or tomorrow? What do you mean?
tomorrow?
I'll be here next Tuesday. I work tomorrow. My other job.
Oh, you have
Yeah.
your other job?
Maybe you
Okay.
didn't hear. Some people work multiple jobs.
Abigail
And then I do
is
Space
a
Cowboys.
working Gen Zer.
And
We
then
hear
she
you.
does-
Y'all are lazy.
You didn't quite
Abigail.
quit. You haven't quite quit anything. John quite quit.
I quit. Oh, I quite quit a long time ago. But Abigail, you're not one of the lazy Gen Zers. We like that.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. I try not to be.
All right. Well, Abigail, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. And and when Dell goes on vacation, we're looking forward to you coming in.
I am too.
All right. That's Abigail right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, we will talk to everybody again tomorrow. But first, you're going to talk about Craig DeSurf.
Let's talk about Craig DeSurf and the opportunity for you to get deep discounts, unbelievably low prices when it comes to the vehicles that they have in stock right now. They always have different opportunities for you. There's always a lot of different types of programs that they're called. And one of the latest programs that they have available for you is going to be when you check out their Chevrolet brand, the Chevy brand. And summer's winding down, but the truck sales going on are really cranking up right now. And they've got a huge selection of new Chevy Silverado pickup trucks on the lot, and they're ready for you to drive home today. You can go out there and get your brand new truck today. If you're looking for savings, check this out. Chevy Silverado Crew Cab LT 5.3-liter engines. Right now, you can get $5,750 total cash allowance. That's going to be 10% below the MSRP. That's a big savings. And Gulf Coast Chevrolet is where you're going to find it. Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. That is your truck destination. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
the vibes are good. At least if you're an Astros fan, right? You go in there, you have a relatively comfortable win. I say relatively comfortable because Ryan Presley exists. But you go in there, you win. After the Rays took a short 1-0 lead, you bounce back. It wasn't a big night from the bats, but you win that one. You get another good performance from Kikuchi, another 5 2/3. The strikeout numbers are down. They've steadily gone down with every start. I think he started with 11. His next start with 8. Now he's at 5. Didn't walk anyone. He did walk 3 guys in his first 2 starts. So the walks were down. An efficient performance from him. And if not for Jose Altuve booting a ball, he would have gotten out of the 5th and have made his first, or at least finished his first Astro start where he got through 6 innings. But that trade has been a godsend right now. Of course, the Will Wagner hate watch, if you're doing that because you don't want anybody who was traded to be successful, that's not going well. Will Wagner's doing great when he's facing the Angels.
Did the Astros lose the trade?
No. We know, us reasonable people won't be making that determination for years. And frankly, considering that Kikuchi's probably a short timer, I'm not going to think much about the trade ever unless Will Wagner legitimately turns into like a star. Like if this is just the preamble to him becoming one of the best players in baseball. This trade's going to be like, I don't remember who they traded for Greinke. I don't remember who they traded really for not this latest Verlander trade.
The first
one, because Drew Gilbert's obviously the name that's going to stick out.
Daz Cameron was one of them.
How's Daz doing?
Not
great
good.
First name, but
not great.
Yeah.
I think he's Mike Cameron's son. I think
you might probably right about that. I feel like Mike Cameron would name his kid Daz.
I forgot. I think he has a famous dad. They traded someone in the Verlander trade that has a famous dad.
Okay, there it is. So the evaluation of the winning or losing of the trade will happen later, unless Kikuchi's like starting in Game 6 of the World Series and he wins it. Then obviously it's a big win for the Astros. If he's getting guys out in high leverage situations in the playoffs, then really no matter what happens, unless Will Wagner becomes a Hall of Famer or Jake Bloss, the Lo Profito thing, it's early, but I'm not putting him there with, hey, you know what? Could be a great player. He has to figure out that swinging and missing is not great. I'm sure he realizes that. It's just not something he's very good at preventing right now. Will Wagner, on the other hand, it's only been 2 games, but a good start for the young man, Billy Wagner's kid. Speaking of people who are the sons of famous people. But as far as the current club in Houston, how they're doing, the longest streak in baseball, win streak. Now they're at 7, have a 1.5 lead over the Mariners. I hadn't checked their Mariners score as the Astros game was ending. I went to go check the Mariners score. And, is that a 15? Is that a 15-1? Oh, okay.
No, this is the Seahawks preseason game.
What's going on? Is that a replay? Did the ESPN score bug mess up? Yeah, I just had not been keeping track. I was locked in on other things on my computer, my phone, than watching the Astros on TV, and I was like, whoa, all right, that's a 1.5 up. I was just wondering, as the final out was recorded by Josh Hader, who had a easy 9th, did the Astros gain ground? Did the Mariners keep pace? No, they're on the verge of getting blown out of the building, so 1.5 lead for the Astros. So as I said, the vibes are good. You're winning. The Mariners dropped the game, and you have games in hand, which only mean if you take advantage of them by winning, your lead will only grow. Now, if you lose, certainly it changes the math. But right now, if we go with the positives,
it does help because they're playing better baseball than the April and May Astros.
Yes, because
you don't want them playing extra.
If they had extra games in April and May,
they lost.
Hey, no, please don't. Is there a way we can play 161? But no. Right now, this version of the Astros, you want them out there playing, and it was another good start. Bregman hits another home run. That's his 4th straight game. The home run ties the longest streak of his career, and you all of a sudden aren't thinking so much about who's not around, because the guys who are around are playing at a level they haven't played at. Well, I will say the way they got back in the race, they were playing at this level. But now the 7 in a row, the dominating fashion, the way they're doing it, outside of Presley's issues, this team, you almost look at them and go, are they inevitable? Because that was a lot of the talk about the Astros. Don't worry, this team's inevitable. And then
then you lose a series that you shouldn't lose. You lose a couple in a row. And you're like, okay, maybe it's slowed down. But right now, they do feel inevitable as far as they're going to be right back where they were, where they always are at least, competing for a title.
Yeah, I think I saw something from the Astros Twitter, I don't know, community, that they were since May like 8th, or maybe it was like May 3rd or something. They've had the best record in baseball and are at 100 win pace.
Yeah, I think maybe even McTaggart tweeted it out.
Yeah, actually, it might have been McTaggart. That to me is something that I feel like we obviously were kind of riding the waves as the Astros were getting back in this race and winning a lot of games, and it helped that the Mariners. Honestly, it felt like the more when the Astros came back from 10 games down, it felt more like it was a Seattle's losing every game.
Yeah.
But then when you see it on the whole, it makes you realize, yeah, this team has been playing awesome baseball for a while. And honestly, that kind of takes me back to the 2020 or the 2010 or the 2010s, like 2017, 18, 19 seasons following this team, where every time they had a bad week, you're like, oh my God, the Astros are screwed. And then they won 108 games.
Yeah.
We did that for an entire summer.
Yeah. To your point, because you look at the record overall, and they dug themselves such a big hole as they're climbing and getting closer and closer to 500, eventually getting over it. You just look and go, okay, if the Mariners were playing any level of competent baseball, the Astros would be playing better, sure, but they would still have a deficit that maybe they couldn't overcome by September. Because as good as they've been, and now we talked about it last week or maybe Monday, that the way the Mariners had played before, they got their ass kicked yesterday. Both teams were playing at a level that the wild card was now in play. When before it felt like if you weren't winning the division, you weren't making the playoffs. Now that's still a thing. They're both will be competing down the stretch for not only the division but the wild card. But it almost feels like the Astros are at a point where if they top out as a 3, maybe the deficit's too big for them to catch the 2 teams ahead of them in the divisional race.
To get a bye.
Yeah. That now you're just talking about whoever they face after they get through like the wild card series, or the divisional series. Oh no, this is a hot baseball team we're dealing with, and the only thing that playing more games did was even give them more confidence. I'm less worried about the arduous struggle that is the playoffs. How you're putting more stress on your pitchers. Of course, that'll be a realistic thing to talk about later. But it almost feels like the more games they play, the worse it'll get for people, because they'll just continue to build on what they have done. And we are probably one rehab start away from seeing Verlander back with the team. I mean, our jokes about Kyle Tucker will continue until he works up to a light jog, I guess. But everything else, you've got Yiner, you've got Bregman, and obviously Jordan. Now, he didn't do it in the game, but he did damage a scoreboard that he said, that's not me. That's not me.
Wasn't me?
Hey, Brian McTaggart, why you snitching? That's pretty much what he said through an interpreter. So, like I said, the vibes are good. I wonder when the interpreter has to make it clear that Jordan's joking about this, and because Jordan had a tone, and obviously he wasn't serious, but McTaggart, what are you doing? And then the interpreter has to express the emotion of Jordan being sarcastic and a little jokey about it. But yeah, McTaggart, don't tell people. There's no video of that. Don't tell people that was me. Jordan's like, I'm not paying. I'm not paying for that.
I wish there was video of it. And I hope there isn't video of it, because in my head it just like explodes. Like in
the natural.
In the natural or in the video game The Bigs.
That's what happens when you hit home run.
Yeah, where it just like shatters.
Okay.
And like there's sparks going everywhere. In my head, that's what happened. I know in real life it probably just like a ball hit it and then
hit an LED screen and it
system rebooted.
Like it'd be like when we see those people punching their own televisions.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we see Cowboys fans punching their television,
doing it for clout. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's kind of probably how it went. But either way, more expensive than those Samsungs in their homes that they're punching, but Jordan won't be footing the bill for that.
You think the Rays were like, thank God we're sellers at the deadline. Now we can afford to get this.
We have less salary. We can get this
God,
fixed.
we should have traded Yandy Diaz too.
To this team. If they would have come up with the prospects.
Yeah. Also, the Astros are 6 games back from the Yankees for the 2 seed and 6.5 back from the Guardians for the 1 seed
Yeah,
in
so
the
it's
American League.
not.
So
It
it's
would
not
be
impossible.
It would be a stretch, yes,
Yeah.
but it's not impossible. Yeah, they have played this well, and it's a long season, so those teams may not be playing at the pace they were as they jumped out to a big lead while the Astros were struggling. So it's still a possibility. Likely, no, but they were once 10 games out of the division, and I thought I didn't really kill them as far as they're not making the playoffs, but really my thought was this isn't a championship level team. That was my bigger thing. Whether they caught the Mariners or not, we can joke about that on the morning show because John made a proclamation that when there were 10 games out, and of course, there's a little pushback when he says stuff because he normally says a lot of stupid stuff. And this one he was dead on with. But I looked at the team and saw the injuries, the lack of performing, and thought to myself, this isn't the team that's going to continue the run of making the ALCS. Now, I wouldn't be surprised at all. In fact, I may be counting on it that they will be back in the ALCS the way they're playing. And of course, all it takes is a bad week for all the good vibes to go away. That's kind of how it
weekend,
goes.
honestly. At least 2 out of 3 to the White Sox.
Yeah.
We're back.
That is the worst vibe killer possible.
At what point, speaking of Granado's correct opinions and predictions, at what point do we talk about, is this team the best team in Astros history?
He says not the best. It's the greatest season in Astros history, not the best team.
That's hard.
So there are different ways.
Yeah.
He gave himself plenty of wiggle room to determine now because of everything they've overcome. And if they win the World Series, it's the greatest season in Astros history.
So he's going to do the Game of Thrones ending, who has a better story than Bran?
Yeah.
That's what he's going to do? Of like, hey, this team, I know in 2021 or in 2022 or 2017, yeah, they won the World Series. Hurricane Harvey in 2017. But this team had to overcome Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu. So how about that? Chas McCormick's still in this lineup. They have to overcome that.
Yeah. What would be their Brand the Broken nickname?
I mean, the Broken. They've been pretty broken this year.
It's very true. That plenty of injuries. No one paralyzed, thankfully, but certainly the rotation and the arms belonging to that rotation have suffered quite a bit throughout the year, and hopefully, and most likely, the only one coming back from it is Verlander. Garcia hasn't been completely ruled out, but that seems like hope. Like blind hope if they think he's coming back. The Graveman thing, he is still trying, but at this point, it feels like Verlander bust when it comes to added arms, and that might be enough for the starting pitching. They seem to have figured it out with Kikuchi, and you just have to hope the Hunter Brown thing continues and Ronel Blanco can make it through the year with all of the pitches and innings piling up. But so far, so good with the team as they stand right now. Game and a half ahead of the Mariners, who... When you get beat 15-1 in a baseball game, just the score coming across on my phone, like, oh, okay.
Hey,
I can go to bed. I don't have to stay up for this.
Best part about baseball, though, got another game tomorrow.
You know what they say, Sean. Momentum is just the next day starting pitcher.
There we go. Hopefully this one doesn't give up 15 runs.
Yeah, it was a bad night for Kirby. He had a rough one, and the Astros take advantage of it with their win over the Rays. Coming back, we will hear from D'Amico Ryans because we played some sound from him yesterday when he talked about his team and he was sitting down with Diana Rossini. There's more sound from that. Him discussing CJ Stroud and how they actually have to rein him in when it comes to how much he loves football and what he wants to add to the actual playbook. And we'll also hear from a Colt because the Colts and the Texans are at the top of the division when it comes to a rivalry and maybe who's going to compete for it. Although, as we pointed out yesterday, if not for the Jags tricking off against the Titans in the final game of the year, the Jags are winning the AFC South, and Texans are making it as a wild card, I believe. That's how that would have gone. Said the Texans won't win the division. So we'll hear from DeForest Buckner on the rivalry between the Colts and the Texans. But we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans first, talking about his quarterback and what they have to do to just, hey, CJ, maybe just run the stuff we call. We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Dustin brings up a good point. He's a tweeter. He's not anyone walking around here, just to let you know who he is. Dustin is sources on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. He brings up Forrest Whitley. Like Dustin mentions it. He's kind of a running joke because he's never available. But I saw those stats too, Dustin, from Astros Future. Forrest Whitley down with the Space Cowboys. His last 15 outings, 15 and 2/3, 4 walks, 20 Ks, and an ERA of 0. So I don't know if he's going to be one of those September surprises that they call up and all of a sudden he is a guy you can lean on for an inning in a playoff series, or even just late down the stretch. Maybe he doesn't make the playoff roster, but he's a power arm you can depend on in the late stretches of the season. But he's been really good, better than good. Like the Forrest Whitley that reminds you that at one point he was the great hope for this Astros rotation. Just follow Astros Future on Twitter if you so choose. They do a great job of keeping track of the guys who may make their way to the big club. And Forrest Whitley, who we've been waiting on for years now, is putting on a show with the Space Cowboys, who you can listen to on 92.5. And they sometimes have their games run by Abigail, who was in this morning. And I bring Abigail up for a couple of reasons beyond the fact that she was here. Because John and Lance, hey, somebody's new here. We're going to ask some questions. That's kind of their motto. She brought up something she's going to do, and I'm going to ask Sean. Because I think you're a couple years older than her, but not by much. Are you a older Gen Z or young millennial?
I'm right in that middle.
Right in the middle.
The cutoff is normally like either 95 or 97.
Okay.
And I was born in 96.
Okay, so you can pick and choose depending on the insults being hurled, which one you want to be in.
Exactly.
Understood.
If I want to point fingers or if I want to speak up.
Exactly. So she revealed to me that, and I kept this away from them because some things you got to save for topics. She revealed to me that she is going to join a running club.
Okay.
And she used not just fitness as a reason. Because the running club, I ain't gonna give the name away because that would invite people to join and be weird.
Smart.
Yes, but she wants to join the club to find. If people don't know, there's a trend. People are joining running clubs and they're using it as opposed to a dating app.
Yes.
You join people for like mind. They're running. You're in the fitness. They're in the fitness. You have conversations. I think they even go for beers depending on the running club after their run. Would you, Sean? This doesn't speak to your current status, whether you're single or with anyone, but would you ever consider joining a running club for the purposes of meeting someone?
I mean, I would consider it for that reason.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Running sucks.
It does. That's the problem. It does suck.
Running sucks.
It is.
Also, I feel like I would need a couple months of private running to get myself up to work myself into now I can run with the motive of dating, because I feel like I'd be too busy trying not to die if I had to run. Yeah, wait, how much are we running here in these run clubs? Like, are we training for a marathon, or is it just a couple laps around Memorial Park?
I think they have different levels. Like you can go on a 4 mile,
like a Black Diamond
beginner run where it's 1 mile fast, 3 miles slow, things like that. A jog, yeah.
Okay. So they are just doing this for dating, not for running.
Yes. Yes.
I
think so.
I wanted to make sure that these aren't running clubs for running enthusiasts who are trying to again run a marathon. And no, this seems like it's very much more my speed of like, we'll try for a mile and then kind of rehab for the next couple miles. I could do that.
As long as you can meet someone.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
As long as the main purpose is to meet someone.
I just didn't want it to be people are joining running clubs and it's like joining the cross country team or something. It doesn't sound like
No, it's not that. These are all people
it's all cash.
Yeah, it's a casual thing where you run, you meet people, you have a conversation, and at the end of the day, you sit down, you have a beer, and maybe it leads to something.
I still I mean, obviously, I could join one tomorrow, and I haven't, so I'm not that interested in it.
Clearly not.
But but there's nothing stopping me from doing it. But yeah, that's not the worst idea Gen Z or millennials have ever had.
Yeah, it's you get people who kind of want to do the same things you do and looking for something.
See, the thing is, I don't want to run. Like
it is the problem. That's the entry
you're
point.
Saying,
You just
you're
can't
saying
hang out.
Meeting people that are like-minded and into fitness. That's where this kind of falls apart because I'm not into fitness.
Understood. That is the entry point. But
it's very hard for me not to make a fitness in your blank in your blank.
You found a way not to.
I found a way not to.
Yes.
It's been very hard for me.
Yes.
You're welcome.
No problem. Sorry, I am being. Someone tweeted me something from a conversation we had in the previous show, and now I'm trying to. I don't want to even get involved in this just because it has little to do with what we're talking about. It was just some inane comment made in the previous show. Now I'm getting tweeted about it, so I was a little distracted. But I did hear you. I'm with you. I mean, first of all, it ain't great to run in this area of the world at this point in the year.
Maybe it's a fall thing.
Yeah, running club when it's a nice breezy 80 degrees in October, maybe.
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait until Halloween and then I'll jump in.
Someone asks if I would join a napping club. No, I don't want to nap with people. I'll do that at home. Why napping around people is not what I'm looking for.
That also feels that feels like a weird.
It's a weird. Now we're getting to maybe furry territory.
There's some weird stuff going on at the nap club.
Am I wearing a giant furry costume while I'm napping? No, I don't want to do any of that.
Or people like pretending to be babies. Like I don't like this. Are people asked to be tucked in at the napping club? I don't know.
Yeah, it's all weird. We were gonna get to the Texans thing, but we were short on a as far as time, so I wanted to get to this because it came up in a conversation. I get it though. Join a club, meet people. Maybe a gaming club probably is not going to get the people you want, but like, hey, can we just sit down? And what's our interest? And we can sit down and have a conversation.
EA College Football.
Not running 95-degree heat.
EA College Football 25 Club.
I don't know how many women you're going to get to join that club.
Damn it.
That might be an entry point that bars them from joining where it's running for you. Anyone else want to join a running club to meet people? I'm not going to tell you where Abigail's joining. It's not my business in that regard. But we will come back with Texan Sound. D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from DeForest Buckner as well. He has thoughts on the Texans rivalry. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. So the Texans I think they just wrapped up practice. So if there's anything irrelevant, we'll bring sound from Texans practice today. But a lot of talking going on. We'll get to what D'Amico said about C.J. Stroud. But DeForest Buckner is a defensive tackle for the Colts. And the Colts and C.J. Stroud have had a back and forth. C.J. Stroud talked about having conversations on the field with Colts linebackers. Zaire Franklin has responded. E.J. Speed has responded. And a lot of it has come from just them sitting down with podcast or reporter at practice. In the offseason, I think E.J. Speed was on with maybe Kay Adams. This time around, DeForest Buckner is with Diana Rossini. And somehow, some way, the Colts-Texans rivalry is now at the forefront of conversation. Here's DeForest Buckner discussing the rivalry and why it's building to this point.
I want this to be the best rivalry in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me, or do you consider it a top rivalry? Is it real? You were part of some big ones in San Francisco, of course. How real is this rivalry? What exists there?
No, I definitely think there's some bad blood between the two teams for sure. You know what I mean? Especially, CJ's been talking a little bit in the offseason. Zaire's been talking a little bit in the offseason. And, we at the end of the day, we split. You know what I mean? We won the first one, they won the second one. Obviously, the second one was bigger to get them to the playoffs. And there's definitely some bad blood in the water. So, it's definitely one of those rivalries you got to look out for.
I kind of referenced some of the guys who have been at the forefront of having these conversations in the offseason. Now, they'll see each other in week one, so we will it won't end anything. No, you lose a game, people don't stop talking. But they'll see each other week one, so they can hash it out on the field. The Texans going to Indianapolis. I kind of think it's a three-team race. As much as I want to get after Trevor Lawrence, the Jags are there. The Titans, beyond what's his name, Will Levis having a romantic interlude with mayonnaise, there's not much to talk about when it comes to the Titans. They're annoying. They will make it tough. They have two pretty good wide receivers in Ridley and Hopkins, but I think they're a clear fourth unless things go really wrong for the other three teams. And some of that might just be, is Anthony Richardson ready to be a starting quarterback in the NFL? Maybe that lowers the Colts ceiling and possibly their floor as well. But I think it's the three teams. Don't leave out the Jags. But if we're going to have a battle between the two, it's probably Colts-Texans, but I can't get hyped up about a Colts-Texans rivalry. The Colts is there really anything to dislike about the Colts other than you happen to play them every year? There's no Texan killer residing on the roster yet. That has to develop through time.
Yeah, or anymore.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think it's a start. Like DeForest Buckner and Kay Adams were kind of saying. I mean, even Kay Adams in the question was like, is this going to be a rivalry? Because you've been part of actual big rivalries, is basically what she said. With no, San Francisco has actual rivalries. Is this a rivalry? So I think it's something that it needs to happen over time, and it needs to be something that hopefully they're in another division race and they have another game late in the season that decides it. Or they play in the playoffs or something like that really jumpstarts Colts Texans as an actual rivalry. So again, Kay Adams doesn't ask very patronizing questions about it, where it's like San Francisco has big rivalries. Is Colts Texans a rivalry?
Yeah, what's your interest in making this the biggest rivalry in the NFL? Really? You're really interested in that? You want to make multiple trips to Indy over and over again because of how big the Colts and Texans rivalry is? Stop it.
It's also it's not going to be the biggest rivalry. I hate to break it to you, Kay Adams.
It's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, you may love CJ. You may love D'Amico. Hell, you could be in love with Shane Steichen, and as far as him being a coach, and Anthony Richardson could be your favorite player. It's not going to happen. It's just not the way.
The powers that be won't let it happen.
That's right. The power brokers have made it clear that Texans Colts has to be on the back burner.
They're holding us little people down.
And by the power brokers, I mean the interests of the fans across the NFL.
Wow. Hey, what is the biggest rivalry? Is this Jordan LeBron, or can we?
Not really, because it's the NFL. I feel like people, despite them being there are national teams, people are really focused on their teams and their rivalries. Like for Bills and Chiefs is a rivalry, but if you're a 49er fan, are you, oh my God, I can't believe the Chiefs and Bills are at it again.
I also think that there's a difference between like the Chiefs Bills rivalries, a rivalry where it's like because they just play in the like there's nothing actually holding like stringing these two teams together other than they play in the playoffs every year, as opposed to like a division rivalry like a Ravens Steelers or a Cleveland Cincinnati or Minnesota and Green Bay. You know, like there's certain ones that are like every year this will be a rivalry. And even if because the Bills and Chiefs, it's like, well, it's because of the two quarterbacks. If those guys, if Pat Mahomes just doesn't play this year, no, it's not going to be a rivalry game. KC Buffalo.
Yeah, rivalries clearly depend on who's on the roster.
It's
at least in the NFL. As far as national attention.
Yeah, I would say even more so in the NBA too, where it's like, I mean, it's kind of come up again because of the gold medal game, but like the Warriors and Rockets, like, do not have a rivalry. They had a rivalry.
They did, and there are scars for Rockets fans, but it's not a rivalry.
They don't
anymore.
have a rivalry.
No, they will have one again when either team raises to the level where beating one or the other means something and hurts.
Yeah.
But you know, the Warriors came into town when the Rockets were flying high and kind of stomped out their
that could have been the 10 seed.
Their play-in chances.
Actually, they're already like 5 games back.
Yeah, and it did not reignite the rivalry. No, circumstances more than anything will. Willie P, we'll get to you when we come back. Did actually see what you want to talk about because our computer crashed, but I'll get to you. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Willie P want us to get in. We'll get to him right now. Anyone else? 713-780-3776. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Love the show, love the show. So I had two things. First thing, normally I'm not up this early, but, you know, I had two kids start kindergarten and pre-K this week, so I called Get Up this morning. And I saw Greeny was talking about J.J. McCarthy, and he was like, you know, coming up, one of the top talents of the draft suffers a devastating injury. And I had to pause. You know, I got Fubo TV, so I had to rewind it and see what this man said. He really called him a top talent in the draft. And here's the thing. I get it. He won a national championship last year, but he didn't really do much with Michigan. And, I mean, I saw the interception he threw over the weekend, and, yeah, he threw 2 touchdown passes. But just, I guess, after one game, what I'm asking is, did J.J. McCarthy become like Tom Brady or something? I'm confused because the way that they were slurping that man up this morning on Get Up was insane, man. It was insane. I know Greeny likes to over sensationalize stuff, but like it was so outlandish and outrageous. I had to turn the channel. I just want to get your thoughts on that. And then the second thing, I normally listen to your podcast like 2 days in the past. You know what I mean? So I listened to Friday and Monday this morning, and I saw that the dude tried to go in on Pena for talking about Cartoon Network and whatnot.
Okay.
Yo, that dude is lame as hell. Shout out to Pena. I remember playing those Flash games on our crappy, you know, computer. Stuff was buffering and whatnot. But that dude's a mad hater. And shout out Pena. Sean, what it do, baby? You guys have a good day. Peace.
Appreciate it, Willie P. Yeah, this show loves the story arc. Yeah, Pena has responded to that hater, as Willie P would call him. Look, for the most part, people who call into this show are of an age that are in the range of Sean or me. I'm older than Sean, that will probably know what Pena was talking about and like would agree with Willie P. I never played him, but I didn't think he was a loser for playing them. If I had thought of it, I probably would have played him too. I was the one buying Aqua Teen Hunger Force CDs, not CDs, but DVDs, box sets, because if I wanted to have them. That was a weird Cartoon Network show with Talking Meatball. In fact, it was so creative his name was Meatball. So I love that show. You had a soda cup as a who talked to. I'm in on Cartoon Network. We all can throw slander at people. That's part of what the show is too. So Willie P had some for that caller, and Pena certainly had his as well. He brought up J.J. McCarthy. There is a big disconnect, I feel like, between people who watch college football every week and then draft evaluators in some cases, or strictly NFL people, or people like Mike Greenberg, who I know is a Northwestern guy, but I'm not sure he's big into college football. You probably, if you asked him, you would say he's an NFL guy. And there's a big difference between what people who watch the college football every week think about J.J. McCarthy and what NFL people do. Because I watched them play and go, that man was a bus rider. He wasn't driving the Michigan bus. Yeah. Play action, hand the ball off, tight ends wide open, all the things that we saw. Dominant offensive line, great defense. He once played in the game, I think it was last season against Penn State. Now, they had good pass rushers. Chop Robinson was a first-round pick. That Penn State's offense was so inept, and Michigan was so unconcerned by them that they just say, hey, JJ, you just want to hand the ball off the entire game, and we'll just win this game by running the football and playing defense because Drew Aller's not going to do anything against us. Now, there are moments when J.J. McCarthy needs to make a big throw, but all of it is based off his running game. He's not a guy who they were going to drop back 35 times a game, put him in the pocket, and pick a team apart and lead him down the field. And yet, he makes it into the first round. And as Willie P said, he's being slurped on by Mike Greenberg, I guess others. I don't get it, but then again, I'm not an evaluator of NFL quarterbacks. But from what I saw on the college level, J.J. McCarthy, I'm sure, is a fine talent. Probably a guy who, at least in my eyes, you could have justified taking in the second. But for the Vikings to go top 15 pick for him, I'm like, this is all projection. Because what you saw on the field game after game didn't suggest that he was going to be able to lead a team early. And maybe he won't have to because of his injury, and Sam Darnold will get that job. I'm with you, Willie P. He might be okay, but all of the love for McCarthy, didn't understand it. He's no Cade McNamara. I'm not gonna.
He's Cade McNamara plus.
That's what I said. He's no Cade McNamara. He's a better player. But if you would have told me that he slipped into the third round, I would have said understood. But everyone's desperate for quarterbacks, and he had the good fortune of being on a really good football team, and he didn't make a lot of mistakes, which helps. He can move around, which helps his cause too. So everyone's looking for something, and if Kevin O'Connell thinks he can run that system, cool. But I think if we're talking about other guys who are drafted early, he is most likely the one who will be knocked down by being a system quarterback when we talk about if he's successful or not. We know some guys can be system quarterbacks and be great, and others are playmakers who can run a system. I think J.J. McCarthy, despite some of his athletic ability, in the NFL is going to be someone who runs a system and may run it really well. But I don't think he was top 15 worthy. But I'm not the Vikings, and they needed a quarterback, so they took him.
Yeah, and some of it's just, hey, we need to try at quarterback. We need to try a young guy at quarterback as opposed to paying Kirk Cousins $40 million.
Yes. There is a point where you can't justify paying Kirk Cousins for the results. At some point, you're like, we know what this is going to be. We got to move on. And I imagine that is what the Minnesota Vikings came to conclusion. That's enough. No more. There is a certain level we can reach with Kirk Cousins, and it's not what we want to be. So we're going to move on. And plus, he was coming off an Achilles. Now, he's expected to start the year, be fine, but you don't want to take that gamble. You don't want to get into the Kirk Cousins business for another 3 years at guaranteed money as he gets to his upper 30s. And maybe, according to Kirk Cousins, playing to his 40s. So it's understood. And because they are too good to take one of the top guys, McCarthy fell to him, and they made the decision.
Hey, it was between McCarthy and Nix, all right? What do you want them to do?
Not take a quarterback?
No. It's between McCarthy and Nix.
Yeah, you got to take one, though, right? So, understood. It's not, but it wasn't. It could have been between McCarthy and a pass rusher.
No, between McCarthy and Nix. And Penix went off the board before that, too. So, they're panicking. It's like us in a fantasy draft. We're like, wait, what?
You in a fantasy draft. I don't take part.
What? Michael Pittman didn't fall to me? Now what?
You'll be fine. You can move on from Michael Pittman.
I don't know. Might have to reach for, I don't know. I'm not very into it this year. I haven't gotten into it this year, so I don't even know.
I haven't. I've done it once.
George Pickens, maybe? I don't know. There we go.
You know how anyone who doesn't like fantasy football is like, oh, shut up. Not specifically to you, but when these conversations come up, shut up. Stop it. I don't care. It's okay. It's fine. I understand why people like it.
Maybe take a flyer on Joe Mixon.
Not if you take my advice.
Just goal line, vulture some touchdowns.
These are the conversations that make me go, football's not so great.
Round 15, maybe handcuff Damian
Are you
Pierce.
going to be in the league this year with the station?
Because I don't know if we're going to
have it this year.
I don't know if we're going to have a league this year because our league was probably 60% people that no longer work here.
Yeah, a lot of people have because
there's
have been due
a little bit of a purge that happened.
Definitely.
So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we have the numbers to make it happen. I'm sure we can figure something out.
Well, we could ask some of the part-timers if they're in.
Yeah.
There's enough for them.
Yeah.
To get it done.
You?
No.
Oh.
Excluding me. I'm already staked my claim.
Then who's going to be the commish?
You. Joe, right?
BMAC.
Joe's BMAC. Wasn't he the one trying to set up like combines type stuff for people to determine their draft status?
Thank you for bringing up the producer combine because of your, I don't know if you know, but you're not in the room, but you're on a show with the guy who won the producer.
You won the producer combine?
Yep.
How did you win all of the events?
I won the ones that mattered. I won the fastest podcasting time of taking an hour of show and editing it
So
to be
was
ready
there
for a podcast.
someone behind you with a stopwatch?
Yes, that's exactly how we did it.
Did you film it?
No.
Okay.
And then we did a race up the stairs from the second floor to the fourth floor. Guess who finished first?
It was you,
This guy.
Andrew, and BMAC?
Well, there's a bunch of Austin.
But you won.
Rodriguez. Yes, I was the fastest. And the fastest.
Did you take 2 steps at a time?
I took a lot of steps at a time. I was just kind of flying up.
Flying up. Your feet were barely touching the ground.
Yeah.
Understood.
I feel like Noah Lyles is what I'm saying.
So you had COVID when you did it?
No, I did not. Okay. Well, although didn't test, so we'll never know.
And you felt all the hate coming down?
Yes.
From all the other producers?
Yeah. Oh, especially from Andrew.
I can see that.
And then I was like, world champion of what?
Because Andrew's younger in the fitness.
Well, not younger than me. But
well, true, but
okay.
Into fitness.
Yes.
He's probably saying I should win this competition, and then you take it from him.
Him and Charles were probably both like, I got this.
And then they saw. Nope. I don't know if they've heard. Sean Mapes is in the building. That's right.
The Stairmaster himself.
Who won't jog, but will beat you. He won't join a running club, but will definitely beat you in a producer combine.
Just saying.
You don't like because running is pointless. That was a competition you were in.
Yes, it was competition. It was also sprinting.
That's right. And for a short amount of time.
Yeah, up 2 sets of stairs.
Congratulations on that. Did you get a trophy?
No, I got to pick first in the draft.
And who'd you take?
Probably Jefferson.
Okay. Was I not here or was I out of town?
This was on a Saturday.
Oh, so I wasn't invited to the Saturday combine?
No, because you weren't in the draft.
I think I did refuse to join. I didn't refuse. I just
opted out.
Saw the invitation and ignored it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just said, forget about it. I don't want to be part. I think I told them I would ruin your league because I'd be the guy who doesn't change his roster on and why would you want that guy in the league?
Yeah. And we said, okay.
Makes sense.
Get out of here.
I was summarily dismissed.
Offer rescinded.
It's much like college football. You didn't say no. We didn't offer you. We just had a conversation about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I want everyone to know I'm happy to stay where I was. I'm a non-fantasy football player for life. Me and my family are happy to be here on this side.
You know what? And I respect your decision.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We're 1 hour in, 1 hour to go. We will get to the D'Amico sound on his quarterback, who may play fantasy football. He might be a guy someone takes. I imagine a lot of people will, as C.J. Stroud should be one of the stars of the 2024 season. We'll get to what D'Amico said about him, and we'll keep moving forward because there is something I definitely want to get to around college football because there's always something. And an update on the IU trade. We're close, but there's one important reason why it hasn't happened, probably the most important reason. We'll talk about that and more in hour 2. We start hour 2. You want to call the show 713-780-3776. But I do want to remind you of this before we get going. ESPN 97.5 is a proud partner for Houston Restaurants Weeks, excuse me. It's going to go on for longer than just a week in 2024, and it's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. You just dine out. You're doing good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds, they go to Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It starts August 1st and runs through September 2nd. Go to HoustonRestaurantsWeek.com to find all the participating restaurants. So, eat great food, help out the community. It's a great cause. Houston Restaurants Week. That's HoustonRestaurantsWeeks.com. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Okay. The Texans finished up their second preseason game on Friday. Before they got to that, they're in Ohio. They sat down with NFL Network. They sat down with The Athletic. So DeMeco Ryans is going to be asked plenty of questions about different topics, but what they're going to be centered around. CJ, Stephon Diggs, year 2, all the things we've heard quite a bit about. Well, this I don't think I've heard DeMeco talk about in reference to CJ Stroud. We know he's big into football. We know he loves it. Well, he loves it to the point where he would like to add new plays, and the Texans are like, we appreciate it, but, relax. Here's DeMeco talking about CJ's interest in football.
Now it's a fine line of with your quarterback, right? It's reeling him in from first off, he's a football junkie, so he's looking at all these plays, other teams are running like, hey, we can do this, we can do that. It's like, okay, I love your ideas and love what you're bringing to the table. I love that you're thinking about that, but let's also not the basics, fundamentals of the game. Like, you have to master those, and that's what the best quarterbacks in this league. So I tell them, like Brady, Manning, like they mastered the fundamentals. It wasn't always about the big play. It was about taking what the defense gave them, being in the right call, getting the offense in the right call, and making the right reads. And it was just over and over and over again. It's getting bored with the consistency of the position, right? And not getting too caught up in the wow plays, but make those simple plays that you allow your playmakers around you to turn into big plays.
Yeah, it's that Monday.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing for year 2 because of how much success the Texans and CJ Stroud had. Will there be a want to always chase the explosive play? You got so many weapons. You know how talented this offense can be. Will there be the governor that he places on himself to realize, okay, the check down's fine. The 5-yard hitch is fine. I don't need to throw this ball into harm's way. Something he didn't do any of last year. He was one of the great guys in the league in terms of protecting the football. Will the added potential for this offense, and not even just the hype, I don't think he'll be affected by talk. Will just what he knows this offense is capable of lead him to push the ball in places he shouldn't. And we hear his coach letting him know, hey man, be fundamentally sound, and all that other stuff will work itself out. So it'll be interesting to see the balance there, being aggressive while understanding that because of really how talented you are, it doesn't have to be on this play. It could be on the next play. You don't need to force the ball in places that it shouldn't go. So that will be something I hadn't thought about, but an interesting thing to watch CJ Stroud and that offense kind of figure out when is it time to be aggressive and when is it time to just take what's there. CJ is a guy who does not have to worry about weapons, but maybe Brock Purdy does, because you would probably say his number one wide receiver, despite how versatile Debo is, as far as running the route tree and being the guy you go to on a third down in a big situation. I think I would put Ayuk ahead of Debo on the pecking order. And this trade has been talked about for a couple weeks now. And now we have the formulation of a deal, according to all reports. And the internet insider, Pretty Ricky, is feeling pretty good about himself. Pretty Ricky, if you don't know, is a guy whose name no one knows, but has been pretty accurate on reporting on NFL news this summer. He was the reporter. He's not a reporter. He was the tweeter who alluded to Jordan Love and Tua getting their deals on the same day with some vague thing that mentioned like cheese and flipping and maybe even used a dolphin emoji at some point. But it worked out. That Friday, they both got their deals. Well, he has said and has stood on this, standing on business, as we like to say, that the Steelers were going to make the trade for Brandon Ayuk. They were the team that were going to get it done. Yeah, I know you heard about the Browns and the Patriots, but I am saying it'll be the Steelers. I'm sticking with the Steelers. You can trust me on this. Trust me, sources is pretty much what Pretty Ricky was saying. And at this point, he has been proven to be correct. There's a deal in place for Brandon Ayuk to be traded to the Steelers. There was a report that it was going to take 2 first-round picks. I don't think they have come to that compromise. I don't think the Steelers are giving up 2 first-round picks. The only problem is, while a proposal has been agreed to and a deal for Brandon Ayuk once he gets traded to the Steelers has been agreed to as far as the money he's going to make, the one entity who has final say is like, well, you know what? We're not sure. We've gotten to the finish line, but we're not sure about crossing it. They're not sure if they want to lean in. They're not Noah Lyles. They're that Jamaican runner who did not lean into the tape. That's what the 49ers are at right now. So this comes from Mike Garafolo. From my understanding, they have agreed on a lot of the main points of the deal. Their offers are in line, but it's like there's just one more thing that needs to be ironed out. And if that thing gets ironed out, Brandon Ayuk signs the deal. He stays with the 49ers. He drops their trade request, and finally the 49ers put this behind him. So the 49ers want to keep him. And even a potential saving of the relationship is right at the finish line too, but there's something that needs to get done. So we're at the point where it could go either way. CGEW could go either way right now, whether he's traded, whether he's back with the 49ers. Someone needs to make the final step. And I imagine if Brandon Ayuk tells the 49ers, I'm not coming back, I don't want to be here, and he just says that out loud to them, I think he's a Steeler. Maybe he's someone who's not quite sure, because I think I saw a report last week, too, that he wants to be in San Francisco, but just at his own price. So we're at a standstill.
So Pretty Ricky's right?
He is right that a trade to the Steelers is what would happen if Ayuk and the 49ers figure out their mess and decide to break the chains of their relationship.
Wow. Okay. I'm not ready I'm not sure.
So a deal has to get done for him to be right, even though he reported the Steelers would be the ones.
He also did it like a week ago.
No, Pretty Ricky says to be fair to Pretty Ricky, and why can't we be fair to a man named Pretty Ricky? He has been predicting this for, at this point, maybe a month. So even before he had predicted this before the Steelers were even mentioned by national reporters. Come on, before even the Garafolos or Rappaports or Schefters, he said he would get traded to the Steelers.
But it wasn't a done deal.
Somehow he knew.
So how did he know? A done deal
but how did he know? How did he know the Steelers would be the team at the finish line? Sean, don't take away the man's credit.
Okay. Well, I don't know if he's a man or not.
To your point, I don't know. Maybe he's genderless. I don't know.
2024, you
never know. Man, woman, genderless. I don't know. Binary. I don't know. But he said I don't want to do that thing. Whoever.
Pretty Ricky.
This person.
Just say Pretty Ricky.
Pretty Ricky or this person. Pretty Ricky, as a person, said this was going to happen. That the trade would be between the 49ers and the Steelers. And right now he's right. Whether it gets consummated because of some cold feet with the 49ers and Ayuk, that's up for debate. Or we have to wait for that.
Or if the Niners are just like, okay, here's whatever, $28 million or however many he needs to get the deal done. It's just, I just wanted to ask that, hey. He said the Steelers, and then it wasn't the Steelers for a long time, but it still might not be the Steelers.
But he stood on this. I don't care what they're saying, what the reports are. It'll be the Steelers.
Okay.
And so far, until a trade is either scuttled because they can't come to an agreement on compensation, or Ayuk decides I just want to stay in San Francisco, he has been proven to be most correct. Now he needs to get across the line.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's the Jamaican leading for the entire race. We don't know.
We got a lot of
we don't know.
We got a lot of Jamaican sprinters in this conversation. 49ers and Ayuk don't want to lean into the tape.
Just it takes one of them to be Noah Lyles.
I think Pretty Ricky would love to lean into the. In fact, he's already leaned into the tape.
I know he's already.
In fact, he thinks he should be holding up a gold medal right now.
Yeah, he's asking Mike Garafolo, world champ, what?
Yeah, he's asking Kyle Shanahan, lean in, I need my credit, and so we wait. And really, it ties back into the show for one reason: we got one guy who's banned up until this upcoming Friday.
Yeah,
unless the Ayuk trade happens.
There's a chance I thought that the trade would happen like the next day.
So did I.
And now he might have to serve all of that suspension.
Which is fine by me.
It's fine by me, but I feel bad.
Well, he waited an hour to talk to John and Lance and then to get to him. That's got to feel much worse.
Yeah.
Than being notified of your ban, so you don't have to be on hold with us. We're not gonna we wouldn't keep you on hold for 2 hours. It ain't a shadow ban where you call in, you just wait for 2 hours, we never get to you. He knows.
No, it's a ban,
and he can come. And frankly, he's in jail. It's not even a ban.
Oh yeah, I forgot. He's in jail.
He's in show jail actually. So we'll see. It's not a saga because I don't care that much about it. I'm not checking up with Ayuk updates every couple minutes, but it has been going on for a while. The fact that he could just be in camp with a new $30 million per year deal is on the table too. But right now, the Steelers are in the mix, and they're the only other team beyond the 49ers who could have Ayuk services once the season starts. So we'll see how that plays out.
He's also in an interesting spot because he's not like such a big name that I feel like I'm sick of the coverage.
True.
It is just like
he's not leading coverage.
It's just
he's not Dak. Like if Dak was in a trade discussion,
even like CeeDee Lamb. But it's something.
Well, a Cowboy, sure, yeah.
But it's something where it's not like he's holding NFL media hostage. It's just like this is just an ongoing thing.
Yeah, and it could determine,
and I can take or leave every single tweet about it until
it happens one way or the other.
Yes,
and he is a big enough of a player as far as his production to maybe change the trajectory of a Super Bowl contender if he's no longer there.
Well, yes. Yeah, if he
gets
traded to the
I wasn't
Steelers,
calling the Steelers a super. No.
If he gets traded to the Steelers, it's more about the deficit that that the Niners find themselves in.
While as you saw, I was getting there, but I'm glad you took note of the potential of me suggesting that the Steelers were a Super Bowl contender.
I just wanted to jump in there.
Yeah, don't worry.
For the phone lines light up.
I haven't.
Wait, what?
I haven't gone nuts. Acquiring Brandon Ayuk does not make the Steelers a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah. He's swinging the NFC Championship.
Maybe if they traded for Dak Prescott too, the Steelers. Maybe we could have a conversation because he can't get a deal either.
And Hassan Reddick. I wanted to call him Josh Reddick.
How many stars who don't have deals do the Steelers need to acquire to be a Super Bowl contender in your eyes? They already have Watt and Highsmith. They already have 2 pass rushers. They need a third?
I don't know. They just need all the talent they can get. Maybe he's a quarterback. I don't know. Play quarterback in high school. I don't know.
So would they need CD, Dak, and Ayuk to become Super Bowl contenders in your eyes? What if they got all 3? Are they now a Super Bowl contender? And they don't trade away anyone on their roster.
It's a tough division, but yes.
They just give away picks, but somehow
they trade every pick that they have.
Somehow make the cap work.
Yeah.
Now they're Super Bowl contenders. Okay. All it takes. So not even 2 $30 million wide receivers and a $55 to $60 million quarterback makes the Steelers Super Bowl contenders with Mike Tomlin as their coach.
Still the Chiefs out there,
but contenders, not.
Got the Chiefs. Would they be better than the Texans?
Probably.
Okay.
Yes, not even probably. Yes, they would be. Yes, we're talking about 2 star receivers and a whatever we think about
Nico
Dak.
Collins and Diggs and Dell.
Tank Dell, not me. Just for people who might have been confused.
Oh, and Tank Dell.
Yeah. I would take the Steelers.
And a better quarterback with Stroud.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. I know there's a belief there.
They got Highsmith and Watt. We got Hunter and Anderson.
I understand the Texans have a lot of talent. I am aware, but I like the Steelers.
Stingley?
I like the Steelers defense overall.
They still got Joe Hayden?
No, they don't. In fact.
Oh, okay. Then who's on the opposite side of Ike Taylor?
Once again, him and Darren Woodson. No, Rod Woodson, excuse me, are still playing corner for the Steelers.
And then you got Ryan Clark.
No, we know he's on ESPN.
Troy Polamalu.
It's Minkah Fitzpatrick, who's actually on the roster, And
Joey Porter.
His kid, yes.
Oh,
Kid's on the roster,
damn it.
actually. So, yeah.
Picked the wrong guy.
Joey Porter Jr. is on the roster, sure.
The one guy I couldn't have said.
Yeah, you should have said James Harrison, pass rusher. Kevin Green.
Larry Foote.
I remember him, too.
Casey Hampton.
Long gone. But Larry Ogunjobi and Cam Hayward are there. To your point, the Texans filled with talent. But I think if the Steelers somehow acquired a $60 million player and two $30 million wide receivers, they may jump up the pecking order in that remarkable scenario.
Overpaid.
Which one? All of them?
All of them. $120 million of overpaid.
For 3 players?
Yeah.
Not a great way to disperse your cap money. You must plan. The Steelers must have moved to the Premier League if they're doing that.
Yeah, they have some Saudi investors.
Yeah, what the hell is going on?
Art Rooney is sitting next to a guy, sitting next to MBS.
Someone trying to sports wash their past issues. So unlikely to happen. Very unlikely for the Steelers to do that. But they may get Brandon Ayuk, which may make them still the 4th best team in their division. But with Mike Tomlin, they'd probably win 10 games anyway. All right. So we'll get back to the Astros. They go for the sweep tonight against the Rays. Some numbers from your AL Players of the Week. We didn't get to it yesterday. I mentioned that Bregman and Jordan did win that. They split that award. I'll give you their numbers from that. And Bregman, hotter than hot right now when it comes to drive the ball out of the ballpark. And there is a title given to a Rocket that we'll get to as well. We'll be back. But
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So the Astros win yesterday, 3-2. It was 3-2 because Ryan Presley wanted it to be 3-2. Well, maybe I'm giving him too much slander. He didn't pitch well enough to keep it a 3-1 ball game. After Abreu finished out the sixth and came in and shut him down in the seventh, Presley came in there and did the Stressley thing where you think things are going okay until two softly hit balls turned into singles, and all of a sudden we got a problem. He walks a guy, bases loaded with one out, and then thankfully he only gave up the one run, and they survived. But it was a real Stressley type of performance in what felt like a pretty mundane, easy win. It was only a 3-1 advantage, but it felt like they were going to cruise to a win, and so Ryan Presley got there. But he did get it done, kind of in the ways he had got it done as a closer when he had a 2-run lead. Gets a little tight, but he got it to Hader, and Hader closed it out as the Astros win that one 3-1. Some of the numbers for Bregman and Jordan as they were given Player of the Week honors. Jordan hitting 429, Bregman 444. Jordan, we know, had a great week hitting the ball at the ballpark, and so did Bregman. 5 for Jordan. Bregman added a 4th in a row yesterday, and 8 RBIs, 6 RBIs for each in a high OPS. So it was a great week for those two, and it led to what they did in Boston, and they're continuing that in Tampa. Now the Presley thing. Sean, I'm going to put you in the position of manager of the Houston Astros. Consider all the things that baseball people consider. We can't just be Sean Mapes. You got to be Sean Mapes, lifelong baseball guy. Not the Sean Mapes who will be all willy-nilly about making decisions.
Yeah. Skipper
Sean Mapes. You understand?
Skip Mapes. Got it.
Okay, you can be Skip Mapes. You understand all the things that baseball managers deal with. Guys and their confidence, understanding the pecking order of things when it comes to, hey, I'm an 8th inning guy. You've already taken the 9th inning away from me. And you know sticking with your guys is important. You don't want to lose one of your big relievers late in the year because you've, quote-unquote, demoted him. But after seeing Presley, despite, he did have a recent run before this more recent run of giving up runs where he was nails. He was not a guy you're going to push runs across against. But now we're back to Stressley. Going into the playoffs and hell, just going into mid-August, into September, are you demoting Ryan Presley? Are you moving Abreu into the 8th and pushing Ryan Presley into that where he's closing out the 6th for Kikuchi and then pitching through the 6th? Skip Mapes, not Sean Mapes.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to put myself in character here. I don't think you do it. I don't think, or at least you don't do it right now.
How long?
Because middle of a win streak, Del. Everything's going right.
Understood.
Can't switch things up now.
So if Presley had blown that hold, and they were trailing by the time Hader, well, Hader wouldn't have come in. The game would have been over.
Yeah.
If they were trailing,
I would not have used Hader.
Yeah. Because there would have been no one to pitch to. It would have been a waste of time. Live bullpen for Hader. He can pitch to Ledmus Diaz because he thought he was going to have to pitch anyway. So if he had blown that game, now the streak is over. Now you lost a game you shouldn't have lost. Are you? And remember, we can think back to the Rangers game where he gave up a home run. Of course, Hader did too. But as long as they win, we're not making a move. You're not going to be proactive. You're going to be reactive.
I think in this situation, you kind of have to be. Because like you said, you've already – I don't know how you can keep demoting him and thinking that he's going to start pitching better.
Good point, yeah. He did react well.
Maybe it's something where it actually needs to get stress tested in a playoff situation or close to a playoff situation if there's a series late in the year or I guess it would be at the end of September where they win this game, they clinch, or they win this game and they're still alive for the next game to have a win and you're in type scenario. If it comes down to that for the division, that's when I would consider it. And obviously it would come down to how he's been pitching as of late in that scenario. But I think it's more of ALDS Game 3, who do you go to? I think that's more of that's where it gets to be a harder decision for me.
So
Still a lot of baseball left, Dell. We're gonna need them.
When do we stop saying there's still a lot of baseball left? When is that an appropriate thing or inappropriate thing to say going forward?
September.
When we start September, that goes away.
Then, stretch run.
Then we always lean in the stretch run. Okay. Now, Presley has given up 4 runs in his last 4 outings. 4 straight outings,
Not
giving
good.
up a run.
Not good.
And overall, it's not overall, but if we go back even further, he's given up a run at least in 5 out of his last 7 appearances. So he's not on a heater right now. It's far from it.
No.
And yet, Skip Mapes is going to be patient.
Got to. That's how I got here. So
Well,
I know how to read a clubhouse.
Yeah, you kept waiting for AJ Hinch and Dusty Baker to get out of here. You were
Yeah.
patient to get the job. Very patient.
At 28, finally, I'm an MLB manager.
Finally, that's right. I got here. I was part of the organization at 22. And finally, got my turn.
I was in the same draft class as Kyle Tucker. Now
look at me, managing the Astros
and walking. Sorry,
well,
too soon.
Kyle Tucker's walking, but you can get an actual run. You don't like to. You wouldn't join a club for it,
No.
as we found out in the first segment, or the first hour. But you are running, and you could probably sustain a run longer than Kyle Tucker can at any point. If you
I could run the bases.
True, maybe not as fast as Kyle Tucker was when he's healthy.
Oh, when he's healthy.
Yeah.
I was going to say right now, I think I got him.
Yeah, because the Kyle Tucker we saw yesterday on that video is a guy who probably couldn't get from home to second without stopping between first and second. I think he'd have to pause, then get going again.
You don't think he has a double in those legs?
Not a chance.
Okay.
He's not stretching anything out. In fact, he's hoping balls either go over the fence or get caught at this point.
He's not Jose Caballero. Was that the guy who got a double because Chas McCormick waited for the ball to come to him?
No, Chaz would be just fine if Tucker was the guy at the plate. Wouldn't have to worry about it at all. Yeah, that video's out there. You can find it. I think Brian McTaggart's the one who put it out there. I'm not sure the Astros found that awesome, but the reality is the reality. In fact, we'll hear some quotes from Dana Brown about Kyle Tucker and the desperation the Astros have to get him back. He did his weekly hit with the rights holder, so we'll hear from Dana Brown when we come back. But first, I want to talk to you about Billy Brown. They're not related, don't worry. But Billy Brown is I keep saying Billy Brown. This is not an Aqueduct Plumbing Week, I believe. Billy Brown does not run MyBookie. Has he taken part? Possibly, but I can't say for sure. But you go to MyBookie if you want to put some money down on the Astros tonight. If you like them tonight, MyBookie is a place for you. If you are someone who has a future bet on Michigan and is regretting it, maybe you can hedge. There are things you can do at MyBookie. In fact, you can do almost anything there when it comes to sports betting. Beyond the futures, beyond putting some money in on the Astros before their game, they have a live betting option too. I've taken advantage of it, and really it's MyBookie getting me because I am a reactive bettor sometimes. But you can do that. You can have fun when it comes to football as we're getting closer and closer to the season. Use promo code BET975 if you're an existing customer. And certainly if you have never signed up for MyBookie, that promo code helps you out as well. So we've got live betting. We've got sports betting, futures bets, and also the casino. You want to play cards? MyBookie has that for you too. And I'm giving you all these options because they let you bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. You can do that with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
This is a lesson in reading something before you run with it, because Adam Schefter tweeted out a update on Mark Andrews, who was involved in a car accident, and one of our listeners goes RIP. And I was like, what? No, Mark Andrews isn't dead. Thanks for that. I appreciate you, listener, for doing that. He was involved in a car accident early Wednesday morning. He did not sustain any apparent injuries. He later joined the team for practice. So
R.I.P.
Mark Andrews says, I appreciate everyone's thoughts and well wishes. This is a great reminder about the importance of wearing seatbelts and remaining alert while driving a car.
Gone too soon.
He's maybe from practice for an hour, but no, Mark Andrews is back. No injuries. He's practicing for the Ravens. So thanks, Art, for that. I was like, man, that sucks. And then he's fine.
Do you think that was an honest mistake
By
from
who?
From Art?
That he never read he just saw
that he saw Mark Andrews in a car crash and he sent it to you, or do you think he was trying to get you?
I think he wasn't trying to get me. But it's his sense of humor that he sees a report about a car accident and is just going to say RIP.
Okay.
But I am glad I remembered who was sending it to me.
I am familiar with your game.
I'm aware of what you're about. So I'm going to read this. So there is news that Mark Andrews is okay after being in a car accident earlier this morning. He, the great Ravens tight end and Oklahoma Sooner as well, which Sean probably doesn't think is a credit to him, but he was a great tight end at Oklahoma as well.
Maybe not RIP then.
Well, he's not dead, so you don't have to say that. You didn't have to do that either. He's not actually dead. He was always dead to you as soon as he signed with Oklahoma. That's understood. That's just part of a rivalry.
I'm sure he's going to be looking up at us now.
Oh, rest in a different P then.
Yeah.
Rest in piss, is that what you're saying? Even though he's not dead?
Not dead yet.
Okay. Mark Andrews, just fine. In
Just fine.
But he's still a Sooner, so
Yeah,
he can't be
except
that
for that.
great. Yeah. I was going to get to something before I got distracted that has nothing to do with Mark Andrews or a car accident. Brian Lalima, who works for 790, the rights holders for the Astros, they have Dana Brown on every week. And Dana Brown, of course, he, like you, wants Kyle Tucker back desperately. He says, we need to get Tucker back. If you notice, they're walking Jordan more, and Diaz is stepping up. But imagine Tucker behind Jordan and then Diaz. It's amazing. We're playing so well without him. Yes, the fact that this lineup has produced the way it has over the last 3 months now, if we go back to May, since Kyle Tucker. Now they've had their swoons like any lineup will. But they have been good enough team with this pitching staff who has found a way to produce and get outs despite the injuries to elevate this Astros team to a point where I am no longer thinking about maybe they'll win the division. And thanks to the Mariners and their slow month of July and June that allowed the Astros really back into this race, I've kind of already pushed that aside as far as catching the Mariners, which they've already done. But even just holding them off isn't really a concern anymore. It's how good can this version of the Astros be? And Kyle Tucker's a big part of that. They walked Jordan. They didn't do it enough last week. He was great. And Bregman came through as well. But you get Jordan, Diaz, Bregman, and Kyle Tucker back together. And, of course, we expect Jose Abreu. Jeremy Pena hit a home run last night. This lineup gets to the point where we were talking about how scary they were before the year started. And those guys are starting to hit the baseball. And when you get the health of Kyle Tucker, whenever it happens, we go from, oh, no, can we get Trey Cabbage out of there? Why is Aledmus Diaz getting at-bats? All the things. We go
Chaz
back.
McCormick.
Yeah, that too. Well, there's word about Chaz from Dana Brown as well. We go back to one of the scariest lineups of baseball. They're getting there. They're missing one piece, a big piece, and he needs to figure out a way to be healthy enough to jog. And once we get to that point, maybe we can talk about his return. We heard Sean Mapes, or Skip Mapes, as we're going to call him going forward, mentioned Chas McCormick. Chas McCormick struggled, whether it be in the field or at the plate. He's not been the guy he was last year when Dusty was feeding him banana pudding. He's not that guy anymore on the field. But here's Dana Brown on Chas. I still believe in Chas. He's that one week away from turning the corner. That seems optimistic, but okay. He's frustrated right now, but he may get hot in September and roll right into the postseason. So, Dana Brown, forever positive on one Chas McCormick. We have not seen the evidence that he's just 1 week away. And usually you don't say that. He's isn't just a couple of bats away, a game away, but maybe Chas needs more time. Hey, let's throw Chas into the mix. If he's going to turn around too, great. He seems less likely than, even with Kyle Tucker being hurt, Chas McCormick seems less likely to turn around than Kyle Tucker to get back healthy, get back in rhythm, and ready to go for a postseason. And it's a big postseason for Kyle Tucker. Even excluding what the contract might be, he was poor last postseason. You would hope he gets some at-bats in by at least mid-September and gets himself in some type of rhythm, because they're going to need him, and he needs a good postseason. I'm not going to go as far as, he let the team down, but I'm sure he remembers what he was last postseason and how if he was better, things might have been different. Although, win a game at home against the Rangers, that's not really Kyle Tucker's fault. He could have been better, but win a game at home. They don't appear to have the same issues they had at home this year. They've kind of fixed that over the last 2 months or so, but they need Kyle Tucker to step up in the postseason. It's going to be a big part of it. And Dana Brown says maybe by September. We'll see.
Maybe by September we'll see.
No, I added the word.
Oh.
He wasn't as I don't know. He wasn't that.
I mean,
like
the Chas McCormick one's pretty. Yeah, I don't know. Where it's like, I know he's bad, but maybe what if he's good? Right at the end, right at the right day. He's been bad all year, which means he'll get hot for the playoffs. It's like, no, that's not what it means.
Doesn't. Maybe he's just going to have a really bad year.
Yeah,
overall.
he might just be off.
Yeah, he's hoping. For him, he's hoping Chas turns it around.
So are we.
Aren't we all? He may have more faith in his guys than others, but he should. We're not going to be sellers. We're going to be buyers, and we scoffed at it, and others scoffed at it too. And the one big move they made was scoffed at as well. And so far, that magic juice, with Kikuchi, another 5 2/3 last night. The strikeouts are down, but no walks, and if not for the Altuve error, he gets the 6 for the first time in an Astros uniform. But hey, certainly good enough. And they found a way with the Abreu-Presley combination and then throw in Hader. Presley made it uncomfortable, but they found a way. So 7 in a row for the Astros as they try to take out the Rays one more time. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. This is the segment where it could be anything. If you call in, we will certainly get your call in. We'll bring you on 713-780-3776. A couple things to get to as we wind up the show. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I talked about this maybe at the end of segment 1. Bleacher Report has an article out for each NBA roster's best kept secret. Tari Eason is the Rockets' best kept secret. A lot of that has to do with his injury last year. I mean, he kind of made national news calling out the Warriors and then Draymond responding to him. Apparently, Draymond actually likes Tari as a player. Just didn't appreciate the Warriors come out to play thing. So Tari did make news late in the year while he wasn't playing, as the Rockets were making a push to make the play-in. But they talk about his defensive acumen, his ability to affect the game that way. And even in the times he did play last year in an injury-shortened year, he improved his metrics. So they believe he is a guy who, wherever the Rockets put him, and maybe his best suit is just be someone who causes chaos on the defensive end and be an offensive rebounder, he is going to be someone people remember when the season comes about this year. And John has talked about it, that they love Tari Eason over with the Rockets. So not bad. And you know, that list is going to be guys who the NBA nerds have heard of. I don't think anyone who actually watched the NBA on a consistent night-to-night basis hasn't heard of Tari Eason. People who watch the league, I'm sure. If you just watch your team, that could be different. But the word, if you're a podcast, you listen to NBA podcasts, you're part of that world where the NBA is something you lock in on. You probably heard of them. But for the common fan,
The casuals.
I would think so. I didn't want to insult people, but sure, the casuals. People like that probably don't know that Tari Eason is looked at as highly by others, but they'll find out this year and find out why, as long as he can stay on the floor. How they distribute minutes for the Rockets is going to be interesting, considering how much young talent they have, and even you throw in the veterans sprinkled throughout the roster. But no problem being deep, particularly when you're trying to step up your level when it comes to the tier you reside in the NBA. Right now, the Rockets is also ran too strong. Probably not. They didn't make the play in.
Mid-table?
Probably. They were nowhere near relegation. They won enough games to be a mid-table team.
Yeah.
They're trying to take the step where they're fighting for Europe, if we're going to use all the soccer references. And fighting for Europe would be, at least in our eyes, the in-season tournament. Maybe a 7 seed in the playoffs, 6 seed or something.
You're not an F1 guy, but
No.
they're fighting for points.
Yes.
F1 parlance.
That wouldn't be bad either. Yes. So that's where they are, and Tari Eason hopes to be a big part of that. I did want to get to this one college football thing before we wrap it up. So we talked a lot about Michigan. We talked this week about Jim Harbaugh. You know, Sharon Moore is the head coach there. He is accused as well of being a part of a scandal, the Connor Stallion scandal. Sharon Moore was hit with a big violation because of his obstruction of the investigation. He's accused of deleting text messages, and not even just accused anymore. He commented on it when asked about it. He goes, I can't wait for those text messages to be revealed. What could possibly be in those text messages that he thinks is going to exonerate him? So you're admitting to deleting the text messages that were eventually recuperated through or were grabbed again by technology. They've been seen by the appropriate people. What does he think is going to be in them? Food orders that he was just deleting? Hey, I don't want people to know I'm a big Chipotle fan. What's he think is going to happen? He goes, I can't wait for the text to be revealed.
Yeah, maybe it's a big surprise he asked for his wife. I don't know. He was he was sending Connor Stallion some ideas from Pinterest. No, I would imagine that what he believes it is, or what he is at least trying to position it as, maybe not isn't exonerating, but is just like a nothing burger.
Okay.
Where it's a whole bunch of texts about like the things that are not violations, but just communications. Because Connor Stallions did have a job that wasn't cheating.
Sure.
So it could just be regular offensive coordinator to, I forgot what Connor Stallions he wasn't a GA, but what his title was. It could just be normal stuff like, hey, make sure make sure to grab the Wisconsin running backs clips from 2028 or something.
I said recuperated.
Or 2018.
I should say
I don't know why I said 2028.
Yeah, recouped instead of recuperated. I can't imagine there's anything in there that's going to be like, wow, smoking gun. Michigan didn't do anything wrong.
Well, because in the notice of allegations, what's it called? The level of violations that they had would be way higher if there's some smoking gun in there.
Yeah. I just think it's pretty straightforward that you were having conversations about what Connor Stallions was accused of.
Yeah.
And you didn't want them to be seen. And that's fine.
Got to tell Schroen more about Snapchat.
Yeah. I mean, see, or I know, was it Hugh Freeze got in trouble for using the university issue phone?
Yes, to call escorts. Yes.
Yes, maybe Schroen more stick with your own phone, your personal phone, where they don't really have,
burner,
or where they don't have legislation over your phone.
Yeah.
Do they have legislation over his personal phone?
That's the thing with the NCAA and even like the NFL, where it's like, you don't have to give over your
You really
phone.
don't.
Like, it's not a subpoena.
They will
like,
just,
they're not a court.
They will just say you're uncooperative, and they will just assume you're guilty.
Yeah, but
you're right. You don't have to give over your phone.
You don't have to. But I'm sure they pressure you into it. And
what will happen to you if you don't? Yeah, stuff like that.
But at the same, and then maybe that's why Schroen Moore is like, take a look, nothing in there.
Because I deleted them.
I'm an innocent man.
Because I deleted them, and I don't remember that technology can be used to find stuff that I've deleted. It's not.
Well, I have it set up on my phone to automatically delete text after a year.
Sure.
So just to keep down on like the amount of text that I have and how much storage that eats up.
Yes.
So maybe it's that. Maybe it's, hey, year passed. They all got deleted. Sorry.
Somehow I feel like they could have figured that out. And from the reporting, it suggests
it's only
Connor Stallions messages, and he deleted them relatively recently. Yes, from the time they asked for him.
All right, then never mind.
Yeah, I like you trying to shoot the coach some bail. I appreciate it.
Yeah, come on.
As his lawyer, you went from Skip Mates to Sean Mapes Esquire. I appreciate it.
Defense attorney.
Yes. Yeah, you
for
would be
Schroen Moore.
You would not be Schroen. You wouldn't be a prosecutor. You'd be definitely a defense attorney. I could see that in you.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you got to cut your hair if you want to be a prosecutor.
That is true.
Yeah, I don't think you're looking for
Got to
that.
climb up the ladder to be in the DA's office.
Yeah, I don't think you just want to start out
helping people.
Yeah, college coaches. That's who you want to help.
I was gonna say, I'm the lawyer that they provide you if you cannot have one, but not even that.
No, not even, because Schroen Moore is gonna have a better lawyer, at least a more expensive lawyer than that. You're not a public defender.
Yeah, I was ready to take offense to that, but I decided not to.
I think you'd be better than a public defender. At least I don't even know if you would be, because I think those people should be commended for what they do.
And they went to law school.
Oh, yeah, that too.
not.
But if you did go to law school, you'd be one of the ambulance chasers.
I would be.
Yes. Hey, you've been hit by a
Have
vehicle,
you been
you'd be up on a billboard.
Yeah, I'd be the next Texas Hammer.
Very cool commercial you'd create. I could see it happening.
Texas screwdriver.
Something, it doesn't have to be a tool. It could be anything. But you would make it known that you'll get what's best for the downtrodden.
Yes. And I'm gonna hold those companies accountable.
Like the NCAA.
Yeah.
You're the Texas Hammer for college coaches.
I like that. I like that as a lane.
And speaking of that, stick with the Michigan thing. Harbaugh won't be the honorary captain. That was on deck for him, but there's some things that are in place that may make that a little uncomfortable. So his family will do that, honoring the man who led Michigan to a national title. We are done for the day. Gallant and George are up next. It looks like I'll be able to take my actual backpack home as opposed to taking Joe's home yesterday. We have the same backpack. And I got home and I get a text from Joe, hey, do you happen to have my backpack? And I looked at his name tag. I was like, God. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We have fixed that scenario. Joe has his, I have mine. That's more certainly my mistake. Let's try to avoid that next time. Keep what's yours, and what's mine. Killer Bees follow Gallant and George. We did it, Sean.
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
deep to left field. He's done it again. 4 consecutive games with a home run, and the Astros take a 2-1 lead. Breggy is hitting bombs on a regular.
There's the 4 fingers. At this rate, you may have to treat him like that. Breggy bomb showing up here. The trap.
You know, a wise group of philosophers once said, let the good times roll. Let them knock you around. Let the good times roll. Let them make you a clown. And that's what the Houston Astros are doing to every team across baseball of late, clowning them.
Who said that?
The Cars, a wise group of philosophers.
Okay. I've never heard that one before, Paul.
Well, now you have.
I have. And they're clowning them. They're clowning everyone.
They are. Now, I mean, yesterday, a little closer than you would like, but they get a win over the Rays, 3-2. It's their 7th win in a row. They are now a season best 9 games over 500 and a season best a game and a half in first place. Pretty crazy given how well they've played of late that it's taken this long for them to have a lead in the AL West larger than 1 game. But let the good times roll.
They're rolling right now. Alex Bregman, Yainer Diaz, Jeremy Pena. They continue to impress. And you said Kikuchi again. Like all the bad things we said, they were right, it seems, at least so far.
We didn't say bad things about anything as much as what the Astros gave up for Kikuchi, who we have to remind you is a rental. That's not us saying we were right. Kikuchi's been fantastic since the Astros brought him in, and he deserves a lot of credit because I think a lot of us were of the belief that things are as simple as Astros acquire pitcher. They tell him the right pitch to throw, which apparently 29 other teams in baseball are too stupid to think of, which makes us feel better. We're the smart ones here. And then he starts throwing that pitch. But this was a game where Kikuchi didn't really throw the changeup as much as he has those last 2 starts. Just 10 of them yesterday. And this wasn't as big of a strikeout day, 5 for Kikuchi, as it was a induced ground out day. But if that is a club that he has in his bag, if he is more than just a strikeout pitcher, that is definitely a welcome sign because, look, when you get in the postseason and you're pitching against teams that are actually good, Baltimore, New York, teams with bats, you're not going to be able to strike everybody out. You know, you're not going to be going up against the Blue Jays, who suck, the Rangers, who suck, the Rays, who suck.
I mean, it was such a nice pivot. You know, you have the first game. You think that, okay, well, now the Rays know that I love this change.
Right,
This
exactly.
changeup is super effective. And then that between, Caratini, Murphy and Miller, the pitching coaches, and Kikuchi himself, they totally change his game plan. And it's just as effective. 5 strikeouts is plenty. I don't need him to be an 8-9 strikeout guy every single day. He should have got through 6 innings if it wasn't for Jose Altuve booting the hell out of that baseball. So, I don't give him any grief about not getting to 6 innings. But it was another good performance for him, and just followed by, it wasn't, they didn't mash the Rays yesterday, but your bats that are hot just continue to do things that are remarkable.
Oh, yeah, they do. They do, Joe.
They really do.
Am I creeping you out? Oh, yeah.
I lean creeped out. I'm not going to say fully creeped out.
You say he's a great pitcher. The bats making magic happen. Let the good times roll. Let them leave you up in the air. Let them brush your rock and roll hair. It's more for me. No offense, Joe. Let the good times roll. What, you're wearing a hat?
My hair?
Well, you can't brush your hair if you're wearing a hat, Joe.
I mean, I do have hair to brush, though.
That's true. You do have hair.
There's just a spot missing in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay? It takes me less time to brush my hair than it takes you to brush yours.
That's true.
Because there's less to brush.
I'm almost late to work every day because I got to blow dry my hair.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not kidding. I blow dry my hair. I put sea salt spray in it. I put a mint oil in it,
That's
a little
your
peppermint oil.
Yeah.
And a little Rogaine, too.
Paul, that's a
got
lot of
receding
stuff
hairline.
to go into your hair.
Oh, yeah. It's a process, man.
It makes sense.
Put the dryer on. My cat gets freaked out. She hates the dryer. Fun times. Let the good times roll. Let's talk about those bats. They're swanging. They're banging. Alex Bregman, 4th straight game with a homer. You heard it coming in. He had a double too. He was 3 for 5. You got a home run from Jeremy Pena, who apparently, per Mr. Brostash on Twitch, his 6-year-old son got in trouble in preschool for singing that in class. Well, that's a hero right there.
That's a true American hero right there.
And while this didn't happen in the game, Yordan Alvarez broke the Tropicana Field scoreboard in batting practice. I mean, that basically is a home run. And Yainer Diaz had another run batted in with runners in scoring position. So a lot of the same is continuing, and hopefully the good times, they roll.
I mean, this is like, think about our early conversations during the season when we were talking about, oh, hell, like last week when things were bad. It's like, it's the same conversation over and over again. This is fun when it's the same conversation over and over again. That Alex Bregman and Yainer Diaz just keep coming through in the clutch time and time again. Alex is just on a heater right now that I am thoroughly impressed with. The home runs, it's really something that like it's kind of gone away from his game, I would say, the last couple years, but 4 straight games with a home run. Now him and Yainer Diaz have both accomplished that in 2024. It's almost just like, I just can't wait for the game today to see if he can get a 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's all. I just want to know that. Get a win, also important. But
it's so funny that every single year for Bregman goes exactly the same. He sucks at the beginning, and then he turns it on generally around this time of year, assuming he is healthy.
He just sucked a little extra this year. But then now he's like extra good. So we're getting the extremes of Alex Bregman.
It's one of the reasons where I thought to myself, yeah, this is terrible, but I mean, he's probably going to figure it out because this generally happens every single year. I don't know why it happens every single year, but it does. And by the time he figures it out, it's the best time. You want your guy playing his best at the end of the year, not at the beginning.
Fact. It doesn't matter if you're the best team in baseball the first month of the season. Ask the New York Yankees. Like, you can do whatever you want the first 2 months of the season. It doesn't matter. Alex Bregman, I mean, without him, just another day where I just don't know where this team is. Him and Yainer Diaz both are just carrying this team. You know, Yordan obviously doesn't have a hit yesterday, but those 3 guys are just setting the tone for this lineup continually. And for Bregman and Yainer to be this good and to think of what they still could be this season with Kyle Tucker at some point coming back, it's truly like should be terrifying for opposing pitchers.
I'm curious what they do with the order because Diaz has been so good in the cleanup spot. Do you move Tucker into that role or do you have Tucker batting 5th? There will be, I imagine, a ramp-up period for Tucker, so maybe you feel okay with him hitting 5th when he first comes back. But Diaz has been so good with runners in scoring position since they put him into that role. I mean, the numbers are honestly incredible. In 48 games since moving to the cleanup spot behind Yordan, he has 32 runs batted in, and he's hitting 370.
It's a hard argument to take him out of that spot.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would. It sounds like they're going to. I know we'll do Down with Dana Brown later, but Dana Brown said today on his flagship interview that he said, imagine Tucker behind Yordan and then Diaz. So I guess that's already in their thought process to where I don't agree with that, though.
I mean, look, you want to give Tucker more at bats. All I'm saying is the numbers are pretty crazy, but Diaz is not. He's hitting .937 with runners in scoring position. Jose Altuve actually has a better OPS. 67 runs batted in leads the team, and already more than he had last year. And on top of that, it's not like he's changed his approach that much. That's what's interesting. He's still swinging at everything, but I guess with runners in scoring position, he's just making contact. And got to give him a lot of credit. And I guess you can make the argument if you're an anti-Dusty person and you're still mad that Diaz didn't play last year. In an article that I think Chandler Rome put up with The Athletic about Yainer, Diaz believed he needed to inflict damage to earn more opportunities last season. So that might be one of the reasons he swings at everything, but he still is swinging at everything. He's just making contact.
Yeah, the whole like needing to inflict damage thing. It does seem like that's the one thing with Joe Espada that they've changed really philosophically this year. I think you've seen obviously the pop the last 4 games with Alex Bregman's been incredible, but with Jeremy Pena, Alex Bregman, and now Yainer Diaz, and early in the season, Mauricio Dubon, it's really just just get on base. Like it feels kind of back to old school baseball in a way where it's just get guys on and good things will happen. The runs will come with the more guys that are on base. Obviously, early in the season, when the Astros are leading the league with runners in scoring, guys left on base and runners in scoring position, you don't feel this way. But now you can see where it's working out very well for them. That you have a runner on first and second, and Diaz comes up, and he comes through in last night's game, and they're just moving guys from position to position on the base pass, and then occasionally Yordan Alvarez or Alex Bregman at this point are just smashing home runs and blowing games open. So I like that version of baseball better too. Like what's happened to baseball over the last like 5 years, I feel like, where everything became strikeout or home run. It was just a less enjoyable product overall as a sport, that everyone was just striking out, hitting homers. There, no movement on the base pass. So I'm all for not small ball, but not thinking that every single time you put the bat in your hands, you have to hit out of the park. So
Yeah.
I like this.
Slap it. Okay? Let the good times roll. Let them rock you around. Astros in the midst of some good times. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Stephen Hill comments, Chaz not hustling to that first ball gave the Rays a man on second and cost Kikuchi a run. He should have left that game with 0 runs given up. Yeah, Chaz McCormick, I'm looking forward to Kyle Tucker returning so we don't have to see him anymore. I don't really want to see Chaz anymore. I saw some in comments that were rather like patting him on the head. Like, he's going to be fine, from Joe Espada, I think from Dana Brown as well. I don't want to see him out there. And also, yesterday, if you want to complain, it's Chaz, and it's also another fourth straight, in fact, outing where Ryan Presley allowed a run.
Yeah, Chaz.
Presley.
I'm with you with Chaz.
I don't want to see him anymore.
I think back to
It's been fun, but last year was last year, and 2022's playoffs were 2022's playoffs.
Yeah, last week there was the play. I found it here where Nathaniel Lowe, when they were playing the Rangers, hit a ball to Chaz McCormick, and it could have been thrown out, but the throw home was wide left. It was nowhere near a competitive throw. Then you have the play last night. I don't know if he's in just like an all-time bad season funk, or Dusty Baker was right and just playing him optimally against lefties and not all the time was just the right thing to do, and he's just not an everyday guy. But I would be, because of DeZenzo potentially playing left field, and what you have with, they clearly seem more comfortable with Yordan Alvarez playing left field than ever before. He's going to break his season record of games played in the field. I don't know how much Chaz will see, honestly. He might just be a late, even then, after games like last night. Like how is he your late inning defensive replacement even for Yordan Alvarez? So I'm with you. Bye.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. At Gallant says at Joe George Radio, at Shawnee Mapes Behind the Glass on X. You can also join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, should the Astros already be thinking about an extension for this guy with a nickname that I'm about to label with him next? And you're going to love it. Stick around.
What to tell you about?
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
There's one at the bottom of the zone. Lau was lucky he didn't get called out the previous pitch. Does get called out on that pitch. That's 5 strikeouts for Usain, one away in the fourth.
Gucci Kikuchi. That's
Love
the
it.
nickname.
I'm in.
Do you know what Gucci means?
It's a bag.
Well, it is a bag. That's true, Joe. That is true.
Like we're good.
Yeah.
We're good. We're Gucci.
UrbanDictionary.com defines Gucci as a slangish phrase used to mean good, great, awesome, cool, chill, etc. Another definition on Urban Dictionary says it's a versatile slang term based on the luxury fashion brand, meaning okay, good, great, awesome, fresh. Originally used in the streets, but now popularized by the masses. It's sometimes abbreviated Gooch if you're an expert in its use. Gooch Kikuch? No. Gucci Kikuchi? Yes.
Yes. I don't think I've ever actually said gooch. So I guess I'm not. I've not.
You've heard someone say gooch.
You've certainly heard someone say gooch. And, Joe, you shouldn't.
No? Okay. Well, I won't do it again.
But this is what the kids are saying. They say Gucci these days.
Gucci Kikuchi.
And we're going to call him Gucci Kikuchi henceforth. So let it be written. So let it be done. It's going to be very interesting at the end of the year. The question of whether or not, Joe, the Astros try to bring him back. I would imagine it's at the very least on the table given all that they gave up to get him. And it's not, I guess, as much about what those 3 players ceiling is as much as it's you gave up 3 players in a pretty empty farm system to get a guy for a couple of months that hopefully wins you a World Series. I suppose they could perhaps try to sell Gucci Kikuchi on the fact that if he continues to pitch the way he has these 3 starts, they're the reasons for helping him get back on track. Also, it's a winning organization as opposed to the Blue Jays. So there are ways that you could do it, but would you do it based off of 3 starts alone?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Already.
I don't want to go
2 starts against the Rays and 1 start against the Rangers.
He's 33, so I don't want to I'm not giving this guy some massive contract.
That's not helping your case out.
But I am all about bringing him back already. I know it's only
all
3
about
starts.
it. It's been 3 starts. They haven't pitched against anybody.
I know. But they have to address the starting pitcher position this offseason. It is a major need for this team.
Due to injuries, you're
Yeah,
right.
You're not going to have Urquidy. You're not going to have Javier. Justin Verlander's contract is not going to vest, and he's going to be 42 years old when he hits free agency. You cannot bank on Lance McCullers. You're pretty sure you're going to have Luis Garcia back. That's 5 guys right there. So going into next season, you have Framber Valdez, you have Hunter Brown, you have Spencer Arrighetti, you have Ronald Blanco, and you have Luis Garcia under contract that you expect to be available on opening day right now as your starting 5. I don't think you can bank on that. I don't think you can bank on Blanco being what he was this year. You haven't seen Luis Garcia pitch in a year and a half at that point. I'm not saying give this guy a 5-year, $100 million contract, but sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. And I would rather bring in a guy that and keep a guy that you're seeing have success with this pitching staff at a fair market value contract, which if you look at like Spotrac says $13.5 million is his market value in free agency right now, then go chasing for Blake Snell or go chasing for Nathan Eovaldi, who are kind of like they're good pitchers, but we know that Kikuchi's worked better here. So I think I'm in already.
3 starts. They haven't pitched against anybody.
I know. I think I'm in.
Why?
I'm in.
I need more. I get like what's on the horizon.
It's kind of what it's kind of like what you were saying in the first segment, where maybe we just should believe that when they acquire these guys that they fix them and they right the wrongs that other franchises do. So I just right now believe that if they want to keep Yusei Kikuchi and trade for him, that they can fix him.
I want to see what he does later this month when they go up against teams that are better than the Rays twice and the Rangers. And on top of that, then I want to see what he does in the postseason. Because if he struggles in the postseason, then I don't even really care what he does at the end of August.
That's a good point. Like he doesn't have postseason. I don't know if he has any postseason experience, honestly. If he does, he has very, very little. But if he goes out there and he's one of those guys that clearly can't handle the pressure, it's obviously a totally different conversation. Like, so it's way too early, I guess, to be 100% in. But I heavily lean that way already.
$12 to $13 million for Kikuchi when you're going to be giving Lance McCullers another 17.7 next year. Christian Javier 10.4 before his salary jumps up to 21.4 million in 2026. And you got Framber Valdez on the last year of his contract. Arbitration this past season, he got 12.1. With the way that he's pitching now, I'm assuming that he's going to make a lot. I don't know. I mean, if I'm looking at Framber Valdez and Yusei Kikuchi and where I can allocate my resources, if I got to pick, I'm picking Framber. I don't know that they're going to pick both. I would be, in fact, very skeptical that they'd pick both. I'm sure there's a part of them right now, too, that's looking at what Blake Snell's been doing of late and thinking to themselves, maybe we should have just been patient with Blake Snell because Snell's been awesome of late. So I'm not willing to do it yet. This is something I'm willing to revisit again, but he's got to pitch against teams that are actually good.
Yeah, and the X factor here is obviously Jim Crane. I mean, it's what if they do sign Alex Bregman to a long-term contract? You know,
doesn't that affect your ability to do that? Doesn't this
Probably.
affect your ability to do that with Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez too? And I guess Framber's a third of the contracts that we would probably like to see the Astros give extensions to.
Yeah, that's where it's hard to tell what Jim Crane, like what his next, like what's next for him. Like, are they going to continue to operate in the way they have, which is not really address a lot of needs in free agency, but try to sign one big name that kind of covers that? Josh Hader this year, the year before, it was Jose Abreu. Obviously, they kept Montero, but like what is Jim Crane's philosophy? We don't know, and we have to wait and see. You know, if Alex Bregman walks in free agency, you know that's $30 million off your books that you're, I guess, replacing him with like a minor leaguer, I would guess, or a very cheap free agent. That gives you more wiggle room. So that's really the question, is that we don't have the answers to, is just how far above a luxury tax would Jim Crane allow himself to go, and would they view Yusei Kikuchi as a player that, you know, they're okay with getting extra taxed on?
And if he has a really good finish to this month and has a really good playoffs, I'm sure that's something that they will reconsider. All I'm saying is now I'm being patient, and it's been great to see to this point. It's been surprising to see that he's been this successful to this point. Over 3 starts, 2 wins, a sub-3 ERA, considering he had like a 4.75 ERA when they brought him in. But I think we got to be patient on that front.
Yeah, I wouldn't give him the contract today, but
I don't know. You sounded like you were going to give it 10.
I mean, I think you got to make sure he gets through the season healthy first. But
it's a pretty big thing to have happen.
He's pitched really well.
He has pitched well.
I'm very impressed, and at this point, like I have no reason to doubt the pitching staff of the Houston Astros. You know what they've done since 2015. Even with the pitching coaching changes that they've had, it's just they fix everyone that walks through the door. So maybe, I guess, to counter my own argument here, Paul, is that
don't
no, just I think it's fair to point out the other side. The counter to that would be, why would you pay someone when they show they can just fix anyone? Like that's the counter,
that's arrogance, and that's where that's where you find yourself having a rotation that is getting shelled.
Yeah, that's probably too arrogant for them to view it that
Yeah, they can't fix everybody, and I think it is a little simplistic to think that they're the entire reason for Kikuchi doing what he's done. But they do deserve credit for taking the flyer on him, and he deserves credit for delivering to this point. From the 409, it's Caleb. I'm totally on board with signing Kikuchi. I think he will be reasonably cheap, and he would already be acclimated to our team. We shall see. It is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975 or on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Up next, who's been soft in the world of sports, and have they been softer than Deion Sanders in his battle against the liberal media? Stick around.
Want to tell you about my friends at O Athletic. You can check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd over in the Heights. They offer over 100 different classes throughout the week, Monday through Sunday, all times throughout the day. You just go there to the website, oathletic.com. You can see the full class schedule, so you can go check out a workout that you want to try out, maybe for the first time. Maybe you want to find a class or a style of class you want to participate in every single week. There's all the listings there for you at oathletic.com. Also, the personal training, they will work with you on a schedule. If you want to do it 1 day a week, up to 5 days a week, they will find a trainer that works around your schedule. So if you want to do it before work, after work, all of that is right for you. They fit everything to your needs at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, and tell them Joe George sent you.
In honor of Ime Udoka's confrontation with LeBron James during a Rockets-Lakers game last year, we do this segment. It's called Soft Boys. Who's been soft in the world of sports? 713-780-3776 at ESPN Houston, twitch.tv/ESPN 975. What a great moment when Ime Udoka, after LeBron James was bitching to the referees, said, soft ass boy. It's fantastic.
It's one of the best of the Udoka era so far.
Probably is the high mark, in my opinion, because it's not just that the Rockets are showing they're tough for a change, a very welcome change. The Harden era, they were not. It's that they did it against LeBron, who I would venture to say most of our audience is not the biggest fan of. Deion Sanders, prime time. He is the head coach of Colorado football. They were 4-8 last year, had a terrible recruiting year, and were unable to do anything in the transfer portal. So Deion's a little bit, let's just say, guarded these days when interacting with media who cover the Buffs. Here's Deion Sanders going back and forth with a CBS Denver reporter.
That's the end of that question, I guess. Next guy.
Eric Christensen with CBS Sports Colorado.
CBS,
Tyler,
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Joe Rigo, Mile High
Ain't got nothing to
Sports
do with
Radio.
you. This is above that. Ain't got nothing to do with you. I got love for you. I appreciate you, respect you. Ain't got nothing to do with you. They know what they did.
I'm here in Denver, not national.
You are who you are. CBS is CBS.
All right.
Joe
Ain't got
Rigo,
nothing
Mile
to
High
do with
Sports.
you. I respect you. That's why I told you that. I'm looking you in the eye as a man. I respect you. I got love for you. But what they did was foul.
There is a pretty clear separation between CBS, the TV network, and CBS Denver. I'm not going to get into the specifics. I will say that reporter saying, but CBS Denver is in the right. This guy has nothing to do with, I guess, CBS Sports, which per On3's Philip Dukes may have upset Deion Sanders because they were working on a project together. Deion was vulnerable and shared some things with them. And CBS, I guess, said, nah, we're not going to work with you right now.
Okay. I don't, this is such a, it's, Deion's Deion. Like, he has grudges. That's very clear. And if you are in the umbrella of the grudge, he's going to hold it to you. I give the reporter credit for not backing down. You know what? If Deion's going to do it this way, like, I actually thought, like, you know what? He was pretty respectful. Like, honestly, like, he could have been a way bigger of a jerk to this guy. So I don't really get it. I don't know if it's also because CBS Sports ranked him as the worst coach in the Big 12 and the 61st best coach in college football. But it could have been worse, but it's still always kind of weird.
It seems sensitive. It seems soft. You're 4-8. Who are you? That's what I look at it as. He is Deion Sanders, no doubt about it. But now he's Deion Sanders, the Division I college football coach, not Deion Sanders, the guy who's one of the best corners in NFL history, one of the best punt returners in NFL history, and one of the best multi-sport athletes of the 20th century. Because he played baseball in the majors and he played in the NFL. Yeah. High level with both.
Yeah, I just feel like he's got to earn. You got to do a little more as a coach to what you're saying. Like he's obviously a all-time player, but you got 4 wins.
Yeah,
maybe you're coming from a school that couldn't even keep its locker room secure, so your stuff didn't get stolen.
Maybe a bowl game. Can we do bowl game before people aren't allowed to ask questions because of what a different entity that has the same name does?
Can your over/under be more than 5.5?
Probably a good
It's
start.
moved. It was 4.5.
More Deion Sanders versus the media. Here he is in an interaction with a Denver Post reporter. Not going to lie, I saw this video at first without actually watching the interaction, and I assumed that Deion was being soft. Then I watched it, and I think this reporter comes off as soft. Here's the exchange.
Coach Sean Keeler, the Denver Post. Happy summer, my man.
You don't like us, man. Why do you do this to yourself?
Come on.
You don't like us.
Mark
You know
likes
you're-
me, by the way.
Huh?
Yeah. Mark said he likes me.
No,
so
but
that's
you
one.
don't. Why do you
That's
do
one.
this, though?
No, sorry. Two-parter if I could.
No, I'm serious.
Football
Why do
question.
you do this? Like, you know you don't. Like, why do you do this?
No, it's not about that. Football question. Football
No,
question.
why do you do this? Like, it would be hard for me to really engage in someone I don't like or something I don't like. I'm just asking why. Like, why?
Gotta pay
What
the
did
bills,
I
guys.
do?
You didn't do anything. It's not about that. But this is
But
a football
why?
question.
I'm asking you why.
Yeah, you can answer, but that's
Okay,
not
answer
your
me.
business.
What?
Yeah.
Because you want me to answer you. So
Yeah,
you
okay, that's fine. That's fair.
Why?
Why? Because I have
Give me
questions.
your why.
What's your why? What do you want to know?
Why do you always on attack? Like, what did we do?
Where am I on attack today? Where am I on attack?
Yeah, I'm not gonna give you opportunities to be on attack. But I'm asking you why. Like, what does it do for you? Like, what happened?
It's not about me.
But what happened to get you like this?
It's a good question.
No, I'm serious. Because I want to help. No, I'm serious. I want to help. Because it's not normal.
We can talk about that.
Okay.
Can I ask you a football question?
No,
Seriously.
No, we'll talk about that. When we talk about that, I'll talk about that with you.
Can we ask you a football question, please?
When I talk about that, we talk about that. We can talk about that.
Deion Sanders is now 5-8 as Colorado head coach after that interaction. That reporter sounded like such a little bitch.
Like
from the get-go, he starts it off by being a condescending a-hole. Like that, if he hadn't started it like that, he would have been able to ask his question. And Dion, correctly and calmly, I thought, like, basically dismembered him slowly, limb by limb. I kind of enjoyed that. Not gonna lie. And the guy was like, "Oh, sorry. Let me ask a football question." I don't know. No, don't be a little bitch, dude. If you're gonna come at him, swinging your bleep around, your schmenzer, putting it on the table like that before you ask the question, you better be able to go pound for pound with him in a back and forth.
What was the happy
Dion,
summer
by the way,
thing?
one of the best talkers ever.
Yeah, happy summer.
But the way he said it was so weird.
Yeah.
It's like it was like there was something to it.
Yeah. That's all he needed for Dion to actually take the high ground.
Yeah.
Just to
Coach Sean Keeler, the Denver Post. Happy summer, my man.
Happy summer.
My man.
Like, oh,
yeah, no.
there's good. There's this one. The other guy. There's no real beef.
Yeah.
He is shrapnel. This guy, there's some real beef here.
Also, how great would it be to be a longtime cover of Colorado athletics, and then all of a sudden this is what because I'm pretty sure this is from the same press conference. It looks like it's from the same press.
From 100% the same press conference.
What a day! Imagine going home after that, just being like, man.
They don't know what to expect. Like, this is like they've never had anything like this before.
It would suck to be the beat reporter, but if you're covering Colorado football as a talk show host, oh my God, this is amazing. This is incredible. I would love it. And look, there is a part of me still rooting for Dion to succeed.
Yeah.
But I feel like he has taken a lot of L's of late and has been somewhat in denial that he's taken these L's, and I don't think it's a great look. But some people are still on his side, like Mike Hill of Fox Sports, who is the one person that voted Colorado top 25, probably because
I like that.
Mike Hill has a deal to, I think, like narrate one of Deion Sanders' books or something.
Oh, okay.
So he's trying to keep his job.
Yeah, he's just and hey, although if I'm Dion, I'm like 25. If you're gonna do it, top 15. I don't know.
Underrated dynamic of the 2024 Colorado Buffs. Warren Sapp is a coach on that team. This guy, Warren Sapp actually is an a-hole.
I forgot that he was on the team until I saw the
but
quote.
This quote made me laugh when asked about his defensive line. We got bullets. You get shot with a 38 caliber or a 9mm, you pick it. Not a gun guy, which is worse? Which is gonna leave a bigger hole?
I feel like maybe he's talking about like defensive tackles or defensive ends here.
No, I just want to talk about what gun's worse.
All right.
I think they're both bad.
I feel like 9mm would be worse than a 38.
I also don't know. We're really showing our stripes.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I can do some research.
The Guardians, as we continue Soft Boys, nominate your Soft Boys, 713-780-3776 at ESPN 975 on Twitch, at ESPN Houston on YouTube. The Cleveland Guardians had an all-time play-by-play call for a home run yesterday, hit by some guy with the last name Noel, who also has a very cool nickname. But they took it down, and I think it's soft. Censorship of true emotion in the moment. Here is that home run call from Matt Underwood and Rich Manning.
There's a ball hammered, deep left, way out of here. Big Christmas and a one-horse open sleigh, rounding the bases after an absolute missile of a home run, and the Guardians take the lead 2-1. My goodness.
Oh, Smiley, he wants to kill himself. He hung him a breaking ball, and boy, Noel took advantage of it.
So if you go online, you'll notice that the Guardians basically had the play-by-play man re-record the home run call so they could post it without the color commentator saying, yeah, he wants to kill himself after hanging that pitch.
I thought it was a joke the first time that I saw it online because I saw it written out and I was like, oh, this is an Onion like tweet. Like there's no way this guy actually said that on television.
But
He
he's not
did.
wrong.
He did. He's not
the guy
wrong.
I mean, who hasn't said that? Like, oh, I want to kill myself and not actually seriously meant it. Like, I do that all the time.
Yeah, but typically you say myself, not himself.
I like it. I like it.
Hey, I get the Christmas thing that he was going for at the beginning. You know, wasn't great, but
Guy's
there's
last
no
name
need
is
to
Noel. That's
there's no
his
need
nickname.
to delete the video over it.
I agree. And
oh wait, is it this? Wait, what? They deleted over the second thing.
they deleted the whole thing. No, they deleted the whole thing. They changed the whole thing up.
Oh, really?
They re-recorded the whole highlight. It's insane. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway.
Yeah. He wants to kill himself.
Soft.
Soft boys continues. Tyrese Halliburton, not soft. Look, I mean, as a Celtics fan, I definitely joined in the why isn't Jason Tatum playing for the U.S. Olympic team? Because it's fun, and I just wanted to take shots at Joel Embiid. But I feel like everybody who's been complaining about who plays and who hasn't played in the Olympics is a little bit soft.
Yes.
Tyrese Halliburton holding up a picture of his gold medal and saying, when you don't do anything on the group project but get an A, he didn't play at all. That is how you handle not playing. And that's how everyone should have handled not playing. It sucks to not play on Team USA, but it's still Kevin Durant, LeBron James, Steph Curry.
You don't look at your teammates and just be like, hey, like, there's a pretty good group of players here. Also, like Jason Tatum, like, maybe hit a jump shot once in a while. And, like, maybe you play. Tyrese Halliburton, he didn't even get a crack at it. I think his response is A+.
Yeah, you have to at some point be like, yes, I'm not playing, but I'm not playing on Team USA.
Yes, yeah, you're not playing on the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah.
Like, you're not on the worst team in the NBA. You're on a team with maybe the greatest collection of talents we've seen since 1992.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to not play in that game.
More soft boys. Skip Bayless revealed in a recent episode of his podcast that he thought Cowboys general manager Gil Brandt was going to kill him. So he carried around a steak knife with himself at all times so he could defend himself.
A steak knife?
Yeah, a steak knife.
Can you, like, get, like, a switchblade or...
Stab it in the right place. It'll work.
Or a 38 special. Or a 9mm.
From the text line, someone tells us that what Warren Sapp probably should have said is, if you're talking about defensive linemen, you want to talk about 50 caliber bullets. This texter says that both a 38 and a 9mm are small caliber. So maybe they're small defensive line.
So Warren Sapp doesn't know guns.
Eric, the driver, says you would not want to get shot with either. That's good to know.
Thank you,
That's what I
Eric.
was gonna say when we
Good to
started
know.
size
Shout out to
shaming.
you.
Yeah, 50 calibers are bigger than 38 special. I feel like 38 special, you still don't want to get hit by one.
End result, still the same.
Yeah.
More soft boys. Nominate them, 713-780-3776. Bobby Cox and the Atlanta Braves, who would routinely allow players to have injuries or just get an off day so that they could go golf at Augusta with Tiger Woods. It's just like, to be consistent, it's just like letting Jonathan Owens go watch his wife at the Olympics. It is. Sean's laughing, but it is. It's the same thing.
I don't know.
If your job is to play baseball and you get to take a day off so you can golf with Tiger Woods, like, tell me about how baseball's regular season is completely unimportant without telling me that. Because the Braves were winning all the time, but you can take the day off with a fake injury to go golf with Tiger Woods? What a load of malarkey. Soft. That's why they only won one World Series.
I honestly think it's worse. At least Jonathan Owens is supporting his wife.
Yes. You're just probably losing thousands of dollars gambling against Tiger Woods in golf. Like,
yeah, I mean, and it's not even like, Chipper Jones. You never know the next chance he'll get to play at Augusta. I'm sure Chipper Jones can play at Augusta anytime he wants. I'm sure Tom Glavine, I'm sure all those guys could have played whenever they want on that course. So, yes, it is just wanting a day off.
Playing with Tiger Woods probably wouldn't be that fun either. It would be cool to watch Tiger, but
yeah, he doesn't seem like he's that, like,
fun,
charismatic.
Also, you're just going to remember, like, after the first couple of holes, you're like, oh, yeah, Tiger Woods is really good. And then in the last couple, you're like, damn, I suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, he's really talking to the cart girl for a while.
That's 100% true. One last one to wrap up soft boys. I guess there's something called hockey in the Summer Olympics. It's men's field hockey.
There is?
Yes. Because I saw this and I assumed that this was about the soccer teams playing one another. Nope. And this is a very soft moment in a battle between the Germans and the Dutch.
Ooh.
German goalkeeper Jean-Paul Danberg said that when Dutch field hockey player Duco Telgenkamp placed a finger to his lips in his face after sealing a victory for the Dutch with the goal, that it was, quote, the most disrespectful thing I've ever experienced in a sport. It actually led to a brawl, a men's field hockey brawl. But they call it hockey.
This is very soft.
They call it hockey.
Was it a brawl like ice hockey brawl?
I mean, one guy grabbed another guy by the neck.
Oh.
And ironically, it was the Dutch. So the Dutch score the goal, win, get in the German's face, and then another Dutch player strangles a German player. Not like all the way to death.
Yeah, defend your guy.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. World War II still happened in the
I was going to say.
Yeah.
The Dutch were right there. They were on the front lines.
When the Europeans beef in sports, hey, let them fight. It's better that they do this than anything in real life. Yeah. Like, let them get as mad as they want over that. This is a good outlet for this.
Yeah, this is now, unfortunately, now Germany's going to invade Amsterdam. Just give it some time.
Because in field hockey, they got shushed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wait, was it a shush or was it
Yeah, it was a
Oh, yeah, that's super
Put the
soft.
finger up.
God.
It could be worse, but soft boy.
Yeah, what Steph was doing was way more disrespectful.
I mean, it could be worse. They could throw up the horns down.
Horns down, that is a little bit soft.
Yeah. I mean, the shush or the horns down. What do you prefer, Sean?
The shush. Give me the shush.
I don't know if this is right from Virginia Bunweed. I'm gonna have to look this up, but apparently there's a claim that about a chant that the Dutch make at soccer matches against Germany. We'll get to that in a moment. We're just gonna go straight through here. The Houston Texans, they're continuing training camp practice, and oh boy, I love D'Amico Ryans, and I just love how tough this team is. So I believe it was Will Kunkel of Fox 26 who asked D'Amico why this week the Texans aren't practicing in the morning. This week, they're practicing closer to the middle of the day.
Our sports performance staff does a great job of prepping our guys, so we're ready to push through, and guys, their bodies are good. Pushing through, it's more mental as opposed to their bodies. It's just it's a mental thing, and that's what playing in the NFL is about. Everybody's about the same physically, but how do you separate yourself mentally? That's where you separate the best from the rest.
Swarm, separating the best from the rest.
Woo! Make them sweat.
I will say, I wish D'Amico said that with a little more gusto. And I do think that over the course of this season, D'Amico Ryan's audio will probably not be played very much. I feel like, look, Joe, if you listen to it, you read through the transcripts, it's just not a lot. He doesn't give me much to work with. Nick Caserio, it's the word count. That's fun.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryan's, he's pretty simple and to the point.
Okay.
CJ Stroud actually says interesting things.
He does. Yeah, D'Amico. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about D'Amico. It's just kind of vanilla.
When you're in the
Very
season,
vanilla.
especially.
Yeah.
Because when you're in the season, it's just, if they played well, it's wow, look at how we executed. If they play poorly, it's need to execute better.
I'm looking at the transcript right now, and I mean, yeah, nothing.
How many pages is that?
Enough.
I know. Did you print that out, or
I printed it out.
Oh, okay.
It's like a little book report.
I like to read them to see if anything actually of note happened, as opposed to listening to them. And I can't believe that the flagship station puts you through listening to entire press conferences.
What if we start reading them?
No, that would be worse.
I just think like
community
that would be
theater.
worse.
Yeah, like
I can't believe people air press conferences on the radio.
It is crazy.
like you think D'Amico he's too vanilla. So what if we read D'Amico's quotes?
Yeah.
And we make them not vanilla.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
That actually could be fun. Where I read them like I'm Al Pacino.
Yeah. We just we find a way to really, we're gonna help communicate D'Amico's message to the fans through Paul.
One of us plays like DJ or Cody or whoever, and then you play D'Amico.
Let's do it on the fly here. What should I use to? I'm an actor, I did improv.
Get some Godfather
Dream
music.
Chasers, 8th grade, Norwell. Am I Al Pacino here?
I think so. Yeah, that was what you said first. So.
All right. Let's see if this works.
I still don't know fully what's in your bag in terms of voices.
Most of my impressions are, let's be honest, absolute dog leap. okay? Most of them are terrible. Tucker Carlson's the only one that I can do a decent one of. I need to work on more of them, but I'm not an impressionist by trade. So this could actually be an abortion of radio. But hey, listen, we experiment here, okay? This show is the fun one. You never know where the rabbit hole is going to go. And, Joe, you have challenged me. So here is D'Amico Ryans in the style of Al Pacino talking about what Jalen Petrie adds to the defense.
First things first, he is so fun to work with. He is one of our smartest players on our team. He is able to handle a lot mentally, physically, very gifted, and a phenomenal job in coverage. Whether it's blitzing, playing in the box, playing back deep, not many guys have the skill set that Jalen has. He's a fun guy to work with, and he's all about the team. A true leader for us on our team. And I'm always excited to work with Jalen because he's ready for more. Trying to see how much he can handle. He can handle a lot, and it helps our defense with his versatility, flexibility, and that's how we want all of our guys.
As it's something that happened on the fly, we'll grade on a curve here. So I'll give you a B+.
I'm giving myself an F.
I said I'm grading you on a curve.
But we'll try to do things.
We'll try to do
Instead of playing D'Amico Ryan's sound, we will read it, and I will try to do an impression of somebody. Maybe that's the bit. Is you have to pick a voice.
Oh,
jukebox.
We can spin a wheel.
Yeah,
we get a wheel impression.
Wheel of bits or something.
How quickly will Paul start sounding like Adam Sandler and Billy Madison?
That should be a free spot.
Joe asked this question before the show. Let's do it quickly. What part of the Houston Texans is most underrated? Trick question, not possible. Swarm.
Oh, Swarm. Got it. Even can I assume healthier? If Christian Harris is healthy, I think the linebacker spot between him and Azeez Al-Shaair. If Christian Harris is healthy, I think they're going to be a lot better when they're on the field together as a group because those two guys are so strong. I think they're a bit underrated.
I'm still a little concerned just because there's not a lot of depth there. You don't have to play linebackers as much as you did in the past, so that does help a little bit. Really, it's about, I think, to me, the jump for Henry To'oTo'o in year number 2. I am very happy about everything I've heard and seen from Azeez Al-Shaair. Christian Harris needs to be out there, though. I think he's the most talented player that you have there, and his speed really, I think, sets him apart, especially in the ability to cover. I mean, he had a pick 6 in the playoffs at linebacker, for God's sakes. And it was a long pick 6. Wasn't it like 100 yards? No, my bad. That was like 40. The Steven Nelson one was about 70.
But it was remember, he had a chance to do the same
He had a chance to get it,
dropped it.
He had a chance to do the pick 6 for 100 yards or so. Yeah. I mean, look, he can break on the ball like he's a defensive back. So that's a fair one, Joe. I'm going to say for most underrated, I'm going to say the defensive tackle group. I am pretty amazed by what I have seen from Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards. I thought this was going to be a problem, given that they didn't really spend money on anybody that they brought in this offseason. But there's some guys there. Kurt Hinish has always been a decent rotational piece, and Khalil Davis are back. It's going to be a much better position, I think, than we gave it credit for. And I think a lot of it has to do with Mario Edwards. But something that you've heard from all the Texans defensive linemen this offseason has been regularly saying how little they have to think in this defense. They can just do whatever they want. I think it's interesting that Jonathan Grenard is saying the exact same thing now that he has left the Texans for the Vikings. So maybe we have to take all of that with a grain of salt. But it feels like whatever the Houston Texans are doing with their defensive tackles in particular, they are getting the absolute most out of them. And this is a group I think we all thought they overlooked, considering the running defense was terrible last season. It actually might be pretty good.
Yeah, and you get Autry, you get him back in 6 games. Like adding him back into that mix, where I guess that's really going to be his spot is more on the inside than on the outside. I think that's probably the best answer, honestly.
Okay. Oh, we're getting some recommendations as far as accents or
what do we got?
not accents. What am I talking about? Impressions. Pinche says that was Grover from Sesame Street. That's pretty good. Most people are saying it needs a lot of work. Some people are saying Trump. I don't know. I don't know if Trump's a hard one to do, and Shane Gillis is so good at the Trump impression. Ronald Reagan. I'm a little dated. That's a little dated for me.
Yeah.
Barry Manilow, also dated. Some of the recommendations that Twitch is giving is a little bit dated.
How old are our Twitchers?
A little older than we thought.
I guess so. Junior Broncos is Batman.
I could do that. That's fine.
Maybe the Joker.
From the 281, that's
Adam
Gilbert
West
Gottfried. From the 936, started off strong, ended horribly. Needs more workshopping. That's Eric the Driver. 346, is that a Colin impersonation? From the 832, Paul was a child Nickelodeon actor. Well, now you know, and it explains so much, doesn't it? It explains so much.
Hey, you know what? We're trying new things.
Yeah, we're not afraid to try new things.
Yeah. Think outside the box.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, dude. Anyway, it is Gallant George, ESPN, 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776. Up next, we talked about a Kikuchi extension. Alex Bregman, has he earned a way into Joe George's wallet? We'll discuss. Stick around.
Fastball to left field. Slicing, tough play for Bregman. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Yeah. He is doing everything tonight at Tropicana Field. Alex Bregman, a great defensive play.
He also had a home run for a fourth straight game. He had a double in a 3-for-4 game. And he has been on a tear. Started off the year, his first 37 games, hitting .201. The 78 games since, hitting .292 with 17 homers. And on this road trip, where the Astros are 7-1, and they wrap it up today in St. Pete against the Rays, 16 for 37, 9 extra base hits. After last night's game, Alex Bregman had this to say about his recent play.
I feel really good, man. Just trying to keep rolling, stick to the same things we've been doing pre and post game. I feel like swinging as good as I ever have in my career, so I feel good.
Swinging as good as I ever have in my career.
Yeah, even better than 2018 when he was top 5 in MVP. Probably
Next
not.
year, runner-up.
Runner-up.
I don't think he'll ever top 2019, but the way he's playing of late does make you think to yourself, do I want to give him this extension?
I mean, I know we want to, like we said yesterday. I said lifetime contract.
You did, and then
as long as he
be alive till he's 34.
Yes, when I say that, I always think players don't play that long. I think that these players who are playing into their 40s are I think they're more rarities.
You'd prefer to send him in a nursing home or put him in a meat grinder.
Preferably not. But I would like Alex Bregman to be back because I just don't believe that you can continually strike gold forever with prospects. Like is Bryce Matthews your opening day third baseman in 2025?
Now that you say it, I don't hate the idea.
I mean, maybe he is, or maybe he's your shortstop, and Pena moves to third, or who knows? You could be creative with it, but
it does feel like they are setting it up for that or Zach DeZenzo.
Yes,
I mean there are some tryouts that are taking place right now as far as who's going to be a contributor next year, and maybe that's why Dana Brown has been sending as many people up from the lower levels to the major league roster.
Yeah, it's definitely like Lo Profito. I mean, like Leon wouldn't be a third baseman; he's more of a second baseman. You can find guys if you need to. Can they be as effective? Absolutely not. Does Alex Bregman look like he's slowing down physically? That's one thing where I think works in his favor. Where I think that's clearly no. I mean, he doesn't look any different at third base. The arm is still there. He's obviously never been the quickest guy in the world, but he's healthy. He is very productive for a majority of the seasons. He just starts very, very slow. I get why people would be scared off, or why even Jim Crane would be scared off, because of what just happened with these 2 contracts they've had at DFA. Like that is what I don't know what his financial responsibility reaction to Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero and Lance McCullers is to his own wallet. Is he scared to give out contracts after losing so much money on those 3 guys? I'm assuming the answer is no.
Probably different for Bregman versus them.
Yeah.
Right?
Like Kikuchi probably falls into that category more than Bregman.
Yeah, Kikuchi's closer to the Monteros and the Abreus because you're just getting to know them.
Mm-hmm.
It's buying the engagement ring after a couple of months as opposed to after living with the person since Bregman came up to the majors in 16.
What I think is interesting about Bregman is if you look at the way his contract that he first signed was broken down, is that this year his payroll salary is $30 million. So his AAV ends up being $20 million. But if you look at the highest paid third baseman in baseball, there's only 2 guys who make over $30 million AAV. And that's Manny Machado and Rafael Devers.
AAV means on an annual basis.
Yes. I guess Nolan Arenado does too, it looks like.
Nolan Avocado, wow.
And
still playing baseball?
And Anthony Rendon, the worst contract ever.
No, I like Anthony Rendon. I like his blatant disrespect for baseball.
He's just like, I don't want to be here.
You said playing baseball, so Rendon doesn't count.
He doesn't count.
Yeah.
So there's only a handful of guys. There's only 6 third baseman today that on technically the way the contract is broken down that make more money than Alex Bregman.
Okay.
So it's not like you have to even give him this massive pay bump to put him into a different category like you would with Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is going to get an extreme pay bump from 1 year to the next because it's Bregman's second contract. Like you can pretty much operate on the same playing field as you've been. Like it's not going to change where you're at with the luxury tax that dramatically. So I would prefer Alex Bregman to be here. I think the team's better off.
We all would.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even a debate, especially with the way he's playing. He's going to start off the season slow. He is going to come alive towards the end of the year, and you hope that he has a good postseason, which some years he has and some years he hasn't. But you could also say the same thing for Jose Altuve, and you could say probably for the most part with Kyle Tucker, it hasn't been up to snuff. The real question is, are you willing to make a long-term investment that's actually going to be something Bregman's going to sign? And I think Bregman's of the opinion they're not even going to bother with it, just based off of how they operated with Correa and with Springer. And, okay, who's next up in the ranks? That's why we're all a little bit skeptical right now, as opposed to saying, like, hey, let him walk. I think you're right. The odds are against the Astros finding somebody else that's going to step in there immediately. But, I mean, if they want to keep this going, they're going to have to continue to bet on themselves, because I feel like from a financial perspective, just given the way that guys are basically breaking down on a regular basis across baseball, not just with the Astros, you kind of want to invest all your money in pitching these days.
Yeah.
Because you're just going to need to get a surplus of it. You should expect to be losing 2 to 3 guys to Tommy John surgery a year, it feels like. That might be an overstatement, but it's not just an Astros problem.
No, it's pretty close. I think they just had the 44th guy this season go out for the year with Tommy John. So
okay, so right now, yeah, like just doing a little math here, 1.5 Tommy John surgeries per team, and we're not even all the way through the year.
Yeah, exactly. There's still plenty of time, and that doesn't count minor leaguers. I think those are just guys who are in the bigs.
Okay,
there's plenty of guys who are in the minors who you might have projected to be in the bigs this year who have gone out with Tommy John. With Bregman too, it's what happens when he hits the market. Like does he get the Cody Bellinger reaction where if Alex is looking for a $30 million, AAV contract that locks him in for 5 or 6 years, does anyone actually pony up? Or what happened to Cody Bellinger and Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery this last offseason, where they all got told no by the entire league. Not a single team offered those guys those contracts. So if that happens, that actually, I would assume, works in the favor of the Astros. Because maybe he doesn't want to, I guess he already moved, but like maybe he wants to stay in Houston and could reevaluate a year after. But if I was Jim Crane, to me, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, one of those guys you have to pay. I just don't, and it's dealer's choice at that point of who you want.
Jim Crane, you're poor. You're poor, dude. Jimmy. I know you could have me killed probably if you so chose to. I know that you could buy a house in any part of town. Hell, you could buy the condo that I live in and just demolish the entire complex. But I don't know. Looking a little cheapy weepy.
He's got to save money for all those bars and stuff he's going to build.
I wonder if that's actually going to happen.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, listen, I mean, with the way that Houston bars go, I don't think that's a good investment. I just don't. The Houston bar scene dramatically changes so quickly. I mean, Midtown, ghost town. There are actual tumbleweeds moving around Midtown. Washington, totally different vibe, if you will. Things change very quickly in Houston, and I feel like bars are you just got to strike gold. You got to be lucky.
You got to have also like a really good baseball team all the time.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what makes having if you were Jim Crane creating Craneville, like that's the draw, is that
is he going to call it Craneville?
I think it's colloquial. I don't think he's actually going to slap a sign that says Craneville.
I would. Just get like a giant like neon sign.
Joville?
Georgetown?
Ew.
Joville. Joville's better.
Yeah, I'll do Joville.
Georgetown is already taken.
Yeah.
And
by a terrible basketball school.
Yeah, I don't want to be connected to that.
Yeah.
They just lose.
Yeah. Anyway.
I don't think Cranville's going to happen. And I just think he's got to pay one of those guys. And if you want to include Fromber in that, you can too. I'm against it. I think we've gone over that, obviously. But of the three of those guys, one needs to be an Astro for at least, let's say, 4 more years past where their contract ends. Start slow.
He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean, did you have a thought?
I was going to say not life. Yesterday it was life.
That's true. Life until 34 when Joe George takes him out back like he's Old Yeller.
Yep.
At the tender young age of 34.
Joe, are you saying life ends at 34?
No, because then I wouldn't have Paul.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
Paul from the afterlife.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Zombie Paul.
I'm a dead old man. You may as well put me in a nursing home. Take my dentures out like they stole my grandmother's. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, Dana Brown weighed in on the future of the Houston Astros on the flagship. Are we down with what he had to say? Stick around.
I want to tell you about LaBerge and Lake Charles, a sports book there specifically. It's a great place to go and bet on your Texas teams when you leave Texas. You got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks, great food options while you're there. If you want some Carbach, Crawford Bach, that is on tap as well. But here's the thing. You can do more than just go to the sports book at LaBerge and Lake Charles. Penn Entertainment is the parent company of them, and right now they have a new app that I just started using. Okay, it's called Cover 5. It's a free-to-play game. All you do, you go to your app store, you download Cover 5, and you can play that week's set of games. So this week, I'm playing in the Penn MLB 2024 contest, and what they'll do is they offer you games to choose from. You pick what side of the spread is going to win. So like last night, one of the games was the Yankees. I took the Yankees minus 2.5. They won by 3 games, so I got 0.5 points. So you pick a handful of games every single week. It's an easy, free-to-play contest. So download the Cover 5 app today, and when you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at the sportsbook at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Well, the Astros, who started the day a half game ahead of Seattle, leading 2-1 today, while the Mariners are getting beat in Detroit. This ball hit deep to left field, all the way back and gone! Jeremy Pena hits that fastball well, and he hits it out to left field. The Astros take a 3-1 lead.
Jeremy Pena went deep yesterday. Although I guess it was technically last night.
Yeah. Yeah, sure it works.
Yeah.
He's another guy that people like the Twitch is talking about him right now, like a Jeremy Pena.
You don't got to worry about that. He's like credit card debt right now. Just keep pushing it down the road. We're all going to die. It's fine.
I do think like
it's fine.
Yeah, I do wonder like if the Astros, if Dana Brown would be more likely to do what they've done in Atlanta, which is sign guys super early. And, Bregman, Tucker, Fromber are all gone, but maybe he locks up like Pena and Yiner earlier than expected. But I love watching Jeremy Pena play baseball. The fact that he is like what he's done to replace Carlos Correa, that's why the Bregman stuff I think feels so impossible because of how effortlessly it seems to have gone with Jeremy Pena at shortstop.
It's been pretty good.
It's been pretty damn good.
Better song. He makes infield singles happen every other game too.
He feels like he got way faster.
Yeah, I agree. He seems a lot faster this season.
More hustle or just faster?
Not just more hustle. More flow. Whoop that trick. Get him. Shout out to Terrence Howard. Noted crazy person.
Yes.
Who once started a movie called Hustle and Flow, for those who did not understand the reference.
Not a random aside saying whoop that trick. Shout out to Terrence Howard.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, listen, we have our one or two on the spectrum references a day, and then we just move on like it never happened, because sometimes they resonate and other times they don't. Dana Brown is the general manager of the Houston Astros. Jim Crane is at least trying to show to us that he is the one running the show. And every single Wednesday, he joins the Astros flagship station. We listen or read quotes that Dana has said, and you have to determine whether or not you are down with Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana B? Hit it! Not going to lie, I'm down with everything that Lisan Al-Gaib himself, Dana Brown, is saying these days. He's predicting the future. But on the Astros flagship this morning, Dana Brown, are you down with this? We need to get Tucker back. If you notice, they're walking Yordan more, and Diaz is stepping up. But imagine Tucker behind Yordan and then Diaz. It's amazing. We're playing so well without him. Are you down with Dana Brown? Do the Astros need to get Kyle Tucker back?
Yes.
I don't know. They're playing so well without him. I mean, the numbers don't lie, Joe. They are better without Kyle Tucker this year. By some act of God.
Somehow, it is a fact. I wish I could disagree with you, but
makes no sense.
It's a factual statement.
How are they so much better with him out? He's been out since June 6th.
But I'm not down with the.
We're at 9 weeks now.
Gosh, and not getting closer. I guess we didn't get.
No. Yesterday seemed better. I don't know if we had crude Zapruder footage of him in left field at Tropicana Field moving around.
It's like baby steps
on Monday.
Yeah, they were crawling. Kyle Tucker was crawling. Now we're taking baby steps, and before you know it, he'll be running.
I saw Jeremy retweet it saying he looks terrible.
Now I want to walk back my take.
Why?
If I agree with Jeremy on something.
What's wrong with agreeing with Jeremy on something? There's nothing wrong with that.
I really don't want to see Tucker batting behind Yordan though, so I think I'm not down with that. Don't fix what's not broken.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's working great with Yiner behind Yordan. I know they're walking Yordan.
Yeah.
But Yiner's coming through. So
and keep playing Chas McCormick.
Yeah,
Zach Zenzo.
that I like Zach. I'll take a flyer on Zach.
He is getting a little bit of work in left field for what it's worth. Are you down with Dana Brown? This one's a tough sell. I still believe in Chas McCormick. He's that 1 week away from turning the corner. He's frustrated right now, but he may get hot in September and roll right into the postseason. Well, September is 2 weeks from now, 2 to 3 if we're being accurate from a mathematical standpoint. Are you down with Dana Brown still believing in Chas? Because I am not.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I'm out. I am out on Chas.
Maybe next year, Chaz. But for this year, I'm gonna pass.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say a no to this one. And I think this is, they've shown you like Joe Espada is not committed to playing him every single day. I mean, they play him when they have to, but we've seen plenty of Pedro Leon and these guys playing in the outfield. He'll probably play again today because they don't want Jordan to be in left field. But when they go play the White Sox this weekend, it wouldn't shock me if Jordan's in left and Chas is on the bench for 3 days.
DeLion on at ESPN Houston on YouTube claims for the playoffs, yes, that's Dana saying he has 3 weeks to get it together. LOL. Think he's going to get it together in 3 weeks?
Yeah, it's also something where this is like the faintest praise or faintest upside you can have is basically, yes, he stunk all year, but still got a little bit of time left to get it right. And then imagine how, if he's good, and how good this lineup will be in the playoffs if he turns out to be good. It's just pure hope is really all it is.
He's not hitting. Joe Espada says he needs more urgency in the field. I mean, maybe Dusty Baker's the reason Chas McCormick was good all along.
Yeah.
By doing whatever he was doing that
Thank you, Dusty.
Made Chas upset.
Bring back Dusty.
As a bench coach?
As just
I'm sure he'd love to be the bench
banana
coach for
pudding
Joe Espada.
provider.
Yeah, just come by, drop off a banana pudding. I don't know.
Give a little pep talk.
Yeah, I was going to say some words to him, whatever you would say.
Do an interview with the media when you mention a bunch of baseball players that are like 90 years old.
Yes.
I like it.
Dated references.
Sit in the dugout. Yeah.
Toothpick.
I mean, I like the toothpick, and I kind of like the flexing. Like, yeah, I was hanging out with Joe DiMaggio that one time.
Me, Hank Aaron, and Jim Brown walk into a bar.
And then I invented a high five. That is, are you down with Dana Brown? We do that every single Wednesday after we see what Dana Brown has to say on the Astros flagship. It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Really tough number for today. 22 days away from the start of the NFL season. No one really jumps to mind. I wonder why that is. But we got a lot of interesting stories as we continue our countdown to the start of the NFL season, including a lot of a-holes in the NFL, an injury to a rookie quarterback, and a crazy claim about how C.J. Stroud might be on another team in 2024, or at least could have been. Stick around. It's Gallant and George. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975 when you get to the website, and you're going to get an awesome deposit bonus of up to $1,000 that you can immediately play with. You can gamble on poker. You can gamble on blackjack with live dealers. And you can also bet on all the sports you can possibly handle. NFL's right around the corner. College football's right around the corner. So you can get in on NFL futures. If you're a real degenerate, you could even bet on a preseason game. You could also bet on the Astros. Tonight, you've got Ronel Blanco on the hill for the Stros, 1.5 run favorites with the over-under 7.5 last night. I'm sorry. I thought the Astros were going to keep scoring last night. It was over-under of 7.5 last night, too. Offense, can they get it together against Zach Littell? We shall see. You can bet on that and so many other things at mybookie.ag, including the presidential election. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. 22 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who do we talk about? Paul Krause? I'm really having a tough time thinking of anybody who wore number 22.
I got one.
Who?
He played for the Arizona Cardinals.
Who's that?
Emmitt Smith, Arizona Cardinals legend.
No. Who's that?
Matt Forte.
There we go. We got a little there in there.
Asante Samuel.
I was going to.
Oh, that's a good one.
I did want to. I mean, I don't like Asante Samuel, so no.
Eagles legend Asante Samuel.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he was an Eagle. I was like, what?
No, because he lost the Super Bowl where the Patriots could have gone undefeated. The ball went right through his hands to play before the David Tyree catch. It was the worst thing that ever happened in American history. The worst thing that ever happened. But yeah, I did want to just not say Emmitt Smith's name the entire time.
Derrick Henry.
He wore number 22. How about that? He did. Now he's with the Baltimore Ravens.
Christian McCaffrey.
There we go.
That's a good one.
The husband of Olivia Culpo. Strong, powerful, independent woman with a reality TV show, no less. The Raiders are acting like they could have done something that would have landed them C.J. Stroud. Dave Ziegler, the former general manager of the Raiders, claims he had a deal in place to trade up with the Texans for the second overall pick to draft C.J. Stroud. Josh McDaniels, per Ziegler, overruled him and signed Jimmy Garoppolo to a 3-year, $72 million deal instead. I don't buy this for a second. This is a canned GM talking out of his ass. This is a lot like Bill Polian saying he had a first-round grade on Tom Brady in the draft for 2000, where he went in the 6th round.
Yeah, I don't believe this at all. I never believe this stuff because if it always feels like if it was true, I feel like it would come out sooner. Like you would hear stuff on draft day of like, oh, the Raiders were really hoping the Texans were going to trade up to 1 to take Bryce Young, so then they could trade up to 2 to take C.J. Stroud.
They even do it in the pregame for the draft or the lead up to the draft in the 2-hour show beforehand where they, keep an eye on someone like the Raiders to make a big move. They do all that stuff where they kind of hint at something without fully reporting it because it's not completely ironed out, but Adam Schefter knows that they want to make a move. There wasn't any of that. I don't know. I just love this because I'm a big fan of the Bill Polian school of, yep, I was going to draft that guy, but I didn't. But I was going to do it, so give me credit, please. I'm just always a big fan because of how blatant it always is.
At least Bill Polian was really good with multiple organizations. Yeah. He was great with the Colts.
Yeah.
He was great with the Bills. He also says he wouldn't have drafted Aaron Hernandez when he drafted Ray Caruth. Interesting. But when
I didn't know that.
When you talk about things you would have done, guess what? You didn't do it. You didn't finish the deal. And you're also out of a job, and now you're doing this so that someone will hire you. Hey, I almost had a trade for C.J. Stroud. Oh, I almost won the lottery. The last time I bought a lottery ticket. I almost did.
Just a couple of numbers off.
I was closer to winning the lottery than when I didn't buy the lottery ticket.
It's a good point.
It's true.
I really don't think that makes you look better either. I know. I guess he's trying to make Josh McDaniels look so much worse.
It's acting like McDaniels was the only reason that the Raiders sucked, and I'm sure he was the main reason. But okay, man, you had a pretty horrible track record in Vegas with first-round picks the years before. Josh McDaniels, I guess, flushed everything down the toilet.
Yeah, I don't believe in this stuff. It's always far-fetched. It's always just trying to make yourself look better. And frankly, I think it just makes them look weak. So what you're telling me is that you work for an organization that hired you to be the general manager, and they chose Josh McDaniels over you. Like, what does that say about you?
Yeah, it's also it's not like it was Andy Reid or Pete Carroll or Bill Belichick that overruled him. It's Josh McDaniels.
Imagine getting overruled by Josh McDaniels in his third go round as a coach, because remember the Colts hired him and then he was like, F this. You got overruled by Josh McDaniels? Yeah. Damn, dude. All right, continuing to take a look around the National Football League. It's good to see that some organizations just don't change their stripes. The Cleveland Browns did not have a first-round pick this year. Still giving up capital for Deshaun Watson. They drafted a player from Ohio State, their own backyard, Michael Hall Jr., in the second round. And get this, Michael Hall Jr., who was off many teams' draft boards due to character issues, has this allegation against him. The mother of his fiance says he pushed her down, hit her with a baby bottle, threw her belongings outside, dragged her onto the porch, and then put a gun to her temple saying, quote, "I'll bleeping end it all." These are allegations, but again, people are weighing in saying that they're not surprised. There's reasons that they had him off the board. And Mike Hall Jr. has shown up for work at Browns Hall the last 2 days. The Browns released a statement saying they're doing their own internal investigation. He is expected to be arrested at some point. So good on the Cleveland Browns finally, doing the right thing and drafting guys who are great representatives of the city of the United States of America and who can be great representatives for the children of Cleveland and Ohio.
Yeah, sometimes these guys have these red flags in the draft. That's why you pass on them because you never know what's next. Like, that's why I was out on the Jalen Carter. Like it's like just hard pass. Like just don't waste your time. Not worth it.
Yep. Now he might have been part of a larger problem of just Tokyo drifting going on at Georgia, given all the many arrests since that incident that saw 2 people die. There have been so many arrests at Georgia for speeding. Meanwhile, we have yet to see a suspension for Rashee Rice. The NFL released some dodgy statement about whether or not they were going to hand him punishment, but there is an expectation that Rashee Rice will not be suspended for playing Grand Theft Auto and allegedly assaulting somebody this offseason.
I'm surprised just because since it's a body of work, it's not a singular incident. Like if it was just the Lambo thing, give him a pass. Like people make really stupid decisions. I don't know I don't believe anyone got hurt. So he just did something that, yes, it's illegal, but stupid. But to have multiple instances in the camera guy where he invited him back, where the camera guy thought he was taking pictures, but really was just to beat him up. I'm a little surprised, but the NFL is kind of hard to tell with a lot of times what they're going to do with these situations. That if it's not on video, that sometimes they let their guys get off and they shouldn't.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, that a lot of the focus for what's been happening this offseason is what did Harrison Butker, the kicker of the Chiefs, say, as opposed to the actions of a Michael Hall with the Browns or Rashee Rice with the Chiefs. But, hey, performative outrage. It's only something people want to talk about when it's divisive and debatable. Sierra Wood, remember him? He was with the Houston Texans back in 2013. He, Sam Montgomery, and Willie Jefferson got cut before the game against the Kansas City Chiefs for allegedly smoking marijuana in a hotel room. Well, I did not know about this story, but Sierra Wood gets a life sentence in jail after pleading guilty to the murder of a 5-year-old girl in 2019. And I guess somehow he's eligible for parole based off of a guilty plea. From the sound of things, he sat on her while disciplining her.
Oh,
horrible.
That's
absolutely awful. Horrible.
How can you get parole? I don't understand.
That's what I'm shocked by.
Yeah, I just don't understand how it's just 5. Like death.
Yeah. Anyway, continuing to go through. Robert Saleh says Hassan Reddick's absence isn't a distraction. Reddick has been fined a total of $1.75 million this offseason.
I'm sure that's going to make things go super swimmingly well for them as they try to get him to come back.
It is a distraction. They're a mess every single year. And this is something that they should have thought about before making the trade. If you're trading for a guy who doesn't have a contract, he probably wants a contract. And if he has the balls to sit out and rack up those fines, which generally are not forgiven by the NFL team, then you kind of have to sit there and take it.
Yeah, if it's not a distraction, the only argument is just that because he wasn't on the team before, so like the guys don't even really know who he is. It's like he's just almost like not a real person because he's never been on the Jets before, so maybe they really don't care that he's not there. But it's still just it's embarrassing that it's got to this point. I can't think of another time this has happened or anything similar to this.
Where a guy gets traded for and requests a trade before he's even played a game.
Yeah.
It seems like it's something that would happen to the Jets first. And guess what? It seems like it has happened to the Jets first. There's another holding going on. Brandon Ayuk. We don't know what's going on with him. We talked about him yesterday, but Jamar Chase is holding in at Bengals practice. Zach Taylor has called him day-to-day 14 days in a row. That's fun.
I mean, hey, it's day-to-day. Didn't say which day to which day, but he's day-to-day.
He is day-to-day. Vikings rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy out for the year after a meniscus tear.
Well,
Sam Darnold time.
I guess Sam Darnold in week 3 versus the Texans is officially official. That sucks. It sucks for JJ. I mean, I wasn't sure if he was going to be a good NFL quarterback, but you'd rather see these guys on the field than not, so that sucks. But they were going to be bad anyways.
Probably. Speaking of bad, the Commanders signed Martavis Bryant.
Yikes.
Martavis Bryant hasn't played in the league since 2018.
He's still floating around there?
Yeah, he looked good on the Cowboys practice squad last year.
Okay.
It would be kind of funny if Martavis Bryant's good with the Commanders after the Cowboys had him and now their receiver situation is a mess with CeeDee Lamb still not signed to an extension. And speaking of wide receivers, the last one, another blast from the past. Tavon Austin, who was one of many players who had an incredible highlight tape but maybe didn't live up to the standard that everyone held him to in the pros, a la Rice's own Sam McGuffey or Noel Devine. Basically, everyone at West Virginia seemed to have a big one. He officially retired. He is 34 years old, and that means that for Joe George, his life is over.
I mean, my favorite part about this is I was like, when did he play in the NFL last? It was 2021. I love the official
retiring
retirements.
like 3 years
like
after
3 years
played.
after the NFL says we don't want you anymore.
I'm sure that he has been with some camps. I don't know if he's played with the UFL or the XFL or any of those many spring leagues, but yeah, it's over. And one last one.
His college highlight reel has 24 million views.
Yeah, it's insane. His college, but Noel Devine's I think is better.
I need to watch Noel's again.
And people forget about Sam McGuffey, so it's great. One last one to wrap it up. Colin Kaepernick, who we talked about yesterday, wants to be an NFL quarterback. Also open to, at the age of 41, being the flag football quarterback for the Olympics in 2028.
Sorry, Colin. Don't think you're going to cut that one either.
Honestly, that one I wonder about. I wonder about.
The players say they want to play.
Yeah.
Mahomes, Hurts, Caleb Williams, if you watch Hard Knocks last night.
It would be such an unfair advantage for the United States of America to be able to have their pro players play. There's nobody else.
But I think that's the whole purpose of it. Is it's kind of like
no, every other country is going to suck.
They're going to try to make it like the dream team. They're going to, you put all your stars on one stage. They run the world. I don't know.
It's fake. They're not going to do it. They're not going to risk millions. So I actually feel like the Olympics, in another performative gesture to draw eyeballs, would 100% bring in Colin Kaepernick just to make some name and to seem woke.
Yeah. Maybe Colin can play for a different country if he wants.
Seems like he already has wanted to for
a
couple of years.
I mean, like we see players play for countries that they're not from all the time. So if he wants to play in the Olympics so bad, like he can find a way.
Interesting story about Sam McGuffey from Largo on the Twitch. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. He is Joe. I am Paul. Coming up next, a battle red pill. A hard truth about the Texans. What's the most overrated positional group that they have? We'll discuss that next. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe and Paul. Texans, Colts. It's a rivalry, baby. A rivalry decided by a 4th and 1 on a fateful Saturday night on January 6th in Indianapolis. Is Indianapolis the capital of Indiana? Honestly, I don't know, but the Texans stormed the capital of football in Indiana. And you know what they did? They won, and they won the AFC South.
It is. Can confirm.
Hell yeah. They stormed the Capitol. Biatch. So it's a bit of a rivalry going forward. You've heard CJ Stroud chirping. You've heard EJ Speed and who's the other Colts linebacker?
Zaire Franklin.
Thank you very much, Sean. They have been chirping back and forth. Now here's DeForest Buckner, Colts defensive tackle they got from the San Francisco 49ers a few years back, talking about the rivalry.
I want this to be the best rivalry in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me, or do you consider it a top rivalry? Is it real? You were part of some big ones in San Francisco, of course. How real is this rivalry? What exists there?
No, I definitely think there's some bad blood between the two teams for sure. You know what I mean? Especially, CJ's been talking a little bit in the offseason. Zaire's been talking a little bit in the offseason. And, we at the end of the day, we split. You know what I mean? We won the first one. They won the second one. Obviously, the second one was bigger to get them to the playoffs. There's definitely some bad blood in the water. So, it's definitely one of those rivalries you got to look out for.
He's not selling it for me.
He's not.
I felt like that was milk toast.
Yeah, I don't.
Kay's trying to make it a thing, but I felt like Kay could have done a better job too.
Yeah, because do you think there's a rivalry? Like, it does seem like the players are a little chirpy.
There, I think, needs to be another game. And I bet in that game, and I think it's great that they're opening up the regular season with it, I bet there will be some pushing and shoving. And you want to see that, but you need multiple games and you need to play in the playoffs, I think. I remember this about the AFC East with the Patriots and their successful run through it. It never felt like any team except for the Jets for a couple of seasons were their rivals. It's hard to have a division rival if you are as good as you want to be. I do think that the setting is set. What does that mean? The table is set for a potential rivalry. The setting is set. Jesus, Paul. But I feel like you're going to need to have more games. I will say Steichen versus D'Amico is an intriguing part of this because I felt like Steichen in the first game between the Texans and Colts pantsed D'Amico's defense. And I thought the second time around, I thought Steichen did all he could. Gardner Minshew was effing terrible in that game. And that's why if I look back at it, that's why the Texans won. Nico Collins had an insane game, and no one else on offense did anything for the Texans. Gardner Minshew just missed a million passes.
Yeah, it's like there's something there to build on. It helps you have these young quarterbacks in the division that, in theory, can, because that's what really builds it, right? It's not the defensive players. I know Zaire Franklin and some of these guys have talked a lot, but it's CJ, it's Anthony Richardson, it's Trevor Lawrence, it's Will Levis. It's these young quarterbacks in the division that can lead to a rivalry because there has to be a back and forth. Like the Texans are 2-1-1 in the last 2 years against the Indianapolis Colts. But 2022/23 doesn't matter because Davis Mills was the quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, this is all that matters now. If there's going to be a rivalry, this is it.
Yeah, it's not the Jaguars. No one cares. Sorry. Their fans are annoying, but no one cares. I think I saw from the Texans flagship, Sean Pendergast put up a poll. Who do you think is the Texans' arch rivals? Titans, 73%. Colts are somewhere in the 20s. Jaguars was 4%. I was like, damn, that's embarrassing for Jacksonville. What a bunch of losers.
And the Titans, it's only because of the jerseys.
Yeah.
And because the team left town. I mean, it's more because the team left town.
Yeah, but to me, that's all.
And there are some dumbass Titans fans who live here, and I don't understand how you live with yourself.
Yeah.
You should not be doing that if you have some self-respect for yourself. I'm sorry. My words are coming more difficult to me right now. I think I need some blood sugar in my system.
You should leave.
Yeah, I don't know. What am I doing? Who am I?
Do you need a honey bun or something
I
from
think
the
so,
vending
honestly.
machine?
Yeah,
just to
all of a
get a
sudden
little boost?
diabetic from all the
It's a
from the
little
lack
like
of.
there's not a lot of great options in the vending machine.
No, there's no options in the vending machine
I
right
think
now.
it's been picked over pretty well.
And by the way, whoever's making the selections for that vending machine are making terrible selections.
What's your biggest issue with it?
All of it. It was better before. It had more options.
I like the hot fries up top.
Who's making these recommendations? That our sales staff doesn't even show up half the time.
I think we can put recommendations in.
Okay. How about we make the only recommendations?
What do you want? What do you want? Let me see what I can do.
It's not even about what I want.
M&M's?
It's more that I want the power
Peanut
to have.
M&Ms,
I just want no chocolate. No.
Right? Well, I want no. Then you get no say.
No, I get the biggest say.
Okay, so what do you? Okay, so
Joe,
no chocolate.
you have more endorsements than me, Joe. I at least get to decide what I do with the vending machine because it's mine now, and I want all Rice Krispie treats.
It's good.
Okay.
Just the normal ones.
Yeah, just the normal one.
I will say the best Rice Krispie treat though does come from Buc-ee's.
Virginia Bunweed has a good idea. Quinoa. Yeah, some quinoa in there. That would work.
No, they put tuna in there once. That was weird.
What?
You
They
don't
put
remember
tuna
that?
in there?
There was these like tuna and crackers. The bees made me eat it. They bullied me into eating it on the air.
I didn't have to eat it.
I was about to say I forgot which one of the producers had to eat
It was
it.
me.
Ugh.
You can you see them at CVS's. Like I see them now, like these packages. But like the fact they were in our vending machine was wild. And we were trying to figure out who was eating them. I think it was RJ.
I trust gas station sushi over that.
Depends on the gas station.
No, it doesn't. There's no world where you should ever have that. What are you talking about? What's the gas station where you do gas station sushi?
Look, if there was gas station sushi at Buc-ee's, I probably would eat it.
Joe, no, you wouldn't.
HEB has a gas station and sushi.
Buc-ee's doesn't count.
Not together.
Buc-ee's doesn't count, by the way, here.
Okay.
Buc-ee's has like an entire kitchen, you know? Gas station sushi. What are we talking about?
Yeah, no, never like actual gas station sushi.
I will say, HEB sushi, F's. It's good stuff.
I agree.
I get HEB sushi all the time.
Uh-huh.
I've gone to like real sushi places and been like, I kind of like the HEB.
Yeah, 'cause it's cheaper. It's cheaper.
Well, and I just like it better. I don't know. Maybe it is because it's cheaper. I just know. I inherently know that. Also, I'm rewinding. You throwing RJ under the bus for having the tuna in there, even though when RJ was here, he was here from like 6 a.m. to noon.
I know. It was probably someone who worked on the network that we used to have that worked like overnights, and they were just like crushing tuna at like 3 a.m. from the vending machine. Look, it's a sad life when you work overnights in
It
radio.
is. It is a sad life.
Just let me know what you want in the vending machine, Paul.
Yeah, this was, my God, I can't even say this. This was quite a tangent. Sorry, everybody. I let everybody down here. We were going to give you a battle red pill, but guess what? There's nothing to be frustrated about with the Houston Texans. Nothing. We'll get to the most overrated positional group in the 2 o'clock hour. I'm kidding on that front. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gucci Kikuchi. Is this a guy that should be a Houston Astro for life, which would be one more year in Joe George years? Stick around. We'll discuss.
Mariners one at the bottom of the zone. Lau was lucky he didn't get called out the previous pitch. Does get called out on that pitch. That's 5 strikeouts for Usain, 1 away in the 4th.
Speaking of strikeouts, I struck out with the vending machine.
What were the options?
Snickers bars.
Okay.
I'm not a chocolate guy. Thought about it. That's how hungry I am right now. These terrible looking, I think what are supposed to be sweet crackers. A Starburst roll.
Okay.
And what looks like a blueberry muffin granola bar. The problem is that's the one thing that I thought of getting, and guess what? It's the one in the vending machine where there's a rung in front of it where if I had paid for it, I wouldn't have gotten anything.
That's tough.
There's also the disgusting Starbucks, like all milk, iced coffee, and Dr. Pepper.
Oh, those things just kill your teeth.
Plus pretzel, like something.
Like the pretzel mix?
Something like that, yeah. And some sort of like fake ass looking Cheetos thing. I don't know.
Oh, is that the Cheeto fries?
Yeah, so guess what? Your boy is going to starve.
We only got an hour left.
I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. I'm going hungry.
Okay. I'm done bitching.
What song is that?
I don't know.
That's Hunger Strike by Temple of the Dog. You serious?
Yes. I was 100%.
You've never heard that before?
No.
I'm going hungry.
You haven't either?
No.
What?
I'm all for 2 on Paul's music references.
I mean, listen.
And normally you're the non-music guy.
The Cars I can understand. That's an 80s band. Not knowing Temple of the Dog. I mean, that's Eddie Vedder and Chris Cornell. What is wrong with you?
I don't know. It's just maybe it's you. Maybe it's the way you're singing it.
I'm going hungry.
The funniest part is I was like, this must be a Pearl Jam song. Because the way he was singing it.
Well, Eddie Vedder and Temple of the Dog and Chris Cornell.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
I'm baffled.
Sorry, Paul.
I'm baffled by everything. Don't be sorry.
I'm
It's
sorry
not
we're
your fault.
disappointed.
It's the vending machine's fault that we're here. That on this tangent. The vending machine's fault. And yeah, we got all these salespeople who aren't even here that like are bitching and moaning about what's in there to the point where we had like an email sent out like, hey, here's what you can put in the vending machine. And none of them are even here. Ever, by the way. Ever. End rant.
Oh, I had something on Temple of the Dog.
What do you got, Sean?
Don't feed me. Feed my anger. No. You don't want this.
Active 1990 to 1992.
Yeah. But they had some bangers. Say hello.
When did they become unactive?
Dude, just
From
a couple of years.
92 to 2016, it looks like.
I was born in 92, so.
Unbelievable.
And they had some one-off reunions, according to Wikipedia.
Well, yeah. Well, now it's a little more difficult because some deaths along the way.
Gucci.
That's what they're calling Yusei Kikuchi. You bet your bottom dollar. What a nickname. You say you're so Gucci. Being my Kikuchi.
Desert Stro says, Nature's Bakery Blueberry Fig Bar.
Stop.
Those are good.
Stop. I can't transfer the energy from my hunger and rage at the people who are demanding that the vending machine be stocked with select items for the 2 times they're here a month. Okay? I'm sorry.
Okay. Gucci.
Don't make me have my meltdown, okay? No. If this is the last show I have, I'm going to blame that vending machine.
No.
I'm going to blame that vending machine for getting me fired.
Yeah, Kikuchi was very good again yesterday.
Yes, he was. 5 2/3, 5 strikeouts, and this time around, he wasn't throwing the changeup just about every single pitch, exaggerating a little bit. He mixed it up. He adjusted for a Rays team that probably was going to adjust to him, no matter how shaky that Rays lineup might be. 11 strikeouts against Kikuchi the first time that Kikuchi donned the orange and blue of the Houston Astros. This time around, just as effective. A lot of ground balls, and honestly, if not for Chas McCormick biffing, out there, we'd be talking about a 1 earned run performance. Would be nice if Kikuchi could get to the 6th.
Yeah, this one wasn't his
small
fault,
nitpick.
though.
Small nitpick.
Jose Altuve booted that ball.
That's true.
So he was right there.
Not the best night for the Astros defense, which generally is pretty good.
Yeah, they've had weird stretches this year where, like, I mean, look, this season's been up and down, but they've had weird stretches where they haven't been spectacular. Because of how they dominated Boston. Does you say you want to see Kikuchi face a good lineup, but we know on paper Boston's a good lineup. That's where his next start is going to be. So if he dominates Boston on Monday, does that mean anything for you, or do you kind of view Boston differently than we did going into this last?
You know what's
series?
interesting? Yeah, I do. I think that Boston's got a good lineup statistically. It's really good, but I also feel like Boston is sliding. And, I mean, just take a look at where they are in the standings now. They lost that series to the Yankees not too long ago. I feel like their magic, if you will, is running out. And, now you got Jaron Duran. He's showing up to the ballpark wearing a tank top that says F him after getting suspended.
Bold
Interesting
decision.
choice.
Yeah, bold decision.
Interesting choice. And man, there's this website called Awful Announcing, and they do provide good content for me to work with. But the write-up for this talked about how Durant started wearing this as a tribute to his own battles with mental health, which include, getting in fights with Royals fans and this most recent incident where he got into it with a fan. I love how now we're calling rage issues, anger management issues, struggles with mental health. And this article for Awful Announcing made it seem like, maybe like this was an interesting shirt for Durant to wear, but mental health is serious. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit. It's ridiculous. That was a stupid thing to wear. But to bring it back to the actual Red Sox, I do think less of them after having seen them this weekend. I feel like that is a sackless team at this moment in time.
Yeah, the next test now, and this will change because JV is pitching. What day is today? Wednesday. JV is pitching tomorrow, for Corpus Christi, so he could be back, or he most likely will be back next week. But as of is projected right now, Kikuchi's next start is Boston. Follow that up would either be Saturday the 24th against the Orioles, or if they go to a 6-man rotation, probably Sunday the 25th. When they play the Orioles on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, which will carry on the station.
Hell yeah.
But
You're home for Astros baseball on one night.
Yeah, for one night. And the playoffs.
For one night only. And the playoffs.
And the playoffs. Don't forget the playoffs. When baseball really matters. But Kikuchi, at least he's got the Red Sox and the Orioles coming up. So that does, even though I'm with you, I do view Boston differently than I did going to the weekend series just because of the way they throttled them for 3 games. It still is. I'm curious what he does next.
They're really good against righties. He's a lefty, but we saw what Spencer Arrighetti did to them, and I feel like, at least right now, they are slumping. Baltimore is, I think, where a lot of our vibes going into the playoffs are going to be determined. If he has a good outing against Baltimore, where he gets a bunch of strikeouts, 2 earned runs or less, I will be feeling as good as I possibly can about Kikuchi going into the postseason.
Yeah, at this point, I think, kind of going off that, the series I'm most intrigued by, though, I think is actually the Royals series. Just because that's who they're going to play. That's who they're probably going to play in the first round of the playoffs.
There's a part of me that still thinks that this is BS. I know that they killed the Astros in the first series of these two teams this year, but the AL Central to me, and maybe this is just because of an inherent bias against the AL Central, which none of us have taken seriously for a while, it is strange to me that they're still good. It is strange to me that the Guardians have one of the best records in baseball.
Technically, now it's the best record, at least in the American League. I guess the wild card might not be the Royals. It could be the Red Sox or the Mariners, and I guess the Twins technically as well. But as of right now, the Astros would play a 3-game series at home against the Kansas City Royals. So that's interesting, too, because while you've played so well, it feels like it doesn't matter in a way because you are in first place in your division, but you've also made up that ground in the wild card race. You've given yourself some protection to where you're only a half game back of the wild card if you are not leading your division right now. So they've just done a really good job of turning their season around in a way that I think we all believed that they could win the division still, even when it was really bad. Like there was still a chance. We talked about it, but the ground they've gained in every facet is truly remarkable.
Yeah, the wild card, them being back in that conversation is definitely, as you said, yes. It's a nice little safety net that you have behind you. And we'll see what happens the rest of the way. But, I mean, let the good times roll. They're on a tear. 7 wins in a row before they wrap up this season's series against the Tampa Bay Rays, who are on the verge of waving the white flag. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the 747 at 713-780-3776. Can't wait until next week when Coochie gets hurt. Hey.
That's a mean text.
Another person asks, do you believe the Astros are dripping with Kikuchi juice? No. That's a bad honey glazed Branham. I'm rolling up a newspaper. Pop! just booped you.
Right.
Get out a squirt gun as well. And
like a dog.
Yeah, we'll use the squirt gun for a cat, and you use the newspaper to boop your dog. Either way, bonk, sir. Okay, it's Coochie Kikuchi.
I got a laser pointer for my cat.
Yeah,
to play with.
Does she actually play with it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, some cats don't.
She'll like climb up the wall chasing after it.
My cat was like, whatever, dude.
She's all about it. It's great.
Yeah, they're little nut jobs when you first get them. What's your cat, like 6 months?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, little baby.
5-6 months. Yeah.
What are you laughing at? This is how men talk with cats.
Should we have
Paul? You're such a loser.
when we do one of the D'Amico press conferences? Should we have Arya do one of the speaking cat for a whole quote?
Wait, him just going meow 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 meow.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense.
It'd be funny though. I just imagine someone in their car turning on the radio and hearing that.
Meow meow
Meow,
meow
meow, 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 meow.
And just be like, what is happening right now?
Cam makers, meow meow meow.
You probably already are doing that. From the 713, someone wants to call him Coochie Mane. No, it's Coochie Kikuchi.
That's not bad though.
Kikuchi Mane.
No. It's Gucci Kikuchi. I'm sorry. I had it first, and it's hip with the kids. Gen Z's using it. Is the alpha generation using it? Probably. Bussin' for real, on God. No cap.
Is that what's after Gen Z? Is it Alpha?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Gen Alpha. But those are like fourth graders.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So my son's an Alpha.
Well, we don't know about that.
You just said he is.
I feel like the next generation is going to be beta, dude. It's just how it works, right?
Probably.
Yeah, we went from X to Z to millennials. Like I forget. I don't know.
It's all confusing.
I need blood sugar. Paul Gallant Show. Just kidding. See, there we go. Damn it. I'm sorry, Joe. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Who's more concerning for the Houston Astros going forward than someone that we thought was in the rearview mirror? We saw him last night. You'll find out who we're talking about next. It's Gallant and George.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ryan Presley had actually a pretty nice stretch recently where he looked a lot like the guy that we've all come to know. It's not to say that he's dominant or anything like that. It's more to say he's been reliable. And then the last 4 games happened, and Joe, in every single one of those games, he has allowed at least one earned run. And last night in particular, it got really dicey because it was a bases-loaded situation that he eventually fought his way out of. But again, he gave up 1 run along the way.
Yeah, he's just not getting a lot of confidence right now from Astros fans, and I would imagine even himself and the staff when he walks out on the mound, because it's just not easy. Everything, he's really earning the nickname Stressley.
Based off the way this year has gone, there is this sinking feeling within me that if someone is going to do in the Astros this year, it's not going to be the starting pitching like the starting pitching did in last year's postseason. It's not going to be the lineup like hitters 5 through 9 did in last postseason. It's going to be one of your expensive bullpen arms blowing it. Whether that's Josh Hader, who has had his fair share of, we're paying you a lot of money, and this is what you're giving us. Or it's Ryan Presley, where he's just getting older. You kind of understand how there's a bit of a decline taking place. And then you got Brian Abreu, who's had a couple of moments this year as well, maybe due to the extensive workload that he pitched with last year, and same thing this year, where he has not been as dominant as you were hoping he would be after a really good season last year.
Yeah, it's the back of the bullpen has been less than ideal for sure. I mean, it's before the season started and people talked about the Astros World Series hopes, and when we talked about it, that's the strength of the team. Was you get to the 7th inning, who's gonna beat you? Because on when you're ready to go and all your arms are ready and available, you have a Abreu, Presley, Hader. It should have been the most dominant bullpen in baseball. And there's nights where it has looked like that, to be fair. Like, it's not always been bad, but it's just they're not consistently the 3 of them having success. And with Presley, I definitely put him at the bottom of that group in terms of belief that they're going to get out of it cleanly. Like, if you were going to power rank them most confident to least confident, I go, if it's a safe situation, I would go Hader, Abreu, Presley.
Hader is in a different conversation because he has that stuff. Presley, I feel like if you got to pick Abreu ahead of him just because he's younger. With Presley, it just feels like it's no longer as easy as it used to be.
Is Taylor Scott ahead of Ryan Presley?
See, that's where it really gets fun. Scott's had a good year.
He has had a good year.
And for what it's worth, sometimes a bullpen arm is just really good for 1 year. It's such a volatile thing, which is why the Montero contract was so effing stupid. Oh, I still can't get past how dumb that contract was. Everyone should have known it was dumb. Everybody. But to bring it back to this year, because Montero is no longer on this team, Scott has gotten the Astros out of some pretty tough situations of late. I feel like he even got the Astros out of a situation that was created by Ryan Presley over the weekend. Am I wrong on that front?
No, I don't believe so.
Was that Friday?
I think so.
Or was it Saturday?
No, not Friday, because Friday night was when Presley was in with a 5-run lead in the pouring rain, which still makes no sense.
Gotcha. Okay, because I know. Saturday things got very stressful, but it was because of Abreu, right? And then Hader allowed the double.
Yeah, Presley is just so fascinating because you would think like at some point maybe they'll just start to try to use Scott in these high leverage situations and see, make sure there's no mental hiccups with him and see if he can handle it. But Ryan Presley's contract vested. He is under contract for $14 million for 2025 at 36 years old. 2 years past when you're supposed to play baseball, according to me. But so he's here next year. But the way he's pitching, I would lean Scott in front of Presley right now, and I would like to see him get those opportunities. I mean, I think there's a reason why, in yesterday's game is a good example where Kikuchi gets you 5 2/3. It's Abreu is the guy who comes in, gets the out, and then goes back out for the next inning. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if they're going to take a $14 million player in Ryan Presley who won you a World Series and demote him out of the 8th inning or 7th inning.
I mean, there's no more Dusty Baker where we have these unwritten rules and deference to your elders. So that should not be an obstacle. If he's not getting it done, then, I mean, don't put him in that spot. Pretty simple.
I tend to agree. It's just like it's just not how baseball often works. Like they don't follow that methodology that often. I mean, I think you have to really fall apart and sometimes it's too late for that. I mean, because of Presley's recent stretch, like they're still believed he can get it done though.
But they put Montero basically out to pasture this year. Pretty early, too. Like I can't remember the last high-leverage situation that Montero pitched in before they DFA'd him.
Yeah, it's been a while. And not in anything at least not pitching anything that was relevant.
Right.
So it had been a while.
It was like only if there was one of those games where they had worked the bullpen for the couple of games before that, or it was game's over, F it. We don't care anymore.
Yeah.
This game's done. Let's just have somebody get us to the finish line, no matter where that actual finish line is.
I don't know. It's gonna be fascinating to see how they approach this towards the end of the season. Because if Presley continues to be shaky like this, I wonder if they will make a change.
I actually trust them to adapt, and I think they will.
I mean, they did it with the lineup all year. There's no reason why they shouldn't do it with the bullpen.
They did it going into this year by signing Hader.
Yeah,
and I mean, okay, that might be hard to handle 2 demotions in 1 year, but ultimately, you're on a major league team that has been to 7 straight American League Championship Series. And if you're not pitching well, do you want to be selfishly, because of your own ego, the one that's holding up what's actually in the best interest of the team? And some people are like that. I feel like Presley will not be like that.
I would hope not. I mean,
it definitely makes it easier to have gone through it earlier in the year. Might be a bit depressing too, but I wouldn't think he would.
How do you feel? How would you feel if you were Ryan Presley? Did you see what his mom did?
His mom is very vocal online. That's what I know.
She went on social media to defend him.
What did she do this time?
She said, "Yes, I am on Twitter. I have the utmost faith in my son and his performance as an Astro."
Was this last night?
This was August 8th, so 6 days ago.
Okay, a couple days ago.
I am truly sad that the fans that once loved Ryan are now the haters. I'm incredibly thankful he's not on social media. He got you a World Series and you still hate. I get why she did it, but I don't know if I was Ryan, if I love it.
No, I'd hate this. I'd hate this. I love having a very supportive significant other or family member, but look, like you in sports are going to have moments where people look at you and you drive them crazy. And bullpen in particular, everyone thinks their bullpen sucks.
Yes.
Everyone thinks that. I remember feeling that way when I was covering the Mariners in Seattle. I remember feeling that at times with the Boston Red Sox growing up. Everyone thinks their bullpen is the worst. And then you compare it with other bullpens and you're like, oh, wait, well, they're just not perfect all the time, which is really hard to be. So you're playing a position where it's just thankless by nature. It's essentially like being a kicker. You're supposed to do your job. You're going to get noticed when you screw it up. She should know this by now.
Yeah, it's part of it. I mean, even like to your point, I remember Astros fans in 2022 when they had the most dominant run in the history of baseball, basically, in the postseason. People would find a reason to complain. They would call into post-game shows and complain about some decision or one bad pitch, even though they got out of it. Like it is probably the most thankless job in sports because kickers. It's like, is it really even a football player?
yeah. Kickers have that against them.
But and kickers, you're asked to do it way less than bullpen arms. Like with at least bullpen pitchers, you might ask them to have 3 or 4 big moments in a week. Where a kicker, you might only hit one big kick every 4 weeks. So if you miss that one, it always feels a little bit worse.
You also get credit for making it way more than I feel like, especially a setup man or a 7th inning guy gets in baseball for getting in and out of an inning clean.
As a kicker?
Yes, I think
Yeah.
that
I don't know, man. I think now we look at kickers missing 60-yard field goals and we're like, jeez, this guy blows. I think there's an unfair standard that kickers are held to these days where you just expect every single kick to be made. And I mean, we're not that far away from when guys were toe balling it and you were lucky to have a kicker who was 50% plus.
But there's no seventh inning guy who gets to be Adam Vinatieri.
Yeah, to have the heroic moment.
Yes, because normally if you're that good of a reliever, you're either the closer and it's more of a these guys don't have a chance, like the game's over, like a Mariano Rivera, where the game's over when this guy comes in. But as far as a seventh inning guy or an eighth inning guy, that's just like, congrats, you did your job.
Hey, it's like John Weeks. John Weeks is the seventh inning guy.
Yeah.
He's just snap the ball back there.
Or you have to make your own mess and then get out of it. But even like Hector Neris did a lot last season.
You have to be fun. I was about to bring up Hector Neris. You have to be fun like Hector Neris.
But even that, I mean,
crazy.
he's like a fun version of Stressley, where he is making his own situation where you're like, oh my God, stop walking people. And then he strikes someone out, yells a couple words at him, and keeps it moving.
I do miss that.
He's like a kicker who dances.
Martin Gramatica?
Oh.
Without injuring himself.
Okay.
Without injuring himself. That was Bill Gramatica.
Yeah.
Not Martin.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, correct.
There was
Bill
a Gramatica mafia of kickers in the NFL. I think there was a third one. He might have played for South Florida now that I think about it, as opposed to playing for the actual Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But yeah, there are a lot of Gramatica kickers.
Yeah, tore his ACL jumping up in the air. That's a tough look.
It is a tough look. You got to be careful. You got to stretch. You got to be limber. And now you know. It is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Our friend George Springer was victimized by the Blues last night. We'll discuss it in another episode of The Ref Show. There's also a documentary coming out about one of the all-time ref bleep-ups in sports history. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So George Springer, in a game last night between the Toronto Blue Jays and Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States of America, of North America, formerly of Pangea, of planet Earth, of the solar system, of the Milky Way galaxy, of the known universe. And in that game, George Springer looked to be hit on the foot by a pitch. For whatever reason, the umpires of this game did not review the call, which led to George Springer losing his mind and getting tossed. What I found most interesting about last night, Joe, was not just that ex-Astro George Springer lost his mind, which always seemed like something that would never happen. It was that the Blue Jays broadcast, the biased one, and the Angels broadcast were all like, yo, what you doing here, Blue?
Yeah, this is the second time this has happened. Obviously, we saw it happen to Jose Altuve. Like, how can you not review this and get it correct? And you're seeing now two players in Jose Altuve and George Springer who are pretty cool, calm, and collected, absolutely lose their mind. George, way more than Jose Altuve. I mean, Jose was pissed, but George Springer looked like he was ready to fight.
Yeah.
I was very, very surprised.
I'm curious as to why they didn't. I mean, you can review this, right?
I mean, remember they reviewed Altuve's, remember?
We've seen it happen a couple of times. Yeah, and with Altuve,
they got it wrong.
With Altuve, they did screw it up, and Altuve got angry about it as well. Obviously, you can't really use as evidence, well, he's more mad than he normally is, so we got to give him the call. And I suppose that these camera angles that they have aren't good enough to determine whether or not it hits somebody, but I mean, everybody seemed to agree on the replay that it hit him. Maybe it was because of Springer's reaction to it, but I wonder how much longer umpires are going to last. It really feels like every story we hear about them just makes them seem more pointless, and they do seem rather replaceable.
But see, this is where I think that they're not. Like, because he moves his foot, and to me, it looks clear. I guess the argument is they think it could have bounced in front or underneath his foot. I guess not underneath, but like right in front of it as he moved it. This is where like it's hard to replace these guys. My issue is honestly is just then why do we have replay? Like what is the purpose of replay if they don't have camera angles that are good enough to determine this? That if they can't zoom in and get high enough quality to exactly determine this, then like honestly, like what is the point? What is the point of having a replay system if it can't be corrected? Like, why do we waste our time? Why do we waste this? I'd rather the umpires just get it wrong and we're all just arguing about it the next day and we're looking at it later. Then it just blows my mind that you have this whole team. Like they show every time there's a challenge, you know, on Space City Home Network, they show New York, they show, you know, what they're doing there.
They got a headquarters now.
Like, and you still can't get it right. Then like, what's the purpose? But like, if everyone is reacting like this, then it's usually pretty obvious that the player's right. But he was angry.
He was an angry fellow.
He is Snickers.
Or anything. Which would be nice if we had, you know, a vending machine
I didn't
that
mean
was stocked.
That was unintentional.
It felt like it was intentional.
I was just thinking of the Snickers commercial.
You get angry when you're hungry. Yeah, that's true. That's true indeed. There's going to be an E60 episode, by the way, about when umpire Jim Joyce screwed up the perfect game bid for Armando Galarraga for the Colorado Rockies back in the day. That was one of those moments after the fact where Jim Leland and Galarraga all went out of their way to show some support after the fact to Jim Joyce because he felt really bad about it. but there is a part of me that feels like we shouldn't have.
Really?
I mean, be kind and all that, especially when somebody admits that they were wrong. But all right, that's one of 27 perfect games ever, and he screwed it up on the last out.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you rather screw up and be wrong by making the call that's favorable for the pitcher as opposed to getting it right? I mean, if you're gonna screw it up,
That's a good question.
Just screw it up that way.
Err on the tie goes to the pitcher, basically.
Yeah.
Err on the side of history.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think
What a way to
I
frame
think
it.
I would. I think I'd rather give someone a perfect game and be wrong than than what actually happened. Because a perfect game is probably called wrong every single time anyways because the balls and strikes. Like there's probably a strike 3 call that's actually a ball 4 and that they called strike 3 so they, the perfect game stays. Yeah, I'd rather do that.
When was this game?
2010.
Yeah. People are calling me out because I guess I got the team names wrong. I don't care. This is all that matters is the guy screwed it up, right? Could have been playing for the.
I think he was on the. Was he on the Tigers?
Yeah, he was on the Tigers.
It was against.
I don't remember who was
I
playing.
thought it was Tigers Rockies. Whatever.
Okay. Could you say that this is what kind of necessitated MLB to get instant replay? Because I feel like they got instant replay the next year. In my mind, they got instant replay in like 2012, 2011.
They are very slow.
Yeah, because it was an honest to God like pushback against it when it was being debated, and the entire debate was like, well, football has had review for 20 years. Why doesn't MLB
It's very strange.
on especially a play at first? That's like the easiest thing to get with replay.
Yeah, they actually started before this happened.
Oh, really?
But
we're not throwing a perfect game this second.
It was limited. It was very, very, very limited. So like this says that the only thing in 2008 you could challenge was home runs.
The worst thing about this was that if you go to a game, you can't see the replay. I don't know if that's still the case, but it feels like they go out of their way to make umpires not look like dumbasses unless they're Angel Hernandez and they sue baseball. Otherwise, if you're an umpire, I mean, they are going to defend you. And I'm really curious about this E60 documentary from this perspective. Is the whole thing going to be about sportsmanship and about being a good person and being kind? Because if that's the case, fart noises.
Or it's going to be like how Armando Galarraga, how his life got ruined. Like, just tell the actual story. You think they should? Do you guys think they should reverse it? Should they go back in time?
Nah,
fix it?
No, I don't. I agree with Paul. I actually don't think you can do that. As much as it sucks, I don't think you can go back. It's the flip side of vacating wins in college football. Like, he didn't go out there and celebrate that night because he threw a perfect game. Like, you can't give him a perfect game.
His last appearance in baseball, Armando Galarraga. Can you guess what team he played for?
The Rockies?
No. No, actually, his last appearance ever was August 19th, 2012 for the Houston Astros.
There we go.
But can you guess his last ever baseball appearance?
Wait. Oh, that was his last MLB. Was it for the Skeeters back in the day?
Nope.
Was he the setup man for
Not even warm.
Tracy McGrady?
No. This is I didn't even know about this team.
It's not Trevor Bauer's Mexican League team.
Is it the Savannah Bananas?
The color of the uniforms that he played for in his last baseball outing, similar to the Savannah Bananas.
Yellow?
Can't believe you've never heard of this team. Truly.
Who is it?
Unbelievable.
I feel like it's going to be in a place on earth that
Yes!
I didn't know plays baseball.
Listen, unbelievable. Armando Galarraga last pitched for the China Trust Brothers.
What a name.
Can you guess where he played?
China.
Taiwan.
Nope, wrong. Taiwan, but one China.
I know that, and they have their own league, the CPBL or something.
The CPBL, correct.
Oh, this is not the one I would gamble on during the pandemic.
It was one of them that
I did
cropped
not
up.
partake.
Yeah.
I participated in the KBO.
Korea only.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
I was a KBO gambler. Dragons.
That would be crazy if Galarraga in this documentary was like, yeah, I had to pitch in China
Because of Jim Joyce.
because of my 28 out perfect game. His numbers in China,
For those interested.
1-5 with a 4.47 ERA.
Oof.
Ooh,
Just
that's-
12 strikeouts.
That's tough.
Not a good way to
Only 12 strikeouts.
His Wikipedia page says career highlights and awards. Pitched the 28 out perfect game, June 2nd, 2010.
In parentheses, unofficial. That's not a real thing.
That's not a real thing.
That's not a real award.
That's not a real award. There was a guy that got to first base. It was technically a no-hitter.
Was it? Did
Actually,
they rule
I guess
it
it would
hit?
have been ruled a hit, probably.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, it was probably ruled a hit.
Yeah, it was
because he
a hit,
just
yeah.
beat out the throw.
Yeah, it's
Miguel Cabrera spiked it.
They was actually like I think he just smiles, like that. I remember he just kind of smiles and like kind of like shock.
I'd throw my umpire at the, or excuse me, I'd throw my glove at the umpire.
To start a war.
Or I'd throw my umpire into the stands. Just lift him and throw him like he's a Jazzy Jeff in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Gallant George. He is Joe. I'm Paul. Sometimes the references hit. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can also vote for the finalists for Rock the Mic. Got what it takes to rock the mic. You can also join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. We wrap things up with garbage time after this.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. Will Anderson, also known as the Terminator. That's his nickname. He gave himself that nickname. I'm not sure. I know that he has a necklace with a Terminator skull pendant on it. But he did an interview, which was turned into article form by Tyler Dunn of the Go Long Substack. We've had Tyler Dunn on the show a couple of times before. And Anderson is terrified of the dark and sleeps with the TV on because of childhood pranks by his 5 older sisters growing up. Will says he panics in pitch black rooms. They trap him in a closet or lock him in a dark basement. My God, that sounds like some Harry Potter stuff. Trauma. And now he takes out his unresolved frustrations on opposing team quarterbacks.
What do you, if you watch TV at night to go to sleep, like what do you have on there though? You gotta have like Food Network, background noise.
One Tree Hill has been my recent fall asleep watching experience of choice.
Okay.
For those who don't know, it's a pretty awful and yet amazing soap opera that was on the WB. So it's not even a soap opera for adults. It's a soap opera for teenagers. It's not good, but listen, it's good to put on in the background. I think that's a good one, Joe. I also think that Planet Earth or anything where David Attenborough is narrating, that's the way to go.
Yeah, that makes sense. You can't watch a show like you're invested in, because then you're gonna miss something.
Yeah, there's a lot of shows that have action in it, and you're probably going to get a little bit amped up watching something. You want to watch something where it's low investment in it, and it's also nice to have a nearly 100-year-old British man talk you to sleep.
The walrus mates with another walrus by putting its tusk in her ear. And then he's got another tusk under his belly.
I was wondering where.
This one's not made of ivory.
Oh, man.
David, calm down, sir.
Yeah.
You don't tell me how to operate when I watch The Wild.
Did we just come up with $1 million idea?
What?
Planet Earth After Dark?
Probably.
Yeah.
The sorority girl's skirt was hiked up very much at the bar. She leaned over, hoping to attract a mate, and there were several suitors. They fought each other. One of them pulled out a switchblade knife and stabbed the other in the neck. And then the woman found him so attractive that she performed an act upon him that would be frowned upon generally in public.
We'll add this to the D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Read D'Amico Ryan's quotes.
Okay. But, yeah, David Attenborough narrated stuff. That's a good way to fall asleep. Will Anderson, I would advise you do that.
I'm scared of the dark.
If it's just the dark, can you just leave it on mute?
Possibly. You could.
Yeah, that might help.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Just leave SportsCenter or something on mute.
That could help. That's got to be tough. I had an older sister that when we were living together, because my parents split up, I moved to Florida with my mom. My dad and my sister stayed up in Massachusetts. But when we were growing up together, my sister, who was a year older, my sister used to terrify me by impersonating Slappy the Dummy from the TV show version of The Night of the Living Dummy, an R.L. Stine book. She used to do this creepy-ass smile, and it would drive me crazy, once to the point where, like Skip Bayless, I locked myself in the bathroom with a steak knife.
For your sister?
Yeah. I was terrified. I was 6.
How old were you?
6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, she was 7.
Did she ever apologize for that?
No, I got in trouble, too. Like, my sister was a genius and would get me to tell myself all the time, too, which was the worst.
What are you scared of, Paul? Got any? I'm scared of heights.
Heights?
5'6", so I like to
Slappy
stay low to
the
the
dummy.
ground. Yeah, Slappy the dummy. Yeah. But I don't do roller coasters, really, because I don't like heights. That's really it for me. It's like my main ones.
trying to think of other things. Fear itself.
Whoa.
I just saluted.
I will say.
I'm scared that sometimes I work too hard. I care too much.
Okay.
I'm definitely scared of that.
You know what I might be scared of now? My ears getting blown out again if the power goes out in the building like it did yesterday.
Yeah, you know what? I'm scared of the electricity that's running through this
That
place.
powers our station?
Yeah.
I'm
getting
scared of that
shocked
too.
to death.
You know, whether it shocks you or just doesn't work for a week, it's frustrating from time to time. All right, time for a little garbage time before we get the bleep out of here. Texter, I cannot read what you just said you're afraid to do, but I agree with you. I don't like doing that stuff either. So, as we wrap things up with a little garbage time, a YouTuber has put together an 8-minute and 30-second reel of missed Angel Reese layups.
How much of it have you watched?
In a way, we are all watching the WNBA to watch her.
Just see how many bricks it is.
Mm-hmm.
8.5 minutes?
8.5 minutes.
Of layups?
Missed layups. She gets a lot of rebounds.
That's true. That's true.
Olympic breakdancing will not happen in the Los Angeles Olympics. Pour one out.
Good. There's a petition about that lady, about Ray Gun.
About Ray Gun?
That she allegedly was the committee and her husband was the coach. So she basically put herself in the Olympics even though she sucked.
Okay.
So.
Well, hey, listen, if you can get into the Olympics by any means necessary, you may as well.
Do it.
Good for her. Jim Harbaugh opting out as the honorary captain for Michigan's opener and national title celebration to focus on the Chargers. Did they just tell him not to show up?
Soft boys?
I think it is soft boys. You're a Michigan man, and you won them their first national title in 20-plus years. You got to be there, man.
Yeah,
The Chargers don't matter. They're not doing anything this year.
And
Come on.
there's no game that week. It's a terrible excuse. He should be. I know they wouldn't have brought AJ back right away here for the Astros, but eventually they did bring him back and welcome him. If Michigan just starts to pretend like Jim Harbaugh doesn't exist, they deserve to get lifetime bans for everything.
I agree.
Soft boys.
And one last one. Royce White.
I saw this.
Got elected to the or at least he's up for nomination as the Republican nominee in the Minnesota State Senator race.
Hey, good luck. I guess
I gotta say, if you're gonna nominate this guy, for all the people that the right sides with, you're gonna nominate a guy who wouldn't show up to work. Who would bitch and moan about his mental health all the time.
I guess he can just drive across Minnesota, doesn't have to fly anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I can't wait to find out. He can't fly, right? He's never gonna go to DC.
He's got to take the tour bus.
What are you doing? Unbelievable. I could not stand Royce White back in the day. And for him to grift this way to get back in the national consciousness despairs me. Clearly, that's how you get famous these days. And on that note, I'm going to go get a snack. A gosh darn snack. For our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and callers. For Sean Mapes. For Joe George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I'm Branham. He's Blank. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Astros are hot. Yeah. Astros are red hot. I'm not sure what's hotter, Alex Bregman, the Astros, or Hansel. One of those three red hot right now.
What was the third one?
For the Zoolanders. Is it Hansen or Hansel? I always forget. That Hansen.
It's
no,
Hansel.
It is Hansel. I was
it's
right.
Hansel, yeah.
Hansel.
He's so hot right now.
So hot right now, Hansel.
Okay, I'm not familiar.
You've never seen Zoolander?
I have. It was awful.
I disagree.
I couldn't stomach the entire
I feel like derailing the show over that take.
Yeah, I'm not.
We've talked about this before. I've just never been a fan of that entire movie.
Yeah. You're not much of a.
I heard you guys on the way home.
Cinema. Yeah. Well, I knew you did. You're not much of a cinema guy, though.
I used to be.
I appreciate good cinema, and Zoolander is good cinema. No, Zoolander's the only. Like, I usually don't appreciate that kind of humor. I usually don't like that kind of humor. I usually don't like stupid humor. That's one of the very few stupid humor movies that I actually like. I couldn't make it through Zoolander 2. Like, that one was atrocious.
That one was awful.
Yeah.
That one was awful.
Did you like
Zoolander,
Napoleon Dynamite?
Hate it.
Me too.
Hate it.
Yeah.
No, that humor is usually not for me. It's usually not. That's one of the very, very few that is. Do like me some Zoolander. So Hansel's hot. Bregman's hot. Astros are hot. What'd you think of the Astros locking up another series, 7-1 on a 9-game road trip with a chance to go for back-to-back sweeps today?
I just loved it. I loved everything about it, from Kikuchi and Bregman, and the fact that you just got, you got everything again for another game. You literally could be undefeated on this road trip, if not for the one that got away the first game in Arlington. But yet, we talked about it yesterday. The fact that everything is synced up right now. It's always been one or the other for the most part, except for the little stretch that got them to make up ground in the division. Now it just seems like everything's clicking again. It's the offense, it's the power, it's the pitching. Everything is, except for Ryan Presley, everything is falling into place right now again for this team. And then when you least expect it, when we looked at the schedule and thought, well, the Tigers are playing the Mariners, that's going to be a cakewalk for the Mariners. Tigers are doing you some solids too. And it was a good night.
Yeah, never doubt A.J. Hinch. A.J. Hinch he can win baseball games, and he appreciates and admires the Astros, so he's going to do the Astros a solid no matter what. Yesterday was a good game. I mean, Kikuchi, to me, the lead story, even though the Bregman homers for another game, 4 games in a row now for Alex Bregman. Kikuchi was good again. Like, he was good. Was it a great start? I don't think that any of his 3 starts have been like over the top great, but they've all been good to really good. And the Astros are 3-0 whenever Yusei Kikuchi is on the mound. And as a critic of the trade, which let's put the brakes a little bit, but other critic of the trade, I was questioning how much it improved the Astros in 2024. That is the one thing I'll look back at and say, okay, well, this improves the Astros in 2024 by quite a bit because Yusei Kikuchi does fill out this rotation and makes this rotation 5 deep. When Verlander comes back, hopefully 6 deep. He gives you a chance to win every single game. He's going to get you to the middle innings of the game. Kikuchi's been really, really stinking good with the Astros in 3 starts in a row.
Yeah, when we talked about who won the trade, it's going to be analyzed after the time has passed and we see the long-term ramifications of everybody that was involved in it. But you knew at the time Kikuchi had better stuff, more experience than Bloss, because Bloss just probably should not have been up this early in his career for coming up from Double-A and then getting thrown into the starting rotation and then asked to try and, win games for you at a time when you sorely needed it. Kikuchi has been fantastic, whether it's been any correlation with Miller and Murphy and or the rest of the sequencing things, kind of some of the things we talked about yesterday, just what the doctor ordered, fit right into the rotation. You don't have to be uneasy when you see the back end of the rotation coming up in a series. And he's done exactly what you needed him to do.
Yeah, fun to see that. Brian Abreu does his thing, comes in the 6th inning, and then gets you all 3 outs in the 7th. He's been giving you an inning and a third sporadically throughout the entire season. He's a weapon in that role. He was really good. Struck out a pair, got a little bit of help defensively, but did not allow a base runner. And Ryan Presley stressing me out. That was a hard 8th inning to watch. It was a nerve-wracking eighth inning to watch. Presley gives up a run, was able to hold the lead, though. Gave up half of the lead, but held the lead. It's becoming an issue again with Ryan Presley. Like, he had that 15 games in a row or whatever it was where he didn't allow a run. Now Presley's starting to look like early season Presley again, and I'm starting to get a bit worried about it.
As well you should. I was watching it with my oldest daughter last night, and she's like, Dad, why are you, like, clenching your fist and getting a little bit agitated?
How old's your oldest daughter now?
8, going to be 9 at the end of the month.
She's the voice of reason.
Yeah, and I love the fact that she's into the games with me and wants to watch them. And she's like, "What's the deal?" And I'm like, "Ryan Presley, he's not getting anybody out." When Morel hit that ball down the third baseline, I thought, "Oh God, there goes the lead. It's all over." Because even in the 3-2 count was excruciating. With every pitch, I'm like, he's going to walk him. He's just going to end up trying to throw a breaking pitch or a fastball he can't locate on the outside. And thankfully they got out of that inning, but that's basically the only negative I think there is to complain about last night.
Yeah, I want to see Abreu jump Presley on the leverage chart. Sometimes it's still going to be the 7th inning, but I want Abreu to face the tougher pocket. Presley's annoying me. I didn't realize that Presley's given up a run in each of his last 4 appearances. So he had 15 in a row where he doesn't give up a run, and now he's had 4 in a row where he does give up a run. An ERA of 9 in his last 4 appearances. And the FIP guys, the FIP Warriors, not going to be too happy with his FIP, a 718 FIP. People are going to lose their mind about his FIP. Not too happy about that. And then Hader was fantastic. Hader, 3 up, 3 down, locks down 26 saves in a row. I think it took longer for them to fix the mound in the decrepit Tropicana field than it did for him to make easy work of the Rays in the 9th inning.
Yeah, look, as crazy as that was, the outcome was just what you wanted to see. And as much as we talked about Hader a week or so ago, look, he's locating all of his pitches. His fastball looks good. He's putting it in places guys aren't catching up to it. So, again, nothing to complain about at all besides Ryan Presley and the fact that you hope that you're another day closer with another win to getting some of the guys back at a certain point that can maybe even help you even more when you start talking about Tucker, Verlander, et cetera.
I'm a Hader guy. I like Hader. I think we underappreciate Hader. We're like, oh my goodness, $19 million for a 3.61 ERA. Oh, do you see how many losses he's given or he has? Do you see how many homers he's given up? The dude's had 26 straight saves. He's a closer. What is his job? To save the game, to rack up saves. Whenever he's called upon to do his job, he's been nearly perfect. He's 26 of 27. He's 26 in a row, most in history of the Astros franchise. Josh Hader, in his first season, has done something that no other relief pitcher has done in franchise history, and it's his job, save the game. Now, outside of safe situations, he's been a bit shaky, but he's also been open-minded to pitch outside of safe situations. He's gone multi-innings. He's gone multi-days in a row. I appreciate the heck out of Josh Hader. I feel like he's actually underappreciated in this city. He's been fantastic he's had some moments outside of non-safe situations that have been a little bit hairy. But whenever he's called upon to do his job, he's been great. Almost perfect, in fact.
Yeah, we've had that discussion. He does. When we talk about things that make me worry, sometimes the eye test says he puts guys on base. He's given up home runs.
He's got an under 1 whip.
I understand. And we can go into that all again if you'd like.
Let's do it.
But my big thing is the fact that, and we talked about the people analyze him because of the fact that, he's making that much money. So people are going to be even harder on him. But would I like it to be a little cleaner sometimes? Sure. But is he getting the job done? Absolutely.
Yeah. That's what we pay him for, right? It's what the Astros pay him for, right? To get saves. And he's done that with the exception of the first game he appeared in. Better than anybody. It looks like you have something to say, Brian.
I think saves are an overrated. I don't disagree with what you said about Josh Hader. I think he's been fantastic and better than maybe a lot of us have given credit for. I just hate the save stat as a metric for grading performance because, you could come in with a 3-run lead, give up, a couple of home runs, and you still get the save. Yeah. It's just like looking at only the saves to me doesn't tell the whole story because it doesn't tell what the situation really was. Some guy comes in with facing 3-4-5 with a 1-run lead is different than facing 7-8-9 with a 3-run lead.
Completely agree. It's a good point. Now, does his FIP interest you?
No,
are you
I don't
a
like FIP either.
guy?
I don't like FIP. No, the home run only thing is I don't like grading off of that.
FIP.
Yeah.
If you haven't noticed, I hate FIP. But 26 straight save, he's the man. Bregman on another level. 4 straight games with a home run. He mixed in a double there too. Had a nice sliding play in foul territory. Making himself a lot of money, I think. I think he's making himself a ton of money.
Scott Boras a bunch of money, too.
Scott Boras is loving what he's watching from Alex Bregman in the month of August. Bregman's getting hot. He's having a hot boy summer. He's been fantastic.
When we talked about it, I think you're right. And I think you said it, you tweeted it. He's pricing himself out of the Astros range. At a certain point, he's already jumped up past Chapman. He's going to be a very sought-after commodity for teams that need a third baseman. Someone's going to offer him way more than I think in years and money than the Astros are willing to consider.
Yeah.
And he's going to go somewhere else.
And some teams fan base is going to be really pissed in April and May when he starts off slow again.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait for that.
No, I mean, the Astros should absolutely monitor the Bregman situation in the offseason. But you're going to monitor it to that line in the sand, that number that you're willing to go to. And then as soon as, they come back with an offer that's way above that, you're like, okay, we're out. If you want to get back down to our number, then we'll talk. So certainly you monitor the Bregman situation. I just don't think it's feasible. A few weeks ago, I said that Yainer Diaz is the most important player for the Astros while Kyle Tucker is out because they're not going to pitch to Jordan. And we've seen that. Like either it's intentional walks with runners on base, intentional walks without first base open. Anytime there's a runner in scoring position, Jordan's coming up. They're not giving him anything to hit. Yainer Diaz leads the Houston Astros in RBIs, ladies and gentlemen. Dusty Baker would love this because Dusty Baker was a huge, I got to have an RBI guy in the middle of the order. Jeff Bagwell at the start of the year, we paid Jose Abreu to be a guy who drives in runs. Well, Yainer Diaz is the guy that is doing that. Who would have had Yainer Diaz leading this team in RBIs? He's been critical for this team. It's been awesome to see, and I love that he's coming into his own as a young hitter in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I think the progression has been fantastic because as much as we saw last season, the expectations were set way too high when he came into the year in terms of trying to put 162 to the correlation of what he did last year and then say that he was going to have all these home runs and all this production. But we were talking a few weeks ago about the fact that his power numbers were down, but now all of a sudden the power numbers are coming back. He's doing everything you need him to do, and he's become a must-have in the middle of your lineup for this team. Has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, fun to watch Yainer. Yainer's been very, very good. What'd you think of him at first base defensively?
Well, I'll tell you what, that play that he made in the eighth behind Presley was fantastic. He threw his body in front of it, made sure he kept it in front of him, got the out there. I had no problems. There's little things that you can nitpick sometime with his stretch and things, but overall, I think it's going to only get better. And when you keep that bat in the lineup and have a place for him other than catcher right there, I'm all good with it.
Yeah, I thought he looked pretty good. There was 3 plays that I highlighted where I thought 2 of them were good. 1 of them was not good. Just before I get into those 3, I thought his footwork was not good at first base. Catching balls from infielders. Like that left foot is already stepping towards the baseball before the baseball is even in flight. Like that's first base 101. Like you step when you see the ball in flight, takes you to the ball. I think he needs some work there. But it's his first game that he's played there this year. He played there 8 times last year, 7 starts. So that's to be expected. That's an area that I think they will clean up, and he's a good enough athlete to be able to do that in relatively short time. I'm sure they're watching film with him today saying, hey, this is an area where you need to clean up. I thought he could have picked the Jeremy Pena throw, that hard grounder up the middle. People are, that's a terrible throw by Pena. A lot of times infielders try to one-hop it. It's easier to control. It keeps you from airmailing, especially on a play where you're diving or it's a tough throw, a deep throw. And Pena does that a lot. Now, he doesn't do it all that well, but Pena a lot of times will do the one-hop to the first baseman. So that was kind of by design, I believe. A diving play took him up the middle. The ball was a rocket, so it kind of carried him into center field a bit. He's spinning and throw to first base. I think Pena was trying to one-hop it there. He's done it plenty of times, and that's kind of infielder 101. I thought it was an easy pick. And Yainer flat out whiffed.
Yeah, I figured that would be on your list because of the fact that, I think that that's something that, especially on turf, that's what infielders do. I mean, if they're caused to go and react a certain way, they know they can pick up speed and get a better throw if they're able to skip it off the turf. I think that's something that Jeremy Pena probably didn't even think twice about no matter who was over there. Mm-hmm. It's just one of those things that from a Yainer Diaz perspective, if you haven't been playing first base all year in his case, but you haven't played it that frequently, that's something that is a tough adjust sometimes because it does skip on you when it comes off the turf.
And look, we're nitpicking because it's the first time we've seen him there. I do like him there. And then you brought up the play in the 8th inning. The ball was like maybe the ball kind of caught him more than he knocked down the ball because that ball was a rocket off of Pena's bat or off of Lau's bat. But a good play. Like you made the play. You made the play, got the at first, and it really preserved the lead there because that gets by you, at least ties the game. Probably later in the inning gives the Rays the lead. So that was a big play there. And then I thought the final out of the game was a nice play by Yiner. It was a ground ball to the right side. The other low hit it. Yiner ranges way over. And then, it was more the range that was impressive to me, not so much the flip. But that was nice. I thought Yiner covered a lot of ground there with a ball that was in the hole. Like a lot of times first baseman will go too far when it's an easy play by a second baseman. I thought Yiner played that one really nicely.
No, yeah, I was just trying to remember the play specifically because and then now that you mentioned it, the thing that brought to my attention was looked like Hader sprained his ankle. Because
it did.
Yeah, he hit the base funky.
Yeah, I was worried.
And then the guys were kind of looking at him like, "You okay, bro?" And I'm going, well, the last thing you need right now is to have him have something happen to his ankle when they're rolling and he's been shutting the door. But yeah, that's what I was paying attention to most. But you're right. I mean, look, the fact that he got away from the baseline because you're protecting the baseline again, but he gets away, makes a play, makes the flip on time. It's nice to see that he's serviceable at first base already, and I think it's only going to get better.
I'm glad you were very concerned about the underappreciated Josh Hader's ankle at first base. All right, 713-780-3776. What's the BMAC graph up to, by the way, Brian? Was last week you were at 10%? The Astros made the playoffs?
I was 15, and then I moved
15.
up to, I think on Monday I said 35.
They're a game and a half up on Seattle. Kansas City played earlier today, so Kansas City now has a game lead on the Astros, just in case they were to fall out of the lead in the American League West. Where's BMAC graph at?
Look, I think I very much live in the moment, and right now they're dominating on the road, so I've got no choice but to react accordingly, and I'm going to move it up above 50%. I'm going to say 55% right now.
Oh, wow. Brian's above a coin flip chance for the Astros to make the playoffs.
Just when I thought I was out.
Yeah.
They pulled me back in.
This roadie for the Astros pulling Brian back in. All right, 713-780-3776. We'll get your thoughts on the Astros Game 2 win over the Rays yesterday. A busy show, it always is. What's C.J. Stroud's best attribute? Is Stephon Diggs the biggest diva in the NFL? And there's a lot of people on the street saying the Astros won the Kikuchi trade. All on tap for today's show. But when we come back, I'm starting to like Joe Espada. And the reason is very, very simple. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm starting to like Espada. I've been halfway in, 1 foot in, maybe 5 toes down, but I'm liking him more and more. I'll tell you why in a moment. 0754 yay, it's triple B time. No, compliments do nothing. Not for the show, at least. We do mean text, not nice text. Nice text would be a very boring segment. Just kind of had that realization. Hey, you guys are great, says 8321 1438. Oh, I love the bees. I don't think it's as entertaining as
you read
things.
them. As you read them, though.
Yeah. 8234, Will Wagner had 3 hits in his debut for Toronto. Flashed the leather some too. Yeah, I'm a little worried about that. That guy can rake.
Low Profita, though. Not great.
No, right, but all it takes is one.
Yeah, all it takes is one.
All it takes is one. And Wagner has been, 2 games in, I think is the greatest second baseman of all time. 2 games in.
Certainly better
Numbers
than
back
Kevin
that
Biggio
up.
was for Toronto.
Numbers back.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's got a long way to go to keep all that up, to keep doing what he's doing. But you're right. All it takes is one, and they have the chance to have 2, and who knows what Joey Loperfido turns into. But I think Bloss eventually will be a serviceable starter. I'm waiting to see the power from Wagner, but nice start.
I don't need him. If he's Luis
You
Ariz,
get 3 hits every day. Who
I
cares?
don't need the power. Power would be nice, absolutely. But if you're Luis Ariz, I'd take that. 7230, who would you rather have on the bump for a playoff game this postseason, Kikuchi or JV? If I'm making the call today, I'm going Kikuchi. Yeah. If I'm making the decision today, I'm going Kikuchi.
I'm going to go Verlander just because of the experience, and I'm going to roll with that. But I'm not going to crap on Kikuchi because since he's been here, he's done everything that you've asked him to do.
You going Clemens or Kikuchi?
Chattahoochee. Like Kirk Clemens today.
Clemens got a ton of experience.
I'm okay, smart ass. I just think that Verlander's still going to be more than fine as a pitcher when he comes back.
Bregman is a weird case because I've never seen a devoted student of the game slump as long as he does. This dude stays on the iPad and working on his craft, but slumps more often than not. How does that happen? It is weird because he is a student of the game. He's always working on his swing. He'll have a couple of months where he's atrocious, and then he'll have a couple of months where he's the best player in baseball. It's weird.
Pacing himself?
No, I don't think it's that.
I'm trying to give him an excuse.
No.
I don't know.
I think he gets lost at times. I think he
maybe
at times
overanalyzes and then he simply finds down the stretch.
Probably, but when he finds it, he's great. It's like Tiger. Not calling Bregman, the greatest ever like Tiger was, but Tiger was winning the Masters by 28 shots and then is changing his swing.
Yeah.
It's like they're always tinkering. It's like if you're the best in the game, not saying that Bregman is, but if you're finding relative success and good success, why tinker? Like ride that for a bit, and then once you start to slump a little bit, then start working on the swing a little bit.
Probably a little bit of an obsession with him and the fact that he does delve so far, so deep. Remember we were talking about everything at the start of the year, from the weight that he gained to the fact that is he going to try and, change the bat angle to try and drive more balls out of the park. And then it is crazy that normally when a guy that traditionally starts slower than he's ever started before, that you start questioning, is he ever going to be able to get it back? Now, not only has he got it back, but he's on quite a heater right now.
Yeah. Ocho, if you're going to defend a spot of pulling Kikuchi with 2 outs and no imminent danger, we need to have a discussion because that was bad word. That's not the reason that I'm liking Espada right now, but we can chat about that. I thought it was a good pull by Espada. Yes, no imminent danger, but the tying run is coming to the plate. And would you rather have Kikuchi, who's at 93 pitches, or a fully rested Brian Abreu? Like, if you're looking for an out in that situation, you going Kikuchi with 93 pitches or Abreu who's had a couple of days and is ready to go? And then Abreu struck the dude out. So, like, hindsight 2020 here, it also favors the hook.
I think when it's the eye test on everything. When you see that he's in the 90s on his pitch count and you see that he's not commanding the zone as much as he was earlier in the game, and like you said, and the tying run is coming to the plate, I'm going to take a fresh arm that's been in those situations that I believe in and just tip my cap and say, we don't want you to lose this game. You did your job. Go sit down, and we got a guy that's going to clean it up for you.
And I'm a firm believer in a batter too early versus a batter too late too. Firm believer in that, especially when you have the bullpen that you do. Like if it was Fromber versus Brian King, then that's a different conversation. But whenever it's Kikuchi versus Brian Abreu, I'm getting Kikuchi out a batter too early versus a batter too late. It might be different if it's Framber King, and that's the conversation we're having. 3209 with the Astros offer Bregman $100 million for 3 years. That's 33.3333. Repeating, of course. That's a little high on the AAV.
Yeah, I said yesterday I'll stick to it. I don't think they're going to go over 30. And the years make sense. The dollars there don't for me.
Mhm.
I think if you could get that at 30 and below, I think they'd consider it.
If they were to sign Bregman for 100 for 3, I would grimace like this and be like, okay, fine. At least it's only 3 years. I believe it's too high. It's more than I would pay. But if the Astros do it, hey, it's Jim Crane's money, not mine. Now, I would hope that it wouldn't restrict them from doing other things with the finances. So, yes, I would live with that, but it's higher than the number that I would want to throw out there. So the reason that I'm starting to like Joe Espada more, it's simple, really. He's starting to do things I've been telling him to do. He's doing things that I should be managing the Houston Astros. Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in the world, and he's becoming more and more interesting because he's listening to the Bees and he's listening to Brenham. He did 2 things in yesterday's game that I've been begging him to do all year, and people have been calling me, oh, it's not a big deal. He's never going to do that stuff. He's not a first baseman, blah, 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 blah. He did 2 different things yesterday in the game that I've been wanting him to do forever. Play Yiner at first base, finally did that, and I would lose my mind. It triggered me way more than it should. Whenever he had Chaz and Mauricio Dubon both playing corner outfield, he would play Chaz in right and Dubon in left field, and it would drive me crazy. Why? Because Chaz has a noodle for an arm, and Mauricio Dubon at least has a strong arm. It might not be the most accurate arm, but at least it's a strong arm. And again, baseball 101, where do you put the stronger arm? If everything else is equal, left field, right field, where do you put the stronger arm? You put it in right field. Yep. It would drive me crazy when Espada would play Chaz in right, Dubon in left. It's like, well, you're punting a good arm, and then you're putting a terrible arm in the position where you need a strong arm. He finally changed it yesterday. He had Dubon in right, Chaz in left field. I applaud Joe Espada for having the same amount of brilliance that Branham does. Great job, Joe. Fantastic job.
Yeah,
I'm liking this guy.
I really love the first move. The fact that we saw Yiner at first base finally, the fact that he was finally, I don't know what the hang-up was, but the fact that you put Yiner at first base and he proved to you now that he can play that whenever you need him to play that, I think that's a fantastic move for this team going forward. We talked about how important, especially because the offense up until these last 2 series has been struggling so mightily, and you got to find other ways to have Yiner. Yiner's not batting the game, not only Yiner, but you need to find Caratini a spot, and therefore he can catch. This makes it so much easier to do that and have a very potent lineup from 1 through 9, regardless of what you think of Jake, as opposed to those bottom 3 being just basically outs.
Yeah, it's you seen the lineup yet today?
I saw who's playing first base. I didn't see the full lineup.
Yeah. Same outfield as yesterday. Chaz is in left, Dubon's in right. It's Altuve, Bregman, Yordan DHing. It's funny how Yordan plays all 3 games in left field at Fenway, and he plays DH all 3 games at the Trop. It's the turf.
It's the turf.
It is the turf. But it's just funny to look at. Yiner, Pena, DeCinzo, and then Myers, Dubon, McCormick. And again, Dubon, the strong arms and right. What took you so long to do this? But I'm glad that you had a stroke of genius. All right, 713-780-3776. Speaking of that lineup, Chaz is back out there. Chaz admittedly triggered me yesterday. Now, he did get a base hit, so did he earn the burn? How long can you keep rolling with Chaz? And if you can, do you continue once Tucker comes back, if he comes back? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Chaz McCormick. Yesterday we came up with the idea of the earn the burn thing. Like if you're right now, you have no options in corner outfield. You didn't make a trade at the deadline to help that. So it's like, hey, play the hot hand. McCormick 1 for 4 yesterday. Now, he did trigger me because he was extremely lazy on that ground ball through the hole to the left side. He was lazy charging. He's got a noodle arm, and the dude took second base with ease, cost the Astros a run. It was the reason that they were trailing early in the game was single-handedly Chaz McCormick's laziness. That bothered me, but he did have a knock. Had a knock in yesterday's game, so there is that. How long can you keep rolling with Chaz, Blinkers?
I think right now, Jeremy, it comes down to the fact that you're really in a tough situation until you decide if you want to try DeCenzo out there in left field. Because of the fact that you just are so limited with the guys that you can call on. Leon doesn't look like a guy that's going to give you much more. And I know they want to stay loyal to him, but it's getting harder and harder to watch. And you hear TK and Blummer talk about the fact that he's really pressing now, and he's really, taking these at-bats hard when he's not getting on base. Well, we are too. And the fact is when we're starting to talk about the bottom of the lineup and just how putrid that it looks with those 3 guys at the bottom, there's something that you have to do as quick as you can, and that is once Tucker does come back, and if you can get DeCenzo as a guy that can play left field, that there's a guy that I'm going to throw out there more than Dubon and more than Chaz right away. And in the pecking order, I'm going to put Chaz probably behind Dubon, though I think they both have been awful, because I want that best offensive lineup out there. And I think that when that happens, I think a tough decision has to be made about sending him down. And everybody keeps talking about the fact that it's only a matter of time. He's going to find it. We're eventually going to see, the Chaz of old. And I know that Dana was on with the flagship today. And that Dana said he believes in Chaz. He's 1 week away from turning the corner. He's frustrated right now. He may get hot in September and roll right into the postseason. Well, I don't want to take that chance right now. I mean, if the Astros get healthy, I don't want him anywhere near the starting lineup for this baseball team. And if he wants to go get right in Sugar Land and show a lot, then maybe we can have a conversation later on. But right now I understand it's because of the need, but I just don't need to keep having him thrown out there if there's better options.
Yeah. I mean, Dana Brown's saying that's general manager talk. Like, that's cliche. Like, that's not actually something he believes. So, like, I'm not putting much weight in the general manager not, like, saying, oh, Chaz is terrible or giving up on him. He's not going to go on public airwaves and bash the guy. He's going to give him the vote of confidence. He says he's going to say we believe in him. I don't really put a whole lot of stock in that. Like, I take that for a grain of salt. Like, you can't bash the guy. And there's not better options right now. Like, I'm actually okay with Chaz McCormick getting a run of play until Kyle Tucker comes back. Now, I thought it was silly whenever they set him on the bench against a tough lefty. Dana Brown's like, oh, we got to get Chaz going. And then the next day he's playing against a tough righty. It's like, okay, well, you're not putting him in the best position to succeed. If you want him to succeed, play him against a mediocre lefty and then don't let him play against a tough righty. But I don't know that there's better options right now with this team. So I'm cool with the idea of letting Chaz play 75% of the games until Kyle Tucker comes back. Because what are your options right now in left and right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if DeCenzo can get there, I love that option as a better option than Chaz. Leon's an option for me, but the defensive play the other night bothers me. At least you're going to get good defense from both. Dubon made a heck of a play last night. Chaz can play good defense. You know that he's not going to hurt you defensively with the exception of his arm. But, there's the options suck right now in the outfield. Mm-hmm. So if DeCenzo becomes an option, whether he's platooning at first base or now if that becomes Yiner's job to platoon with Singleton at first base, that he can play left field, then there's one less option for me with Chaz. And then they can just take turns in right field. Or if Dubon is just the guy you're going to stick with in right, I'm fine with that because I understand he's pressing, but I think pressing doesn't make him play better at this point. I think it actually makes him play worse.
Yeah, he is pressing. That's why I'm like, hey, Chaz, you're going to be in the lineup almost every single day until Kyle Tucker comes back. That way you can see what you have. Because I don't mind them trying to find out if Chaz McCormick is capable, because I don't need to see Mauricio Dubon in the lineup. Even if DeCenzo's playing left field, Jordan's DHing, well, you still have right field open. So there's no one that's just grabbing the playing time and like saying, this is mine. Like Pedro Leon hasn't done it. Mauricio Dubon has not done it. Jake Myers, if we're looking at it from just an offensive perspective, has not done it. John Singleton has not done it. Now, he might be your best option against righties, but no one's just grabbed the brass ring and said, this final position or two while Tucker's out belongs to me. I think of the guys that we just mentioned, Chaz probably has the biggest upside. Chaz definitely has done it better than anybody else of the guys we mentioned at a major league level. Like, no one can say they had an 800 OPS. No one can say they've homered over 20 times. So I'm actually okay with the Astros giving Chaz significant amount of starts until Kyle Tucker comes back. Because if Chaz McCormick's starting, who's he starting over? He's starting over Pedro Leon. He's done nothing. He's starting over Mauricio Dubon. He's been awful this summer. So it's not like he would be getting at bats over guys that I'm just clamoring to get in the lineup.
Yeah, because you're in a very compromised position and you got to keep throwing those guys out there for now. I get it. But, again, the minute that Tucker is able to come back, I think it's if he's still hitting at 200 or below, that there's a real conversation that has to take place about a guy that maybe needs to just relax for a week or two, go down to Sugarland and try and get right. And if he can, feast on AAA pitching in the process too and get his confidence back, that would be a bonus.
Yeah.
Because you're right. He has played, of all of them, he's played well at a high level, including in the postseason. And that's a guy you want to believe that you can rely on. But right now, I just feel like that's a different Chaz McCormick, and he's somewhat broken mentally.
Yeah, I don't know if you send him down, though, right now. Like, to me, that's a move.
No, not until
because you have a Ledmus Diaz still on this team. Texter saying Trey Cabbage might be a better option than Chaz at this point. I have no doubt that Cabbage is a better option against right-handed pitching than Chaz, and that's not saying a whole lot. Like, I don't think a whole lot of Cabbage. It's kind of silly, in my opinion, that a Ledmus Diaz is on this team and not Cabbage, because it does limit Joe Espada playing the lefty-righty game. But the corner outfielders are all terrible. Like, all the guys we're mentioning are terrible. If Jordan's DHing and it's on turf and you don't have Kyle Tucker, Chaz has been terrible. Dubon has been terrible. Pedro Leon has been terrible. DeCinzo, they don't feel comfortable playing in left field yet. Now, they might do it whenever they come home to Minute Maid Park, which is a little bit of an easier left field to navigate, even though you have to play the tough angles. But even if DeCinzo is your left fielder, you still have to fill the position in right, and you don't have a good option there. So I'm okay with Chaz still being in the lineup routinely until Tucker comes back. Corey Chaz lollygagging to that ball and letting a single turn into a double bothered me. 5798 after that lazy throw by Chaz that turned into a routine single into a double. I'd rather have Tucker out there with one leg. Yes, facts. I wouldn't have hated if Joe Espada put him on the bench. I would not have bothered me at all if Joe Espada said, Chaz, that's the effort. You're hitting what you're hitting. Like, if that's Jordan out there, okay, it's Jordan. He's the AL player of the week. It's Jordan. He's hitting, breaking scoreboards. It's Jordan. He's one of the best offensive players in all of baseball. If Jordan's lollygagging, he's earned it because he's one of the best offensive players in all of baseball. Chaz McCormick, who's been putrid, and we're like, hey, this guy's not that far from a stint back to Sugarland. That's a dude with that effort that's performing that he is. That's when you sit that dude on the pine.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
I would not have bothered me at all if Espada made that move.
You and I talked about this off air the day it happened, but Grisham did this for the Yankees this year when he was playing center field, and obviously it's a bigger, more critical media market. He got absolutely crushed. If you're just gonna half-ass it, there's no place for that on this team. Yeah, you know what? That game wasn't in your back pocket. You weren't up 6-7 runs. You can't afford to be doing those kind of things because they can come back and bite you. I'm totally in favor of that. If Espada wanted to sit him down and say that's not how we play baseball around here, I support that 100%.
713-780-3776. What is your plan, the corner outfield, as long as Kyle Tucker is gone, which might be a couple of weeks still. All right, what's C.J. Stroud's best attribute? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie. We know college football season's right around the corner, and pro football comes right after that. It is the best time of the year, and you can jumpstart the season with your future bets. You're going to start betting on who's going to win the NCAA championship. If you had Michigan last year at MyBookie, you'd have cashed in 10 times your bet. How about this year? You like Georgia, you like the Horns, maybe the Buckeyes, and then again, who's going to win it all in the NFL? Betting against the Texans, not a good thing, especially with the team that they have. But if you want to bet with your Texans, it's not crazy, and it could pay big. You can do all this and so much more at mybookie.ag. MyBookie is an awesome sports book and casino, and it puts you at the forefront of their concerns while it puts the betting in your hands. You can use your phone, your laptop. You don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. It's all right there at your fingertips, in the courtesy and comfort of your own home, your car, wherever you may be. It's easy and it's fun. But remember this promo code that I'm going to give you that we always tell you to use. It's Bet975. You listen to us, you use that code, you get paid. That's right. Whether you're re-upping an account and you've already been a customer at MyBookie or you're signing up for the first time, when they ask for that promo code Bet975, you're going to find extra cash in your account up to $1,000 on your first deposit and when you reload your account. It's phenomenal. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. Let's have some fun this football season on MyBookie. It's the best online sports book and casino, and now you can go to mybookie.ag, use our promo code Bet975, and claim that bonus yet again. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Nacho saying that should have been an instant bench after that inning. At least when Pena is slumping, he's hustling both offensively by avoiding DPs and legging out infield singles and fielder choices and diving all over the place. That is true. Remember Pena had that moment, was it last year, where like he had a little tapper and didn't run hard to first base and people killed him?
I think so.
I think it was last year. Could have been the year before, but I think it was last year. He had a little tapper.
I do ran it, yeah.
And they killed him. I wonder if that's the reason that he's playing with reckless abandon this year. Maybe.
Boy, did you hold your breath a little bit? The head first slide to first. I was watching
Yeah.
what Andy hit the bag with, going, man, right now we can't have Pena miss any time.
Little more acceptable when there's nobody on first base because you can kind of potentially avoid a tag. But I'm usually not a fan of diving into first base almost ever. Only time I'm in favor of it is whenever you see the first baseman jump. Like if you see the first baseman leave his feet, get down because he might be able to catch it and tag you. So get down, like get out of his range. 713-780-3776, HRP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. What is C.J. Stroud's best attribute?
To me, I think the best attribute he has is just his ability to make decisions in the pocket. I think that just what you've seen so far and what we've seen in the past with guys that have played the position specifically here in Houston, I just love the fact that, he's such a smart football IQ, but he knows what to do with the football. He doesn't try to do too much with his legs, and his decision making to me in reading the defense and making the right read, I just love.
Yeah, I think he's really good at reading defenses pre-snap. I think he's really good at seeing the defense, and I think his anticipation's fantastic. I think he's really good with the mental aspect of it. I think his leadership is fantastic. I listed like 6 or 7 different attributes, but that's because he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. Off the field, I think his leadership is fantastic. Anticipations, especially in zone defenses, like throwing the ball into the window, like we saw a ton last year, was fantastic.
In the preseason game to tank.
Yeah, like you saw a lot early last year, like the quarterback school guy, like he was doing the C.J. Stroud breakdown each and every week because he was falling in love with C.J. Stroud, and his thing was anticipation. Man can see what the defense is doing, anticipate the throw, and then deliver. And we didn't even mention accuracy, and accuracy might be his best attribute. Like the anticipation plus the accuracy makes him pretty lethal. Chase Daniel did a bunch of film studies with Stroud too, and he talked about the anticipation. So the experts that break down ball would all tell you anticipation. But then I think you need the accuracy on top of the anticipation. Like if you're really good at anticipating what your guy's going to do versus what the defense is going to do, you also have to have the ability to then go deliver the ball to what you're anticipating. So I think it's a combination of the two. If you don't have that accuracy, but you have the anticipation, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you throw the ball like Anthony Richardson, well, cool, you have the anticipation, but you can't use the anticipation to your favor because you don't deliver the ball where it needs to be.
Yeah, I think that when you look at it, you asked me for his best attribute. I think there are so many good ones, and I think that's where I would start. But the good thing is that you wouldn't finish for quite a while in your discussion because of the fact that, if you want to say he's not a great running quarterback, I'm fine with that because he doesn't need to be. And we've seen more times than not, especially when the Texans have had a running quarterback. Now, there's obviously good ones in the league that do it very well, and you start with Lamar and Josh Allen. But when you look at a guy like C.J. Stroud, the fact is we know what happened when Deshaun decided to extend so many plays with his legs, and he took a beating, and in a lot of times he turned the ball over, and it wasn't a successful play. The intelligence that C.J. has is the way he kind of translates it to the football field, and he doesn't have to run. He will run. He's capable of running, but he finds the open receiver that's going to make sense for him or makes the decision without having to put himself in harm's way by running too much.
Yeah, I don't really want my quarterback to run, quite frankly, because I think it does make him prone to injury, and I don't want my starting quarterback hurt. So I don't mind that Stroud's not a running quarterback. Yeah, he can get you 6-7 yards if it's there. I think he's really good at extending plays, though. I think he's got really good footwork. Like Brady was not athletic. Brady was slow and unathletic, but he had amazing footwork. Mm-hmm. His footwork in the pocket was immaculate. It was the best ever. And he wasn't fast. He wasn't quick. He wasn't agile, but he had unbelievable footwork. And I think Stroud's a little bit like that. Like if you're just going pure athlete at the quarterback position, Stroud's probably middle of the pack. Yeah. But he's really good with his fundamentals. He's really good with the footwork. He's really good at anticipating where the blitz is coming from, the rush is coming from, and extending plays. He did it a lot in the Georgia game, quite frankly, in the college football playoffs.
Yeah, and when you look at and you mentioned Brady, but Brady was a guy, we talked about Bregman with his tinkering, but Brady was a guy that was constantly trying to redefine his mechanics and trying to redefine, especially as he got older too, what he did with his footwork, with his mechanics, his arm delivery, the kind of things, the way he anticipated plays so that he continued to stay at a very high level. I have no problem believing CJ's the same kind of guy because you can already tell CJ knows when to step up, when to step out. He knows that, at a certain time, look, if the defense is going to lay off and they're really focused on him trying to put the ball in the flat or, make that read, he will use his legs, but he also is smart enough to get down. He's not going to take the hits we've seen Will Levis take. He's not going to make the decisions Deshaun would make. And that's why he's such a total package in so many ways. When he came out, his ball placement, his accuracy is fantastic too. And I don't think that sometimes gets enough credit. But I think the one thing where the knock was he didn't have a strong arm. But at the same time, he can make all the throws. You don't have to have the cannon that can throw it out of the end zone. You just have to have a guy that can make all the throws and put the ball where it needs to be. And I have no problem believing that he's that guy. For no matter what team you put him on, he's going to be that guy.
Yeah, I think he has plenty strong of an arm. I think it's above average. I wouldn't put it like top 10, but I would have his arm above average, his arm strength. for Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you talk about the strongest arms in the league, it's probably Josh Allen's in that category. There's guys that just can wind up and let it fly, the old Brett Favre style.
Yeah.
But Brett Favre was also inaccurate a lot of times too, which is where I don't think that CJ's the same kind of quarterback.
Yeah, I say this all the time. I think arm strength is one of the most overrated attributes a quarterback can possess. It's good to have it. It's like if you had everything else, like give me the strong arm versus like a mediocre arm, but I would have arm strength like 7th or 8th, most important. Now, Dan Orlovsky had a top 10 for different quarterback attributes, and like Stroud's not in his top 10 for arm strength. His top 10 on arm strength: Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, Stafford, Rodgers, Levis, Mayfield, Anthony Richardson, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson. I don't think Mahomes has a stronger arm than Allen. I would have Allen number 1, honestly. I think he has a bigger arm. I think he's got a bigger fastball. I think he would throw the ball further. I actually think Anthony Richardson would too. Anthony Richardson might be number 1 for me.
I think Josh Allen's 1 for me, and I think that Mahomes he can wind up and he can throw it a long way.
Further than Allen?
That's where I would say.
That's why I flip him.
I'd have
Mahomes
fun.
isn't 1
I would
for
have
me.
fun checking to see who would have a stronger arm.
I would like to watch that competition
Yeah.
because I think Mahomes could win that.
I don't,
especially with the baseball background.
I was just gonna say the old man.
He can, not only can he throw it super far. I mean, I think we'd all probably have him at worst 2nd.
No, I think I would have him. Are we talking about throwing the ball the furthest, or are we talking about like miles per hour? Like, are we talking about heater?
Oh, I would say furthest.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking furthest, like on a deep route or something like that, or being able to just absolutely unload
Stand at
and
the
get
20.
it there.
How far can you throw?
I think both matter. I think both characteristics matter.
Yeah, I don't think they're always the same. I don't think they're always
No.
equal. Like, I really don't.
Because to your point earlier, that's where, as long as you can make all the throws, you don't have to have a quote unquote cannon, but you do have to throw that out route from the other hash mark where you have got to put something on it to make sure that you beat the corner.
I would say Allen has a bigger arm than Mahomes. Just purely throwing the ball further. I think Allen would. I think Justin Herbert would. I'm not sure Matthew Stafford
I don't remember
would
Mahomes
anymore.
ever underthrowing Tyreek Hill, and that's the fastest man alive according to Tyreek Hill.
I'm not sure that Justin Herbert would either, though.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, I think we're talking about the top arms in the world. Like, it
Sure.
sounds like I'm like saying Mahomes has a noodle. Like, it sounds like I'm saying Mahomes is Chaz McCormick. I'm saying Mahomes has the 5th strongest arm in the entire world.
5th,
So let's,
okay.
Well, I'm just throwing an
Allen,
arbitrary number
Herbert,
out there.
who
But I would
else?
have Allen ahead of him. I would have Herbert ahead of him. I wouldn't have Stafford anymore. Maybe Stafford in his peak.
In his prime.
Maybe.
Sure.
Same thing with Rodgers. Rodgers not anymore. Maybe in his peak, but not anymore. Will Levis has a stronger arm. Like, if we're
he's
we're just
got a big
talking
arm.
pure arm strength. Levis does. I wouldn't go Baker. I would go Anthony Richardson. And that's probably it. So those are the 4 I would have ahead of Mahomes. Purely arm strength. Like, I think that Pat Mahomes is the greatest quarterback talent we've ever seen. Let's be very clear, because it sounds like I'm talking down about Pat Mahomes. I'm not. I'm talking about one very specific attribute that I think is overrated. I think this attribute's overrated because I do think Mahomes is the greatest quarterback product we've ever seen. But in terms of pure arm strength, throwing the ball the furthest, yeah, I have him 5th after those 4.
Maybe if you have all these guys in a perfect pocket with their feet planted, you're right.
Yeah.
I do think where that I would give Mahomes the tiebreaker is if you put any of them off platform, I think Mahomes keeps more of his throwing power than these other guys
I
do.
would completely agree.
Yeah.
Completely.
Because
That's a
he
good
can
call.
throw that kind of sidearm
Yeah.
And
baseball
still get
pitcher
it
throw
way
and put
downfield.
something
Yeah.
on it too, which is so hard to do.
Yep.
So I agree with that. Off script plays, there's
He'd be
no
1.
doubt. Yeah, he would be 1, and
Or
I think
top
it'd be
2,
by
top
a pretty big margin.
Maybe Allen could be up there, but yeah,
And
top
Rodgers
2, top
was
3
that
there.
guy in his prime, but
See, I think Mahomes and Rodgers have a lot of similarities, actually.
very
I
much
agree,
so.
but I think where I would say to you, I don't disagree by moving Rodgers down that much, but I got to see him this year because if he recovers from that injury, he just has that rare ability to have the power to make every throw. But when he needs to, he can throw it as far as just about anybody. But at his age, I don't know what he's got left in the tank anymore.
Yeah. Ball placement, Orlovsky ranks Burrow 1, Tua 2, which I think is outrageous.
I can't believe that.
Mahomes 3, Stafford 4, Stroud is 5th, Brock Purdy 6, Geno 7, Dak 8, Goff 9, Josh Allen 10. I would have Allen outside of the top 10. I don't like Tua in my top 2.
No.
I would move Stroud into the top 4.
I would certainly move him ahead of Tua.
Yeah. I
Just
have
throw it up and let Waddle and Tyreek run underneath. That's all Tua's doing.
over Stafford, over Mahomes, over Burrow, but I would definitely have Stroud top 4. I would move down Tua.
Yeah, Tua to me was the biggest glaring, like, what the hell are you doing putting him this high? I just think that, you've got 2 absolute speed demons on the outside for you, and you know that he doesn't have the strongest arm, but I don't think by any means that he places a football better than some of the guys that he had Tua above. And I think that the other overriding theme in all of this is that Dan Orlovsky used to back up Matthew Stafford. He has some massive amounts of love for Matthew Stafford. Maybe Matthew Stafford in his prime deserved to be this high in a lot of these categories. Right now in his career, I had a hard time putting Matt Stafford ahead of a lot of these young quarterbacks and what they're still capable of doing.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Stafford's as your favorite player's favorite player, though.
We
talked
about
CJ and Caleb Williams.
We talked about the off-platform. I don't think Stafford gets enough credit for that because you see some of the highlight videos of him, and he's just as capable with the sidearm, the drop down, the three-quarters, running and throwing the no-look. Stafford obviously lost a little bit of his prime athletically, but he can complete just as many amazing style of passes as some of these other guys.
Mechanics, they have Burrow 1, Stafford 2, Herbert 3, Stroud 4, Dak 5, Goff 6, Tua 7, Rodgers 8, Brock 9, Lawrence 10. I have no problem with Stroud's that there. I think that's a really good, respectful ranking.
4? I think that's great.
He's 4 behind Burrow, Stafford, and Herbert.
Yeah,
no problem
I think
there.
he's fine there. I think the rest of the list, a little to me, and it goes to what you were saying too, Brian. I think that if you're going to say that about Stafford, I've just seen too many of them to know that Rodgers is a guy that off script, running, whatever the arm angle, puts a ball. I go back to that Dallas game in the playoffs to get the field goal to win the game. He had no business making that throw and making it as accurate as he did off script at the distance that he threw it. I think, again, if he's still got anything left in the tank, that's a guy that probably is higher than Goff, at least.
It's interesting that Mahomes isn't on the top 10 of mechanics, but he's not really known for his mechanics.
No,
a lot of people have criticized his mechanics.
I think he intentionally doesn't have the mechanics. It adds to some of the deceptiveness.
Decision-making with the football, Rodgers 1, Stafford 2, Burrow 3, Stroud 4, Purdy 5, Love 6, Mahomes 7, Dak 8, Goff 9, Cousins 10.
I don't have Rodgers 1. I think that as he's gotten older in his career,
I can't figure out if you love or hate Rodgers.
I'm just honest about Rodgers. I think that watching him as much as I have, he's dominated the offensive coordinator. He makes every play his own. And I think that later in his career especially, he has made the wrong read a lot of times and left guys that are wide open trying to get more or to try to do too much. And that's why I wouldn't have him 1 on this list. I like where CJ's at here, and I think CJ can actually go up on this list as he goes longer into his career. But I think it's very respectful to have him where he is right now.
Yeah. Now that comment on Rodgers, though, is that mostly post Devontae Adams? Because the last year in Green Bay, he had what at wide receiver? There wasn't a lot there. It was a bunch of young guys and journeymen like Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So
you guys need a Rodgers podcast.
I just don't put a lot of. I get he made bad decisions, but he might be forced into making something happen because he wasn't working with a lot of wide receiver.
No, it was towards the end, if not after Adams. But at the same time, there were guys wide open in the flat where you would have gotten a first down and moved the sticks and been able to keep going. And instead, he tried to play hero ball too much, or he thought that the other guy was the guy that he wanted to throw to, and it cost them drives, it cost them games, it cost them making the playoffs. And I think it was different.
Is this ESPN New York or ESPN Green Bay right now? Which of these two is it? Pocket presence, Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, Stroud 3, Stafford 4, Lamar 5, Brock 6, Love 7, Allen 8, Geno 9, and then Dak 10.
Yeah, I question, is Purdy that high already?
I think Purdy's great. I think
Pocket
he's the most underrated
presence-wise,
quarterback in the NFL.
I thought that was a little high on him. Geno shouldn't be on this list. Again, extremely respectful of CJ for only going into year 2 to be that high on the list, but I was great with where he was.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Behind Mahomes, Burrow, I have no problem with him being behind those two guys. And I don't really see anybody under him that should jump him. And then last one, rushing ability. Lamar 1, Allen 2, Richardson 3, Hurts 4, Fields 5, Mahomes 6 interests me. Dak 7, Burrow 8, Murray 9, Lawrence 10.
Yeah,
Murray's
I think,
too low.
I think so too.
Kyler's way too low.
I would have him.
I'd have him ahead of Dak.
I would have him in
ahead
the
of
top
Mahomes.
6. I would have him top 6. Now behind Fields, Hurts, Richardson, Allen, Jackson's fine.
Sure.
I would have Murray 6.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I just think that again, we're good with him not being on this list, but when you're talking about the guys on the list, to me, I think about Lamar, I think about Hurts. Because the Hurts is so dominant when he runs the football that it's hard to beat him besides a guy like Lamar. But yeah, there's a couple of Justin Fields. That's all he can do.
Yeah, if I could nitpick it, I might move Hurts and Fields above Richardson because Richardson hasn't really showed it a whole lot because he was hurt. And I might move Fields above Hurts. I might move Fields to 3. But I think that I have no problem that Stroud's outside of the top 10. Like, he doesn't run much.
Agreed.
He doesn't run much.
I think to me to have the Fields even there on that list, it's all he can do. It's fine. But I'm not a big fan of his. Yes, he's got a big body. He can run a little bit. But that to me, I'm like, I'm not even sure he should be on the list because I'm not sure he's a starting quarterback. So why are we?
I mean, he did have a season where he ran for like 1,100 yards, though.
He did.
Yeah, he might be the starting quarterback. He was catching some balls from Russell Wilson today. Maybe they use him like Cordell Stewart. I hope that they do.
He's like Slash.
Throwback
Slash.
Cordell. Wouldn't it be awesome? Like, they're talking about him returning kicks in the offseason, which I think that was
What's
baloney.
the guy that did it after him? Antoine L.
Antoine Randall.
Randall L, yeah.
Indiana.
Quarterback. He did quarterback at Indiana.
Hoosiers, QB1. All right, 713-780-3776. What do you think C.J. Stroud's best attribute is? And is Stephon Diggs the biggest diva in the NFL? Some think so. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Had to use the camera at work a lot today. What's up with the camera? Kramer doesn't like blinkers, or what's the deal?
It's easy.
The camera doesn't like Joel.
It
just keeps zooming in and out, like trying to find the sweet spot of where it should focus on. But
where is the sweet spot on Blanker's face? 713-780-3777. What do you think? Where do you think your sweet spot is, Blanker?
There isn't one anymore.
So we
Where did it used to be?
So there used to be plenty, buddy.
Used to be plenty.
Yep.
There used to be plenty sweet spots on Blanker's face. Yep. Brian, do you want to? Where's Blanker's sweet spot?
I think the cheeks.
Okay.
I think the cheeks. We zoom in on the cheeks there.
The cheeks. I'm gonna go with the brain because he's so smart.
Well, it's not part of his face, Jeremy.
He's so smart. 713-780-3776. Where is the sweet spot on Blanker's face so we can get the cameras working? It's been like 45 minutes. They've been working on Blanker's face.
Cue Largo in the Twitch. This should be fun.
8341. CJ's got several good points. Accuracy, regional defense. Pretty good scramble. I don't know. A pretty good scramble out of pocket. Rain needs to, but the cool, calm headedness is what really gives him over the hump, is what I feel. I think it was like a talk to talk. That went wrong. Text to talk.
Yeah, I think pocket poise is the way to sum that up quickly.
That was weird. Ocho, I hope C.J. Stroud's best attribute is psychological aggression in response to Stephon Diggs' tantrums. Okay, Ocho, you're not a big Diggs guy, which, by the way, I saw this yesterday. Is Stephon Diggs the biggest diva in the NFL? Jay Harris football. It wasn't Jay Harris, but it was JR football on Twitter. They had the top 5 biggest current divas in the NFL. At the top of the list, Stephon Diggs, number 1. Ayuk was 2, probably because of the whole contract stuff. It seems like he's leaning that he's going to stay in San Francisco. Deontay Johnson, number 3, which I found interesting. Aaron Rodgers, 4th, and then George Pickens, 5. Those are the biggest current divas in the NFL. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
There's a lot of Steelers connections there.
I
George
know.
Pickens a current Steeler.
It's
Deontay
weird.
was a Steeler. Now Ayuk may be traded to the Steelers.
It's like the what's the, you know how they show evolution where they have the
like
caveman turning into a
yeah.
human. That's kind of like what they have here with the divas of the Steelers. You had Deontay Johnson who walked so Pickens could trot, who Ayuk could potentially run. Steelers diva receivers.
Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell, who set the stage for everybody else.
That's the genesis story of Steeler divas. That is weird, but yeah, Stephon Diggs,
most blue collar team, also its most diva team. Go figure.
Yeah.
Number one. Let's go back to K-Fan in New York. But number 1 has to be Aaron Rodgers. He loves to hear his own voice. He's running everything with the organization. He wanted a team that just gives him the moon, and so he can take it. He's taking it. I don't think there's any doubt he's number 1.
I think Rodgers gets a bad rap. His teammates love him. Like, his teammates love Aaron Rodgers. You don't ever see teammates that say bad things about Aaron Rodgers. Like, his former backup quarterback, Jordan Love, loves Aaron Rodgers. And that's a guy that was behind Aaron Rodgers. How many players have went from the Packers to the Jets because they want to be with Aaron Rodgers? I think the whole Rodgers, no one likes him is such a myth.
I didn't say no one likes him. I said that.
But if he's such a big diva, why do so many people follow him to New York?
Because he loves his play. He loves his teammates. There's nothing wrong with that. But he has to make everything about him. He makes every coaching decision instead of the coaches. And when the coaches call in plays, he audibles out of just about every single one of them to call what he wants.
Manning did that.
He's already got into it with Saleh on some things. I mean,
what did he get into with Saleh about?
Not only the fine about missing and going to Egypt, but they were already talking about some of the things that he wanted to do offensively, and then the pecking order with the Jets. And it doesn't matter who the offensive coordinator is, because he's going to make all those decisions. And then you get to all the off the field stuff that gets to be such a distraction. And also when he constantly was negotiating, when he had contracts and making things be a big drama situation with the president of the team, with the general manager, it's there's a lot there.
Yeah, I think all of that's overrated.
I'm glad you do. I mean, like I said, I've lived it and I know it, and I hate it, because as a football player, every one of his teammates should love him.
I mean, you lived it by watching it on TV.
I have people very close to the organization. I have a lot of people around that team.
Oh, okay. Well connected then. All right. Then they don't like Rodgers. These people that are well connected. But former teammates are joining him. They do like Rodgers.
You talk about the fact too, like when we talk about now, because he went to the Jets, that he was going to participate in all of the offseason and the OTAs and all the other things. Never did that in Green Bay once he got the starting job. Never did any of it. And basically wrote his own ticket to do whatever he wanted.
So it's reverse diva, because now he's working harder.
Now he is, and with the Jets, maybe.
They loved him on Hard Knocks last year.
Okay.
Rodgers. They were big fans of Rodgers. Is Diggs at number 1 unfair?
I think it is. I think because that's the most diva position in the league. I think when you talk about all the receivers, and you talk about through the recent history too, from the Terrell Owenses and the Antonio Browns and all the, I think a lot of it is admittedly, but the receivers have become the Tyreek Hills. That is a big diva position. I don't know how suddenly he moves on top of the list that includes guys like Tyreek Hill, who has a whole bunch of stuff going on and a ton of stuff to say. I think he's more of a diva than I would put Diggs at.
Yeah, see,
Diggs 1 is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, Diggs is 1 because he's kind of forced his way out of 2 different organizations, and Buffalo is paying more money for him to be off the roster than on the roster. Like, these are facts of the matter. Like, we don't like to have this conversation in Houston because Diggs is like the new piece, and we all want him to be successful. And I think that he will be, quite frankly. I don't think that because of the way it ended in Buffalo equals the way it's going to be in Houston. D'Amico, I think, is going to get far more out of Diggs than what Sean McDermott could do. I think Stroud's going to build a relationship with with Diggs that is far better than Josh Allen did. Case Keenum was pretty happy that Diggs came here. I mean, he was on Twitter. I mean, but it's also like he's our new teammate. Rodgers has had more former teammates follow him than Diggs has, though, if we're being fair. So, I mean, when you have people put together these lists, they're not really in the know in terms of like how they're being viewed in the locker room. They're taking these things that are outside of the locker room, like Diggs forcing his way out of two different teams, the Bills. Whenever you have Josh Allen, do you miss him? And hemming and hawing about whatever, but without giving an answer. Sean McDermott says how unselfish the wide receiver room is. So these are things that are going, like if you did a Stephon Diggs search, that are popping up. The Bills spending more money to have him off the roster than on the roster. Like all of these little things that come into play whenever you have these aggregate people that are putting together these lists, do stack up in like out of favor for Stephon Diggs, though. Like it is true.
Yeah, look, I think he could be on the list. I don't think it's fair to have him at number one.
So you would have Rodgers one.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
And who would you have above Diggs, though?
I'd have to. I think Tyreek Hill's close. I think Tyreek Hill forced his way out of Kansas City. He wanted more money. Tyreek Hill, has a lot to say about a lot of things on a daily basis.
He doesn't really rip teammates, though. And, yes, he forced his way out because he wanted a lot of money, but a lot of people, they do that for negotiations.
Yeah, you can be a diva without ripping teammates. I think there's a ton of ways where you just draw every bit of attention.
But, I mean, I don't think a guy, getting more money is a reason they're a diva, though. Like, every single NFL player does that.
That's the biggest problem I have with this list. So you look at the list, most of it is just guys wanting more money, and that's what we seem to label as being a diva. The other thing I've noticed... Sans Rodgers.
And not even, Pickens wouldn't be there.
No, not
I'm not even sure Johnson
yet.
Would.
Deontay has
his contract deal.
He's had some contract demands, and he actually has some diva moments
on the field moments,
with Mike Tomlin.
When you're talking about not just with the coaching staff, you're talking about the Chaz McCormick stuffs where you kind of dog it. He had several of those.
Yeah, he got
games.
benched a few times.
He had
for
one
drops.
with 2 minutes to go in a game when they were down double scores, and he decides after getting tackled to spin the football and start dancing, and they didn't have timeouts, and everybody's like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Well, give me Brandon Cooks on this list then. Brandon Cooks acted that way in his final year in Houston.
You should get honorable mention.
5798. Why is George Pickens catching strays? What makes him a diva? I think his was kind of complaining about the ball. I don't think Pickens has demanded money yet because he's still pretty new to the league.
Deal.
I think his was more demanding the football. He's like, they don't throw me the ball. I think he was on social media too, liking things where they're not getting Pickens the ball.
I think that's that's part of what gets Diggs on this list, but also with Diggs specifically, what a lot of the diva quote unquote moments we saw from him on the sideline were being mad at Josh Allen when Josh Allen would airmail him in a big game. Like it feels like the Bills and a lot of NFL fans are rushing just to defend Josh Allen because Stephon Diggs wants to win and doesn't want to have balls thrown his way in playoff games airmailed over his head. I mean, teammates in a competitive situation are going to have a conversation on the sideline when plays go wrong and you're losing a playoff game. Diggs in the moment, maybe he didn't handle it the right way, but he wants to win, and Josh Allen was the one that failed.
How would Brady react to that, though? Brady would tell him to sit on the bench and not speak to me that way.
Well, and also the fact it wasn't just
he does.
It wasn't just getting airmailed. It was the fact he wanted him to look his direction more and get the ball more. And I don't have a problem with guys wanting the ball. There's a way to do that without doing what he did to draw the attention that he drew. He undressed coaches on the sideline. He undressed his quarterback.
Who you talking about? Who you talking about right now?
Diggs.
So you think Diggs is a diva?
I think he's on the list. I have no denying that. I don't think he should be one, but I think he can be on the list.
See, I think Ayuk here is ridiculous, and I think it's all recency bias because of the contract. I've never heard of Ayuk being any sort of diva outside of him trying to demand a contract.
He has gone in Shanahan's doghouse several times. I don't know what, but I remember those headlines following him as someone who has him in fantasy football, where Ayuk in year one and year two at times was just completely taken out of game plans because he had gotten in Shanahan's doghouse. I think it might have been for lack of blocking because they love that for the wide receivers in San Francisco.
Probably so.
There have been some moments for him in San Francisco.
Like Deontay Johnson, I don't think he's relevant enough, but he's on the list because it's been so prevalent. But Juju Smith-Schuster is also a guy that has done more of these kind of things to be a diva than actually back it up.
Yeah, he's just not employed right now.
Yeah, I just haven't heard anything about him in a long time.
60, he got paid and went away. 60-12, the ball spin was Chase Claypool. The Steelers hate is wild today.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, I remember Claypool doing it. I don't remember Deontay Johnson.
I think Deontay Johnson has done it too.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I remember Claypool doing
Claypool got his way out of Chicago the same way.
Yeah, Claypool is not a good teammate. They placed him on
He's also not a
season-ending
good football
IR.
player.
I think he's in Buffalo. Buffalo placed him on IR today. Unselfish room though in Buffalo, their wide receiver room.
A lot of untalented, unselfish wide receivers in Buffalo.
713-780-3776. Would you say Joe Mixon is a top third, middle third, or bottom third running back in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, I'm here to tell you before we go to the break about the best company in the city of Houston when it comes to windows, sidings, and front doors, and more. And it's Allstate Siding and Windows. They're phenomenal. They're family owned and operated for almost 50 years. They love taking care of Houstonians, and they do the best high quality work on what they are experts at. And that is everything in their name, the siding and the windows. I just had windows put in at my house. I went to Allstate because they are the experts. And the biggest, best thing that started the process for me was they do free estimates. They come to you, they tell you exactly what they can do, how they can help, what products they can use, and then let you make the decision from there. It costed me absolutely nothing to have people come out to my door and tell me and my wife just exactly how much we could be saving on our energy bills, how much more protected the house could be on the outside, and how much better the overall house will look with an upgrade on the windows side. We had just bought the house within the year. We wanted to do something to try and kind of do all those things. And the whole plan was brought together by the people at Allstate Siding and Windows. You can do the exact same thing. And right now they got tons of deals, 30% off on windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. The free estimate's available to everybody. Just call them, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. They come to you, tell you what they can do. You can figure it all out from there. The siding, the windows, phenomenal. The people and the expertise, second to none. You can check out everything they have to offer at allstatesidingandwindows.com, but you got nothing to absolutely lose, everything to absolutely gain just by calling them and having them give you the estimate. 832-204-1936, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
The final 10 podcast entries to Rock the Mic are set. We're ready to narrow down to the 4 best podcasts. Final 4. We want your help doing it. Go to ESPN Houston YouTube channel and then find Rock the Mic playlist to see the final 10. Like your favorites and get ready to join us next Friday, the 23rd, from 5 to 7 p.m. at Carbach Brewery
7
at
p.m.?
the Life finale. Yeah,
we're doing an extra hour?
We're doing an extra
hour. Are
hour.
we getting a prorated salary that day?
I imagine we would. That's a fair thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's only fair.
I imagine Joe and the suits upstairs have signed off on that.
Yeah, we got to get a prorated
We
salary.
do a lot
for
of
that day.
work for the station. We put in our hard 180 minutes each and every day.
I mean, unless the suits hate the hardworking men like you and I, then I think they'll give us that extra hour.
Killer Bees, blue collar.
They've called us that before.
You would think that they would do that. All right, 713-780-3776. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. 5030 LOL blank saying he undressed coaches and stressed down you goober. I didn't notice that he did that.
I didn't notice that either.
Okay. Is Mixon top third, middle third, or bottom third starter in the NFL? We're talking about the RB1s of each of the 32 teams. Ocho, I'm not sure how good Mixon is. I just hope he can make something out of nothing as well or better than Singletary did behind this offensive line. So that's a shot at the offensive line. All right, Brian, middle third, or top third, middle third, bottom third?
I think he's right on the border of middle third, bottom third. I looked at this list. They have him, I believe it's at 21. There's only a couple spots I disagreed. Yeah, he's at 21 on this list from NFL.com. There was one guy behind him that I'd move ahead of him, which was James Conner. Both older backs. James Conner, I thought, showed more juice, especially towards the end of last season, than Mixon has shown in several years. But I'd also move Mixon ahead of a couple guys, Gus Edwards and Rashad White on this list, who are ahead of him in the teens. So that would put Joe Mixon at 19 or 19 or 20. So to me, he's right on the borderline of the middle tier or the middle third and the bottom third.
Yeah, I would have him in the middle third. I think he's to the point now. I'm not even sure. I think in his best years, he was probably top third because you're talking about top 10, 11-ish. I think he's been top 10, 11-ish in his career. I wouldn't have him there now. I think he's been passed up by a lot of the younger guys. I would have him towards the bottom of the middle tier of running backs.
So it doesn't sound like we're too far apart.
No, we're right around the same. And I think he's top 20. I wouldn't go outside of the top 20.
19 to 20 is where I have him.
But, I mean, that is middle third. So I think he's middle third in the NFL. I wouldn't have him top third. I don't think he's anywhere. I think he's closer to the bottom third than he is the top third.
Sure.
But I would put him in the middle third. What about you, Blankers?
You guys know I've been the biggest staunch Joe Mixon supporter of the three of us. I can't put him in the top tier. I think that there's too many guys. There's too many younger legs. There's too many running backs nowadays that they're quicker and do a lot more than he can do. But I definitely would have him kind of where you guys had him too. I don't think he's in the bottom tier by any means. I think his ability to catch the football and still be effective, I would have him in the middle tier as well.
So you'd have him around 19 or 20 because you've been higher, like you said, you've been higher on him.
In the middle tier, but I would have him a little higher than that.
Okay.
I think he's closer to like 12 to 15.
Would you have him above Aaron Jones, another older back in a new situation, who's I think ranked ahead of? Yeah, he's ranked 6 spots ahead of him on this list.
I think I would from the standpoint of durability. I think the fact that Aaron Jones has been pretty dinged up the last couple of years and he's missed a lot of time. I know that Mixon has missed some time, but I think that overall, I think that Aaron Jones is a better catcher of the football. But I think that I would still say Joe Mixon can run the football better than Aaron Jones, like every single down. They used the 2-back system in Green Bay a lot, and he was hurt a lot. I think Mixon as a runner, Aaron Jones as a receiver.
0810 says that Mixon would be middle third if he hit the holes like that girl in Oklahoma. We're not going to read text like that. That stuff's not going to go over the air. 0810.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I definitely dumped
text that trash. 713-780-3776 for all of your trash. 8341, he's going to be higher with the quarterback that he's got this year in the team that he's playing with.
He's been playing with Burrow.
He's been playing with Burrow. How do you do that?
Yeah, but they wouldn't – like, they didn't love Mixon there. Like, I think that's why they were so willing to let him go. And, like, they didn't –
Doesn't that tell you something,
They brought in Zach Moss. It does. But I also think that the scheme is better running the football than what the scheme was in Cincinnati. Shanahan tree
comes from the same tree, though.
I mean, it's not as close. Zach Taylor was never with Shanahan.
No, but he was with Sean McVay, and McVay was
They're a
with,
little different.
with,
Yeah, they
with
are. They're a little
Papa
different.
Shanahan.
McVay and Shanahan are a bit different. And
A
I
little
would say
bit,
that Shanahan has
Sean
the
McVay
edge in the running
studied
ability.
under Kyle's dad.
Sure, but I would say that they have different principles. And McVay's also really willing to move a lot based on his personnel.
True.
If you go listen to that Play Callers podcast on The Athletic, which is fantastic, McVay talked a lot about how whenever he first got to L.A., he wanted to do a very specific thing, and it's like, okay, our offense isn't suited for that, and he was willing to adjust on the fly. I think McVay actually got away from Shanahan principles with the roster that he had and is now starting to go back to Shanahan principles. But yes, all similar, but I wouldn't say they're exact. And I would argue that Houston has a better scheme for running the football, although it really wasn't on display last year, than Cincinnati does. So I think this text is accurate in the sense that I believe Mixon's going to have a more productive year than he is talented relative to the rest of the NFL. Like Mixon, if you're just going on, like if you put every single running back into a draft, where does Joe Mixon go? I think Mixon would go somewhere between 25 and 30. But I think Joe Mixon's going to have a top 20 season because of the offense that he's in. Scheme, the talent around him. Line matters, which isn't necessarily a feather in the Houston Texans cap, though. It really wasn't a feather in the Cincinnati Bengals cap
that's
either.
what I was going to say.
So I would have Joe Mixon, if you put all the running backs in a draft pool, I would have him 25 to 30, but I think he'll have a top 20 running back season. So his production is going to outproduce his real talent.
I think that's definite. It's a possibility. I think for me, it was when we were talking about what the reason he wasn't as great in Cincinnati, and maybe they got rid of him in part because of that. I think the line is going to be better here for him. I think that he will capitalize on that for sure. I don't think that I would have him that low in terms of you just did a straight running back draft. I would have him inside the top 20. But I think he has a lot to prove. That's why I didn't like the extension for him. But I still believe that this system is probably better for him for the running back position. I agree with that.
Chalupa says middle third. Todd the Show says Devin Singletary is going to have a better year than Mixon.
Oh, stop it. He's a Giants
trash or that. Yeah,
trash
but
it.
I think it's in play. Like I don't think that's a hot, crazy take.
I mean, Mixon certainly has the advantage being here versus with the Giants, though.
Yes.
So I've said it on the show, so I can't run away from it. I do think Singletary at this point is a little bit better running back than Joe Mixon, but I think Joe Mixon's going to outperform him on the box score because he's surrounded with much better talent than Singletary is in New York.
Giants line has sucked. I mean, Daniel Jones and everybody else was running for
They
their
did.
line.
I mean, they did add.
They
added a few
but
pieces. So.
How quickly they gel and what they can do, I'm not going to say that that's better than what the Texans can do if they're healthy and everybody's. Kenyon Green's the biggest weak spot.
Let's keep tabs on that one. If Singletary has a better season than Mixon, that would not be a good trade by the Houston Texans. But Singletary in New York is interesting because, yes, they boosted up that offensive line. It's part of the reason they let Barkley go. But Singletary was with Dable at Buffalo. So, like,
Joe Shane, too, the GM.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how much Shane matters in terms
No,
of
I'm
running
just
scheme.
he knows Singletary's skill set and knows that if he's going to fit that system or not.
Coog Blaze says Eric Gray will be starting over Singletary. Stop paying so much attention to those preseason games, Coog Blaze. I like what I saw from Gray, but let's pump the brakes a little bit. 6118, do you put Mixon ahead of Ezekiel Elliott today?
Yes.
I would too. I think Elliott's a little bit
washed.
underrated though.
I think he's done.
I mean, he caught 50-something passes last
Yeah, I mean,
year.
you could stand there and cement and catch a pass. He doesn't do anything with it after he catches it.
That's not true.
He scores. I mean, you can say he gets goal lines, but even then, I don't know how many he's going to get, and I think he's done.
8341, middle of the middle when it comes to Joe Mixon. So Joe Mid in for the Texans. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Listener line. That's my mic there, Brian. 713-780-3776. Rank the playoff teams from last year, 1 through 14, on the best chances of making the playoffs again this year. Who's going to repeat? Who's not going to repeat in the postseason? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. Been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Always get a quick response, very easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right. Last year, 14 teams made the NFL playoffs. That's the way it works every year. Well, it is now after the rule change. Rank the playoff teams from last year, 1 to 14, with the best chance of making the playoffs again this year. So, like, I have Kansas City. I believe that they're going to be back in the postseason, and I have Kansas City with the most confidence will be back in the postseason over anybody else. So Kansas City would be my number one.
I think we all have that, right?
I think so. Some might say San Francisco because the conference is a little bit weaker.
I have the Chiefs one mostly because of the division. I mean, that's the tiebreaker between the two of them.
I saw a hot take the other day that said the Chiefs will not win the division.
Oof. Is that going to be featured tomorrow?
I don't remember where I saw it. But remember 2 years ago, everybody was saying that too, and Tyreek left and the division looked good. Oh, they're not even going to make the playoffs. Oh, they just won the Super Bowl, and then they did it again. So, yeah, Kansas City number one. So what's your 1 through 12, Blankers?
My 1 through 12 is Chiefs, 49ers, Ravens, Eagles, Lions, Texans, Packers, Cowboys, Bills, Dolphins, Rams, Steelers, then Browns and Bucks.
Okay, I got lost a little bit there.
Okay.
It's pretty similar to mine, though. It sounded like Kansas City's at the top for me. I don't see them having any issue missing the playoffs, sans injury, but you could say that about every single one of these teams. Pat Mahomes still really good. They had the number 1 defense in the NFL last year. I think they finished 2, actually, maybe. San Francisco, the weak conference. I think they run away with that division. Sorry, Key from LA. I think they're the best team in the NFC. Their roster's really good. I think Brock Purdy's underrated. I think Shanahan, despite not having a Super Bowl championship as a head coach, is a really good head coach. Number 3 is Baltimore. I think that roster is really stinking good. I'm fascinated to see what Derrick Henry looks like with that offense. Like, you combine Lamar Jackson's ability to do what he can do with Derrick Henry's power. It's going to be fun to watch, as much as I hate to say that. I'm bullish on the Lions. I have the Lions as my 4th most likely team. I have the Bills behind Detroit, and I'm not a huge Josh Allen fan, but I just don't think that division's very good. I really don't. I think there's a couple of other playoff contenders in that division, but I don't think anybody's knocking off Buffalo for the top spot in the AFC East. After that, Philadelphia and Dallas. I have Philly and Dallas back-to-back. I think both of them are going to just feast on the Giants, feast on the Commanders. They'll battle it out for the NFC East throne, and then both teams will be making the playoffs. I don't see any issue with either one of them. You could say, well, the contract stuff, I think they'll get that all figured out. Next, I have Houston. We talked about this not that long ago. I think there's a 35-40% chance the Texans can miss the playoffs because I do think the division's underrated and the Texans' schedule is very tough.
What number is
So
that?
I have Houston after Dallas. I know you count them real quick. 3, 6, 8.
Okay.
So I have them at 8.
Yeah, I had them at 6.
Miami after that at number 9. They're to me on the fringe. Like I could 50-50 flip a coin, playoff, non-playoff. I have the Rams after Miami. I have Green Bay below that because I think the division's really tough outside of Minnesota. I could see Chicago jumping Green Bay. I think that their team is good. Now, rookie quarterback kind of throws a wrench into that. But I have Green Bay down there. Then I have Tampa Bay. That division's so bad, but that actually plays into their favor because they might be the tallest midget in that division. And then I have Cleveland, and then I have Pittsburgh. So that's mine. Kansas City, San Fran, Baltimore, Detroit, Buffalo, Philly, Dallas, Houston, Miami, Rams, Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Cleveland, Pittsburgh.
It feels like mostly at the top and at the bottom we pretty much agree.
Yeah.
I think we all had Chiefs and 49ers too. And then at the bottom, I mean, my bottom 2 are Steelers and Bucks. I think we all pretty much kind of have that. My biggest disagreement, and I'll go ahead and read off my list, and you'll catch it at number 12 here. But it's Chiefs 1, 49ers 2. I have Eagles 3 because of what J-Bone mentioned there. The division sucks. So that's a part of it. This is confidence they'll make the playoffs. I think the Cowboys did nothing. The Giants and Commanders aren't ready yet. I think the Eagles are making the playoffs. Ravens 4, Lions 5, Texans at 6, so a couple spots higher than Jeremy there. Cowboys, Packers, I think we all had them in that 7 to 8 range. That feels about right.
I think I had the Packers.
Oh, you had the
lowest.
Packers lower.
Oh, you had the Packers a little bit lower. I think, Joel and I think both had them 7, 8. Dolphins 9, I think I agreed exactly with that with Jeremy. I had Rams 10, same as Jeremy. Browns, Bills at number 12. I'm not buying into the Bills at all. And then rounding out 13 and 14, Steelers and Bucks. I guess I just think more of the Dolphins and the Jets than maybe you guys. But the Bills didn't really add anything. They lost. And to me, around them, the division got better. I think they're going to be, probably a 9 and 8 team, but right. I don't have confidence in them, or at least more so than the Dolphins and the Jets, to make the playoffs.
See, I think the Bills get to like 11 wins.
And Brian and I both had Texans at 6.
Yeah.
And you had them at 8.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then you had the Packers lower. I had, to me, the bigger thing is the NFC is just, it's so weak compared to the AFC. I think it's controlled. I actually think, though, that the Bills, I had them down. I think the Jets can win that division.
Yeah, I think they have I like this texture saying AFC East is bad, terrible take, lazy take. Maybe I didn't phrase that in the best way. I feel, because I think the Dolphins and the Bills are contenders to make the playoffs. I don't feel like they're contenders to win the division, though. Like, I think the Jets in Miami, best case scenario, win 10 games. I think the Buffalo Bills win 11 or 12 games. So I don't view the Jets and the Dolphins in the same tier as the Bills. I think the Dolphins and the Jets can be playoff teams, which maybe does speak to the strength of the division, but I don't have them contending with Buffalo. That's
It's so
why I had
odd that
Buffalo
you've
so
become
high.
now the biggest supporter of Josh Allen.
Well, I
on
just
the
like
show.
that team. I think that team is really good, and like the fact that they lost Diggs doesn't really affect me in my viewpoint of the Bills because I don't think they want to throw the ball a whole lot. Like Joe Brady, whenever he took over as the play caller, they started running the ball a ton, and I think they were like 7-1 after Brady took over.
I think 5-1 after the change. Yeah, no, it's a solid point.
And their defense is good.
That's what I was going to say. Their defense is the key to me.
Their defense is good, sure.
I think the Jets can win the division, but I think that because they have a good defense and they are a very complete team as well that has spent a boatload of money to try and bolster everything and go for it. I think that the Bills, I question the receiving room now. You're right, they're going to run the ball more, but I love the Bills defense. I think the Bills defense, even though they lost a guy like Poyer, I think they're tough. I think they're strong, and they play in any weather.
And they have Ed Oliver. And I mean, Allen's really good. Josh Allen's really good. Now, Josh Allen's going to single-handedly lose you 2 games, and Josh Allen's not capable of beating 4 playoff teams in a row, which is what you need to do to win a Super Bowl. But he's a regular season quarterback.
Do we
That's
know?
Gonna win a bunch of games.
Do we know what level of quarterback Josh Allen is though without Stephon Diggs?
Yes,
I mean maybe
we do.
Maybe this is coincidence.
I think he's wide receiver proof. I don't think he needs elite wide receivers
how can we say that?
because of his running dynamic. His running dynamic.
His first 2 years in the league, I think we would all agree, especially look at his completion percentage, it's mid-50s. He's not a very accurate quarterback. And all of a sudden he makes a huge jump when they add Stephon Diggs.
But Diggs' usage,
it could be coincidence.
Diggs' usage after Brady though went way down.
It did,
way down, and they were a better offense. Not always, actually. His snap counts went way down as well.
But was it the new guy that they used as well as Gabe Davis? He was spreading the ball around even in the playoffs.
Gabe Davis was never a high target guy.
No,
Dalton Kincaid, I think, is going to be their number one.
He spread the ball around more, and he was effective. And I don't think he was trying to make as many thread the needle throws.
They tried to make it safer for that offense. Once Brady took over, they made that offense safer to try to make it less turnover prone. And part of that was Steph Diggs kind of was fading away a little bit. You look at his snap usage, offensive snap percentage. You say he took over the last 6 games?
I think it was a 5-1 once the change happened, I believe.
He went from playing 90% of every single, 85 to 90%, and then it went 80, 92, 79, 46, 60, 65, 88. Diggs usage in place. And snap
there's a
counts
couple of games in there where it's pretty low.
They went away from Diggs, whether it was him on the field or throwing him the football. If you look at his targets were double digits almost every single game to 5, to 7, to 8.
I know. I had Diggs on my fantasy team.
They got away from Diggs' usage. And I think Kincaid's a better pass target than Diggs is.
Oh, that's a hot take, Jeremy.
I do. For a guy like Josh Allen, absolutely. Bigger target, more intermediate routes, absolutely.
Kincaid's had half a season
to
prove it.
I don't need to be a slow-moving ship and wait forever for people to prove it. Who's a better football player today? I think Kincaid is a better pass catcher than Diggs is today, right now.
Wow.
Yeah, Diggs has the resume, sure, but I don't need resumes. Resumes don't win titles.
Yeah, but it's like we've seen a dramatic drop-off in Stephon Diggs to say that he's at the end, and now Kincaid is going the opposite direction.
We did see a dramatic drop-off in
Diggs'
last half of last year.
Not in his level of play. You look at the first half of the season when he was still used, and his numbers were through the roof.
In the second half of the season, they were not.
They, like you said, they made a change to their style of play. That doesn't mean Diggs' level of play dropped off. They just decided to run a different offense.
A lot of people think that it dropped off. A lot of people think that he wasn't winning one-on-one matches. A lot of people thought his separation went down in the last half of last season.
More so than anything else, they had gotten tired of the routine, and he worn out his welcome, and they just decided. I think, and a lot of it was that they were going to go to a more run-heavy offense and focus more on that. And
we'll see.
And spread the ball around.
I don't think they were tired of his acts. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. They're not going to be like, "Hey, Diggs, we're not going to use you more because it's personal."
I think
silly.
they're tired of the act.
I think they're trying to limit Josh Allen's turnovers.
But because you're tired of an act, you're going to take a guy off the field that you're saying makes you a better football team? When you're trying to win it all?
No, I'm saying that what they did was it was all kind of in unison, but I think that they were really, it was wearing thin with a lot of people that, no matter what they did, he was going to be screaming and yelling and doing his thing. And at the same time, when they brought Brady in and they went more run focused with Cooks and Dalvin Cook's brother, sorry, I forget his first name, and they were going to do more of a focused ball control type offense to probably limit the turnovers. I think all of that in unison meant that they didn't have to force feed Diggs anymore. They were just going to do what they needed to do to win because they were scratching and clawing to try and make the playoffs.
Yeah, but if you're doing what you're trying to do to win, you're going to do the things that give you the best chance to win. It's not going to be because Diggs is throwing tantrums on the sideline. You're not going to use them.
I also don't think it's because Diggs dropped off. I think they're trying to protect themselves against Josh Allen's turnovers.
That could be true.
They went to a run heavy style, which we'll see how long that lasts with James Cook because he's not a huge back. And they went to a short intermediate game, which featured Dalton Kincaid, their first round tight end out of Utah.
And that's why I think Kincaid will be more productive. I think he's a bigger target. I think he's better for Josh Allen. I think he's going to get so many targets. He's going to be so many targets.
He's a great pick in fantasy this year.
He's going to get so many targets. So many targets. Whereas Diggs, it's going to you got to feed everybody. Like, how many targets is Diggs going to get whenever you also have Nico Collins, you also have Tank Dell, you're going to want to run the ball with Mixon, you re-sign Dalton Schultz. Like, I don't think Diggs is going to have this amazing – like, I'm not saying that Diggs is a bad football player. I'm not saying that Diggs is washed in all of this. I don't think that Diggs' stats are going to be insane.
I agree with that. And we talked about that. I think that, CJ has so many options that this is the wrong time for Diggs to have this monster season if he thinks that's what it's going to take to get him a big contract. I think he has to prove that he can be a good camper within the system. He'll take what they give him. If they win, and he shows he's still got burst and he has separation, that he'll have offers. I just don't think he's going to get the kind of money that a top receiver in this league is going to.
And look, I think Diggs is still real good. Like, it sounds like I don't think that. I wanted to be very clear. I still think Diggs is very good. I don't think he was a great fit for Allen. I think they view Dalton Kincaid as a much better, and he's cheaper. He's younger. He's on a rookie deal. But I think Kincaid's going to out-target Stephon Diggs. I think Kincaid will have better numbers than Diggs will. And a lot of that's because of where they're at. It's context. Kincaid is the number one pass target
versus
in
the
Buffalo.
Third, probably.
Diggs is at best second.
I think
around
it's the third, but at best second.
5.623 and I'm not saying that's what I'm saying is I think Kincaid's going to outproduce Diggs. 5.623 Cowboys don't make the playoffs. Ski from LA, the 49ers won't make the playoffs because of the Madden curse. Don't believe in curses.
Madden curse hasn't been relevant in a decade.
Neither is the game, right?
No, that's no lies there.
Yeah, what were you about to say?
No, I'll see if Key wants to bet that. And I agree with I agree with your point on Kincaid. He's going to be the top target for Josh Allen right now because you're working in a guy like Coleman they drafted. They want to get him in the mix, but I think that he's going to be a security blanket for Josh Allen in a lot of ways, and just that alone will keep him from trying to throw into double coverage.
I think that the Bills certainly lost like the top end guy in Diggs, but I think it's kind of one of those like all boats raise the tide. I think I botched that, but they have three solid receivers. Like, you drafted one that they think is going to be pretty good in Keon Coleman. You had Shakir, who was already there and was pretty solid, especially the second half of last year, and you brought in Curtis Samuel. Like, that's a pretty good top three, especially whenever you pair it, who I think is going to be a top 5 tight end, in Dalton Kincaid. So, like, I don't think that offense is going to slip at all.
It sounds like you have a good tight end and a bunch of wide receiver threes. That's what it reads to me.
You don't know what Coleman can be yet.
You're right, but what we saw in college is he didn't separate.
Okay, but what's different with that than what the Chiefs had last year?
Well,
or 2 years
ago. The difference is the level of the quarterback. One's the greatest quarterback of all time, and Josh Allen can't stop throwing turnovers.
People love Josh Allen.
People
love Josh Allen.
You and I are talking, not
that's the only difference,
the national perception
like,
of Josh Allen.
You can win with an elite tight end and 3 solid receivers in a good run game. You can win with that. You have to have good quarterback play.
If it's Mahomes, Josh Allen's just not Mahomes.
No, he's not. He's not Mahomes.
I mean, that's the biggest, most obvious difference.
But if you go through a lot of the Super Bowl champions, like, how many of them have elite receiver? Let's talk about this on the other side. 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The conversation is morphed into, do you need an elite receiver to win a Super Bowl? Kansas City won one last year, did not have an elite receiver. Can all agree to that? Who was there? Rasheed Rice? Was he their best receiver?
Yeah, he's the best. Well, I mean,
MVS.
I mean, Kelsey's not a receiver, though. He's a pass catcher. We agree with that.
Yeah, Rice and MVS.
I don't know if I can put MVS and Rasheed's.
It's just Rasheed Rice. That's it.
Year before that, they didn't even have Rasheed Rice. They won the Super Bowl with their best receiver being Kadarius Toney in the Super Bowl. So, not an elite wide receiver
for the other team.
2022, the Rams won. I think
Cooper
it's fair
Kupp.
to say Kupp was elite.
Yeah, he's elite.
I think it's fair to say Kupp was elite. 21 Bucks. You had
Mike Evans is elite.
And Godwin.
Mike Evans is elite.
I think Evans is borderline elite.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Has Evans been a top 3 receiver in the NFL once in his career?
I would say yes.
I think he is really, really, really good. I don't know if I can say Mike Evans is elite.
I say he's top 10. Would you not consider that elite?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't consider that elite. I think you got to be like top 3, top 5 to be elite.
Who's
And
the
it's
best
not always
quarterback he
the
had in
same.
his career?
Mike Evans?
Yeah.
Tom Brady.
I mean, before Brady. Before he did
That's not
that
what
with
you asked.
Brady, I'm saying top 3 in his career would mean that
Probably
he had a
Jameis
guy that
Winston.
If Jameis Winston's the best you got, is that a slap in the face at him?
Yeah,
Mike
but
Evans or the quarterback?
it's part of the equation, though. It's part of the equation. Kansas City, they won the Super Bowl with Tyreek. Tyreek was elite. Patriots in 19 did not have an elite receiver. Philly in 18 did not have an elite receiver. Oh, they did have Greg Ward. Go Cougs.
Who was their best receiver on that team?
Philly?
Yeah.
I think they had a pretty solid one.
That was the Wentz getting
Nick
injured,
Foles
and
was
then
the
Nick
starter,
Foles.
yeah.
I can't even remember who the receivers were on that
They had a pretty
squad.
good tight end with Zach Ertz. I'm trying to remember who their top wide receiver was. It's not coming to me off the top of my head.
Alshon Jeffrey.
Oh, he was pretty good. He
He
was
was
not
all
elite.
right.
But he's pretty
Went from
good.
the Bears. Yeah.
He was all right. He was solid, but he's
Yeah, he's
nowhere
pretty
near
good,
elite.
not elite,
Yeah,
sure.
nowhere near elite. He's
No.
closer to average than he was elite. Patriots in 17 did not have an elite receiver. In fact, the Patriots never had an elite receiver when they won a Super Bowl. They had Randy Moss, never won the Super Bowl with Moss. 16 Denver. Demaryius Thomas probably was still there, but he wasn't elite in my opinion.
No,
15.
that was when their defense won them the Super Bowl.
Yep. 15 Patriots never had an elite receiver to win a Super Bowl. They had Moss, did not win. 14 with the Seahawks. Didn't have an elite receiver.
No,
13 Ravens, maybe Anquan Bolden. Was he on that team? I think
Who
he was.
the Lockett and those guys in Seattle?
I think 14 was before Lockett. I don't think Lockett was on the 2014 Seattle
Was before
Seahawks.
DK
2013. They won the 14 Super Bowl. Their best receiver was probably Doug Baldwin.
Oh, okay.
Very similar player, though, to Tyler Lockett. Kind of smallish
Yep,
receivers.
yep.
They had Golden Tate on that team, too. I forgot. They had Golden Tate. Yeah, but you don't need an elite receiver to win the Super Bowl. More times than not, you don't have an elite receiver to win a Super Bowl.
I think it's team makeup because a lot of the teams you mentioned that won a Super Bowl without elite wide receiver, it's either they have the elite defense or they have the elite quarterback. So it's team makeup dependent to me.
I
but
think you need the elite quarterback.
yeah, no, obviously quarterback, no argument. Quarterback is number one, but you have to have something elite, and wide receiver can be it. I mean, Cooper Kupp was that elite guy. He was probably the most elite guy on the offense, and obviously Aaron Donald was the best player on the team. But it just depends on team makeup.
I wonder, too, because we talk a lot about like quarterback, second contract. I wonder how many receivers with their big second contract have won. Because like the elite receivers we talk about who've won have been on the rookie deals. Tyreek Hill was on a rookie contract. He got traded before they paid him. Cooper Kupp was on his rookie deal. So I wonder how many of the top receivers on these Super Bowl winning teams have been on that second contract. I bet you not many.
No, I would say it's obviously not as low a number as the quarterbacks, but yeah, for sure that's got to factor in. That's going to be a bigger factor going as we go forward too, with how many receivers are getting this massive money.
Because I mean, we just went through every Super Bowl champion since like 2011. Anquan Bolden, probably the best receiver of the Ravens in 12. 2011, Plaxico Burress. I wouldn't consider him elite though. Really good that year. I wouldn't consider him elite. No, Burress was on the Giants team. When they beat the Patriots when they were 16-0.
Oh, okay. The helmet catch.
He was on the first team.
No,
yeah.
that was Tyree that made the helmet catch.
No, I know. I'm saying
Burress
that
made
was
the game-winning
Super Bowl
catch.
they won,
Yeah,
right.
he won the
end
game
zone.
winning touchdown. He was on the first Giants Super Bowl team.
But yeah, also a Steeler. But he was on the Giants. So like of all every Super Bowl winning team since 2011, the elite receivers have been Tyreek Hill, rookie contract, Cooper Kupp, rookie contract. If you want to say Mike Evans, he probably was on his second deal. Mike Evans might be the only, and I question elite, receiver who has won a Super Bowl that was not on a rookie deal since 2011.
Okay. Yeah.
That does not bode well for the Texans who paid Nico Collins. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Derek, you're in the high for the Bees. What's up, Derek?
Hey, first off, Flacco, Trent Dilfer were not considered elite. Nobody talked about them every Sunday. I just wanted to talk about those two quarterbacks. They had great defenses or whatever, but they were not considered elite. But they got it done.
Who said that? Who said they were elite?
Wait. Let me. No, nobody. I was just talking. I'm sorry if I can't call in and talk. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that somebody said you got to have an elite quarterback or great defense. That's right. So I was just reiterating, if I could myself.
Okay.
I apologize for not reiterating.
All right.
Okay. Also, Cooper Kupp, your draft status matters too. Cooper Kupp was not considered elite when he first came into the league. Mike Evans, even Plexico when he came out of college, were considered elite. Now they had to back it up, but most Super Bowl teams had two things. They had to go from the Cowboys. They had Michael Irvin, Jay Novacek, or whoever. What you call it? Them had Jerry Rice and Taylor, 49ers. Or they had Steve Young and they had Jerry
Derek,
Rice.
you're not talking about like the current era. Like it's so much different now
And a
versus
good tight
then.
end. Good tight end. No, I'm just saying, look, Kelsey and Tyreek, if you believe it or not, his first year, all they talked about was his speed. They also talked about he couldn't catch the ball, but he proved them wrong this year as he grew into it. He didn't come out being labeled elite. He came out being labeled just like this Kansas City guy they have now. Great speed, not elite. The receivers, Michael Irvin, Jerry Rice, and those.
Oh, we lost him. Oh, he's back. You're breaking up, Derek. Your phone's breaking up. We lost you. Your phone was breaking up, Derek. Call back. 713-780-3776.
I guess if I'm trying to take a legitimate point,
He was all over the place.
A lot of those teams had good
I think
tight
I heard
ends.
Jerry Rice was good.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I heard that.
It's like that's salary cap era. Like it's not.
But if you try to relate and find something out of that in the last recent Super Bowl champs, when you start talking about the Kelseys and the Ertz and the guys that have won a Super Bowl where they had at least they had a Gronkowski with the Patriots.
I mean, the
teams.
Rams didn't have a great tight end in 22. The Buccaneers didn't have a great tight end when they won it.
That was Gronk again, right? But he wasn't great.
Yeah.
And Gronk was on that team. He was on the Patriots teams, Kelsey's.
I wonder how many times he was healthy, too. I don't know if he played in every single Super Bowl. All right, 713-780-3776. Back to school. Everybody's back to school now officially. What's the worst thing about back to school? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
ESPN 97.5 is a proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024. And it's time. I'm on reverb.
Yeah, I heard
Look at me. I'm chopped and screwed straight out of Houston. Back from the top. ESPN 97.5 is a proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024, and it's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their pre-fixed menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. It starts August 1st, runs through September 2nd, so about halfway through. You got to get going. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is the worst thing about back to school? Our school district started today. Y'all is officially today. Brian's been there since last week because Humboldt ISD's nuts.
Well, Fort Bend is worse. Fort Bend started last week, so my oldest started last
That's
Wednesday.
what he did. He
Yeah,
started last
my
week, too.
child went back last Thursday.
That's brutal. Why is it like that? Why is it first week of August? It seems like.
I don't know. It seems like it keeps getting earlier
really
and earlier
does.
every year. Well, Humble, I don't know if other school districts do this, but they also give 3 spring breaks essentially. I call them spring breaks, but there's 1 full week off in October, 1 in February, and 1 in March. So that might make the school. I'm guessing that's what causes the school year to stretch out more.
It's brutal. All right. So worst thing about school. What do you got, Blinkers?
Oh, the first one to me
Back
is,
to school.
is sleep time. Sleep time and our schedule changes drastically about what time everybody's got to get up and what time that I got to have the girls to school, as opposed to a more kind of a flex schedule, lackadaisical mornings where they don't have to be up. I don't have to be up at 5:45 and they don't have to be out of the house by 7:15. Then, a little extra sleep goes a long way. So I would start there. That is tough.
So what time do you wake up outside of school? Like just like a normal weekday prior to them going back to school?
In the summer, I can get away with I can get up at 6:45.
And now it's 5:45?
Yeah.
So you lose about an hour's sleep?
Uh-huh.
Do you make it up on the back end?
Oh, no.
No, you don't fall asleep watching
because, and you've already
Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes?
No, but you've made reference to this. The fact that my kids don't go to bed early.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You keep them up late.
I don't. They watch TV in bed, but yeah.
So what time do they go to sleep?
They probably get under the covers at about 9:30.
And they're waking up at what time?
Oh, they don't get up till
6:30?
6:45.
So they're getting that's 9 hours of sleep. That's not bad.
Yeah, they get good sleep. I don't.
That's not bad. I think it's the traffic. I think the traffic is the worst thing. Like you go through the neighborhoods and you see all these school zones and the traffic is just backed up, whether it's before school. It always takes these parents, like they act like they've never done it before. First week of school and then like the 8th week of school are completely different. Like 8th week of school, it's not so bad. Like it's not really bad at all. You found your flow, you found your rhythm. But first week of school is atrocious. First day of school, it is brutal. By far the worst thing about back to school. What do you got, Brian?
No, this is my first time doing it as a parent, but yeah, for me, it was definitely the traffic getting to school and then the drop-off lines, pickup lines, and all that, waiting for the school buses to get through, waiting for, obviously, all the kids crossing the street, and you got to wait for the crossing guards. It was... Yeah, it's a lot. Like the sleep part, like I don't really sleep in anyway, so it didn't really bother me at all. But we did have to put the little one down earlier than we were before. But I mean, that's not that big of a deal for me. It was the traffic.
The phrasing of that.
What?
Put the little one down.
Oh, come on.
It made me feel uncomfortable, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. 715.
I'm very
concerned about it.
To Jeremy's point, though, the reason why it's different between week 1 and then like middle of the school year is every parent feels like unsafe and they have to drop their kid off the first month of the school year. And you're right. The drop-off line kills me the first two weeks of school. Every parent has to drop off their kid, and the line is just way too long.
Yeah, the lines are very long in the drop-off like zones, pick up and drop-off. They're ridiculous. Worst things about school, 713-780-3776. 5623 says school zones. You have to start worrying about that now.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just blaze through at 40 nowadays.
Don't get me started.
Let's go. What are you
there's
talking
too
about?
many people that it's one thing to be respectful of the school zone, but the other thing is to just start blazing through stop signs and intersections and things when you got kids running around. That's where you got to be a little bit more mindful of your surroundings.
How many times have you yelled at people going too fast through a school zone?
I've been guilty of going through school zone a little quicker than I should.
You're a hypocrite because you yell at people that go too fast
but
through
I'm not
neighborhoods.
How fast
through
is
them.
too fast? So if the school limit, if the speed zone in the school zone is 20, what are you going?
That's 20, 25.
That's the one place it's unacceptable to speed.
25, like the street leading up, trying to get close to the school, but I'm not blazing through it. I just, the people that are just not even basically padding the brakes at the stop signs is what kills me, is the fact that, if you can't have crossing guards on anything but the intersection right next to the school. And a lot of people don't look and are mindful of the kids on the bikes and things.
I'm pro speeding. Just let the record show. I believe in speeding. I think speeding's critical to get to somewhere on time. These highways in Houston, all of you should be speeding. All of you should be going faster. In a school zone, can't do it. Can't do it in a school zone for a variety of reasons. One,
you
there's
going
kids
right at
in
20?
the kid zones. Yeah, definitely. I don't speed in school zones. I will not speed in school zones for a variety of reasons. One, I'm cheap and I don't want to pay double the fine. It's double the fine if in a school zone. I'm not going to be caught
I'm going
cheating.
like 24, 25 miles an hour, but I'm not going way over it, but I can pad my brakes enough on that.
If I'm going to get a ticket for speeding, being as frugal as I am, it's going to be on a highway where I'm just going to pay the normal fine, not the double fine. That's just ignorant. It's ignorant. It's ignorant to risk that for your pocketbook. And, of course, the kids, too. The kids also matter. The kids always matter. 1403, the worst thing about going back to school is definitely the traffic. It took me an hour after I got there to pick up my kid today. That's brutal. Like an hour out of your day
That's
just
bad.
gone.
Yeah, and the pickup lines are just they're atrocious. The fact that you got to have the color coordinated cards and everything, and yet even if you're there 10 minutes before school ends, you're going to be waiting for an hour.
Todd the Show said drop-off line is how I became a sports radio fan. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Largo says Gallant can't do anything in a school zone for a different reason. Leave that one alone. 6940.
We're not gonna read that.
You're not going to read that. The extra traffic is the worst thing. Traffic is the worst thing back to school. Kristen Humble, traffic. Paying you getting stuck behind a school bus. That's a good call.
Yeah. And you have to be mindful of that, and the fact that with the flashing lights and the stop signs, that I don't know where you guys. This is the crazy thing to me, is like you've got so many kids now on the motorized skateboards, and now all the latest craze is all the kids that have the scooter bikes. And my buddy just bought his kid a 14-year-old a scooter bike, and he's like, the kid he beats me home when I'm picking up my other daughter by at least 10-15 minutes. They're flying all through traffic. They are flying in and out and around between the scooters and these motorized skateboards, and it's dangerous.
That's why you shouldn't be going 22 in the school zone. Okay. You should be watching for those kids who are flying through. Wheat Straw, worst thing about school being back is working in College Station and the students overrunning the gym.
You could have just stopped at being in College Station.
Says the TSEP. What does overrunning the gym mean?
Does that mean that he's trying to get some basketball games in or something, and the
know.
kids are taking over the game?
I'm not sure.
I mean,
Traffic.
it's a college town. Of course there's going to be college kids at the gym.
This text might be controversial. 3667. Teachers on social media whining about how much money they spend on their job. Do they ever talk to other teachers before they took the job?
You hit I don't have time to go into that. That's a sore spot. But you're an awful person if you have that opinion.
Yeah, that's it. That's pretty bad.
I don't know. I think I might be on 3667 side.
You're supposed to have to spend a ton of your own money.
No.
Yeah,
just
all
don't
those
spend
teachers
it.
are spending their own money.
Just don't
You
spend
don't,
it.
Jeremy. You don't
spend
get
it.
that choice. Look,
Why do you have to spend it?
Because
what do you need to buy?
Sorry?
What do you need to buy? What do teachers need to
dry
buy?
erase markers, dry erasers, like actual dry erasers. Anything you would go into Target and see in the school section, you're having to buy.
I'm not buying. If I were a teacher, I'm not spending any of my own money. Yes,
Okay,
I do.
that's
I do. Because
you don't have
they're going to fire me.
They will run you out.
Well, I'm sorry. They're going to run me out before I'm buying that stuff.
Okay, well, you could get another profession because it's going to be that way wherever you go.
They will run. Teachers' jobs are in high demand. I have no issue thinking that a teacher's not going to find another job because they didn't buy a dry erase marker.
Okay. I mean, as someone who's, been married to a teacher for the last 13 years, his mom was a teacher, I have a little bit of inside knowledge on this. You're forced into buying stuff, not only school supplies, but like specifically at Humble ISD, they force you to buy candy to give out to the kids because they believe in their level of discipline is just bribing the kids with candy, and they put that on the teacher to buy all the candy to quote unquote bribe them.
As a roadblock of justice, I would refuse to do that.
Okay.
And
you wouldn't work.
Be looking for work.
Oh well.
Okay. Well,
it is.
I know, but these people that are teachers went to school for it. They don't have.
They're
going to
fire
you to say, "Oh well," and walk away.
Well, I would sue them. Why are you firing me?
Good luck with that.
You didn't
You're gonna
spend
sue
your
the state?
own money to buy dry erase. That's a lawsuit. That is a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Good luck winning it against the state.
I have no problem winning it against the state. I would sue them in a heartbeat. I'm not spending my own money. It's
I
terrible
think
that they have
every teacher spends their own money.
I know that
it's
they
sad.
do, and
It's
they
sad.
shouldn't be bullied into doing this. We should have a class action lawsuit headed by the Killer Bees for all of these teachers spending their own money. We're going to sue these school districts. Sue them. It's wrongful termination.
We better get the Daspit law firm right
Is Rusty
away.
Hardin free?
Yeah.
This is wrongful termination. You're not spending your own money on school supply. That's wrongful termination. 0511 Willis. How do you feel about the teachers that post their Amazon wish list?
I mean, if it's the stuff we're talking about and that they're spending on with their own money,
they're being forced to go buy.
I think it's totally fair. It's the same way that there are schools that have the teachers post their holiday and their end of school and their teacher appreciation wish lists. Like, this is more important stuff. This is the stuff that affects learning.
Yeah. When your wife's a teacher, it's do me a favor time, always cutting out something, laminating something, very busy time of the year. That sounds terrible.
Yep, been through that.
1984, kids' homework. It's even hard for me to do. They do math differently these days, too. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
They do multiplication
Weren't you
differently.
the math major?
Yeah, but I didn't do math this way. I didn't do math the new way that they do it.
It's not the math I grew up with.
It's not. I mean, that's fact. I yell at people who drive too fast in our neighborhood. It says 50, 30.
You guys know that.
9806. My son runs cross country and practice starts at 5 a.m. He has to be there at 4 a.m. on race days. It's time to pick a new sport. Or pick, hey, how about instead of running cross country, you just drive cross country? We don't need to be running
You can do cross country when you could drive yourself to school at 4:30 in the morning.
Hockley, the worst thing is the new parents dropping off and picking up their kids. They don't know what to do. Yeah, act like you've been there before.
Well, the thing is, too, is that, in every school is different, but you have that kind of when you can't all line up right next to the doors of the school. So as it goes back, you know that there's a line within the street. And then you get, if it's 2 lanes, you get the car that goes on the outside and then just dives in. And then you got all the horns going, you just don't know how this works here. That's what happens with the new parents.
Yeah. Parents cutting people off in the pickup line is what drives me crazy. That's pretty brutal.
That's essentially what I just described, too. Yeah, whether they're doing it just kind of acting like they didn't know better.
And they know. They know.
Yeah.
Even if you're a new parent, you see a line.
And what's even worse, too, like, this is not cutting off somebody like on 610. Like, this is cutting off a member of your community.
Yeah.
Because these schools are they're zoned. So you're cutting off your neighbor. Like, you're not being very neighborly. You're not being a good member
You're
of your
see
community.
him again.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776. A lot more complaints about the worst thing about school. All right, here are the streets. The streets are talking, and the streets are saying the Astros have won the Yusei Kikuchi trade. Have the Astros won the Yusei Kikuchi trade? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Text line's roasting me. 6119, teachers have to spin. Branham, stop being ignorant. I'm married to a teacher. She absolutely has to spin. I know that they do. I'm saying they shouldn't have to. And then the texts are saying they shouldn't complain about it because they know that they have to. 2422, I've been teaching for 22 years. I spend about $500 plus a year of my own money. See, that's brutal. It shouldn't happen. I know that it happened. My wife used to be a teacher. I know that they spend their own money. I'm saying they shouldn't have to, and that we should have one teacher stand up for all teachers and say, we're not doing this anymore. 8693, Branham, you've never been so wrong about something in the multiple years I've listened to you. I take that as a compliment. I'm with you, Branham, says this texter. Branham today endorses speeding and struggling classroom supplies. That's pretty funny.
Look, I think that it's a touchy subject. I mean, HISD is a joke right now. It's upside down. The first day of school and the planning had all the bus routes and everything off too. There's a lot wrong with the teachers, everything going around, especially in Houston, with the teachers and the schools and the crap they got to deal with.
Yeah, we're just having some levity with it. All right, 713-780-3776. The streets are saying the Astros won the Yusei Kikuchi trade. Blankers, have the Astros won the Yusei Kikuchi trade?
No, they have not. And it's too soon to kind of put a final stamp and grade on that one, simply because of the fact that you're still renting Kikuchi. And for all intent and purposes, you're probably not going to have him past whenever the season ends. And why are you laughing?
Because it's saying renting Kikuchi sounds funny. Don't be so defensive. Like, it just sounded funny. Renting Kikuchi. It's hilarious. It's a funny line. Okay. Not that it was intentional or that you said something stupid.
I think they had that show on
I was just
HBO
laughing because it's a funny line.
Yeah, I think that having just a few months of a pitcher versus the potential that all three, but more than likely 1 to 2 of the 3 prospects you gave up could end up being, in the case of Bloss, a staple in your rotation for multiple years, whether it's Wagner, Loperfido, one or other or both. That also, you have the risk in the move that you make that this guy could be an everyday positional player, or one of those, if not both of them, end up being positional players for a long period of time for the Blue Jays franchise and being successful. So it's too early to tell. Yeah, the early returns favor the Astros because you're getting Kikuchi at a time you're desperate for pitching, and he's been doing it. But the long haul is going to be what's deciding this, and I think that you're going to probably find out that 2 of those guys are going to turn out pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous to say that the Astros have won this trade after 3 starts, which amounts to about 2.5 weeks. I mean, the deadline was July 30th. It's August 14th. That's 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So saying that the trade has been won 2 weeks into the trade is silly. And all the points that you said are basically what I was going to say too. Like, it's been 3 starts. Like, let's see how the rest of the year goes. And that's only on the Astros side of it. You also made this win now trade because you have to win now. Like, you're trying to win now at least. So how far you go in the playoffs also is going to be a pretty big variable on the outcome of this trade. So if postseason success is a huge variable on the success rate of this trade, then don't you have to wait for at least the postseason? Or don't you have to at least wait for September, but even into October? And then you look at the Toronto side of it too. Like, you're getting 2 months, hopefully 3, of Yusei Kikuchi. You're only guaranteed 2 months, hopefully 3 months of Kikuchi. So are those 3 months going to be greater than the controllable years, which adds up to 6 of each player, of Bloss, Wagner, and Loperfido? I hope that it is. I hope that the 2, hopefully 3 months of Yusei Kikuchi outweighs the 6 years of each Loperfido, Wagner, and Jake Bloss, because I want the Astros to win the trade. I root for the Astros. I don't want the Astros to be on the losing side of any trade that they ever make. But you can't determine after 3 starts that any side is victorious in this trade. Quite frankly, you have to wait 6 years before we're talking about who won this trade.
Let's also consider in terms of how you judge winners and losers. The Blue Jays, for the most part, weren't going to the playoffs anyway, and they knew it. They were going to lose a guy that they weren't going to resign anyway, and they knew it. So rather than just riding out and let him walk into the sunset, you win because whatever you were going to get for the last couple of months of Kikuchi with you got 3 controllable players that might be key pieces to your rebuild puzzle, or however you bill. Their owner says they're not rebuilding. They're going to go for it next year and keep those guys around. But you might have some guys that are going to be key members of your team for 6 years.
And look, I think that the impact of the Kikuchi trade has outperformed what I thought it was going to be for the
Agreed.
impact of the 2024 Astros. Now, I didn't like the trade when it happened, but I also said when it happened that it did make the Astros better this year. There's no doubt it made them better this year. We were saying that the day that they made the trade, even though we didn't like the trade. Now, 3 starts into it, it's way better than even advertised because I do think Kikuchi has completed this rotation. Each trip through the rotation, you have a starter on the mound that you think now can win a ball game for you. You didn't think that before the trade of Kikuchi. You didn't think that when Bloss was on the mound. You really didn't think that when Spencer Arrighetti was on the mound, although you probably should have because he's been really stinking good his last 7 or 8 starts. But now with the addition of Kikuchi, every single day you have a starting pitcher that can go win you a baseball game. And he's also incredibly outperforming what he was doing in Toronto. That's why I didn't think it was this huge impact on the 2024 season, is because he was lousy in his last 12 starts with the Blue Jays. But then he gets here and everything is flipped, and he's a starter that can go out and win you a baseball game and keep you competitive in a baseball game. So I undervalued the importance of Kikuchi in the 2024 season. That said, after 3 starts, there is no way you can determine a winner quite yet.
No, but my expectation was no matter how quickly you thought Miller and Murphy and the organization could have a positive effect on a guy that had good stuff as a veteran pitcher in Kikuchi, I didn't think it was going to happen overnight. I was expecting a 7+ ERA over his last, whatever it was, 8 to 10 starts. Yeah. I was expecting a guy that was better than Bloss, but how much better than anything else you have. And so I was not anticipating you were going to get this. This has been exactly the best case scenario, everything you could have asked for in terms of just what this team needed. But over the long haul, just what this team needed, you're right. It comes down to how far is this team going in the playoffs and how much of a difference maker is Kikuchi going to be in how far they go versus 3 players that could turn out being pretty key to your franchise for the next 6 years each.
And Willie Wagner might be the greatest second baseman of all time. He's hitting like 750 in his career. 6856. Can't wait until next week when Kikuchi gets hurt. That's a bad text. Why are you rooting for Kikuchi to get hurt, man? That's buzzkill there. 5012. The Stros do not win the trade unless they win the World Series. It would be different if he wasn't a rental. I won't go that far. Context matters here because if Kikuchi's fantastic, let's say Kikuchi just pitches like this the rest of the year. Let's say Kikuchi, I don't want to say carries you, but let's say Kikuchi's a big factor in the playoff rotation that gets you to Game 7 of the World Series and you lose on the final play. Like, that's an incredible, fun run that you were that close. That is, and then let's say that the 3 Blue Jay players are all terrible, never amount to major leaguers. Mm-hmm. You didn't lose the trade then. Like, you won the trade, so context matters there. I do see where you're going, 5012. 8858, so who has won the trade so far?
So far, I think short-term thinking says it has to be the Astros because you don't know what you don't know about the guys that you have. Loperfido has been striking out at an even higher rate for Toronto. He made a good defensive play, but he hasn't done all that. Yeah, Will Wagner in one game had 3 hits. Let's see how far that goes and if he can continue to do that. And Bloss is in the minor leagues. So early on, the Astros win the trade because they got exactly what they needed. Toronto doesn't know what they needed. I mean, what they got, but they know that they got 3 prospects that for a guy that they weren't going to need.
You're selling Wagner short. He's got 5 hits in 2 games.
Oh, he does? I thought he just had 3 in his first game.
He did, but he had 2 more hits last night. He's a hot start. I mean, it's only 8 at-bats, but a hot start, and he's doubling like every single at-bat. He's already got 3 ribbies. Could have maybe been your answer at first base, that Willie Wagner. I hope he's not good. I'm in a weird place because he's the son of Billy Wagner, so like I want him to be good, but then he was traded for a rental, so I don't want him to be good. Same thing with like Loperfido. Like we met Loperfido. Like I want him to be good, but I don't want the Astros to be made foolish in this trade. 713-780-3776, 1989. If the Astros win the World Series, this call can be made early, but otherwise it does take 6 years to figure it out. See, maybe, but context again matters here. Let's say Kikuchi's great in his first 3 starts. He's lousy the rest of the way. He doesn't make the playoff roster. Astros win the World Series, but he never pitched an inning in the playoffs. And then Will Wagner becomes an all-star. Jake Bloss is a 3 starter in the big leagues for the next 6 years. Astros still won the trade?
Nope.
Yeah, context matters.
Yeah, it really does. And again, I mean, from a Toronto perspective, it's a highly intelligent move for a team that wasn't going to make the playoffs to take the chance of adding 3 potential long-term players to your roster. For the Astros, it's pretty simple. He's probably not going to be here next year because he's a free agent. Yes, there's a chance, but it all stems on how far he not only how far the team goes, but how much of a factor he is in getting this team to the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, he's probably going to get some credit if he pitches like this. But then what's he going to do when the playoffs start? Because he's probably not going to be one of your first 4 starters.
Yeah, and then the who won the trade now is hard to determine because the Blue Jays don't care about right now. They're looking at the future. Ocho Blankers, the Kikuchi rental example is another reason I think the Diggs acquisition is dumb. If the Texans don't win the Super Bowl, they will have missed out on a rare deep wide receiver draft that could have helped them for years. I don't like that. That's not true unless Ocho's saying they would have drafted receiver if they didn't trade for Diggs.
He's doing that because we know he's always hyper focused on the receiver.
No, he believes what he's saying. But the Texans traded a next year second.
Yeah, I think they lost the chance to get one of those kind of plug-and-play starters from day one in the second round with a high pick from Minnesota. But I don't, there's no guarantee that whoever you get is going to turn out to be a player that turns out to be a starter for long-term for you, right? I understand that's another trade that I personally was not very happy about because of the fact that pick they gave up from Minnesota, I think is going to end up being a very quality player for a long haul for the Bills.
Yeah, maybe Ocho's saying they would have drafted receiver if they didn't make that trade. But he definitely believes what he's saying. There's no doubt about that. 713-780-3776, HRP listener line.
No, I wasn't saying he didn't believe what he was saying. I just believe he's always focused on the receivers because he's a rare talent in analyzing receivers.
All right, Jerry Jones, is he handling the CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott thing the worst since he handled the Jimmy Johnson thing? Jamar Chase, the latest wide receiver diva, or is he just wanting more money? And then a rookie quarterback in the NFL done for the year. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the Neograft procedure, at the PRP treatments, basically getting your hair back. And I keep telling you guys about this because I am a living, breathing example of how the Neograft works and how you can get your hair back. Doc said to me a while back, would you mind sitting down with me, having a consultation? I want to explain all this stuff to you to see if you might consider it. Sure. I sat down. He explained. I listened. I asked questions. The biggest thing to me was, is it my hair? It absolutely is. And what he explained to me that I didn't know is you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. When I started thinking about that, thinking of some of my buddies that have started going bald, and I was like, man, that's right. It's almost like a wreath. They always got the hair on the sides and the back. He says, yeah, I take some of that. I put it where you need it most. In my case, it was the hairline in front. Other people get that bald spot on top and back. Regardless of where the need is, the hair that he takes can fulfill that need and give you better coverage area. It'll grow the same direction and be the same color and everything as your other hair. And in no time at all, your appearance is going to be better. Your self-confidence is going to be up. You're going to love what they're able to do. The PRP, similarly, you still have hair follicles, but they're not as thick and strong as they used to be. It's like fertilizing your lawn. The PRP actually makes the follicles get back to that thick, strong, flowing hair that you loved for so many years when you looked in the mirror. And because you listen to us and you're interested in what he has to offer, you get a free consultation like I had just by going to 975hair.com. Everybody off the street normally pays $150 for this consultation. You listen to us, you go to him, you get it for free. Nothing to sign on the dotted line for, no money out of pocket. Just you getting questions and answers after they explain the procedures to you to see if it's something you might consider. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. The big key to me and the takeaway and the bullet point, almost 99% of the follicles that he takes from the sides and the back of your head and moves are going to stay, grow, and be with you for the long haul. You can see them absolutely right away after the procedure. You see the best results in about 6 to 9 months. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Maybe breaking news in the NFL. Good old litmus test to see who's a good reporter. Jordan Schultz, who is an NFL insider. I'm not sure anybody pays him to be an NFL insider, though, but he's an NFL insider, maybe self-proclaimed. He is tweeting that the Patriots are close to finalizing a trade that will send 4-time Pro Bowl pass rusher Matthew Judon to the Falcons. The deal is in the final stages and expected to be finished soon. I have seen that Judon has been on the trade block, so not a surprise that he could potentially be on the move. But let's see if Jordan Schultz knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
If he does get traded, we can believe Jordan Schultz. If this Judon trade does not happen, then we won't believe Jordan Schultz. We got a good old NFL insider litmus test.
Yeah, we don't see it from Shefty or Rappaport yet, so it'll be interesting to see if Schultz has this before those guys.
He could has he scooped Shefty and Rappaport? Perhaps.
That would be a break. But remember, we have to treat them all fairly as they try to be breaking news.
Oh, I don't treat them fairly.
Well, you
I do not. No.
No, but you kind of do, because he's going to have the same treatment as Aaron Wilson gets if he screws up the trade.
Well, I don't treat them fairly. I treat them fairly if in terms of critique. I am an equal opportunity hater. There's no doubt about that. But there are some that I hold in higher regard than others. Like I hold Schefter in high regard. He's never been perfect, but I hold him in high regard. I hold Rappaport in high regard. I don't hold Dov Kleiman in high regard.
No one even knows who that is at this point.
He sent out he had a tweet today. He's an aggregator. Apparently, he steals Twitter accounts and hacks into accounts. I think some people are saying that he might have sold his Twitter handle. He's got almost 300,000 followers. Like, he probably gets paid for engagement. But what's his name got hurt today? Jordan Addison. And his tweet that he sent out for Jordan Addison made it seem like Jordan Addison had died. That he had died at practice today. He said, prayers, Vikings, Jordan Addison just went down and has been placed in a cart. Prayer emoji, prayer emoji, prayer emoji. I thought we had lost Jordan Addison.
Seriously.
I thought he was no longer with us. And apparently it's like a minor ankle sprain. Like, he's going to be fine.
Well, Jordan Addison should have done what was it Titus Howard did? I thought I walked off.
He could have. He could have. Yeah, although Titus Howard was carted from the sideline
Right.
back to the facility, so it wasn't all wrong. He wasn't carted off the field. He was carted off the field. He wasn't carted from the playing field to the sideline, but he was carted from the field to the facility. But, I mean, you send out, like, prayer, like it's fear-mongering, and then all of a sudden fear-mongering gets attention.
Yeah, it does.
So he knew what he was doing with that.
Yep.
Clarence Hill also saying that CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys are not close to a deal, but the Cowboys are optimistic it will get done, which begs the question. You had Micah Parsons saying that Lamb will definitely be back for week 1. Is how Jerry's handling Lamb and Dak his worst decision since pushing out Jimmy Johnson?
I mean, if he ends up signing them both, then no. If he ends up, for some reason or another, screwing the deal up or not being able to sign them and get deals done, and he doesn't have them, then I think that it's just, from an owner's perspective, I think he's too engaged with the media and probably speaks too much and says too much. But at the same time, if you end up, if he's going to be there week 1 and you end up working out an extension with him and Dak and or Parsons, then I don't think anything's hurt in this.
Yeah, this is kind of the game. Like shoving Jimmy Johnson out is way more extreme and damaging than contract negotiations with Lamb and Dak. Now, if he ends up pushing out Lamb and Dak, then we have a conversation. I think this is just some good old-fashioned negotiating. Now, Jerry Jones is way too public, and he gets on the microphone and he says in the camera and he says stupid stuff.
Like he's in no rush to sign CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, but that's kind of his MO. Like, that's who Jerry Jones is. He's an idiot. But at the same time, though, CeeDee Lamb has a number. Jerry Jones knows what the number is, and they're going to hit the number. Like, CeeDee Lamb he's going to play the entire year. He's not going to miss a game. He's going to get the contract that he wants. I think that Dak's going to get the contract that he wants. I believe fully that CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott will be with the Cowboys for the foreseeable future. So, no, I can't stack this up with the pushing out of Jimmy Johnson.
And they look, we talked about it from the standpoint of Dak. Who's he going to get that's better? Who's he going to get to fill in? Dak's got them right where he needs them to be. He's going to be the quarterback. They're going to work it out. He needs CeeDee Lamb. He needs Micah Parsons. I think all three will end up being in Dallas. You're right. It's part of playing the game, but he doesn't play the game very well.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's playing the game well. I think he just comes off foolish. Like I don't think he's necessarily losing money in these contract negotiations by talking dumb to a microphone or on camera. It's like Dana Brown on steroids. Like you get it doesn't really impact anything. It doesn't really affect anything. It's just like, why are you being so public and loose-lipped?
But don't you also think that all it takes? I mean, not all it takes, but you do run the risk at a certain point that you get someone that just gets so hell-bent ticked off that in what you're saying and the way you're handling your business that they say, fine, then I'll play it out and I'll go somewhere else.
See, I don't think that possibility exists. Like, I really, like, unless you're doing something that's, like, incredibly, like, hurtful and harmful, as long as you give him the contract that he wants, he's going to sign it.
Yeah, I think that as long as you can give him as much or more as anybody else and you do that, yes. But if they can get the same amount
Well, he's not a
of money
free
elsewhere-
agent.
No, but I'm saying he's still going to have to come back and play this year. But then he could just be hell-bent and saying, I'm going to play it out, and I'm gone.
Yeah, I think he wants an extension, and I think that Jerry Jones saying that we're not urgent to get it done, I don't think that impacts CeeDee Lamb's desire to be a Cowboy. If they give him the contract extension that he wants, he will be a Cowboy. 713-780-3776. Let's go to Todd real quick. Todd, you're in the High for the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. I was telling D-Mac, I just came across a video of Troy Aikman. I forget who was interviewing him. But he was talking about, he said that he wanted to continue playing, but he didn't have any offers from any other team. But he absolutely refused to play for the Dallas Cowboys at that point. That he told Jerry his talents were being wasted, and he was wasting away after the Super Bowl, after Jimmy left, and the concussion started happening. But he said he still wanted to play, but refused to play for the Cowboys.
It's interesting. Something must have happened where Aikman just hated Jerry Jones. Must have hated you. But he didn't have an offer anywhere else either, so he didn't play. You know, like the Cowboys were not exclusive to a team that was not offering him a contract.
Yeah, no, I mean, I always think about the fact that, you know, when Springer was coming up on free agency, that he said that he was ticked off by how they held him back and kept him under team control.
I don't think he ever said that.
No, I said I worried about it because that was the undertone that everybody was talking about, was that it cost him money. But at the end of the day, money's money. They're just going to go. A lot of guys are just going to go, and I can just take the best offer. And if you're not giving it to me, then I'll go get it somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, Springer signed a $150 million deal for 6 years. If the Astros offered $200 for 6, he would have taken that.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how damaging was that? All right, 713-780-3776. J.J. McCarthy done for the year. Meniscus, that stinks for them. And then Jamar Chase, the latest receiver that perhaps is going to do a sit-in, a hold-in, whatever we're calling it these days. He wants to get paid too, just like Jefferson wants to get paid. All the receivers want money.
J.J. McCarthy, crazy, though, that it was supposed to be just a meniscus. They thought maybe 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden...
Well, it was still a meniscus. It's just the severity changes the recovery time.
They said that they were going to determine how severe it was when they went in.
And they said something about this could guarantee better long-term results if they do it this way and he doesn't play the whole season.
Red shirt year for J.J. McCarthy. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, a moment for Vanderford Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Heat. Look, they do so much, but the biggest thing that they do is they take care of you as one of their customers way better than a lot of these people that offer services, especially services that are in demand that you need, like air conditioning. Right now, we know it's getting hotter and hotter. We're going to get those triple digits by the weekend, and you're going to make sure that you want to make sure your air conditioning is working right. And if it doesn't, you want a reliable company you can call that's going to do what they say they're going to do, put it in writing, guarantee everything, and make sure you're taken care of. That's what Vanderford Air does. You need to go to vanderfordair.com and see all the services they offer, all the ways they can help. But I can give you the cliff notes of exactly why I speak for Vanderford Air. First of all, when you call them, they guarantee within 24 hours they'll be at your door to see how they can help you. Whether it's just checking on your system and making sure everything is up to snuff, or it's the fact that something's gone wrong. You don't have to wait because they have a ton of customers backed up and they're going to take days to get to you. No, they're going to be there as soon as they can within 24 hours. That's huge. The best part about all this, no matter what the work that they have to do, they're going to put it all in writing. They're going to make sure that you're 100% satisfied or your money back. That means that their employees are going to do the work right and do it the way that you want it done, in a way that everything is taken care of. The systems, the parts, the things they're going to replace or put in, they're going to work exactly like they tell you that they are going to do to the manufacturer's specifications. Everything that they do is going to be so that it's satisfactory to you. That's why you go to them. That's why they have the guarantees, because they want to assure you and whoever you tell about that their work is great and they back everything up in writing with a guarantee. 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back is all you need to hear. Check them out today by calling them and save the number in your phone, 281-557-COOL. That means that you're going to have it in your phone when you need it or maybe before you need it to make sure your system is checking out and everything is up to snuff. But when you need them, they are going to be there for you every step of the way. Also, check them out online, VanderfordAir.com.
Brian doesn't believe in playing pitchers starting music. It's unbelievable.
Because this one doesn't.
I didn't get you on. Soccer Matters, Glenn Davis coming up after us. He's going to be talking to the Oakland A's play-by-play announcer. Baseball Matters with Glenn Davis today. But Johnny Daskal, Oakland A's play-by-play announcer, will be on the show. Mark Lugris on Real Madrid. Jeremy De Leon from Puerto Rico. I hear he's very good-looking. And have we hit the tipping point of too much soccer? No.
Wait. Soccer doesn't matter?
No,
Yeah,
we've
that's
never
with Glenn Davis.
We've never hit the tipping point.
I feel betrayed.
I know. Have we had too much sports? Tomorrow on the Killer Bees. All right, Blankers, what's our car wreck of the day? What are you leading off with?
I saw this. A couple in New York getting married charged every person to attend $330 to cut down on the wedding costs.
I'm with it.
There's no
I would not
way.
attend your wedding.
Yeah, I would not be going either.
I would not attend my brother's wedding if you wanted to charge me $300. I wouldn't attend
$40 a
anybody's
plate?
wedding.
I'm not sad that you won't be attending my wedding.
I mean, the groom was actually more concerned. It was the bride's idea, but he was like, I don't think anybody's going to show up. People did, but they weren't happy about it. I think then at that point, don't have the wedding and the ceremony, the big ceremony, everything like that. Just go to the courthouse.
Maybe there's an update, but when I saw the story elsewhere, the price was actually up over $400. I don't know if there was an update to the story or what happened, but
I'm a fan of this.
Yeah, I found multiple places that said it was $333. Regardless,
I mean, it doesn't matter.
It's way too much.
$330, $230, hell, $130. I'll pass.
If I could have gotten away with it, I would have charged people to go to my wedding. I mean,
Did you have a very small wedding?
I did intentionally. I
Yeah,
didn't
I
want
thought so.
that many people there.
Yeah, if I had to do all over again,
it was on a weekday.
It was on a weekday. Okay.
Absolutely. I didn't want people there. I only wanted people that really wanted to be there to be there. I didn't want everybody just showing up for the free dinner. No free meals in the Branham household. The craziest thing about my wedding, The guy that was like the police officer that has to be there if you're like have alcohol, he got involved in a suspect shooting and killed somebody that day. So we had like a fill-in officer that showed up like an hour late because that guy was involved in a shooting.
Did you have to wait to serve alcohol?
We did. Yeah, we did.
Hard times.
What kind of wedding were you thinking about? It was going to go down in the parking lot that you had that kind of heavy that was working.
It's a law.
Yeah, you're
I
required
know, but
to.
I'm just saying. But you got the heavy guy, the guy that was involved in a lot
you
of
got a
stuff.
killer.
I mean, I didn't
you
know.
you got a killer.
I didn't know I was hiring a killer, but I'm glad that I did. We're dogs in the Branham reception. San Francisco residents are being woken up by Waymos, apparently. Take a listen.
That sound of honking is waking up neighbors lately in this South of Market neighborhood.
I get woken up at, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I look down, and I'm convinced now it is coming from the Waymos.
Neighbors shared videos of driverless Waymo cars filing into the lot and backing into spots, which appears to trigger honking from the other Waymos.
The cars are robotic, and they're honking at each other, and there's no one in the cars when it's happening, and that's absurd. Would like them to stop honking their horn at 4 in the morning repeatedly.
In San Francisco, Alyssa Gord, NBC, Bay Area News.
Yeah, these Waymo. I've never heard of a Waymo, but they're AI car. They're like they drive themselves, and apparently they're like Ubers, but they don't have a driver. And they all congregate in this parking lot, and they start honking at each other at 4 a.m. every morning.
Yeah, that would be annoying. Even the reverse beep beep beeping of like the trucks that have it would be annoying, but the honk especially, that's tough.
I would sue anybody I could sue. Yeah,
You
for
were
mental
very
health.
happy today.
I am. I know a guy. Yeah, I would. I mean, my mental health would be affected because of my lack of sleep. I think I have a case. But yeah, I've never heard of these Waymos. Keep that in California. It's all the other weird stuff they do in California. All right, what do you got, Brian?
I'm going to nominate Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, who were 7 and 8 minutes after Jordan Schultz came out with the news of the Matthew Judon to the Falcons trade. Not so much that they were after him. I don't mind that. But when they were 7 and 8 minutes after Jordan Schultz with their tweets, they sourced it as their own sources and then didn't give the credit to Jordan Schultz.
Yeah,
that is a jabroni move.
You got to at least say he was first.
Yeah, say he's first in the tweet.
Because you might have different sources, which is fine, but you have to say he was first.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if it's 1 minute apart. Maybe they're already typing it as Jordan Schultz posted. They didn't see it, but it's 7 and 8 minutes apart. They would have seen it.
Yeah, that's a good call. And we can trust Jordan Schultz.
I think,
we can
he's in
trust
the circle of trust now.
The Patriots get a third rounder for Matthew Judon. That's what's going back. Car wreck of the day, Texter said, should be the people that try to cut into the lines, dropping or picking up kids from school.
Facts.
I think that's a good car wreck of the day. Alex on Twitch saying, he said American Airlines. What did American Airlines do? Do y'all know?
Do they pull a Boeing and have something fly off? I have no idea.
Baggage related?
Yeah, I don't know what they did.
Did you see Springer last night, by the way?
Yeah.
That was pretty Bush League. The fact that
By who?
It looked like he got hit. It was pretty clear that he got hit on the foot.
I thought you meant by him.
No, it was Bush League that he got hit. The umpire didn't think he got hit. They went to replay, which I thought pretty clearly showed he got hit. They said he didn't get hit, and then he got kicked out.
So who you nominating for the car wreck here?
The umpires.
Okay.
For not getting the call right.
Not the replay?
Well, that's
Secaucus or whatever they're
umpires
at?
in cahoots with in Secaucus, New Jersey, if it was NBA. Yeah.
You see this? The Brewers owner is accused of stealing sand from Malibu's Broad Beach.
That was going to be my nominee until the Rappaport
Can you
thing
not
happened.
trust people from Wisconsin? What's up with this?
No, he's not from Wisconsin. He's an LA guy.
Oh, yeah, well, I guess so. He lives in Malibu. Yeah, he's stealing sand from the beach.
To do what?
Construction. Like
on his own property.
Construction on his own property that's on the beach.
Wow.
Stealing sand. It's unreal. All right, what's winning?
You got the Waymos?
No, I think it should be.
Rappaport and
I think it should be Rappaport and Shefty.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
Rappaport
fine.
and Shefty. You win for not giving Schultz credit. All right, it's gonna do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, right now on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.